Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. What if the one who was forgotten, the one who was ignored by everyone, returned with a power no wizard could ever hope to match? In today's story, we dive into second part of what if Harry Potter conquered his darkness after Sirius's death. Here is short summary. After Sirius's death leaves Harry angry, helpless, and forgotten, he discovers that even in the darkest times, a light can still guide his way. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. The 19th of September 1996. On your feet, boy, Moody said gruffly to Harry, offering the boy a hand. Harry took it gratefully, a little red in the face. He'd tripped on the uneven ground of the place they'd landed. Alistair, this doesn't appear to little whining, Dumbledore said mildly, looking around. Unless I miss my guess, I would think that isn't even a settlement. Harry looked around, and almost immediately agreed with Dumbledore. From what he could work out, they were in the middle of a forest. Can't be too careful, Albus, Moody replied, looking around, scanning the area with his magical eye. Good, there's no one here. There's brooms over there, we'll all have to go to Tatsu's house and leave the brooms there. Why are we here? Tatsu asked, looking around. I told you, boy, Moody replied, can't be too careful. I set up the portkey myself, made sure that we wouldn't be going anywhere that Death Eaters might trap us. We don't seem to be anywhere else much, Tatsu remarked dryly. We're only 20 miles away from Surrey, Moody replied impatiently. It should only take a few minutes to fly there from here. 20 miles. Why, Alistair, I do believe that you become less paranoid in your old age. Time was, you wouldn't go anywhere without a 100-mile detour, Dumbledore smiled gently at his old friend. I still do, where I can, Moody said testily. But you said that we didn't have much time, so I was forced to restrict myself. Harry fought hard not to laugh, and mounted one of the brooms that Moody had provided, Nimbus 2000s. Mount up, use evasive flying techniques, disguise yourselves, wait, boy, I'd best do that for you. Moody rapped Harry sharply on the head, and Harry felt the same sensation as the last time this had happened, just over a year before. Looking down at himself, Harry smiled faintly, seeing his now chameleon body shift and change to blend in with the background whenever he moved. He looked over, just as Dumbledore did the same thing for Tatsu, and the two chameleons grinned at each other. Grippus shifted form, becoming an eagle and taking off into the night. I will meet you there, he spoke Harry. Don't get yourself killed. You sound like Moody, Harry replied silently, laughing silently as he mounted the broom and kicked off, feeling the others around him without really needing to look. I'm not quite that paranoid, thank you very much, Grippus responded. I never said you were, but you are sounding as pessimistic as Moody does, Harry replied. Rise to 3,000 feet. Moody called out, and Harry obeyed quickly as Tatsu flew up beside him. That old man gets more paranoid every time I meet him, Tatsu muttered in Harry's direction. Harry laughed, but quietly. I know what you mean, I think. He's not as bad as he was when he came to pick up to take me to headquarters for the first time. Well, that's something, Tatsu grinned back. Oh, we're going down now, he added, watching as Moody started a sharp descent. Harry looked around to see how Dumbledore was going, and smiled to see the old wizard riding his broomstick. With the expression of one going a roller coaster for the second time, one of utmost glee. Harry rolled neatly into a dive, shooting downwards, enjoying the sensation of the wind flying wildly through his hair. He saw Privet Drive from the air, as he'd seen it only once before, a year before. He'd picked out Tatsu's house and raced for the ground, building up speed until neatly pulling out of the dive a few feet from the ground and landing perfectly. Well done, Tatsu said, with the air of one who'd seen similar maneuvers on more than one occasion. Dumbledore nodded in agreement, but Moody looked at Harry with both eyes for a moment. Nice dive, Potter. If you were anyone else, I'd tell you to be careful about landings, but I know that you can control your broom. Just don't try that on a broom you haven't used before, he told the boy, who smiled back at him. I won't, Harry replied, not sure if he was being honest or not. Good, Moody replied, examining their surroundings with both his magical eye and his normal one. Come on, let's go to this courthouse place then. Harry sighed. He would much rather that he didn't have to do this, but he knew that he had to put in an appearance. Besides, he might be able to help, if everyone else would let him. Tatsu led the way into the house, where they left the brooms, then out the front to his car, which they all piled into. Soon enough they arrived at the courtroom. Harry was preparing himself for two battles, the battle to stay awake, and the battle to fight back rising panic at the thought of the attack. You lived through one Death Eater attack, didn't you? He asked himself. Yeah, but I wasn't expecting that one, and therefore didn't have time to be nervous. I was also inside Hogwarts with lots of my friends and there were teachers outside, he replied. And now I'm speaking to myself. Yay, he added. Then speak to me instead, Grippus advised, settling on Harry's lap when the boy sat down. All right, Grippus. When I don't need to pay attention here, I'll talk to you, Harry agreed. How many wizards are here? Harry asked Tatsu. Moody had disappeared into the crowd the moment that they'd arrived, presumably to sniff out trouble. Quite a few, Tatsu replied. A lot more than yesterday, in any case. Harry nodded and quietened. How many of those wizards would be alive after today? How many of them would die because of him? Not because of you, because of Voldemort. Voldemort ordered this attack, and those who have set themselves against him choose now to fight him. You are innocent of any involvement here, Grippus told him. But Voldemort would not have ordered this attack if it had not been for me, Harry pointed out. How can you know that? Besides, you did not ask for me to choose you as his greatest rival. You did not choose for him to kill your parents, nor did you choose for him to be cast from his body when he tried to kill you. You did not ask for any of this, as you have said often. Stop feeling bad for things that are not your fault. All of your troubles lead back to Voldemort, if you look back far enough. Can't argue with Griffin logic, Harry told Grippus, smiling from beneath his hair at the creature, before looking back up, adjusting his face to look sad, helpless and bewildered. Now just remember to keep up the act, Grippus told him. You are getting better at acting, but don't blow your career just yet. I'll try not to, believe me I will, was the reply. I think I'm supposed to be paying attention now though, Harry added, regretfully, breaking off his conversation with the Griffin. Mr. Harry J. Potter, the judge called out as the court fell silent. Here, sir, Harry replied, at a nod from Dumbledore. You were in your aunt and uncle's house on the day of their deaths, were you not? The judge asked. Yes, sir, Harry replied. Can you describe the events for us, Mr. Potter? It was my birthday, Harry replied, and noted the immediate expressions of sympathy on the faces of the jury, and the sympathetic sounds from behind him. I'd had a bit of a row with my uncle. I was going out with some friends for the day. My uncle hadn't wanted me to, he wanted me to stay home. I heard noises from downstairs. For a moment, I thought it was my uncle, yelling at my friend's cousin, Remus, who was picking me up. Then Tatsu, he indicated Tatsu with a wave of his hand, climbed up through the window to say that he'd seen masked strangers in the house, and to tell me that I should get out. I wanted to go and help. I don't know what I thought I could do. I didn't have a weapon and there would have been more of them than there were of me, but Tatsu persuaded me that I should leave. I jumped out of the window, and there was a bang from behind me. The bottom levels of the house had exploded, or something. When we went around the front, we saw the black-clothed strangers running away, and there was a fire in the house. My aunt, uncle, cousin, and my friend's cousin, were all dead. Harry let tears fall from his eyes, thinking of Remus rather than his blood relatives. He felt a little guilty for this. It was like saying that his family didn't matter, but he squashed those feelings firmly. It was the act that he had to concentrate on now. Does this statement coincide with your own version of events, Mr. Kendo? The judge asked, now looking to Tatsu. It does, those bits of it that concern me, Tatsu replied. I've no idea what went on in the house before I saw the black-robed strangers turn up. Thank you, Mr. Kendo, Mr. Potter, the judge replied. I do not see that you can trust these statements, Marge suddenly said, loudly. They are friends. The man, Kendo, has become Potter's guardian. How can you simply believe this story? There were mutters of annoyance from the jury, and Harry knew that they all liked him better, rather than his loud-voiced aunt. You've got them, kid, Tatsu murmured. Marge has just lost any support that she might have had, I think. Harry gave a faint, tight smile. He was getting worried, as he checked his watch. It was 10 o'clock, 2 hours till the Death Eaters arrived. Harry drifted into something of a stupor for the rest of the morning, as the court wheedled its way through long procedures. Finally, the judge stood up to close the proceedings. Harry looked down at his watch and cursed silently, 2 minutes to 12. Snape would be attacking with the Death Eaters in 2 minutes' time. This court is adjourned, the judge finished formally. Just as he said these words, there was a loud crash, and the doors flew open. Harry didn't scream. He forced his face to assume a surprised expression. There were Death Eaters at the door. Robed in black, wearing blank, silver masks. The courthouse was thrown into instant havoc. The Ministry is going to have a bit of a job clearing this up, Tatsu murmured. Those Death Eaters really don't look happy. Suddenly spells were shooting from the Death Eaters' wands. Harry felt something heavy strike his side and tumbled over, moving his body so he'd be ready to attack the moment he hit the ground until he realized that the thing was Tatsu. Stay down for the moment, Tatsu whispered. There are enough Phoenix agents fighting to keep the Death Eaters back for a moment. Wait here, I'll go and help. Don't involve yourself just yet, Harry. Harry opened his mouth to speak, but Tatsu was gone. Doesn't anyone understand? He asked Grippus, keeping his voice soundless. I can't just stay back. Can't just leave this. I need to help. I need to do something. Then do something. Don't tell me about it. Tatsu will understand. He won't like it, but he'll understand, Grippus replied. He knows what it feels like, I'm sure he does. Thanks Grippus. Do you want to help? No, Griffiths, but my thanks for asking, Grippus replied. Harry gave his friend a smile, then moved slowly forward, his wand slipping easily into his hand. Across the aisle from him, he saw Marge, the judge, the jury and Marge's lawyer, all of whom looked frankly terrified. Harry also noted that a Death Eater was coming towards them, wand raised. Harry threw himself from his position on the floor, wand coming up, his mind sinking easily into the center. He whispered the words to a spell, freezing the Death Eater in place, before stunning him and placing a full body bind on him. Are you all right? He asked, coming to a halt just beside the judge. Who are these people? What are they? What are you? The judge asked, gibbering almost mindlessly. I'm a student in a school that teaches magic. I'm going to be a wizard when I graduate at the end of next year. Harry thought the best thing to do might be to explain the situation. He kept an eye on the fight as he did so. The man who is my lawyer, Albus Dumbledore, is the headmaster of my school. My parents were killed by a dark wizard when I was young. He tried to kill me, but it didn't work. It nearly killed him instead. He's come back to life now. The men in black robes are his followers, the other people with wands are on my side, against him. He doesn't think that muggles, what we call non-magic people, should be allowed to life. He thinks that you are the scum of the earth, but the people against him, while they don't all necessarily like muggles, Professor Dumbledore and the people here do. That's why they are here, protecting you guys, also protecting me. And why are you even worth protecting? Marge snarled at him, her face very red. Because I'm the only one that killed Voldemort, the bad wizard. One of us has to kill the other. The Death Eaters, Voldemort's followers, are most likely here to catch me and take me to him, so that he can kill me, Harry replied. You're lying, Marge told him. No, I'm not, Harry replied, matter-of-factly, at the same moment raising his wand and stunning another Death Eater. Mobilicorpus, he whispered, floating the Death Eater towards them, and placing him in a full body bind beside the other. If I was lying, I wouldn't be able to do that. Now he looked properly at the fight. The Muggles would probably be alright. They knew what they were up against, at any rate. Stay here, don't move, try and keep out of the way of spells. You can't do anything against them, he said rapidly. Where are you going? One of the women from the jury asked. To help fight, Harry replied. Those people, or ones like them, helped kill my parents, killed my only remaining family, and my godfather and other friends of mine. They put me in danger, and my friends in danger because of me. I'm not going to sit back and let them attack people I care about. You're very brave, the woman said. I know more than one person who'd say I just lack the sense to keep from getting killed, Harry replied dryly, leaping away before anyone else could speak. 2 Death Eaters were coming in his direction, wands raised. Stupefy, Harry muttered, wand pointed at one, at the same time kicking out and up. Surprised by the physical attack, the first Death Eater didn't even notice the stunning spell hitting him, knocking him unconscious. The second Death Eater smiled cruelly. Well well well, if it isn't the Potter boy. Do you really think you can do anything here? Besides getting your friends killed? He asked. No, I don't think I can. I know I can, Harry replied, before murmuring, Expelliarmus. Do you expect me to fall for something that simple? The Death Eater demanded, blocking Harry's spell. He hadn't heard Harry's murmured, Petrificus totalis, and therefore the full body bind curse caught him before he could do anything. Well, you've just proven you can, Harry told his frozen foe, glancing around. The fight seemed to be turning against Harry's friends. The Death Eaters had not had the element of surprise, but had recovered quickly from this. Moody was attempting to duel with 5 Death Eaters at once, and his foes were slowly pushing him into a corner. Dumbledore, Arthur Weasley and Catherine, the woman who'd joined over the summer, who'd been with Harry when he first met Tatsu, had formed a triangle, and were trying to keep 7 or 8 Death Eaters away from themselves. Other Order of the Phoenix members were trying to band together, get back to back so they'd be better off. In the middle of everything was Tatsu. Harry was sure that the man was modifying half the spells that were being sent in any direction, even as he fought with hands and feet to do his best against the Death Eaters. Harry quickly decided it was Moody who was in the most need of his aid, and, decision made, hurled himself forward. He did not stop to think about the consequences of his actions, he did not stop to think that he could get caught, or killed, here. He only knew that the Death Eaters were his enemies, that they'd killed his friends, killed people Harry did not know by name or face, but who were linked to him in their hatred of Lord Voldemort. His mind was solely focused on one idea: the Death Eaters, his enemies, must die. The 19th of July 1996. Severus had been glad when he saw Tatsu enter the fray without Harry Potter. He mightn't like the boy, but he didn't want to give Potter to Voldemort either. Why Sev, I didn't know you cared, Lupin remarked. Lupin, shut up. Severus snarled within his mind. I'm trying to concentrate here. Oh fine, I'll leave you alone for the moment, Lupin replied. To Severus's surprise, this was exactly what he did. Rather than think about this, Severus turned his attention to the fight ahead of him. Much as he hated it, he would have to attack his allies. He joined a group trying to corner the woman Catherine. He didn't like her much, so he wouldn't feel so guilty about attacking her. Then he saw Potter step into the fray. Stupid boy, Severus thought angrily, torn between deciding what to do. He wouldn't be able to reach Potter in time. Sev, he can take care of himself. He just wants to be able to fight the people who've ruined his life. Just keep an eye on him, you'll see. He'll be fine. Lupin's voice came suddenly back to his mind. I thought you were shutting up, Severus grumbled. I was. But I said I would only be doing that for the moment. I'll shut up again soon, I'm just pointing something out. What would you do if you were told to hide? Severus didn't answer. He knew that he'd do exactly what Potter was doing now, and the thought did not make him at all happy. Crowding in on Catherine, he kept flicking his eyes back to Potter. To his surprise, the boy actually seemed to be doing all right. He had his wand out, his eyes kept marking where the Death Eaters were, and he was heading towards Alistair Moody, presumably to help the Auror out. Harry looked around, green eyes quickly making sure that no one was coming too close to him. He had a shield charm up, which would block any weaker curses, but he had to keep an ear out for the more lethal ones. At least he knew that none of the Death Eaters were going to kill him, only Lord Voldemort could do that. Harry was only to be caught. He ducked as a stunning spell hurtled in his direction, and grinned with ironic humor when it struck one of the Death Eaters that was cornering Moody. One of the Death Eaters was stupid enough to turn around. Moody stunned him immediately, and nodded to Harry, not taking his eyes off the Death Eaters. Harry smiled grimly, and threw himself into the fray, kicking the closest Death Eater to him hard in the back of a knee. The Death Eater's leg buckled, sending him off balance. Moody used a full body bind even as Harry stunned him. Good work boy, Moody growled as Harry spun so that he was back to back with the old Auror, wand out and ready. The Death Eaters had been surprised by Harry's swift dealing with one of them, but they obviously thought that, as a schoolboy, Harry wouldn't be that good. Harry quickly taught them differently. After 2 more Death Eaters went down between the pair of fighters, the others decided it would be better to go for less dangerous prey. You're good, boy. Make a good Auror, Moody growled. And don't you let anyone tell you differently. Thanks, Harry muttered. I guess I'll see you after the battle, he added, since Moody looked like he was about to move away. Hopefully we won't meet up before then, Moody replied, then he was gone, step, thump, wading into the fray. Harry looked around him again. The battle was still raging, but his friends were fighting back, and they seemed to be getting better at forcing the Death Eaters back. Expelliarmus. It was a young voice, but not one Harry recognized. Immediately, he knew that it must be a Death Eater. Then the spell hit him, and his wand flew from his hand. He was thrown backwards, but he managed to flip, mid-air, and come down lightly. Turning, he saw the Death Eater catch his wand. Oh shit, Harry thought. What now? But already he was moving. In his center, his body knew what he needed to do even before his mind did. He was going forwards, towards the Death Eater. I have no weapons, he thought. Wrong, a contradicting thought came back. Your body is all the weapon that you need. Right. Harry closed in on the Death Eater, who looked amazed. Harry didn't blame him. Who in their right mind would take on a Death Eater without a wand? Just as the Death Eater raised his wand to attack, Harry really began to move, striking with all the speed and accuracy of a striking snake, lashing forwards. The Death Eater's surprised yell and instinctive spell mattered nothing to Harry. The spell didn't touch him, he felt it whistle past his ear, then he was upon the Death Eater, kneeing him in the stomach, spinning around to kick out, sending the Death Eater flying backwards. The man rose again, shakily, watching Harry with an expression of fear, but also triumph. Harry knew where the triumph came from. If this Death Eater could catch him, he'd be Voldemort's favorite. Another spell whistled past him as he moved again. Harry scarcely noticed it. His opponent was young, inexperienced. This would work out just fine, Harry was sure. The Death Eater was throwing spells at him, as fast as he could speak. Harry didn't pay any attention. He just wanted to get his wand back, and preferably leave this guy senseless. He was moving closer again, striking out with a punch to the right arm, deadening it. The Death Eater yelped in pain. Baby, Harry thought emotionlessly. He turned, kicking this time, to the kneecap. The Death Eater staggered, falling to one knee painfully. Within his center, Harry could do nothing more than watch, a passive observer. If he really tried, he could have taken proper control of his body and still be able to remain within the center, but he was content to simply watch for the moment. He lashed out. Again, this time to the other leg, spinning around, he was behind the Death Eater, driving a punch into his lower back. Harry felt a vague sense of pain as his knuckles struck the mont's spine, then there was a horrible cracking sound. The Death Eater screamed once, then toppled forwards. He'd fainted. Harry was shaking. The Death Eater's spine had just been broken. He'd just broken the Death Eater's spine. But he didn't have time to worry about being guilty about that now. More Death Eaters were heading towards him. Severus looked up when he heard the crack of breaking bone, saw Harry Potter, not Harry James Potter, but just Harry Potter, standing over a fallen Death Eater, absently massaging his fist. So, you've finally admitted that Harry is James, Sev. Well done. It only took you, what, 5 years? Lupin again. Shut up. Severus snarled, but he couldn't change the thought now. Harry Potter was not James with a few differences now. There could be no going back to simply hating the boy as he were his father. Harry Potter had fought, and fought well. He'd taken on an opponent, and he'd fought that opponent, an opponent who was older, stronger, who knew more spells than Harry did, without a wand. Something that Severus Snape knew James would never do. While James had been brave, much as he hated to admit it, James Potter had had some bravery. When facing Death Eaters, he'd always looked out for himself first. James Potter would have never done what his son had just done. But more Death Eaters were closing in on Potter now. Severus wondered how the boy would cope now. Then, in a flash, Potter had knelt, picked up his wand and thrown a stunning curse into his enemy's ranks. A moment later, Tatsu Kendo was there, standing beside the boy. Knowing that Potter would be all right for the moment, that he, Severus, would not have stepped in and do something to prevent the Dark Lord getting what he wanted, Severus turned back to helping the Death Eaters gang up on a different wizard. Severus didn't know this person, they must have joined the Order in the weeks he'd been away. Why Severus, I think you are finally finding a heart, Lupin remarked suddenly. What do you mean by that? Severus demanded irritably. Well, you admitted that Harry could be better than his father was, and you would have gone to help him, even though it might have meant losing your place in the Death Eater ranks, Lupin replied. I would have done that to prevent the Dark Lord getting his hand on the thing he most wants. Severus snarled, refusing to allow himself to even consider that there might be another reason. Especially not one like actually caring that Potter could get hurt. That wasn't the case. Lupin just couldn't see that Severus had no heart. Harry smiled in relief when a flash of own hair signaled Tatsu's approach. "I thought I told you to stay out of this," Tatsu remarked, kicking out at a Death Eater. Harry spun so that he and his guardian were back to back. "I seem to remember you saying something of the like," he admitted, unashamed. "I also read somewhere that no one should give an order that they know won't be carried out. It's a waste of breath." Tatsu gave a short bark of laughter at that. "True," he admitted, punching one Death Eater in the temple. The Death Eaters seemed to be thinning now. The Order of the Phoenix was getting somewhere. Harry glanced around and saw Dumbledore, blue eyes blazing, shooting spells in every direction, keeping the Death Eaters back, saw Moody, limping forward to help a witch he didn't know. Everywhere, the Order of the Phoenix was grouping together to help fight the Death Eaters. Now the Death Eaters were heading towards him and Tatsu, Harry noted vaguely. He supposed they were trying to catch him. This had been the entire idea of the attack, after all. "Get ready, kid," Tatsu murmured, he'd noticed also. Harry set his body, raised his wand in his right hand, and got as ready as possible. "Why am I doing this?" His mind yelled at him. "I should have listened to Tatsu, should have stayed out of this altogether." Too late now. Even as he thought this, his mind outside of the center was coolly deciding which Death Eaters should be attacked first. The Death Eaters were coming forward. Dimly Harry noticed that the Order of the Phoenix was coming also, ready to help fend off the Death Eaters. "I should probably tell you to get out of the fighting again," Tatsu remarked. "But like you said, never give an order that you know won't be obeyed. Just don't die or get captured." Harry smiled faintly, which seemed to put the Death Eaters off a little, then he was moving. "Stupefy. Impedimenta. Tarantalagra. Rictusempra." Harry yelled, hardly aware that he was even doing so. Expelliarmus. The spells wove and danced around him, and Harry danced with them, his body the weapon he'd been melding it to be for the past few months. Kicks and punches, trips, jumps and leaps faded, there was only movement. Suddenly, hands caught his shoulders, he felt a wand tip press itself to his temple. "Don't move," a voice grated in his ear. The 19th of July 1996. The battle went on, no one noticed the Death Eater standing behind Harry, keeping the boy at wand point. For a moment, Harry considered fighting just for the sake of it, then he recognized the voice that had spoken to him. It was Snape. He smiled grimly. "You know I won't do that, Professor, don't you?" Harry murmured, keeping his voice down, so that no one would realize that Harry knew who it was that he was talking to. "You will if you know what's good for you," Snape hissed in his ear. "Well, you can't take me to Voldemort," Harry's voice was cool and unafraid. "So you obviously mean for me to escape in some manner soon. It's best I do so while all of your men here know what's going on, don't they?" "Oh, and how do you propose we do that?" Snape sneered at him. "I did this to get you out of the fight. It's too dangerous for someone as low on intelligence as you are." "Always so complimentary, Snape," Harry snarled. "Just don't let anyone see you over my head." This wasn't a difficult order to follow, Harry being the same height as Snape since he'd been growing after beginning Hogwarts. Snape was about to question what Harry was doing when a Death Eater yelled something. Severus recognized the voice, though at the moment he failed to put a name to it. Suddenly Harry was twisting downwards. Before he knew what was happening, a red light had struck Snape full in the face, and he dropped with a boneless grace to the ground. Harry took out the Death Eater who'd sent the curse with a quick stunning spell, while the man was still looking amazed that he'd attacked one of his own. The rest of the Death Eaters had noticed what had happened. They knew that there were now more people from the Order of the Phoenix than there were Death Eaters. They weren't willing to take the chance anymore. Someone grabbed Snape before they all dissipated. They left everyone else. Either it had been a new Death Eater that had taken Snape away, or Voldemort had wanted Snape to get back to wherever it was that the Dark Lord had fortified himself. Harry was standing easily, his breathing slightly rough, his eyes flickering over the Death Eaters who remained down, making sure none of them tried to rise again. "Harry, are you all right?" was the first question out of Dumbledore's mouth as the Hogwarts headmaster stepped towards the boy. "I'm fine," Harry replied, willing the headmaster to believe it. Dumbledore hesitated, giving him a stern look for a moment, then he seemed to shrug it off. As you like, he murmured, walked away, checking on the others. The ministry will be here shortly, Dumbledore said. To wipe the minds of the muggles present we will have to stay to make sure no one gets away. Harry wandered over towards the judge and jury. You guys all right? He asked lazily. Why yes, whispered one of the women in the jury. No one came this way, they were too busy with you lot. Good, Harry murmured. A ball of fur suddenly shot at him, and lifted Grippus easily onto his shoulder. You all right? He asked silently. Yes. But you aren't, the Griffin replied with devastating calm. No, I'm not injured though, so it can be dealt with later, Harry replied, not willing to discuss the burden that weighed on his mind and heart, at least not yet. You people are going to have your memories modified. Non-magic people aren't allowed to know about the magical world, Harry told them. Why not? It's been the law since the witch-burning days, we aren't allowed to let muggles know about wizards. It causes too many problems. The ministry thinks we are all best left alone, Harry replied shrugging. Oh, come on Harry, we'll get you back to Hogwarts. The court will decide later on what the verdict is. Tatsu appeared by Harry's side. We are decided, Mr. Potter has won this case, fairly, the judge said, looking up suddenly. Harry smiled with relief, allowing himself to droop, oh so slightly. Well, that's a relief, Tatsu remarked, smiling. Come on Harry, you need to rest, this must have been very emotionally wearing on you. He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder and forcefully steered the boy from the room. Harry considered trying to fight him off and stay here, but he saw the form of the Death Eater whose back he'd broken, without the mask. The man-boy really had died. Harry was not sure what had killed him, a stray curse or the injury, but the weight on his mind and heart had just gotten heavier. Tatsu steered Harry out of the door, telling one of the order where he was going. Go ahead mate, the order wizard said, giving Tatsu a slight salute. Tatsu nodded and got Harry into the car. Harry's mind, no longer in the center, was falling rapidly into a state of shock. Do you want to talk about it? Tatsu asked. He's dead, Harry said, voice blank. Ah, Tatsu murmured. The first person you've killed. It's always hard. What happened when you first killed someone? Harry asked, coming out of his stupor slightly. I'm a Malfoy, Harry, or at least, I was once. We are bred to be cruel, to revel in death. We are given pets and things, and are expected to make their lives miserable before we kill them. We do not love, we find the situation that will gain the most power. That doesn't sound like fun, Harry remarked. I'm just glad I got away when I was young. The boy, my brother's brat, might have had a chance at redemption, I don't know. He might still, but I doubt it. My brother always liked pain, even more than my father did, Tatsu remarked. But that's not what we want to talk about. It's the first time you've killed something. Tell me about it. Believe me, talking helps. Harry still hesitated. Talk, Grippus advised. Tatsu is right, Griffiths, you need to talk about this, it will help lessen the pain, I think. I feel terrible. I know he was a Death Eater, he would have killed heaps more people if he wasn't stopped, but what if he was under the Imperius curse or something? Harry started. He wasn't, Tatsu said. I can see it on them, sometimes, if I'm looking. That man had no curse upon him. But still he could have easily had a chance at redemption. He didn't necessarily want to kill, and he was young. He wasn't that much older than I am. I'd put him at 25, Tatsu remarked. That's old enough to make your own decisions. But as for redemption, certainly, it might have been possible. I don't know, I'd not met the man. Is that supposed to make me feel better? Harry demanded, tears suddenly overspilling from his eyes. A hero who cries for his enemies as well as his friends, murmured Tatsu. That is a good thing to be able to do, Harry. At least you can know that someone cries for the loss of life. But it's my fault that life was lost in the first place, Harry protested. You still cry for his death, Tatsu said firmly. Tatsu, I feel horrible, I feel unclean, stained. Harry, a Death Eater is someone who kills so often that what you are feeling now becomes ingrained upon their souls. They believe that killing just one more person will change things. Take the feeling away. As long as you never let yourself do that, you'll be alright, in time. That doesn't make me stop feeling awful now, Harry grouched. Feeling awful is good, Tatsu insisted. It means that you aren't going to start killing everyone and everything that goes against you. I'd be worried if you felt anything less than what you do now. Harry just sighed. In some ways Tatsu is right. I know it doesn't make you feel any better, but the man was a Death Eater, Harry. While you protest that he might have mended his ways, there is equal possibility that the man loved what he did, reveled in the destruction he caused. Let yourself feel bad, and the feeling will recede, with time. You just have to get through the next few days. Grippus, I killed someone. And you'll have to kill more. You are to destroy Voldemort, Griffiths. To do that, you will have to kill him, and you will likely have to kill his Death Eaters also, Grippus said. Here we are. Out you get, Harry. Come inside, eat something and sleep. You'll feel better for some sleep. Harry privately thought that he wouldn't feel better ever, but he bowed to his guardian's wisdom and allowed himself to be led inside, with Grippus tailing them both. This man had actually killed his own father, without meaning to, but he'd killed him, as surely as Harry had killed the man back there, whose name he didn't know. With Grippus perched now on his shoulder, Harry walked inside, his green eyes listless. Tatsu moved around the kitchen, feet making no sound on the reed mats that covered the floors. A moment later Harry found himself seated at the kitchen table with a steaming mug of Japanese tea in front of him. Drink up, lad, Tatsu said, a gentle look in his eyes. Now, listen to me while you drink. I know I may have sounded heartless in the car before, but it would be worse for you if I'd been sympathetic. You wouldn't be able to walk past this, you'd feel absolutely terrible for a longer time. He fell silent, and Harry didn't bother trying to break it. He'd wanted Tatsu to be sympathetic, but he wasn't sure, after hearing this, if that would have been the best course. He stood silently when he finished his tea, and headed away from the kitchen. He did not need Tatsu to point him the direction of the second bedroom, having helped decorated the house over the summer. Sleep, Grippus advised. It might make you feel better, as Tatsu said. Harry didn't think he'd be able to go to sleep, and said as much. Lie down, I'll take care of the rest, Grippus replied. Surprised, Harry did as the Griffin bade him, and settled down on the bed. Grippus, in cat form, settled crouching on Harry's chest, golden eyes staring into Harry's green ones. Suddenly Harry felt sleepy. He yawned, feeling the inky blackness of oblivion creeping up on him. He had time for only one sleepy thought before sleep claimed him. Grippus, you needed sleep, Griffiths, the Griffin replied, though he knew that human boy was fast asleep already. Sirius. Harry looked around the chamber he was in. He wanted to talk to his godfather. Around him was a chamber of black stone. It felt like Harry's heart at the moment. What you doing here, mate? His godfather's voice came from behind him. This place don't look so pretty. It's what I feel like at the moment, Harry replied. Do tell. Sirius invited Harry to share his troubles. Harry hesitated, then, before he knew what was happening, he was pouring out the entire tale. Sirius listened quietly and didn't interrupt, letting Harry wind himself down to a standstill. It's not easy, killing people, Sirius remarked softly. But it's harder to stand by and watch people die. What Tatsu has said is true, you just have to live through it, it'll dim in time. Don't let the feeling you experience rule you, because it'll reduce you to the Death Eater's level. You lived through my death, with difficulty, and I'll be here to help you live through this also. You can't give up, too much rests on you. Harry sighed, sitting down and resting his chin on his knees, staring at what was now a scene of the rising sun. He figured that Sirius had changed it. I feel so awful, Sirius. I know I hate the Death Eaters, and, till today, I wanted them all dead, even if I had to kill them by my own hand, but now. Death seems so harsh a fate, even for people as evil as the Death Eaters. Did you ever kill, Sirius? Yes, Sirius replied, his voice turning melancholy. More times than I'm proud of, though I never killed when I could help it, nor did I kill any save Death Eaters. Did you feel as I do now? Yes. I never threw off the feeling it left me with, that first time. I can see why Death Eaters kill again and again, convincing themselves that if they kill just one person more, the feeling will leave them, but I'm sure Tatsu told you all this. Look, Harry, you'll have to kill Voldemort someday, rid the world of his evil forever. But will I be able to? Harry asked, anguished. I never saw the Death Eaters as real people, they were horrible figures, half imagined. I see Voldemort the same, but when the times come to kill him, will I see Voldemort as the monster he has become, or the man he could have been? It matters not how you see him, Harry. Voldemort must die, and by your hand. When he is dead, you need never kill again. But if you see him as the monster, you will kill him in hate, and if you see him as the man he could have been, you will kill him from pity, that goodness could never be recognized, Sirius said, after thinking it over for a little while. Thank you Sirius, I think that helped, Harry said, smiling at his godfather. The 20th of September 1996. Harry, Ron and Hermione raced across the Gryffindor common room when they saw Harry standing by the portrait hole. Hi guys, Harry smiled in greeting. We heard about the fight, it was in the Evening Prophet yesterday. Hermione told him. Are you all right? Yeah, Harry replied, but a shadow was cast over him suddenly by the thought, and Hermione elbowed Ron in the ribs when the Ron would have opened his mouth, probably to ask a question that Harry wouldn't want to answer. Come on, she said quickly, as Ron looked about to ask anyway. You look hungry, shall we go down to breakfast? Harry hesitated. He didn't feel hungry. You have to eat, Grippus told him. I ate at Tatsu's, Harry replied. Hardly anything. Go with your friends, you don't have to eat much, just something, Grippus informed him tartly. Yeah, okay. Let's do that, Harry said aloud to his friends, and in his mind Grippus gave what might have been a cheer. You can't let yourself get too down over killing one of your enemies, Grippus told him. I know it must be a horrible feeling, but in a kill or be killed situation, you can't really help killing people. It won't do anyone, least of all you, any good to get depressed. You're right, I suppose, I just can't help but feel dirty, Harry replied. You heard your friends, in time it will fade. Just live, Griffiths. Live and be well and this will pass. Until the next time I have to kill someone, Harry thought back darkly. No need to even think about that, Grippus replied. Your friends are feeling nervous, I think, because you aren't speaking much. Eventually you're going to have to tell them what happened, you know. I know, Harry replied. I'm just trying to put it off for as long as possible. So what did you guys do yesterday? Harry asked, mentally kicking himself for being unable to think of more stimulating conversation. Ron gave him a funny look, but Hermione answered. We were working on our assignments in defense. It was funny, Tonks read over some of the people's assignments, and then told us that she forgot to mention something about how you wrote things. Here Hermione gave into a bout of giggling and couldn't finish the sentence. She said that we had to be writing the essay assuming we are on the side of the people we had to do the assignments on. Malfoy was livid, because he has to write good thing about you now, Ron finished for Hermione. At these words, Harry decided Hermione had the right idea and started laughing himself, Ron very quickly joining in with his friends. It felt good to laugh, Harry realized. It helped reduce the tainted feeling of death. A sudden vision came back to him, of Sirius laughing when Harry had first met him at the end of his third year, a little over 2 years ago now. When Sirius had laughed, his face had looked so much younger. Laughter is good, Grippus agreed. Laugh more often. Will you stop ordering me around? Harry demanded waspishly, his laughter dying once more as he and his friends pulled themselves together. Sometime, perhaps I'll consider it, Grippus told him after a moment's thought. That was good, Ron said aloud. Not as good as Draco Malfoy, the amazing bouncing ferret, sure, but nothing beats that. The three friends were reduced to hysterics again, remembering the incident Ron spoke of, and slowly managed to make their way down to dinner. Ron and Hermione seemed to think that laughter was helping Harry also, because they kept recalling the many humorous events that had occurred throughout Hogwarts over the past 5 and a bit years. Severus Snape knelt in the Dark Lord's chamber. He felt tired. Tired and old, not a good combination, especially with a meeting with the Dark Lord going on at the same time. Tell me, Severus, how you managed to fail me twice in one day, the Dark Lord hissed, and Severus flinched. The Dark Lord in a bad mood was not a good thing. My lord, I apologize for any offense I may have done to you. I was not aware that the Muggle-loving fool had hired the Fig woman to replace Argus Filch. But you should have found that out, you know that, don't you, Severus? The Dark Lord interrupted. Yes, Lord, I know that I have failed you in failing to discover this. I accept my punishment as my due, Severus said immediately, knowing exactly what was coming. Crucio, the Dark Lord hissed. Severus screamed in agony, but only once. The curse was lifted quickly, and Severus knew that this was because of his words moments before the curse was inflicted. And at the courthouse, Severus. The Dark Lord asked now. My lord, I had the Potter boy in my hands, my wand at his temple, but one of the other Death Eaters made the mistake of not seeing me, and sent a curse at the boy. He managed to move aside, and the curse struck me. I could not see it coming, the boy was in the way, and in any case I had not expected one of your own servants to attack me. Severus cried out. Yes, that was not your fault, Severus. Calling out to my Death Eaters that you had caught the boy would have made you the target of the Muggle-loving fool's attack, which would not have been good. Send the one that stunned you to me, the Dark Lord told him. Lord, the man was one of those who was stunned before we could all leave, Severus murmured. I am sorry I could not bring him to you for punishment, but surely he faces far worse at the hands of my lord's enemies. Quite right, Severus. Very well, you may go. But do not fail me again, or the consequences will be far worse than this time. Severus gladly fled the room, leaving the Dark Lord to his own devices. Well, that wasn't too bad, Lupin remarked cheerfully. Speak for yourself, Severus snarled. It was painful enough for me. Touché, was the only response. The pair of them bickered as Severus walked them both back to his rooms at the Dark Fortress. The next few days passed very well, in Harry's estimation at least. Tatsu came frequently to the school, teaching Harry new tricks to do with martial arts, and discussing the essay that Harry was doing on his magical guardian. Despite the load of homework that Harry had, he was far happier than he had been the year before. The Defense Association had grown far larger. Now some 75% of students from second year up were involved in the group. Now that everyone knew the Lord Voldemort was back, they were all eager to learn as much practical defense magic as possible. The first years hadn't joined the association because they didn't know enough to keep up with the rest of the class, but Harry had ended up making accommodations for them also. Hey everyone, how are you? He asked, walking into the room on Saturday afternoon. Here were every single one of the first years at Hogwarts. Hi Harry. All of them piped back. Harry had decided, due to the pressure of all the first years, to start a program to aid them in gaining confidence with magic. He was not always teacher, he enlisted Hermione's help also, and sometimes Ron. The Weasley boy was not particularly interested in teaching, however. Harry and Hermione were teaching the first year's bits of extra magic and aiding them in getting better confidence in practical magical application, which was what this group had been dubbed. What do you guys want to work on today? Harry asked, smiling at them all. After the attack on Hogwarts, almost a month prior, he and the first years had remained good friends. Well, Professor Flitwick was teaching us how to make objects fly today, one girl, a Ravenclaw, said. But my class at least didn't get much of a chance to do any of the practical stuff. The rest of the houses chimed in to say that they hadn't been able to get much practice done either. Could we do some of that, then? The Ravenclaw who'd spoken up first inquired. Of course we can. Do you want me to tell you how Ron used that spell to defeat a mountain troll? Harry asked. He found that if the first years listened to a story about a spell, they were more likely to grasp how to do it quickly. Yes please. All of them suddenly found seats and sat in a circle around Harry, who laughed slightly. Okay, back when me and Ron and Hermione were in first year, Harry began. A short time later, the story over and the first years fired with enthusiasm, the group stood up and Harry demonstrated the spell. Wingardium Leviosa, he cried, flicking his wand at a vase, which immediately lifted into the air. The first years raised a small cheer, and Harry repeated the incarnation clearly, then had them all repeat it back to him. Okay good, now why don't you go and practice, and we'll meet in half an hour to demonstrate how we are going, if you want to. The first years scattered and Harry settled down to write an essay for Michael McGonagall on basilisk venom, its uses in potions and poisons, and any possible cures that could be made for, or by the venom. Half an hour later, Harry was nearly done and the first years had returned to his area of the room, most of them looking triumphant, and a few of them confused. Well, who managed to do the spell? Harry asked, smiling at them all. Nearly everyone raised their hand. One boy signaled to get Harry's attention, he hadn't put his hand up with most of the rest of the group. Yes, Sam Taylor, isn't it? Harry said, smiling confidently at the boy. I can't get it to work, Harry, the boy replied, shame-faced. He was in Hufflepuff, Harry recalled. Well, tell me how you are saying the words, Harry told him, and the boy obeyed. He was pouncing them almost right. Close, very close. Did anyone else spot what Sam did wrong? Sam's brother, Luis, raised his hand. Yes, Luis. He didn't make the O sound in Leviosa long enough, the boy replied promptly. Quite right. Make the O sound long, Sam, go on, try it. Harry urged the boy, who did as Harry asked, flicking his wand a feather which had helpfully appeared. It immediately raised into the air, and the others cheered for their year mate. Well done, Sam, Harry said, smiling proudly. He had been trying to make sure that no one was embarrassed to ask questions in these sessions, knowing that this would only promote people's difficulties. No one in the class laughed at anyone else when they made a mistake. Since they were in first year, everyone was quite prone to them. Anyone else want to show the class how they're going? Harry asked, and immediately the rest of the students were clamoring to get up and demonstrate. An afternoon well spent, Harry decided a while later as he packed up his things and walked with the first years back to the Gryffindor common room. The 30th of September 1996. The last morning in September dawned bright and clear. But for Harry and 7 other students, the rising of the sun did not herald the start of the day, but rather the end of a long hard Quidditch practice in the early pre-dawn darkness. Phew, that was tiring, Ron muttered, smothering a yawn. The rest of the team nodded in tired agreement. But we have to be in form for the first match of the season, Slytherin vs. Gryffindor. The rest of the team laughed and nodded agreement, hurrying into the changing rooms to get changed before breakfast and lessons began the day for the rest of the school. Harry hurried back up the Gryffindor common room, carrying with him several slices of buttered bread. He wanted to do some more of his homework so he'd have more time that afternoon with Tatsu to train. We'd better get to potions, Hermione remarked, coming in through the portrait hole. Did you manage to finish the assignment? Yeah, thanks Hermione, Harry replied absently. Hermione had been helping Harry with his homework more than usual over the past little while, making sure that he had caught up after taking time off to go the court case. Harry thought she might have guessed what had happened in the battle, but she never mentioned anything about it, and neither did Ron, though Harry was sure that this was because the red-haired boy had been warned off by Hermione. Harry and Hermione hurried down to the dungeons to the closed door the potions classroom. There were no Slytherins there quite yet. They didn't arrive until the bell rang anymore. It was their way of protesting not having Snape for a teacher. Harry, Hermione, good morning, a voice came from behind him. The only 2 Gryffindors in the Newt-level potions class turned to greet Michael with smiles. Come on in. Michael rested a hand on the door of the classroom, which immediately swung open. You've got your papers. Excellent, he said, collecting them. What are we doing this lesson, sir? Hermione asked. I'll be showing some of the effects basilisk venom has on things. It's very difficult to get hold of, naturally, and I had to get special permission from the ministry to show you, but I believe it's a necessary thing to show you, and they eventually agreed, Michael replied. You've got basilisk venom? Hermione asked, incredulous. That's a class a non-tradable good. I know, that's why I had to get special permission, Michael replied. He'd told the students to call him Michael or Professor Michael, because otherwise they'd get confused as to which Professor McGonagall was being talked about. The bell went, and suddenly Slytherin students appeared, walking into the room looking sullen. Malfoy and his gang were the last people into the room, about 3 minutes after the bell rang. You're 3 minutes late, Mr. Malfoy, why? Michael stated, looking sternly at the blonde Slytherin. I was eating breakfast, Malfoy replied with a sneer. You should have been eating breakfast earlier and left earlier to arrive here on time, Mr. Malfoy. 10 points from Slytherin for every minute you were late, and the same for those of you who were with him, Michael said, eyes like flint. Harry could easily see the Transfiguration teacher in this man. Malfoy opened his mouth in something akin to horror. There had been 5 people with him, so suddenly Slytherin was 150 points down. Harry and Hermione shared a smile. Malfoy would never be late to this lesson again. But sir, you can't do that, Malfoy cried. Harry knew that Slytherin had been tying with Gryffindor in the lead with 200 points each this morning. Now Slytherin had gone back to where Hufflepuff was. Be silent, Malfoy, or it'll be double that, Michael replied. Now sit down. In future, that is the penalty for lateness to this class. I do not expect any of you to be more than a minute late again. Now, today we'll be looking at the effect that basilisk venom has on various substances. He fiddled with something on the desk, then brought out several tubes, each one half filled with various substances. There was one with water, one with plant leaves and one with metal shavings. Then he brought out a platter with a bit of flesh that looked to have come from a goat or something. It was still fresh, and most people in the room wrinkled their noses. "Come up the front please," Michael told them. Harry and Hermione, who were sitting in the front desks, didn't even have to move, and the Slytherins gathered themselves only reluctantly. "Watch closely," Michael told them, and took out a dropper. "This contains a very small amount of basilisk venom. Take out the stopper." He allowed 2 drops to fall into the water. Harry noticed that Michael was wearing gloves. The water, for a moment, remained the same. Then it suddenly turned a putrid green, and stayed that way for a little while, before fading back to a slightly misty clear. "Deadly," Michael murmured softly. "If someone drank that, they would die almost instantaneously." Harry noted that the Slytherins had slightly eager looks on their faces now. "There is no cure for ingested basilisk venom," Michael continued. "It kills so fast that even there was one, it would have to be taken only seconds after swallowing the poison, and, in most cases, you have no idea you've been poisoned until you die." Next to Harry, Hermione shuddered. "There is, however, a charm that should show you if a liquid has been infested with basilisk venom." Michael took out his wand. "You notice that the water is a little murky now. That shows you that something might be wrong with it. To test it, you can do this." Raising his wand, Michael flicked it at the tube. "Revelo," he murmured. Immediately the water returned to the putrid green color it had been before. "As you see, the spell is simple and effective, and will work on any given liquid. Now, let's see what the venom does to metal, shall we?" He allowed a few droplets to fall into the tube containing the metal. With a soft hiss and a touch of steam, the metal immediately began to decompose. "The venom eats through metal with a frightening speed," Michael said, not 30 seconds later, when the metal had been reduced to nothing. "A long time ago, before the poison was outlawed, thieves would use this to aid them in getting into dwellings. Now, for plants." Again, a few droplets fell into the tube, and immediately they reacted as if touched by acid. Wherever the drops fell, they bit through the leaves, which turned black around the edges, curling up and eventually turning to dust before disappearing completely. Hermione shuddered again, and Harry could blame her. "Now, the most important one. What the venom does to flesh," Michael said. Harry winced, though no one was paying attention to him, and his hand slid to his arm, just above the elbow, where once a basilisk fang had buried itself. Now Michael was taking out a hollow bin, letting 4 or 5 drops of venom fall into it. Taking this, he buried it in the flesh he'd brought. Almost immediately a nasty smell filled everyone's nostrils. "It's hard to see what's happening here," Michael remarked. "But the poison in running through the veins that remain here, finding anything that it can destroy there won't be much, that's why the smell, you see. Had this been alive, it would have died in about 30 seconds. "Harry," Hermione squeaked suddenly. "Didn't one of those bite you?" "Yes," Harry muttered, his hand still covering the place where the fang had entered his flesh, as if he could still remember the sensation. "How did that happen?" Michael immediately looked at Harry, eyes sharp. "And how is it you still live?" "It was back in my 2nd year. The monster in the Chamber of Secrets was a basilisk. It took Ginny Weasley, my friend's sister, into the chamber. Me and Ron went after it with Lockhart, the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher of the time. Ron got trapped by a cave-in, him on one side and me on the other. I was on the side that led further into the chamber, so I kept on alone. In the chamber, Tom Riddle had come out of diary in which he preserved a memory of 16-year-old self. He was using Ginny's life force. He called the basilisk down to get it to kill me. Dumbledore's phoenix, Fawkes, came down into the chamber. It had the Sorting Hat with it. Fawkes blinded the basilisk by attacking its eyes, but Riddle made it keep coming at me by smelling me. The Sorting Hat gave me a sword. It's in Dumbledore's office, and I used it to kill the basilisk, but it managed to sink a fang into my arm before it died. Fawkes landed and cried on the wound. Phoenix tears have healing powers, and it was that saved my life, Harry finished, shrugging slightly. And is the basilisk still down there? Michael asked, an eager note in his voice. Yes, it's still there, as far as I know. Only me and Voldemort, the room flinched, can get into the chamber because you have to be able to speak Parseltongue. I doubt that Voldemort, everyone flinched again, has been down there any time. Recently, as he only had the chance last year and year before, and he hasn't been to Hogwarts yet. Well, the ministry will want to go down there and collect anything useful. I'll have to let them know you wouldn't object to taking them down there, would you? Michael asked. No number, I wouldn't, Harry said, after a few moments' thought. Oh good. We'll take the class down as well then. Michael said. It might be interesting to see a basilisk. There hasn't been one, other than this, for about 400 years now. Chance of a lifetime, especially if it's dead. Harry and Hermione smiled, but the Slytherins didn't. Harry knew that if Snape had made a comment like that, they'd all be laughing. But the old potions master was not likely to say something that close to a joke. Very well, I'll talk to the ministry tonight, most likely. Now, for next week, I want a report on the effects that basilisk venom has on 4 different substances. Dismissed, Michael ended the lesson. Harry was just as glad. Talking of basilisks had woken his memories of second year. In his mind, he could see the huge form of the 1,000-year-old serpent rearing over him, and then falling. He could feel the sword in his hands, the sensation of warm blood from the basilisk's mouth dripping over his hands. More than that, he could feel, as though it had just happened, the serpent's fang digging into his arm, hear the sound of it snapping off as the huge snake fell sideways. He could feel the sensation of the poison spreading through his blood, stealing his life away, and then Fawkes, with pearly white tears, crying on the wound, and the sensation of life returning. Are you all right? Hermione asked in concern, and her words were echoed by Grippus, who asked the exact same thing, only in Harry's mind. Am I? Harry wondered aloud. The 10th of January 1996. Severus Snape was sweating over a large cauldron, making a start on the Caduceus potion. I don't see why you must make this potion, Lupin remarked suddenly, for about the 10th time. You could leave your position as a spy and return to Dumbledore. I've told you, Lupin. If I leave this place, we'll have no warning of attacks, we'll be blind to all the Dark Lord's plans. I can't put the magical world at that risk. If I make this potion, I'll allow Fudge to drink it, and there will be some way to keep Dumbledore alive. I don't know how, exactly, but it will be possible, Severus replied. Still, that's enough, Lupin. I'll go through with this, or I'll die. If I left here, and the Dark Lord realized this had all been a trick, he would not rest until I was dead. It's possibly safer for me to stay here than it is for me to leave. Oh, fine. Convinced he'd put an end to this argument at least, Severus returned to making the potion. It would take 6 months to brew, if done correctly. There would be no room for mistakes, Severus knew. If he failed, the Dark Lord would kill him. Harry circled warily, his eyes watching a spinning silver blade. It looked familiar, and it felt so right in his hands. He spun it, fast and faster, over his head, behind his back, jumping into the air to whirl it round his feet. Suddenly his rhythm changed, though he made no conscious decision to start something new. Now he was moving as if blocking something, then parrying. Somehow, his body knew the patterns he had to make, his mind felt devoid of any thoughts, let alone those that might control his movements. His body moved in perfect sync with the sword in his hands, twisting, leaping, a dance of death that he had no control of. Suddenly, applause came from somewhere around him, and Harry blinked and looked up, the sword disappearing, and with it the supernatural calm. Sirius was standing nearby, smiling, and clapping. Sirius, Harry called out. I didn't see you there. I noticed, Sirius replied, laughing softly. No matter, you looked awesome doing that sword dance. I think I was actually dreaming then, Harry admitted. I wasn't in control of my actions, it was just happening. Still looked cool, Sirius replied, shrugging. So, got a girlfriend yet? Sirius, Harry yelled, throwing a mock punch in his godfather's direction. I told you. After Cho last year, I don't think I'm that interested in getting in a relationship. How would I know if the girl I was with liked me, or my fame? Does it matter? Sirius asked. Yes, Harry replied in exasperation. 5 girls have asked me to be their boyfriend since I got back from the court case with my picture all over the front pages of the newspapers. Who were they? Sirius asked, sounding just like a gossipy wife from a bad Muggle movie. Well, one girl I don't know who I remember saying last year that I didn't even look that good, a few other girls that I've only met once or twice and who never hinted at wanting be more than acquaintances. And then Cho asked me 2 days ago, Harry replied. Ooh, what did ya say? Sirius asked eagerly. Harry rolled his eyes. I told her it wouldn't work. We'd tried once, and we'd both blown it. She was a bit pissed when I told her she'd looked pretty happy going out with Michael Corner. You should have gotten back together with her, I thought you like her. Sirius protested. Why is it that you have to burrow into my love life? Harry asked. I thought that was supposed to be a mother's role. Nah, us guys are interested in these things as well. Remember, I used to be the guy at Hogwarts, along with your father. Harry rolled his eyes again. I did like her, till I figured out that she only cared that I was famous and tried to make me jealous. It was stupid, and it made me realize that looks aren't everything. I didn't even know anything about her, except for her name and her face, until last year. So everything has changed, huh? Well, she probably wasn't such a good match anyway. But you gotta learn about girls, kid. It's important. Not to me. The person I fall in love with will be the one that sees and cares about me for me, not my fame. And that's why I'll love her, Harry replied, thrusting his chin out stubbornly. You'll be waiting for love forever. Face it, kid, almost no one finds their perfect match. Your parents were a bit of an exception, they didn't even know they were perfect for a long time, Sirius told his godson dryly. What about Arthur and Molly? Aren't they a good match? Harry asked. I'm not sure, they say opposites attract, and that certainly seems to be the case for them. They've managed to stay together for a long time, and they do love each other, in their own fashion, but you've got to admit, Molly would be a hard woman to put up with for long, Sirius said, drawing a laugh from Harry. I guess so, he agreed. What about you? Did you ever find your match? I thought I did for a while, I really thought I did, but she died, during my first year out of school. Her family was killed by Voldemort, and her with them. I never found anyone else. Never had much of a chance. By the time I was over her, Voldemort was at his height, and I didn't do much but my best to fight him. I thought, after the war I'd have a chance, but when the war finished, my best friends were dead and all could hope for was to rot in Azkaban, Sirius said with a heavy sigh. Enough of this, Harry decided. I'm not getting a girlfriend anytime soon, and the rest of this is just depressing me. Let's do some ancient runes, I've got a mini test tomorrow. Sirius laughed. Okay, what's this one? He asked, as a rune traced itself in the air in pale gold. Harry woke the next morning with a faint smile playing at his lips. How he loved meeting with his godfather, even if it was only in dreams. Harry looked around his sleeping dormitory, and wished that he, too, could sleep in with them. It had been a long time since he'd gotten out of the habit of sleeping in. With a sigh, he rose and changed into his training uniform with Tatsu, then covered himself with the invisibility cloak. Slipping from the Gryffindor common room, Harry walked to the room of requirement, where Tatsu was waiting for him. Harry had most of his homework down there also, since he seemed to spend more time in the room than he did the Gryffindor common room. Harry, good morning, Tatsu said jovially. It was, Harry muttered, good-naturedly quipping his friend and guardian. No call for that, Tatsu said, and attacked. Harry dropped into his center immediately and dropped to avoid a punch, twisting at the same time to try and get out of the way of a kick, which just grazed his shin. Leaping upright, over a sweeping kick from Tatsu, Harry threw a kick straight at his guardian's chest. Tatsu skipped nimbly backwards, but was just a little off balance, and Harry took advantage of this, with a particularly successful sweeping kick. Before he could attack again, however, Tatsu had left defense behind and was coming at Harry again, with a speed that was phenomenal. How am I supposed to do anything when I can hardly see you move? Harry demanded from the floor, where he was flying flat on his back. You are supposed to learn to see me moving and defend yourself, or attack, Tatsu replied. You'll get better at it. So you say, Harry replied. Well, you've made a lot of progress for a beginner, Tatsu informed Harry. You've only been learning a few months, there aren't all that many who can get this far. You've got the heart for it, you don't give up. You don't allow yourself to get down about being knocked down again and again, you just get up and keep going. I still don't think I've got that far, Harry replied. Take my word for it, Harry. You've progressed far more than I thought you would in this time, even though I recognize the ability in you for this art. I have seen few who are as ready to learn as you are, and therefore few who have been as successful as you are in so short a period of time. I'll take your word for it. Can you give this essay for Tonks a last read through, please? It's due in today, he added, shoving a few rolls of parchment towards Tatsu. She certainly gave you a while to do this in, Tatsu remarked. Yeah, because she's been giving us other work as well, Harry explained. We have to look up various hexes and learn how to do them, to be shown to the rest of the class the next lesson. Ah, now it makes sense. Couldn't have them not working you hard, Tatsu said, laughing at the expression on Harry's face. Yes, this looks fine, a piece of work to be proud of. Thanks, Harry said, blushing slightly. That was fairly high praise, coming from Tatsu. You'd best go off to breakfast now. I'll see you tomorrow afternoon, Tatsu told him, shooing Harry out of the door. Harry sighed. Yes, I'll see you then, he said. Bye. When Harry arrived in the Great Hall, only a few students, mostly Slytherins and the teachers were there. Hey Potter, Malfoy hissed at Harry, think you're so good, don't you? Think you can defeat the Dark Lord? He'll kill you in the end, Potter. You can think that if you want to, Malfoy, I'm not going to stop you, but just think for a moment. You do have a brain, no matter how small it is, and I'm sure you are capable of using it, to a minimal extent. Okay, so you're thinking, if you keep up the way you are going, you're just going to follow your father's footsteps, straight into an Azkaban cell. Harry walked away before the Slytherin could come up with something to say back, feeling more cheerful now, despite the large amount of bruises that he'd sustained from his training with Tatsu that morning. Hi Harry, Hermione greeted a few moments later as she and Ron appeared in the entranceway and made their way over to where Harry was seated at the end of the Gryffindor table. Hi, Harry replied, watching the students beginning to trickle, then flood, into the Great Hall. Several of the first years in Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw came over to him. Harry, we've got an assignment due in for defense against the dark arts today, the Hufflepuff said. Could you read over mine to see that it's all right? How about you meet me in the room of requirement today at lunchtime? I'll have a look over yours and the Slytherins then, Harry offered. Thanks Harry, the group called, before dispersing. You should just tell them no, if you don't want to do that, Ron said to Harry. They're only first years. Ow. Hermione elbowed him in the ribs. What was that for? They aren't only first years, look what we managed to do in our first year. You didn't think that first years were only anything back then, she told Ron. That was 5 years ago Hermione. Ron protested. Really you too, it's all right. Ron, I don't mind, really I don't. It gives me some idea how to go about teaching them when they came to me, and therefore what I'll be able to teach them next year as well, when they'll probably end up joining DA, Harry interrupted, before the fight could get any worse. Malfoy seems to be glaring at you more than usual this morning, Hermione remarked suddenly. Harry told them what had happened when he walked in the door. Serves the bastard right, Ron muttered. He needs to be taken down a bit. Ron, we are supposed to be trying to mend the house rivalries. Hermione told him. Hermione, what do you think I'm doing with the first years? Slowly, they'll convince the second years that it's a good idea to hang out with the rest of the classes, and then the people who are less set in their ways to join us in DA and other such groups, which will hopefully increase in numbers soon. Some of the Slytherins, however, Malfoy and his gang included, are too set in their ways of hating Gryffindors, or wanting to be Death Eaters. Those ones I may try to win over, but I doubt it'll do the least amount of good. Besides, Malfoy and I have hated each other for way too long. I'm not even sure I want redemption for him, Harry told his two friends. Well, I guess you are right. I mean, I don't like him either, but it would be nice, I think, not to have to watch our backs whenever there was a Slytherin around. Well, in a few years' time, that won't be necessary, Harry pointed out. If things continue as they are now, it won't be long before everyone is, if not friends, then at least not outright enemies. Harry, you don't sound like yourself, are you all right? Ron asked. Yeah, I'm fine. Just a little tired, Harry replied. No, you've been this way for ages, stop kicking me Hermione. Ever since you got back from that Death Eater attack, you've been different. We're your friends, why won't you tell us what's wrong? Reminded of that time, Harry felt the depression of killing someone folding around his mind. With a conscious effort, he shook it off. I'll tell you after I've talked to the first years at lunchtime, Harry replied. He wasn't looking forward to lunchtime anymore. My lord, Severus said, kneeling on the ground at Voldemort's feet. Severus, how goes your potions work? The Dark Lord hissed. as well as can be expected. Lord, I have not heard of this potion being brewed in some centuries. It is a delicate potion, and any mistake I make may not be known until the potion is completely finished. I do not believe that I have made any yet, and I will, of course, do my very best to ensure that I make none in the future, Severus replied. Well said, Severus. But you have a silver tongue, how do I know what you say is the truth? Voldemort mused, and Severus felt himself beginning to sweat. My lord, never would I lie to you, Severus said when the Dark Lord stopped talking. Tell me, Severus, is there any way for me to double-check what you are doing? Lord Voldemort hissed now. As far as I am aware, Lord, there are none within your army who know enough of potion making to be of any use to you in double-checking my work. There are few potion masters left, these days. If you know of one who has joined you, by all means come and check my work. I have nothing to hide from you, my lord, Severus replied. Well, we'll see about that, Severus. Go now, another comes. Severus wondered why 3 of the inner circle of Death Eaters were coming to the Dark Lord's chamber. It was rare for more than one of them to be summoned at a time, unless it was a full meeting. He did notice the dream catcher that held Lupin's mind slip from his pocket and meld itself to the wall. He'd put an invisibility charm on it long ago, so he did not see it when he glanced back at the door, and nor would any others coming past. The 10th of February 1996. Harry shot upright from the grips of a nightmare, and then lay back, panting softly for breath. It had been some time since he'd had a nightmare, but this one had, at least, been of a fairly ordinary sort. Voldemort had stood, howling with laughter, over the dead bodies of Remus, Sirius, Ron, Hermione and Harry's parents. All looked only recently dead, eyes wide and staring. Around the laughing Dark Lord, more bodies piled. Everyone who Harry cared about, lying dead, eyes wide, staring accusingly at Harry. Harry had spun, around and around, the dead gazes boring into him from all sides. Finally, when he was about to scream his grief and fury, he woke, panting and sweating. Harry forcibly relaxed himself, all of his muscles, one by one, and then finally his mind and breathing. He sat upright against his pillows, just breathing, blanking his mind and relaxing himself. From within the center, he mentally tested his shields, and quickly asserted that everything was strong and fine. Bit by bit, his mind slowed down, until sleep reclaimed him. Again, he had the dream, the same as the night before. He circled warily, his eyes watching a spinning silver blade. It looked familiar, and it felt so right in his hands. He spun it, fast and faster, over his head, behind his back, jumping into the air to whirl it round his feet. Suddenly his rhythm changed, though he made no conscious decision to start something new. Now he was moving as if blocking something, then parrying. Somehow, his body knew the patterns he had to make, his mind felt devoid of any thoughts, let alone those that might control his movements. His body moved in perfect sync with the sword in his hands, twisting, leaping, a dance of death that he had no control of. This time, it was waking that interrupted the dream. It was early in the morning, the sun was not yet rising, but it would, soon. Harry rose and dressed in casual clothes, picking up his firebolt. Rather than bother with walking down to the pitch, Harry mounted the broom in the Gryffindor common room, and flew out of the window. It was a bit of a tight squeeze, but he managed it. Hurtling downwards through the cold morning air, Harry headed to the Quidditch pitch at breakneck speed, reveling in the freshness of the air and the sheer speed he could achieve. Reaching the pitch, Harry corkscrewed across its length, then dove down to 2 feet off the ground before pulling up, hurtling back into the sky, twisting and turning, leaving life and all its problems hanging back on the ground. He'd told Ron and Hermione about killing that Death Eater yesterday at lunchtime. They'd been sympathetic and kind, on the outside. But Harry was sure that he could see a hint of revulsion in their eyes, convinced himself that they shied away from him whenever he came too close. He couldn't tell if this was real, or just some trick his mind was playing on him. As the dawn light tinged the sky pale gold, Harry returned to the common room, changed his clothes into school uniform, then went to the room of requirements to finish off some homework. Severus was waiting for one of Lupin's stupid comments or meaningless questions as he walked from the Dark Lord's chambers back to his own. He didn't get one. Lupin, he asked, cursing himself as he did so. No response. Lupin, are you there? He asked again. He continued trying this for 5 or so minutes, then, receiving no response, reached into the pocket of his robes to lift out the dream catcher and make sure there was nothing wrong with it. His surprised fingers found nothing in the pocket. Oh shit. Remus managed to slip into the meeting chamber when the door opened to admit another Death Eater, one of the inner circle, and, using his ability to move the dream catcher with his mind, he climbed up the wall a little ways, just to make sure nothing accidentally brushed against him. "Hello, my faithful," Voldemort hissed, prowling around the circle created by the 6 Death Eaters who remained. "I have a job for you." "Your will, Master," the Death Eaters spoke as one. "You, my faithful, will go to Bobattens and Durmstrang. Kill anyone who resists you, capture those who remain. Bring them here, my ranks will grow." "Your will, Master," the Death Eaters intoned in union. "Tell no one else in my fortress, faithful, what your orders are. Not even Severus, who numbers of one of you," Voldemort ordered. "Your will, Master," chanted the Death Eaters. "Leave, go about your tasks." The Dark Lord snarled. "We live to serve," the Death Eaters replied, backing out. Remus decided that they must have had some threads of the Imperious curse laid over them. He knew that Severus never acted like this with Voldemort. Maybe it was something else, he didn't know. But the only thing he did know was that he would have to contact Sirius, who would in turn contact Harry, to let Dumbledore know what was going on. It was lunchtime. Harry had kept his head down in classes all day and avoided Ron and Hermione as much as possible. Now he was feeling incredibly tired, but he didn't understand why. "Perhaps your godfather wants to speak with you," Grippus mused. "He can, after all, only speak with you in sleep." "Quite so. I think I'll go and have a quick nap in the room of requirements then. You'll guard the door for me." "Of course, Grippus replied. "You will always be safe with me to look over you." "I know," Harry replied, and closed his eyes, letting his mind and body relax on the bed that had appeared in the room when he came in. Almost immediately, he was enfolded in the shrouds of sleep. "Harry," Sirius's voice called out. "Hi Sirius, so you were trying to talk to me. That's why I got all sleepy?" Harry asked. "Yeah," Sirius replied. "Listen, I don't want to keep you long. Remus just got in contact with me. Voldemort's attacking Bobattens and Durmstrang today, soon. You have to tell Dumbledore." "I'm going," Harry replied. "Thanks for the warning, I'll try and talk to you tonight." Sirius nodded, making shooing motions. Harry concentrated on waking, and did so, almost immediately. Rolling to his feet, he took off running out of the door, Grippus racing at his side, making straight for the headmaster's office, since lunch had only just finished. "What's the rush, Harry?" Dumbledore's soothing voice came from behind him, and Harry wheeled around. "Sir," he panted heavily. Dumbledore held up a hand. "Calm down, dear boy, catch your breath, come up to my office and have something to drink." "No time," Harry replied, trying to get his breathing under control. "Just got word from Padfoot that Voldemort's attacking Durmstrang and Bobattens today. You have to get the order there." Dumbledore's face turned old and grave. "You were right, Harry. This is not something that can wait. Come with me up to my office, I'll send Phineas over to the Black House." Harry hurried after Dumbledore up the moving staircase, and moments later they emerged into Dumbledore's office. "Phineas," Dumbledore barked. "Go and get the order now. Tell them they are to come here, immediately." "But," Phineas muttered, half-heartedly. "Go," snarled the rest of the portraits. With a disdainful sniff, Phineas walked out of the portrait. "Now, Harry, did you get any more information?" Dumbledore asked. "No," Harry replied, shaking his head. "Sirius got the news from Remus, but either Remus didn't learn any more, or Sirius didn't tell me, he just sent me to get you." "Ah Harry, I do not feel that it is right to involve you in this fight, but at the same time, I do feel that it is wrong not to let you, therefore I leave the decision up to you. If you want to help the Order, you may come with us," Dumbledore said slowly. "I want to help," Harry replied immediately. Dumbledore nodded sadly. "Very well. Tatsu will be coming. I want you to stay with him at all times in the fight, if it comes to fighting. We have to get the students out, though, so you may be helping with that." Harry nodded. "Okay then," he said slowly, but before he could say anything else, Order wizards and witches started pouring out of the fireplace. Harry was slightly surprised, at first, to see that everyone fitted into the office quite easily, then he laughed at himself. Of course the office was magic. When people stopped coming, there were some 70 or so people in the office, talking softly amongst themselves. "Silence, please," Dumbledore asked, and immediately got his wish. "Mr. Potter has heard, by sources that are reliable but will go unmentioned, that Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will be attacked today by Death Eaters of the Inner Circle. We must, of course, go to help." There were sounds of agreement as well as surprise from everyone. "Silence," Dumbledore asked again. "I will be going to Durmstrang with half of you, the other half will go to Beauxbatons. You may each choose which school you go to." Tatsu slipped up to Harry's side. "Are you fighting?" he asked Harry. "Yes. Dumbledore said I could if I wanted to, so long as I stayed near you," Harry murmured back. "Okay then. We'll be going to Durmstrang, I think. They'll probably need the most help there. Half of the students will probably be against us, as well as whichever Death Eaters come," Tatsu said. "Okay then," Harry said, as the both of them walked over to take up positions beside Dumbledore, who smiled gently at them both. Slowly the mass of wizards and witches separated. "Those of you who are going to Beauxbatons, you'll have to take portkeys to just outside the grounds. After the events of 2 years ago, security has been set up so as not to allow anyone to enter or leave the grounds with a portkey unless they have the headmistress's express permission. I have 10 portkeys here." He reached into a drawer on his desk and took out 10 palm-sized rocks. "The same goes for you," he added to the people who were coming to Durmstrang with him. Dumbledore took out another 10 rocks, holding them out to his companions. Harry, Tatsu, the woman Catherine, and several other people that Harry didn't know took one of the stones, and Dumbledore joined their group at the last moment. A second later Harry felt the pull behind his navel, and a moment later his feet left the ground, then slammed down forcefully. When his vision cleared, Harry saw a wall of black stone, and through the gate, a huge mountain rearing into the sky, with a large set of wooden doors. "Durmstrang is located within the mountain face," Dumbledore called. "Follow me, please." He walked through the imposing-looking gates with Harry, Tatsu and the rest following behind him. "That are you doing here?" a voice demanded. They turned to see a hulking boy watching them mistrustfully. "You don't belong here. We wish to speak with your headmaster," Dumbledore replied. "Take us to him, please." "Who are you?" the boy demanded. "My name is Albus Dumbledore. I wish to speak with your headmaster," Dumbledore replied. "This way." The boy headed over towards the doors, with Dumbledore behind him, and everyone else behind Dumbledore. Soon enough, they were within Durmstrang Castle. Harry saw what Krum had meant, when he said that the castle was a dark place. "This way," the boy repeated, turning up a set of stairs and leading them through a complex set of passageways. Finally they emerged into a large hall, where there were several tables, like at Hogwarts, but this place was dank and dreary and silent, where Hogwarts was the opposite. A tall, middle-aged man with graying black hair and tired brown eyes looked up from his position at a head table. Seeing Dumbledore he jumped to his feet, dismissing the boy who'd led them here. "Dumbledore. Albus Dumbledore. What brings you here?" the man cried, jumping upright. "Bad news, unfortunately, Kenneth Lander," Dumbledore sighed. The man, Kenneth Lander, paled slightly, and his smile faltered. "What bad news do you bring?" he asked, voice tired. "Death Eaters will be attacking here shortly. We strongly suggest you evacuate your students. There is a simultaneous attack being launched on Beauxbatons, but I offer Hogwarts to you as a temporary accommodation, as I have, via proxy, to Madame Maxine," Dumbledore replied. "I accept, of course. Give me a few moments, I'll get all the students and teachers down here as soon as I can, and the house elves can bring our belongings," Kenneth Lander said, about to hurry away. "Do that, there will be Hogwarts elves waiting for yours to arrive," Dumbledore said. "They will show everyone where to go. You have enough ships to get your students to Hogwarts safely." Yes. A moment, Dumbledore. Then he was gone. "We can only wait, now," Dumbledore sighed. "Some of you, remain here, others, please go and man a lookout on the walls. You know how to contact everyone if you see Death Eaters. Some more. Please go to the lake, I'm sure you'll find a house elf willing to show the way. Be ready to guard the students from attack while they are getting away from here. Tatsu, could you and Harry go to the lake, please?" "Certainly," Tatsu replied, and noted the disappointed look on Harry's face. "I know you wanted to help with the proper fight, Harry, to prove that you can still fight, but you'll most likely see fighting where we are going." Harry nodded. "I know," he said. I just wanted to prove to myself that even if I can't kill them, I can still fight them with everything I have. You'll get the chance, all too soon, I think, Tatsu replied as a house turned up to lead the way. The 10th of February 1996. As they made the lake, Harry turned to see students pouring from the doors into the mountainside. There were quite a few of them, more than there were at Hogwarts. At the same time, someone called from within the group at the ships with Harry, the Death Eaters have been spotted. There's about 20 of them, with quite a lot of Dementors. Stay close, Tatsu ordered Harry. We'll like as not have to fight to get the students away, but Harry, when they get on the ships, one member of the Order of the Phoenix will be on each ship. I want you to go with them. But, Harry protested. No buts, Harry. I don't want you to have to kill again so soon. You'll see a bit of fighting, I think, just getting them as far as the ships, and so you'll do your bit, Tatsu replied sternly. I also don't want you getting killed or captured, which could happen, and you know it. I know, Tatsu. Very well, I'll go with the others when the ships leave, Harry said heavily. Good lad, Tatsu replied, smiling slightly. You'll see your fair share of battles, I'm sure, in the next few years. Don't try to fight too much, or you'll become no better than those you fight with. Harry nodded wordlessly. He understood why he had to leave, but he still felt resentful that he couldn't do more to help, when he was ready and willing to do so. The first of the students reached them. There were teachers with them also, who seemed to know exactly what they were doing, shooing the students aboard ships this way and that. Harry quickly focused his attention on the grounds as he entered his center. He was keeping an eye out for anyone coming towards them. Suddenly he saw something. One of the Order members on the wall tumbled over backwards. At the wall, he called out softly. Immediately, people focused their attention there, as Harry turned the other way to make sure no one was coming from that direction. Death Eaters. Someone else called. With Dementors. Harry fingered his wand, and noted that most of the other people in the group were doing the same, ready for anything. The group spread out to surround the area of ground before the ships, wands drawn and at the ready. Everyone who can, cast a Patronus now. Tatsu yelled suddenly as a cold feeling swept over the grounds, a signal that Dementors were nearby. Harry raised his wand, along with many others, and yelled out, Expecto Patronum. His voice mingling with those of his companions. Harry blinked his eyes to clear them as the grounds were lit up brilliantly by the light of the many Patroni that raced across them towards the Death Eaters and their Dementor allies. He glanced behind him, noting that about half of the students were now aboard the ships. The Death Eaters were heading straight for Harry and his companions. Wait for it, Tatsu called softly, though everyone in the group heard him easily. The Death Eaters came closer, wands raised, expressions hidden by silver masks. He could hear them sniggering slightly. They were looking forward to the discord they were about to create. A fresh wave of hate for everything the Death Eaters stood for washed over Harry. Wait for it, Tatsu repeated. The Death Eaters were raising their wands now, ready to attack. First rank, shields up. Second rank, stun him. Tatsu called, making sure that his voice didn't carry as far as the Death Eaters. It was only then that Harry really noticed that the Order of the Phoenix Wizards and Witches were in a formation. He and Tatsu were in second rank. Harry whipped his wand up. Stupefy, he murmured, and a beam of red light shot from his wand, hitting one of the Death Eaters. Good shot, muttered Tatsu. Griffiths, there are more coming from behind you. Grippus's voice came in Harry's mind. I'm above you in eagle shape, and there are 10 invisible Death Eaters coming up. Tatsu, there are invisible Death Eaters to the left, Harry hissed in his guardian's ear. Grippus can see them. He'd told his guardian about the bond that he and Grippus shared a while ago, when he'd realized that it could come in useful like this. Slip over to the side and deal with them. If you can, you'll be able to tell where they are, Tatsu hissed in response. Grippus, Harry asked. Over to the left, now raise your wand to chest height, over to the left a little stun. Stupefy, Harry whispered, and was rewarded with a cry of surprise and the thunking sound of someone hitting the ground. The rest of the Death Eaters let the invisibility charms go, thinking that they weren't working. Stun him, Tatsu yelled, and immediately the other 4 were down. Good going kid, he added to Harry, as the boy turned up at his side again. It looks like the Death Eaters won't be getting close enough to do anything, there aren't enough of them. Go to the ship now, the first one. The woman Catherine is there. For a second Harry hesitated, still wanting to stay and help, but then he nodded and hurried towards the ships, where Catherine beckoned him. Scampering easily up the gangplank, he was quickly shooed by a Durmstrang teacher into one of the cabins, where there were several students sitting looking glum. Harry took a seat in here. "Hello," he said, wondering if they spoke English. "You are from Hogwarts." One of them, a girl, asked Harry. Her voice was unaccented English. "Are you still a student?" "Yeah," Harry replied. "I'm in my 6th year now." "Why did they let you come here?" the girl asked him. "Because it was me that found out about the attack on Durmstrang and Beauxbatons. I want to learn to fight the Death Eaters properly, because I'll need to know everything I can. I'm Harry Potter." He held out a hand for her to shake. She took it, with a slight smile. "Victor Crumb spoke highly of you," she told him. "I hoped I'd be able to meet you someday. I couldn't care less for fame. I've known a few famous people, most of them are big-headed. But Victor liked you, so I knew you must be okay." "Do these guys speak English?" Harry asked. "Nope. My father was English, he taught me how to speak the language when I was growing up." "So, what's your name?" "Lily Adams," the girl replied. "Hold on to something, the whirlpool's about to start." Harry was about to ask what she meant, even as he grabbed onto the handholds on either side of his seat, when the entire boat started to rock and shake and buck. Harry held on grimly, seeking the center to calm himself. From within his center, Harry's body was one with the ship, and he quickly let go of the handholds, letting his body rock to the ship's dance, hardly noticing the amazed looks he was getting from his cabin mates. "Wow," Lily breathed. "How do you do that?" "It's part of my fighting training." Harry was unwilling to speak of this, even to one who seemed so friendly, since he wasn't sure if it was supposed to be secret or not. "Okay, maybe I can learn that, it looks fun." "It's hard," Harry told her. One of the other students turned to Lily and gabbled something in Bulgarian at her. She answered in the same language as Harry looked on, wondering what they were talking about. "I just told them who you were, and what you said about being able to move with the ship," Lily told Harry. "Ah, okay," Harry replied. Suddenly the ship calmed. "We're here," Lily said, opening the cabin door. Their cabin mates staggered past, looking a bit sick. Lily didn't seem to have fared any worse than Harry, and she shook back waves of raven-wing black hair. Outside, Harry could indeed see the familiar sights of the Hogwarts school grounds. "It's beautiful," breathed Lily. Harry smiled in pride for his school. "Come on, looks like we can get to shore now," he remarked. Sitting on the edge of the lake was Grippus, in cat form now. "Pretty cat," Lily remarked, smiling. "Is it a school cat?" "No, he's mine. I call him Griffin," Harry replied. The moment the gangplank was lowered, Grippus was shooting up it, leaping to Harry's shoulder. Harry swayed slightly so that he didn't fall over with the sudden extra weight. "You look used to that," Lily laughed, as they made their way down the gangplank. "I am," Harry replied dryly. "He's been with me since July, and he has been sitting up there for the entire time I've owned him." The front doors of the school opened and McGonagall walked out onto the grounds. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she called, her voice magically magnified. "Please, come inside, we'll try to make you as comfortable as possible." To Harry's surprise, all of the Durmstrang students seemed to understand her, even the ones who Lily had said didn't speak English. "It's a very complicated spell, but if you know more than one language, say English and Bulgarian, you can charm your voice so that when you speak to a gathering, the people who speak English can hear you speaking English, and the people who speak Bulgarian can hear you speaking Bulgarian," Lily told Harry, when she noticed his surprised look. "You sound like a friend of mine, Hermione Granger," Harry remarked, smiling slightly. "Your girlfriend?" Lily inquired. "No, we've been friends since first year, but I think she and my friend Ron like each other. They argue so much that it's hard to tell though," Harry replied. "Okay, so where are we supposed to go?" "The Great Hall, I suppose," Harry replied, leading the way. Lily walked by his side, and everyone else followed them. "So, what year are you in?" he asked his companion. "6th, she replied. "Or, what would be 6th for you? We start a year later, and end a year later." "Okay, so you're 16. "Yup. Turned 16 on August the 1st. "Your birthday's the day after mine," Harry remarked in surprise. "Is it really? That's cool," Lily grinned. "Hey, this place looks even better on the inside." She looked around Hogwarts with nothing short of amazement. "It's a nice place," Harry agreed. In here, he steered her through the doors into the Great Hall. The entire school was standing up to welcome the Durmstrang students. Harry received a slight shock, because the hall was a lot bigger than it usually was, and the tables were bigger than usual as well. "This is different," he remarked. "Normally it's a lot smaller. I guess it's become you're here, and Beauxbatons is coming." "Probably, Durmstrang does that," Lily said, nodding. "Again, welcome to Hogwarts. Please seat yourselves at a table and make yourselves comfortable. The Beauxbatons students will be arriving shortly, I'm sure," McGonagall said, walking in behind the last of the Durmstrang students and closing the doors behind her. "You were a friend of Victor Crumb's?" Harry asked, as he and Lily headed towards Gryffindor table, along with several other Durmstrang students. Malfoy looked disappointed that more didn't come to the Slytherin table. "I'm his second cousin, actually," Lily replied, shrugging. "We grew up close to one another, we've always been fairly good friends." "My friend Ron will like you then, he loves Quidditch," Harry grinned. "Hi Harry," Hermione greeted him with a faint smile. Harry's heart sank, he'd forgotten about telling his friends that he'd killed someone. "Ron's up in the room of requirement," Hermione told him. "He's worried about you, you didn't tell us you were leaving." She sounded slightly chiding. Hermione, this is Lily Adams, she's Victor Crumb's cousin, one of the Durmstrang students," Harry said, changing the subject. "Nice to meet you," Hermione said, holding out a hand to shake Lily's. "You seem to have a bit of an entourage," she nodded to the students following Lily's example and sitting down around the Gryffindor table. "I know," Lily replied with a sigh. "I'm quite popular at Durmstrang, being Crumb's second cousin. We go a lot of blood ties, but I've never really understood it." Harry turned for a moment to glance out of the window to see if the Beauxbatons students were coming yet. What he saw made him give a hoarse cry of shock, as he leapt to his feet, hand racing to his wand. The 10th of March 1996. Severus woke to Lupin's voice chattering away in his mind. "Are you going to sleep forever? I'm trying to talk to you, you know. You could at least do me the courtesy of listening." "Lupin, where were you last night?" Severus demanded. "Worried, Sev. How touching." "I was eavesdropping," Lupin replied. "Worried? About you, Lupin? I don't think so. No, I was only worried about what Dumbledore would say if I lost you here." "What were you eavesdropping on? And why?" "I was eavesdropping on Voldemort's meeting with the Death Eaters. As to why, I would have thought it obvious. To find out what was being said, isn't that usually why one eavesdrops?" "What did you learn?" Now Severus was interested. "That Voldemort is attacking Durmstrang and Beauxbatons to try and gain the upper hand against Dumbledore. Don't worry, I alerted the Order of the Phoenix, they'll be stopping the attack, I'm sure." "You could have mentioned that you were going to do something like that," Severus growled. "You really aren't doing a good job of convincing me that you weren't worried about me, Sev," Lupin replied teasingly. "Shut up, Lupin. Now, what do I have to add next in this potion?" Severus deliberately ignored the deceased werewolf for a few minutes, tending to the caducus potion. "Oh well, at least it would one day kill Fudge, even if it would make an attempt on Dumbledore's life also." "Harry, what is it?" Hermione asked, following his gaze, as indeed most of the rest of the school was. Dancing with flames, the chariots from Beauxbatons were heading, veering crazily, towards the Hogwarts grounds. There seemed to be Death Eaters battling with Order wizards and witches on the tops of most of the 10 chariots, and sounding like there might be some fighting going on inside as well. Harry was already heading towards the door as Hermione called to him. "DA students 4th year and above, come with me," he yelled over his shoulder, not paying any attention to the screams of the student body. The teachers leapt up to block the entrance. "Mr. Potter, what do you think you're doing?" McGonagall asked. "Going to help, isn't it obvious?" Harry replied. "Dumbledore isn't back from Durmstrang yet, you might want to send someone for him," he added. "DA and me can probably help the people out there well enough. There will be other adults." "We'll go with him," Tonks said, her face grim. Michael stood beside her, nodding firmly. "I don't know if this is a good idea," McGonagall started. Harry glared at her. "Professor, they could be dying out there," he snarled. It went against his judgment to be like this to anyone, particularly McGonagall, but he didn't have time for protests. Already, the students from the Defense Association had joined up with Harry, wands out and faces grim. "Very well," McGonagall said heavily. Go then, I'll go for Dumbledore. Harry nodded in relief and led his companions outside, but not before Malfoy yelled on last comment. Playing hero again, Potter. Not caring to put up with insults from the Slytherin boy at present, Harry muttered, stupefy, under his breath, sending a beam of red light to knock the other boy out. No one noticed who it had come from, so Harry knew that he wouldn't be getting in any trouble. If I say run, he muttered to his friends, head back to the castle as fast as you can. You have to do what I tell you to, otherwise you might get badly hurt. Always make sure a friend is nearby. Maybe you should pair up, just in case. Ron joined them just as they were going out of the front door, elbowing his way through the group to reach Harry. What are we doing? He asked his friend. Fighting the Death Eaters, protecting the Beauxbatons students, Harry replied briefly. Stick with Hermione, don't get separated, you need someone to watch your back. What about you? Hermione asked. I've got Grippus, I'll be fine, Harry replied, though his voice was so low that no one could overhear it when he spoke the Griffin's real name. Harry, Hermione started, but Harry had already raised his wand. Stun him, he called softly. The air was immediately laced with red beams. Not expecting the added ground attack, 3 of the Death Eaters fell, stunned. Curse at will, Harry yelled, as the Death Eaters began to turn their attention towards the students on the ground. Don't forget to duck, he added, dropping to a crouch as a spell shot overhead. The giant Palomino horses were rolling their eyes wildly in terror as they hit the ground. The chariots bumped violently as they also landed, causing more than one of the combatants on their roofs to lose balance and fall. The horses reared, pawing at the air, whinnying, in terror, but they weren't running willy-nilly over the Hogwarts grounds, at least. Put the fire out, Harry yelled to his companions. There'll be people inside. Water poured from wands at the chariots, and there seemed to be people inside doing the same thing, so the fires were soon out. Doors swung open as students leapt down, shooting spells back at the Death Eaters that had been within. The Defense Association students were racing over the area in pairs, doing whatever they could to help the students. Harry realized that he was very glad this hadn't happened at Durmstrang. With Grippus on his shoulder, claws bared and ready to leap and attack anyone who tried to sneak up on Harry, the boy threw himself into the fray, using his hands and feet as often as he did spells. One Order member, a young woman whose name Harry didn't know, was attempting to fight against 3 opponents. She was being worn down quickly, until Harry hit the scene like a lightning bolt. Kicking one hard in the back of the knees, he sent the man toppling to the ground. The other woman stunned him quickly. Turning his attention to the others now that the element of surprise was lost, he kicked one in the groin, since the opportunity presented itself so invitingly. The man, unfortunately, didn't double over for long enough to attack with a spell. Stupefy, Harry muttered, but the Death Eater dodged. Crucio, he hissed. Harry threw himself to the ground, feeling the curse shooting over his head. Close one, he thought. Shoving himself upright, he had to dodge a repetition of the curse. Imperio, the Death Eater snarled. This time, quickly noting the opportunity to put a plan into action, Harry gave every appearance of trying to dodge the curse, but let himself fail purposely. Kill the girl, a voice muttered in the back of his mind. Harry turned to the Order Witch, giving every appearance of doing what the Death Eater was telling him to. It was very easy to disobey this voice. The spell wasn't nearly as powerful as the one that Voldemort had cast 1.5 years previous. Raising his wand, at the last second, Harry spun, aiming for the Death Eater just as the curse, Stupefy, once more left his mouth. The Death Eater, too surprised to do anything else, failed to dodge the curse and fell to the ground, unconscious. The witch had managed to take out the other Death Eater who was battling with her while Harry had been busy. You're quite a fighter, the woman remarked, respect in her voice. I take it you're Harry Potter. Yeah, Harry replied, looking around. Everywhere he looked, the joint forces of Beauxbatons and Hogwarts students and the Order members were turning the Death Eaters back. Quite a few of Voldemort's supporters were running rather than deal with the forces against them. How many were on the chariots with you? He asked. 20, I think, the woman replied. I wasn't really counting, but it looks like 5 ran, and the rest are all stunned. I know a few of them were lost while we were traveling here. How long did it take you to get here? Harry asked curiously. If they'd flown all the way from France, the Death Eaters would have been defeated long before this, he'd have thought. Oh, Only 10 minutes or so, the woman replied. We just had to get clear of the Beauxbatons grounds, then the magic bound to the chariots and the horses transported us to just off the Hogwarts grounds. Then we just had to land. Hagrid came jogging up towards them, ready to take the horses, who were now calming down. What happened? Harry asked. Someone will explain when Dumbledore gets here, the woman replied. I don't think anyone wants to speak of it more than is necessary. Everyone, over here, Harry yelled, magically amplifying his voice to make sure that everyone heard. The students from Beauxbatons and Hogwarts grouped slowly around him. There were only about 100 people wearing blue. How many people are there in Beauxbatons? Harry asked a boy around his own age, forgetting that they didn't speak English. Twice this many, a girl said in heavily accented English. E doesn't speak English, she added, waving at the boy. There are over 200 of us, or there were, this morning. Were some trapped at the school? Harry asked, thinking that he should tell some of the Order members that not everyone had made it. Only that are left alive, the girl replied sadly. No one at Beauxbatons now will still be alive, not the students, not the people, who came to help us. Harry bowed his head in grief. At least 120 people had lost their lives defending Beauxbatons and getting the students out. He led everyone back into the Great Hall, which was now even bigger than it had been when he'd returned with the Durmstrang students. At all the tables people were moving aside so that the new students could sit down, though it seemed to be mainly the younger students at the Slytherin table. Harry, along with quite a large group of Beauxbatons students, they seemed to feel safer with him than the rest of the people, since he'd been the one to lead the rescue attempted, walked to the Gryffindor table slowly. Harry, Hermione asked, are you all right? I am, but there's a lot today that won't be, Harry replied grimly. There were over 200 students at Beauxbatons, Hermione, plus the Order members and teachers. Ron and Hermione looked around at the pitiful remainder of the proud wizarding school. Madame Maxime was sitting at the staff table beside Hagrid, looking limp and weary. The doors burst open and the people who'd been at Durmstrang, along with McGonagall, hurried into the Great Hall, looking relieved when they saw that the chariots and the students were safe, then horrified to see how few people were wearing the light blue of Beauxbatons. What happened here? Dumbledore asked, his eyes no longer twinkling. Daedalus Diggle, who'd come with the Beauxbatons students, stood up to address the hall, his voice tight with grief. The Death Eaters were at the school ahead of us, he said, voice echoing in the silent hall. Some of the students were already dead, the rest were running towards the chariots. The teachers were helping the students, and dying as they tried to waylay the Death Eaters and Dementors as best they could. We took of the Dementors pretty quickly, they just needed a lot more Patroni, but the Death Eaters had already taken the castle. They were in a far better position than we were, and there wasn't much we could do for anyone still left in the castle. They were destroying it, and laughing as they did so. About 50 Death Eaters had come in the attack, and 20 of them came out to try and capture or kill us, along the rest of the students. We got everyone to the chariots, but the Death Eaters reached there before we could take off. They boarded the chariots and fought with the students, teachers and Order of the Phoenix members. We got here not long after, with about 15 Death Eaters still with us, and 10 of our own missing as well. The Potter boy and some students came out when we reached Hogwarts. If not for them, all would have been lost. We managed to turn back the Death Eaters, but only with their help. Daedalus bowed his head. How many people dead? Dumbledore asked, voice heavy. 100 students, 4 teachers and 10 Order members, Daedalus whispered to the shocked hall. They will be avenged. Dumbledore's voice, laden with grief and anger, shocked the hall. Few people had ever seen the headmaster actually angry. Harry knew all too well that it was a sight beyond compare. But in the meantime, grief rules us all. There were no fatalities at Durmstrang, I'm thankful to announce. We arrived before the Death Eaters there, but we had to leave the castle in their possession when another 50-odd and Dementors turned up. A minute of silence, in remembrance of our fallen friends and companions, Dumbledore said, bowing his head, and every other person in the hall did the same. The 10th of March 1996. Harry, you are going to talk to us, now, Hermione told her friend sternly. You've been avoiding us. You've been avoiding me, Harry replied sullenly. I'll let you 3 work this out alone, shall I? Lily Adams asked, hiding a grin. Victor told me about Hermione and arguments. I think I can live without taking part in one of them. You can, trust me, Ron grinned, ducking as Hermione aimed a playful slap at his head. Harry glared at Lily's back as she walked away, leaving him with the friends he'd been sure hated him. Now, what do you mean we've been avoiding you? Hermione demanded, turning her attention back to Harry. It was later in the evening after the Beauxbatons and Durmstrang students had arrived. Down in the Great Hall, there was a count going to make sure of who was missing. Lily had accompanied Harry and his two friends into the entrance hall, since everyone could tell that the famous Gryffindor trio was just fine. Now she went back into the hall to hear what was going on there, leaving Harry to Ron and Hermione, who dragged him up to the room of requirement, arguing all the way. You have been. I've hardly seen you, Harry said. That's because you've been avoiding us, was the frustrated reply. We thought that you might want some space after you told us about that Death Eater, and we figured that you'd come back when you wanted to talk. So you guys don't hate me? Harry asked. Hate you? Ron burst out. Harry, why in the world would we hate you? Because I killed someone. You killed a Death Eater, they tried to kill. You, tried to destroy everything that you love or that matters to you. They deserve to die, Ron told him vehemently. No one deserves to die, Harry said. And no one deserves to have to kill, either. I hated myself for killing that man, and I thought that you'd hate me too. Oh Harry, you can be so naive sometimes. Hermione said. Of course we don't hate you. We're your friends. She hugged him tightly, and Ron, hesitating for a second, joined her. We don't hate you, he repeated. Come on then, if that's all you had to speak to me about. I want to go back down to the hall and hear what's happening with the students from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons, Harry said. Hermione nodded in agreement. I wouldn't mind finding that out for myself, she remarked. In the background, Ron rolled his eyes and followed them, not particularly caring what happened to the new students, now that he'd helped save them. I'll catch you up, he said vaguely, and his friends both nodded. Ron sighed. Sometimes he felt a bit left out in the group. Harry got loads of attention because he was famous, Hermione got attention because she was so smart and him. The youngest boy of 6 boys, and with the only girl in the family being younger than him. He never got attention. He knew that he was often a bit dense, but he didn't really know how to do anything about this. He knew all too well that Harry should have been prefect, he'd heard Harry telling Hermione about it. Probably not mentioning it to Ron because Harry didn't want to hurt his friend's feelings. Down in the Great Hall, Harry and Hermione slipped inside. Most of the students were now heading for seats, as roll call was nearly over now. What's happened so far? Harry asked, slipping into a seat beside Lily. Nothing much. We've had to answer to our names from the heads of our year. We don't have houses like you do, she replied. Soon they'll probably tell us the results of the roll call, and then decide what's going to be done. Okay. Do you think there are many Durmstrang students missing? Harry asked. There were 2 classes out flying in the mountains, Lily replied. In the same direction that the Death Eaters came from. They didn't get back in time, and are probably dead or imprisoned now. I'm sorry, Hermione said. It's okay, Lily stated with a sigh. This is a war. In wars, people die. It's just as possible that the people who were out there were Death Eater families or friends you can never tell at Durmstrang. A young, pretty bee-owned girl came over to Gryffindor table suddenly, standing in front of Harry until he acknowledged her. Hello, he greeted her. Hello, she replied. I think you may remember me, I am Gabrielle Delacour. You saved me from Delake. He smiled warmly. Yes, I remember you, he replied. How have you been? Haven't you been good? Fleur is giving me English lessons, Gabrielle replied. I am getting better. Yes, you are. Harry agreed. You're better than Fleur was when she first came here. Gabrielle blushed prettily. Thank you. Haven't you to go now? Maybe we talk again later. Harry nodded, and the part Vila walked off, long bee-owned hair cascading down her back, her hips swaying slightly as she walked, catching the eye of just about every male in the area, much to displeasure of their girlfriends. Is she a Vila or something? Lily asked. All the guys seem kind of taken with her. Her grandmother is a Vila, Harry replied. I guess she inherited some of the charm. I know her sister Fleur did. Lily nodded. I'll warn my guy friends to keep away from her then, she remarked. Advisable, Hermione agreed. Everyone, settle down please. Dumbledore's voice cut through the noise like a knife through butter, silencing everyone immediately. 2. Get the bad news over and done with, we will tell you how many were lost, he said, his voice sounding old and very tired. From Durmstrang, there are 50 people missing, presumed dead. For Beauxbatons, there are 130. Gasps ran over the hall in a soft wave of sound as everyone expressed surprise and/or grief at the statement. Names of those unaccounted for will be posted tomorrow, for the friends and family who are still in school. Whispers were silenced as everyone waited for Dumbledore to speak again. Alas, that is not the extent of the bad news, though that is the worst of it. Durmstrang and Beauxbatons were both left in ruins by the Death Eaters at their allies. It will be some time before either school can be rebuilt. Again he had to pause for the shock to pass through everyone. When things were quiet again, he continued. All students and teachers are welcome to remain at Hogwarts. Beauxbatons students will be joining the Houses of Hogwarts, as their curriculum is similar to our own, and there are not enough of them to continue lessons as they would be taught at their own school. Durmstrang students, more classrooms will be set up for your use, and that of your teachers. Your schooling will continue basically as normal, except for its location, and you are welcome to join in any extra curriculum activities that Hogwarts offers. To this end, I am going to cancel the House Quidditch Cup, and instead ask you to find and set up teams to play for a cup, and each student on the overall winning team will receive a prize that will be decided on later in the year. Dumbledore ignored the initial groans of the Hogwarts students, and the following cheers as the last part of his scheme was revealed. The teams have no boundaries, except that the first-year rules remains in place. Second years and above from any house may join any team. Depending on the outcomes, we may end up having a loose, junior, and senior cup, so that the younger students can participate with others in their own age groups, but can still take part in the senior tournament if they desire to. More rules will be introduced as the first match draws closer. Thank you for listening to an old monk's rambling. I am sure that our guests are beginning to feel quite famished. So, let's eat. This statement was created with a muted cheer. So, Lily, Harry asked, piling his plate with food. Are you as excellent a flyer as Crumb? Not quite that good, Lily laughed. Though I heard my celebrated cousin mention that he thought you could be better than him at flying. There's very few that he'd say that about, you know. Harry blushed slightly with pleasure at the comment. You shouldn't be wasting your time with Potter, a cool, aristocratic voice remarked from behind them. As a Durmstrang student, you wouldn't approve of the company he chooses. Only a Malfoy could speak so sweetly, Harry remarked disgustedly. Jealous that you didn't manage to ally yourself to every single Durmstrang student. Shut up, Potter, I wasn't talking to you, Malfoy sneered in response. You shouldn't be so mean, you know, a somewhat dreamy voice remarked from over Malfoy's shoulder. Everyone looked up and saw Luna standing there, the Quibbler, upside down, as usual, held against her chest and her wand tucked behind her ear. Malfoy didn't seem to appreciate being told not to be mean by a bug-eyed fifth-year student who was considered more than a little insane by the majority of the student body. Who asked you, loony? He demanded harshly. You'd be Draco Malfoy. Lily asked coolly, looking up at the Slytherin before Harry or Ron attacked the other boy. Yes, Malfoy replied proudly. I take it you've heard of my family. I heard of your father. Going to jail, Lily replied coldly. My cousin, Victor Crumb, also mentioned that he thought you were a bit of an idiotic prick. A pink tinge appeared in Malfoy's cheeks and he reached for his wand. I wouldn't, Lily remarked coolly. Durmstrang students learn the dark arts extensively. You wouldn't be able to beat me in a duel. Malfoy glared at this and strode off, knowing he'd lost the verbal battle. Did Crumb actually say that? Ron chortled. Yup, Lily replied. I knew I liked him, Ron and Harry said simultaneously. Hermione rolled her eyes. Lily laughed softly. I think I'm going to like it here, she remarked. What's your name? She asked Luna politely, holding out a hand. I'm Luna Lovegood, Luna replied dreamily, shaking hands with Lily absently. I'm in Ravenclaw, she pointed towards the table. I thought I'd come and say hi, especially when I saw Malfoy coming. Well done with the stunning hex, by the way. She walked away before anyone could say anything else. She's a bit on the touchy side of sanity, Hermione remarked to Lily softly. But she's very nice. I know the type. She can really surprise you sometimes, can't she? Everyone who heard the remark nodded fervently, and Lily smiled slightly. "Well, I guess I'll staying with the Gryffindors for the moment," she remarked. "At least until some proper accommodation is made, the ships aren't particularly comfortable." "Wicked," Ron managed to say around a mouthful of food. "Don't worry, he's always like that," Harry muttered in Lily's ear so Ron couldn't hear him. "Terrible manners. I noticed," she muttered back. Ron didn't notice their whispered conversation at all, he was too busy packing food away. Harry ate only a little, hungry as he was from the fighting, he felt that he would surely throw up if he ate much at all. Besides, it didn't seem right. So many people had just died, and it was wrong, somehow, for Harry to eat and be merry. Most other people in the hall felt the same, but Ron was oblivious to everything. When Harry noticed that Lily and Hermione had both stopped eating, he himself having finished some time before, he glanced at Ron, who's still filling his face. "Come on, we can show the way up to the common room," he muttered to Lily, and the three of them abandoned their gluttonous companion, heading out of the hall. The 10th of April 1996. Severus Snape jerked awake as the dark mark burned cruelly on his arm. "I'd be careful," Lupin advised him. "The Dark Lord won't be in a good mood. He just failed to completely take over Durmstrang and Beauxbatons. Most of the students got away safely to Hogwarts. Beauxbatons fared badly, but he didn't manage to take anyone prisoner as he'd wanted to. The schools lie in ruins, and over 100 students are dead or missing in Beauxbatons." "Over 100. That's a lot of deaths. But how did Durmstrang escape?" Severus demanded quickly. "The Order got there in time. Only 50 students are missing from there, and most of them probably just joined the Death Eaters anyway," Lupin replied. "You're cheerful today, Lupin. What happened to you?" "Nothing, Sev. I just haven't had word if Harry's alright. I think he was fighting." "Why must everyone worry over Potter?" Snape asked no one in particular, though the only person who could hear the question was Lupin. Maybe because he holds the fate of the wizarding world in his hands." "That's overused. He can't be that important. I'm sure there's a way of surviving without the little idiot. He's not even that good a wizard." "Hey, watch your mouth, Sev. He's a great wizard, you just can't realize it because you think he's James." Lupin replied angrily. Severus maintained a stony silence as he walked to Voldemort's chambers. He did not want to listen to that. He told himself it was because it was lies, that Lupin was telling him to make him doubt himself. But at his very inner core, he knew that it was because Remus spoke the truth that he was angry. All too soon Severus, with his companion, reached Voldemort's quarters and entered. It was a full meeting. 4 members of the inner circle were standing to one side, fear coming off them in palpable waves. Severus took his place calmly. This must be about the failed attack on the other 2 magical schools. At least it would not be he getting in trouble this time. "Death Eaters," Voldemort called out softly. "I have attempted to launch an attack on the schools of Durmstrang and Beauxbatons, sending 6 members of my inner circle, those who should never have failed me. But fail me they did. These 6 of my servants were given a task, to carry out a plan which I had thought up. They found my perfect plan beyond them. Had they been any other one of you, they would die here and now. But they are my inner circle, they have stayed by me. So I will let them live. Lord Voldemort can be merciful." "Really? Shut up. Instead of death, they will be demoted to ordinary Death Eaters until I believe them worthy of returning to the inner circle. Go about your tasks now, my servants. We will continue our preparations to take over the wizarding world." Voldemort cried, and the Death Eaters raised a small cheer. Severus slipped away. "I was sure that he would kill them," he remarked, not really addressing Lupin at all. "So was I. Maybe he wanted to cement the loyalty of his friends, just to make sure that they wouldn't try to desert him as you have done," Lupin replied anyway. "I wasn't talking to you." "Well, how was I supposed to know that? I'm the only one who can hear you when you talk like that." The 10th of June 1996. 3 days after the disastrous attack on the other 2 European schools, the Ministry of Magic sent several of its officials, along with the Minister of Magic, to Hogwarts to see what was going on. Dumbledore. "It's preposterous. These foreigners are claiming that Harry Potter and a bunch of students managed to save them from the Death Eaters with minimal support from adult wizards and witches." Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge blustered. Harry, Lily, Ron and Hermione were hiding in a secret passageway with a spy hole, watching everything that was going on outside. Yes, Harry Potter and his friends did give a lot of help to the incoming students, most especially those from Beauxbatons who arrived in our grounds being attacked by Death Eaters. Harry was also present with the Durmstrang students at their own school, though he had little to do there. Dumbledore's voice was calm, the opposite of the minister's half-excited, half-disbelieving tone. You can't be serious, Dumbledore. He is only 16 years old, and I doubt any of his friends were much older. Fudge's voice rose in volume. Harry had the same group of people, plus several others, who helped him at the attack on the Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore interrupted calmly. They did an admirable job, for only a very small group of 15 years old or younger, don't you think? Fudge blustered, but couldn't come up with an argument. Actually, we didn't only come for this. Michael McGonagall told me that Potter claims he killed a basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets in second year, he said eventually. Harry did indeed do this, Dumbledore said, and, from his hiding place, Harry had trouble hiding a blush as Lily looked at him appreciatively. He and the Durmstrang girl had become fast friends, quickly discovering that they had a lot in common. But, Fudge stammered, you heard that Harry was a Parseltongue, I believe, Fudge. I suppose you never heard the story behind it in full. Harry discovered that he was a Parseltongue in his second year when the Chamber of Secrets was being opened. It turned out that he'd been hearing voices in the walls throughout the year, though he did not tell me of this until after he'd been to the chamber and saved young Ginny Weasley. In any case, it was discovered by Harry and his friends that he was hearing a snake in the walls, a basilisk, which was using the plumbing to go all over the school and seek out victims before attempting to kill them. When the basilisk took Ginny Weasley down into the Chamber of Secrets, Harry and Ronald Weasley followed it. The ceiling collapsed, leaving Harry trapped on the inner side, and Ron on the outer. Harry went on alone, and met up with Tom Riddle, who'd been preserving himself as a memory in a diary, found Ginny Weasley, who was nearly dead because Tom was stealing her life force, and the basilisk, which followed Tom's commands and tried to kill him. Somehow, Harry managed to call my phoenix, Fawkes, to him, and Fawkes brought with him the sorting hat. When Harry put the hat on to ask for help, he was given a sword. Fawkes blinding the basilisk, which tried to hunt Harry by smell. Harry managed to drive the sword up through the creature's head, killing it. He was, unfortunately, badly wounded by one of the basilisk's poison fangs, and would have died if Fawkes hadn't used his tears to heal him. That was how Harry managed to defeat the monster from the chamber and rescue Miss Weasley. I do hope that you are not going to disbelieve me again, Cornelius, especially after the last time caused such disastrous results, Dumbledore finished. Oh, well, we'll see the truth of this soon enough anyway, Fudge said, sounding embarrassed. If he is lying, we'll find out in the chamber. If he was lying, he would not have agreed to take you to the chamber in the first place, Dumbledore remarked with a sigh, as the two of them started moving again. Come on, let's go, Harry said. No use eavesdropping on those two anymore, I don't think they are going to tell us anything particularly useful. Yeah, Lily nodded. Shall we go back to the Gryffindor common room? No real lessons had been going on for the past few days since the arrival of the new students, but they would recommence tomorrow, much to the dislike of those who would have to attend them. Lily and several of the other new students had taken up residency in the Gryffindor Tower, while others had filtered into the other houses. Since most of the houses got along just fine, everyone was happy enough to mingle with various houses. However, the new students from the other three houses had quickly developed the rest of the school's dislike of the Slytherins. None of the Beauxbatons joined Slytherin, though quite a few of the older Durmstrang students did. I wouldn't worry, Lily had confided in Harry, that lot are nasty anyways. So, we have to come up with a Quidditch team, he remarked. The teams are supposed to all be in by 3 weeks from yesterday. I'll play keeper, Ron said instantly. I'm seeker, Harry added. I'll go chaser, if you'll have me, Lily said. Course we'll have you. You're a friend. Harry, Ron and Ginny spoke as one. I can go for chaser too, Ginny put in. I can play to chaser as well. Everyone looked up to see the very pretty Gabrielle Delacour speak. She, too, had chosen Gryffindor common room as her home. We can ask at DA as well, we also need reserves, Lily pointed out. The Durmstrang girl had joined in the DA training with a will, and had already started helping Harry teach, showing some of the dark arts that she'd learnt at Durmstrang. Yeah, Ron agreed. We'd probably have to take it in turns playing in the games. Though, otherwise it wouldn't be fair. I don't believe it. Ron, you were thinking of someone other than yourself. Ginny teased her brother, and the group laughed, even Ron, though he looked a bit embarrassed. So, Harry, you killed a basilisk. How old were you? Lily asked, suddenly, fixing her eyes on Harry. Harry ducked his head in embarrassment, but his friends related the tale in full to Lily, who seemed very interested. He was 12, Ron began. I'm going up to bed, I feel kinda tired, Harry interrupted. If you want to grill me about the chamber, do it in the morning, okay? Without waiting for a reply, he headed upstairs, hearing Hermione clearly as she turned to Lily and said, "That's Harry for you. Never asked for fame, never wanted it, but stuck with it anyway. He can't help doing things to make him even more famous." Lily giggled slightly. Victor isn't like that. He likes being famous, even if doesn't really brag that much. I don't like people who get big-headed about their fame that much. For some reason, this made Harry feel very odd inside. Hey Harry. Long time no chat, I've been hanging around for ages waiting to hear what happened with that attack. Sirius bounded eagerly to Harry's side. Hi Sirius, Harry smiled, a little sadly. Suddenly he and Sirius were standing on a barge being pulled down a wide river by invisible pole men. A rainforest completed the picture, spreading its leaf canopy over the banks of the river. Harry smiled slightly and sat down. Well, I told Dumbledore what you said in the dream, he began, as the barge moved further on along the river. Wowwa, Sirius said at the end of the narrative. That was some tale, mate. So many died, though well, that is the way of war. People die and people fight, and more children are born you up for a dueling practice. Of course, Harry replied, standing up. Suddenly he was pulled away from Sirius and the dream world. Assuming he was waking up, Harry relaxed his body, allowing himself to be taken away. But before he woke, he watched once more a fragment of dream. He circled warily, his eyes watching a spinning silver blade. It looked familiar, and it felt so right in his hands. He spun it, fast and faster, over his head, behind his back, jumping into the air to whirl it round his feet. Suddenly his rhythm changed, though he made no conscious decision to start something new. Now he was moving as if blocking something, then parrying. Somehow, his body knew the patterns he had to make, his mind felt devoid of any thoughts, let alone those that might control his movements. His body moved in perfect sync with the sword in his hands, twisting, leaping, a dance of death that he had no control of. The 10th of July 1996. Ron, Hermione and Lily walked down flights of staircases. Where's Harry? Lily wondered. She'd noticed that her first friend in this new castle was never around in the early morning. Harry. Oh, he's never in the dorms when we wake up anymore. Usually he goes to the room of requirement, Ron replied. I think that he works on his training with Tatsu. Tatsu? Lily asked, confused. Tatsu Kendo. Another one of the most famous fighters from Voldemort's first rise, Hermione explained. He was a friend of Harry's parents, he's an expert of unarmed fighting. After Harry's aunt, uncle and cousin were killed on July the 31st, Harry's birthday, Tatsu offered to take up the position of Harry's guardian. He'd been living next door to Harry and training him in his own method of unarmed fighting. Ah yes, I think I've heard of him. Tatsu Kendo. Tatsu means dragon in Japanese, doesn't it? And Kendo is a form of fighting with bamboo swords, Lily said. Yes, that's the name he gives himself. It's not his real name, of course. But one he gave himself. It's the only thing that he'll answer to, Hermione replied. Lily nodded. Okay, he's got his secrets, we all do. I'm not going to pry, she said, smiling slightly. So where's Harry now? He'll be down in the Great Hall, probably, eating an early breakfast, Ron replied. Come on, this way. He and Hermione helped guide Lily, who still hadn't quite mastered the halls of Hogwarts, down to the Great Hall. Sure enough, Harry was sitting at the rapidly filling Gryffindor table, his plate empty, and a book resting on the table in front of him, as he flicked absently through it. You really should wait up at the tower for us, Hermione told him, sitting down with a seat between her and Harry, which Lily quickly took while Ron sat on Harry's other side. I was in the room of requirement, Harry replied. It was easier to come down here and wait than walk back up to the tower, since I'd come down here again anyway. Ron rolled his eyes. And you've eaten breakfast before we even arrived. What are you reading? Hermione asked with interest. A book on 7th-year curses, Harry replied. I know most of them already, and I've taught a few to DA. You really are ahead in that subject, Lily remarked. Not even the Durmstrang students know all of those, although we do by the time we leave school, of course. Harry smiled. It's what'll keep me alive, he replied tiredly. Knowing as many spells as I can possibly learn. Oh, Harry, those reports for Tonks are finally due in on Wednesday. She gave us forever, Hermione remarked suddenly. I know Hermione, Harry replied. But that's because she gave us other homework to do as well, and she knows how much we get in other classes and she fills the lessons completely. Yes, but still, Hermione muttered. Tonks was teaching the class loads of defensive and offensive spells, most of which Harry knew already, and the new defense against the dark arts teacher switched everyone around to practice against different people. Harry smiled faintly, remembering a week before when he'd been partnered with Malfoy for a revision of the stunning hex. Malfoy had been out cold for 3 hours. Harry, do you remember what's happening today? Hermione asked excitedly, startling Harry out of his thoughts. Yup, we're going down to the Chamber of Secrets, Harry replied, letting himself drift back into his half-dreams, still seeing the magnificent silver sword that haunted his dreams. I'm glad I got to come, since I was one of the initial finders of the chamber, Ron put in. Flitwick's been really hard on us lately. Well, you've got to learn everything, Hermione pointed out coolly, completely unsympathetic. It's just a pity that Malfoy has to come with us. At least I can come too. Lily put in. She'd been doing potions at Durmstrang, and Michael had been happy to invite her along as well as his Hogwarts students. Attention! Michael had stood up, and was waving a hand slightly. Everyone gradually become silent. Could the people coming with me to the Chamber of Secrets today please meet me by the girls' bathroom on 3rd floor? As soon as possible, please. Come on, Harry urged his friends. Hermione abandoned a solitary piece of toast, Lily finished up the last of a bowl of cereal, and Ron looked mournfully at a plate heaped with various foods, before tiredly heading off after his friends, who didn't seem to understand that people had to eat. Harry and his 3 companions were the first to arrive at the bathroom, and they stood waiting patiently for the officials from the ministry, along with the rest of the students who would be accompanying them, to arrive. We could have stayed for a little while longer and I could have finished my breakfast. Ron remarked with a hungry sigh. Oh, stop thinking with your stomach, Ron. Hermione sighed. It's not the only part of your body you should pay attention to. Ron looked at Hermione with an expression that said he'd have liked to argue, but, for some reason, the Weasley ducked his head instead, a blush staining his cheeks. Harry gave a slight, knowing smile in Lily's direction, who nodded slightly herself, sharing Harry's smile. Ah, here they come, Hermione said, nodding. Michael McGonagall was in the lead, with Fudge a few steps behind, and several ministry officials behind him, backed up by the students. Ah, Harry, Ron, Hermione and Lily. Nice to see you here already. Michael hailed them. 3 of them smiled in greeting, but Harry's face was pale and not quite there. Hey Potter, do you need to take your girlfriend for protection down there? Malfoy sneered, then gave a yelp of pain. Luna had been walked past him, her wand tucked behind her ear, but he'd stepped into her way and the wand prodded him, setting fire to his robes. Luna, not even seeming to notice that anything had happened, slipped through the students, leaving Malfoy dancing around, trying to put the fire out. Oh God, you're an idiot, Lily remarked and waved her wand. Malfoy was instantly drenched from head to foot in freezing water. Teeth chattering, he glared hatefully at Lily, who simply smiled at him. Really? Michael sighed, waving his wand and restoring Malfoy to a dry state. Come on then, into the bathroom. But that's a girl's bathroom. Someone protested. It's also the only entrance to the chamber. Harry called out, snapping out of his daze. If you don't want to come into the bathroom, by all means stay out there and don't come at all. The protester remained silent. Everyone crowded into the toilet, and Myrtle suddenly appeared. Ooh, what are all you lot doing in my toilet? Don't you know it's supposed to be for girls only? Hello Myrtle, Harry greeted tiredly. Don't worry, we'll be out of here in no time, we won't bother you. We have to get down into the Chamber of Secrets. No one ever wants to talk to me, Myrtle sighed. But that's okay. There's too many boys here anyway. I don't think I want you to stay. She floated graceful upwards, then splashed down into the toilet. Harry was relieved that she had not started crying or kicking up a fuss. Well, Potter, I don't see any mysterious entrances to hidden chambers, Fudge remarked scathingly. Well, that could be because the entrance is supposed to be hidden, Harry replied. So that no one could find it without a lot of searching. He walked over to one of the sinks and searched out the model of a snake on the tap. Open, he hissed. What did you say? Fudge demanded, looking shaken. I said, open, Harry replied. Nothing particularly scary. There was a cry of surprise from the students as the sink suddenly slipped down into the enlarged drainpipe. That's the entrance, Harry remarked unnecessarily. Who's going down first? Michael, maybe you'd better do the honors, Fudge suggested, looking a little nauseated by the filthy entrance. Michael waved his wand, cleaning the place out quite easily, then headed towards the hole to get in. Wait, Harry interrupted coolly. I'll go first. I know the place better than most of you lot would. He stepped coolly into the pipe, holding himself there easily with his hands. Like this, he told the watchers, then abruptly let go. He smiled faintly as he raced down the pipe that was very like a slide in a children's playground, but no children's slide would lead to a place like the one this did. Shooting out of the pipe, Harry managed to land on his feet in a light crouch, using his wand to quickly remove any flecks of grime that had stuck to him. Okay, next person come down, he called up, stepping out of the way. A moment later Michael joined him. Wow, this place is nice, the potions professor remarked sarcastically, using a spell to clean himself up as Harry called out for the next person. Michael had not managed to land as neatly as Harry had. Yup, real Hilton, Harry agreed as Fudge shot out of the pipe, landing with a thud on the ground, in the muck. The Minister of Magic gave a hiss of disgust, taking a while to get his wand out and complaining the whole time. Next, Harry yelled, ignoring the minister. Slowly the passage began to fill as the officials arrived, and then the students. Ugh, Malfoy said in disgust as he landed on his butt. Ron, Hermione, Harry and Lily laughed quietly as the last of the students came down, most of them Slytherins. Which way, Potter? Fudge demanded. I would have thought that obvious, Harry replied, leading the group further into the passage. There is only one way, apart from back the way we came. Fudge pursed his lips, but knew better than to let himself be goaded by Harry. He was quite out of favor with the magical community at the moment, for being incorrect about Voldemort's return. Harry was, once more, the hero of the hour. Just up ahead is where the tunnel collapsed, Harry said coolly, ignoring the scrunching noises as he stepped on the skeletons of rats and other rodents. Ew! A female voice yelled out. Pansy Parkinson had lit up her wand to see what it was that she was stepping on. They're dead, Harry pointed out coolly. They have been for a long time. I wouldn't worry about them. Everyone lit up their own wands, filling the passage with light. Ahead they could see the rock fall. What caused this? Lockhart trying to cast a memory charm with a broken wand, Ron replied, instead of Harry. I was on this side with the professor, and Harry was on the other side, alone. Ooh, Potter, were you scared? Malfoy demanded, sneering. Quote, hey, look at that, Harry said suddenly, pointing to the green skin that you could now just see. Malfoy screamed, a high-pitched, girlish scream. I thought you said it was dead. It is, that's just its skin. For God's sake, Malfoy, why are you so twitchy? Harry said, sounding a little disgusted. Most of the skin was trapped under the rubble. Why didn't you just charm it out of your way? One of the officials said, as they came closer to the obstruction. Well, we were only in our second year at the time, Harry stated. You don't learn charms like that until at least third year. Oh, the man sounded a little embarrassed. I could probably had done it, Hermione reflected. But I was in the hospital wing, petrified. Nothing to stop us doing that this time though, Harry pointed out. The ministry officials waved their wands, and the rocks disappeared, returning to their previous homes. Now Harry could really feel that they were inside the chamber. The 10th of July 1996. Shit! A voice exclaimed suddenly. Harry thought it might have been one of the officials. Facing them were the huge doors that were carved with snakes that looked so alive it was scary. They have to look alive, Harry explained. When Parselmouths are only just beginning to learn their skills, they can't talk Parseltongue unless they're facing a snake that is real, or seems that way. Then how did you get past the sink? Someone asked. There's a little snake engraved on the tap, Harry replied tiredly. When the light flickers over it, it looks like it could be moving. Open, he hissed at the snakes, startling everyone over again. Walking inside the chamber, Harry heard gasps of fear and amazement sweep over him. "You killed that thing?" someone asked. Harry turned, knowing exactly where the basilisk lay, his face pale. Everyone watched as his hand traveled to rest over a point on his arm. "Yeah," he said softly. "Why didn't it just attack you as you opened the chamber doors?" Another person asked. "Because it was hiding somewhere else, somewhere it cannot leave unless it is called," Harry replied. "Where?" the person pressed him. Harry pointed at the towering carving of Salazar Slytherin on the wall. "Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four," he hissed, and gasps once more filled the chamber as the mouth opened slowly. "Up there," he replied. "How did you make it open?" Fudge demanded. "What did you say?" "I said," Harry replied, making a face to show that he didn't like it one bit, "Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four. That's the password." "Hey, how did this poison fang get over here?" a voice called. Some of the ministry officials had already begun exploring the area around the basilisk. Harry didn't answer, his eyes had gone misty, and he seemed to be watching something in the distance. "Potter." He blinked, still seeming a bit dazed. "What?" he asked tiredly. "That fang, how did it get to be away from the snake?" "It was buried in my arm when the snake died. The snake fell, and the fang shattered," Harry replied, his thoughts clearly far, far away. "How was it you lived?" someone demanded in amazement. Phoenix tears. Realizing that Harry wasn't going to be very elaborate, the ministry wizards shook their heads slightly. "Everyone," Michael called, "sit along the wall and watch what happens here, please." The only reason Harry obeyed this command was because Ron and Hermione led him there, and forced him to sit. "What's the matter with Potter?" Malfoy demanded with a sneer. Neither Ron, Hermione, or Lily answered him, and Michael glared at the Slytherin boy. "Malfoy, absolute silence please." Malfoy sulked at being told off, and the ministry officials began moving over the body of the basilisk, examining everything carefully with magic before deciding on the best ways of harvesting its rare bounty. "This thing is massive, I dread to think how old it is," one official murmured. "It must be over 1,000, Hermione remarked coolly. "If Salazar Slytherin left it here." "That's a point," muttered someone else, one of the ministry. "Harry, snap out of it," a voice murmured in Harry's mind. "Grippus," he murmured. "Who else would it be?" "Your memories are trying to take over, aren't they?" the Griffin asked. "Yes," Harry admitted. "Why?" "Because this is a terrible place, full of terrible memories for you. It is to be expected that you have some reaction down here. Try to control things until we can get you out of here, this place is not for you. You should not have come." "I had to," Harry protested weakly. "I'm the only one, apart from Voldemort, who can open the chamber." "That does not mean that you had to come," Grippus replied calmly. "But done is done. You will be able to leave here soon, I hope." "I don't know," Harry replied wearily. "Help me." "Always," Grippus assured the boy, slipping out from Harry's bag and bounded to his friend's shoulder with perfect grace. The pair of them linked minds more strongly than they ever had before. Harry lost touch of everything that meant individuality. There was no Harry, and there was no Grippus. There was only Grippus, the one living being. I must face your memories," a thought come into the mind of Harry. "Grippus. Where, how?" another thought inquired. "Deeper," both thought together. Without a thought, the real world fading away from them, they plunged together deep into the memories of Harry Potter, going back almost 4 years. They watched the scene in the chamber over, again and again. The basilisk attacking, felt the poison running through their veins, trying to destroy all life, the phoenix coming, warm and comforting, and then the fight with Tom Riddle, the diary being destroyed and Ginny waking up. Each time, it seemed that something changed, oh so subtly, as Harry Grippus moved out of Harry's mind, and slowly began to watch the scene from the outside, trying to come to terms with the memory. Then, for the last time, the memory went over once more, with Harry Grippus looking completely from the outside of Harry Potter's memories, a separate entity. Back in the real world, the ministry officials had finished harvesting what they could from the basilisk, and everyone was getting ready to leave. It was only then that they discovered that they couldn't get Harry to open his eyes. It seemed as if he was simply deep in thought, sitting there. On his shoulder was the cat called Griffin, in a similar state. No one could tell why neither responded to anything. Potter's lost it, Malfoy sneered. Shut up, Ron snarled, when suddenly Harry gave a sigh of apparent satisfaction, and then fainted, his body falling limply back against the wall, the cat on his shoulder in a similar state, though it fell to the ground, its claws unfastening from its master's clothes. Oh shit, Ron muttered. Language Weasley, Michael scolded, but he looked as though he agreed with Ron's sentiments completely. We'd best get him to the hospital wing. Malfoy was sniggering uncontrollably now. Hermione, getting very fed up with it, sent a silent spell, one that masked the fact that it was a spell, at Malfoy, stunning him as well. Ron glanced at her and smiled approvingly. Hermione gave an innocent smile, not prepared to own up for the spell just yet. Then she winked at her friend. The 16th of October 1996. Harry was wandering in a warm, secure place, deep within his own mind. It was beyond sleep, almost beyond life, yet not quite at death either. A golden light was coming towards him, out of the deep maroons, blues and blacks that made up this place. When the light reached him, he realized it was not just a light, but a light-shrouded form. Who, what? He thought, asked, not completely understanding the words that he was using. Indeed, they were not really words, more pictures and shrouded meanings that he sent in the direction of the form. Griffiths, you have been away for too long, the figure told him. Griffiths? He asked. Yes, I am Grippus. I am your friend. You have wandered far, but it is time to go back. Why? Here nice, he told it. You are needed, was the reply. Harry sent the feeling of security that he felt here, mingled with the calm serenity of the environment that surrounded him. In return, the newcomer sent a peaceful scene of green trees and greener grass, adding to it the sensation of a soft wind against his skin. The scene changed abruptly to the open air and the freedom that could be gained there. Harry contemplated for a time, then nodded. He would go to this other place. The security would wait. He wanted to feel the wind on his face. Ride me, the creature told him. Harry felt himself lifted up, settling down between the huge creature's wings, his arms slipping around its neck and his cheek against its soft feathers. On either side of him, huge wings spread, and he was lifted from the ground, in the safe place, and borne away from there by Grippus. As they rose together, memories and experiences swept around Harry's mind. He remembered who he was, and what he had to do. He often wanted to let go of his friend and plunge back down into that safe place, but every time he stopped, because he wanted to feel the wind on his face again. As they rose, higher and higher through the layers of Harry's mind, Harry became aware of voices above him. Half familiar, though for a long time he could not place their owners. But he knew that they were friends, and that they meant a lot to him. Now it was not only the wish to feel the wind on his face that called Harry back. Around a bed in the hospital wing Ron, Hermione, Lily, Dumbledore and Tatsu Kendo were seated. Nearly all of the students in Hogwarts had wanted to stand watch by Harry's bed, and for the first 2 weeks of his mysterious coma, most of them had dropped by often twice or 3 times a day. That had been 2 days since that had come close a halt, at Madame Pomfrey's insistence, but nothing the nurse could say would make these 6 people leave. Classes had gone on, but the 3 students had been excused. They were too worried about Harry to pay enough attention to make going to the classes worthwhile anyway. The teachers had agreed to help them back up to where the rest of their year was when Harry awoke again. Most of the time the group was quiet, but occasionally they spoke. Will he wake up, Ron? Hermione asked, pain laced through her voice. Of course he will, Hermione, Ron replied, slipping his arms around Hermione's waist, letting her lean against him. They had grown closer than ever when Harry had fallen into this coma, each of them seeking comfort, and maybe even love, with each other. But neither had spoken of this latter thing, nor would they, for a long time yet. So both of them thought. Something's happening, Tatsu said suddenly, peering intently at his young ward. 4 days before, everyone's hope had raised when Griffin had awoken. But it had quickly been lost again, when Harry had shown no signs of life, either before or since. What? Everyone's attention was suddenly fixed on Tatsu, and Madame Pomfrey came over as well, from where she had been administering a Slytherin 7th year and a Gryffindor 3rd after a fight in the halls. Tatsu didn't answer for a time, then, suddenly, he smiled. Harry will wake soon, he said, and no one could miss the relief in his voice. How do you know? 6 voices demanded impatiently. Color is returning to his cheeks, and his eyelids are flickering. They weren't before. His breathing is become deeper and stronger, but slowly, Tatsu replied. Why, I do believe you're right, the nurse said, peering intently at Harry. His cat's gone back to sleep though. Tatsu only shrugged, and the attention of the group was refocused on Harry. Very soon, everyone could see the signs of life returning to their friend's body, and they all thought that soon now he would wake. The Gryffindor third year crept over, obviously feeling better after the nurse had seen to him. Though no one else noticed him, he too stared at Harry, hoping for the older boy to wake again. The group started again when Griffin stretched lazily and opened his eyes. Well, it's all very well you waking up again, Tatsu told it with a smile, but what would be even better would be for Harry to wake. The cat gave him a look that seemed to say, all in due time, and the group smiled slightly at Tatsu's antics. Then they all drew in their breath at once, for Harry's eyes suddenly opened wide, their emerald depths alive once more. He blinked twice, then sighed softly, a smile touching his lips before he closed his eyes again, and his breathing slowed again as dropped into a normal sleep. He woke up, breathed Hermione, relief haunting her voice. Finally, Ron agreed. But why did he go to sleep again? Is it going to happen all over? He turned to the nurse. Madame Pomfrey rested a hand on Harry's forehead, then checked his pulse. He's sleeping normally now. I'd guess that he is. Healed of whatever had happened, most likely something within his mind, I do not know what. The next time he wakes, it should be properly. Griffin seemed to smirk slightly, and curled up on Harry's chest, drifting into a natural sleep himself, tired after journeying so deep within his friend's mind to bring Harry Griffiths back into the world of the living. The third year raced out of the hospital wing to let everyone within Hogwarts Castle know that Harry Potter had woken up, and should be getting up really soon. You 3 should get back to your classes now, Dumbledore told Ron, Hermione and Lily with a smile. You know that Harry is all right. Yes, but he'll need to catch up with us, Ron protested. It's afternoon now anyway, Tatsu pointed out. Classes are over. You may as well get back to the common room and sleep there tonight, properly. Hopefully by tomorrow Harry will be awake. The 3 students nodded and stood up, walking out of the hospital wing for their first proper sleep in the 2 weeks and 2 days since Harry had fallen into this coma. Well, that's a relief, Madame Pomfrey said. I never liked to say in front of the children, but for the past week I've feared that the boy would not wake at all. That would have been the doom of the wizarding world, as we know it, should it by some unlucky chance have been the case, Dumbledore replied. But I knew that it would not be Harry's death, not yet. How, Headmaster? The nurse asked with interest. Ways and means, Poppy, ways and means, Dumbledore mused, standing up himself and walking out of the ward. Poppy snorted softly at the answer, and turned to look for the other adult, finding Tatsu standing by the window watching something. With a sigh she went back to the 2 fighters, before realizing that the younger Gryffindor had already left. Damn, she muttered, going against her normal attitude. He must have seen Potter wake up, now the whole school is going to come and see for themselves. With a grim smile, she waved her wand, sealing the door closed and setting a sign on the outside of it. Visitors keep out please, before returning to her Slytherin patient. Soon she heard the patter of feet coming to the door, and could almost feel the disappointment that whoever was outside could not get in. She put it in the back of her mind, going about her tasks calmly and ignoring the students as they came first in a trickle and then in a flood to the doors of the hospital wing. Eventually they went away again, to eat dinner. She just hoped that no one deliberately hurt themselves just to get inside the ward. If they did, she would not be gentle with them. She did not suffer fools in her domain, when it could be avoided. She fixed up the Slytherin student, then dismissed him, closing the door very firmly behind him and quickly cleaning up his bed with a few spells. Using the fireplace, she went down to the dungeons to find the younger McGonagall. Poppy, what can I do for you? He looked up from marking papers at his desk. I need to replenish a few of my potions, she replied. He got immediately to his feet and smiled at her. What do you need? He asked, leading her to his store cupboards. Half an hour later, Poppy returned to the hospital wing to find Harry sitting up in bed, his eyes half closed and gently stroking the fur of his cat, Griffin. He was not wearing his glasses, but, Poppy reflected, that was probably because they were beyond his reach, sitting on top of a huge pile of get-well-soon presents that was on his bedside table, and littering the floor around his bed. He turned his head towards her when he heard her footsteps approaching. "Hello," he said pleasantly. "Well, Mr. Potter, you've certainly given us a bit of worrying," she informed him. "I'm in the hospital wing then. I thought I was." "That's what," he trailed off, as if losing track of the thought, but it was really because he'd nearly revealed Grippus. "Yes, you are. You've been asleep for a little over 2 weeks, young man, and worried everyone," Poppy replied. "But enough of that, I'm sure you're starving." At the mention of food, Harry's stomach rumbled loudly. "So it would seem," Harry mused. "I'll be back shortly," Poppy informed him. "Do not try to get up. Could you give me my glasses, please?" he asked before she could turn away. "Of course," Poppy told him, giving them to him. He put them on and blinked as the world slid into focus, watching the matron as she hurried across to her office. Not long after, she came back bearing a tray with a bowl of broth on it. He looked distastefully at the broth. "It's got a strengthening potion in it," Madame Pomfrey informed him. "But it can't be too strong. I don't think that you are up to much, after that long sleep." Harry nodded silently and started eating. Tatsu walked out of Poppy's office, surprising her. "I just went down to the kitchen for something to eat," he explained to her. "I thought I'd best use the fireplace." "Of course. Mr. Potter is awake," she added, then turned back to her patient, to find him dozing once more, the finished bowl of broth lying on a tray in his lap, and his glasses still on the bridge of his nose. "Or he was," she smiled, going and taking the bowl away. "Call me if he wakes again, he'll be hungry still, I'll be bound." Tatsu nodded quietly. "You don't mind if I sleep here again, do you?" he asked. "Of course not, take the bed on Mr. Potter's right, if you like." Harry woke 3 times through the night, starving each time. On all of them, either Madame Pomfrey or Tatsu was awake and brought him some broth, laced with strengthening potion. When morning sunlight slanted through the windows, Harry was awake, but no longer particularly hungry. He was presented with toast, and a thicker soup than the night before. "You'll be eating normally by the end of the day," Madame Pomfrey said, sounding happy. "And you may go back to your lessons tomorrow. I believe you'll have quite a bit of catch-up work to do in the afternoons though." Harry nodded his thanks. "Will my friends come soon?" he asked. "Very soon, I'm sure," the matron smiled. She had become quite fond of the boy, after the manner times that he'd been in her ward, hurt by something or another. The 20th of October 1996. Harry felt that if one more person came up to him to tell him that they were glad he'd recovered, he would scream. It had been 3 days since he'd woken up, and there's still people coming to him. His friends viewed the whole thing with evident amusement, but Harry didn't seem to find it at all funny. It had been nice the first time he'd gotten up and had left the hospital wing, but now it was dead boring and very annoying to boot. He had told no one what had really happened, saying only that he was confused and couldn't remember. Not even his friends questioned this. His teachers were dedicating the afternoons and most of the nights to Harry and his friends so that they could catch up with the rest of their year, and the 3 Gryffindors were snowed under with homework. Lily wasn't faring quite so badly. She had gone to some classes and had been keeping up with some of her homework. That was besides the fact that she'd been ahead of her year before Harry had been hurt. Hermione was probably faring the best of the trio, being in the same general position as Lily was. Ron was going the worst of all of them, but Harry and Hermione were helping him as best they could. Harry was happy to discover that while he'd been asleep, his friends had organized the Quidditch team and had entered them in the Quidditch tournament. The end result had been Keeper, Ron Weasley; Chaser, Luna Lovegood; Chaser, Ginny Weasley; Chaser, Gabrielle Delacour; Beater, Ernie Macmillan. The former Hufflepuff team had formed a different team with some Ravenclaw and Gryffindor students, which Ernie didn't want to be in. Beater, Lily Adams; Seeker, Harry Potter. They had decided on the team name of Unity, at the insistence of Hermione and the rest of the girls on the team. The boys had wanted to be the Battlers. "Well, we are a team that unites Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Durmstrang and Beauxbatons," Ginny pointed out defensively when Ron told Harry about this. "I don't mind. It's an okay name," Harry assured them. "Who's the captain?" "Who do you think?" "You, of course." Lily laughed at him. "After all, we wouldn't have been united if not for you." Ernie and Ron both half wanted to be captains as well, but they eventually agreed that you were the best person for it. We're playing our first game in 4 weeks' time, Ron added, looking a little nervous. So you are going to have to really good at getting your homework and catch-up work done then, aren't you? If you want to get time to practice, I mean, Hermione put in sternly. Ron rolled his eyes at Harry. Yes, Hermione, we know. Hermione huffed at him, but smiled. You do. That's good. Let's get to the library and do some more work then, she said brightly, and Ron groaned. Harry smiled faintly himself and wandered in the direction of the library with his friends around him. Guess so, he agreed. As they walked and chatted, Harry's mind flitted back to when he'd awoken properly for the first time. Harry opened his eyes, the world was blurry, and after a short time he realized this was because he wasn't wearing his glasses. Oh good, you're awake, a voice spoke in his mind. Yes, I'm awake now, Grippus, Harry agreed calmly. But why did I sleep for so long? Because the memories were obviously somewhat traumatic, you did nearly die, and after resolving them, you were worn out. You fell into a very deep sleep, finding your way to the place where all life begins. You were close to it when you were looking at those memories, and I suppose your mind must have found its way back there, Grippus replied. I didn't want to leave, Harry remarked. No one wants to leave that place if they manage to find it, and the only way to get someone out of there is to remind them of something that means more to them than anything else, Grippus replied. The feel of the wind means more to me than anything else does. Harry asked, surprised. The feel of the wind, yes, but more importantly it is the freedom of the wind that you love best, Grippus told him. You want to be free of all the things that bind you, and the wind personifies that for you. Oh indeed. At that point Madame Pomfrey had come and interrupted them. She had given him his glasses and then gone to get food. Hey Harry, don't space out, Ron said, waving a hand in front of Harry's face. That thing might happen again. It won't, I was only thinking, Harry replied. But put his thoughts aside for the moment, so as not to worry his friends. What happened with Malfoy? Harry asked. I stunned him in the chamber because he was being a little prick, Hermione replied. He was laughing at you for fainting, and now everyone's laughing at him for doing the same thing. Harry chuckled. We get our marks back for the defense assignment today, Hermione said suddenly, looking happy. We had to hand yours in for you, she added, since you were asleep. Harry nodded his thanks. You'll probably get the best mark, Hermione added. Since you had your subject's help with writing the essay. Harry shrugged noncommittently. Maybe, he replied evasively. Come on, we've still got that potions assignment to do, Hermione, and one for charms as well. We'll never catch up, Ron Mo. Ned. Of course you will, Ron, Hermione said. I have already caught up. Well, big surprise, Ron muttered. What was that? Never mind. Harry smiled as his friends bickered over mundane things. Lily was sitting beside him, doing her own work. Did they ever stop? She wondered aloud. Of course not, Harry replied calmly. You should know that by now. I suppose I should, Lily agreed with a faint smile. I suppose you get really tired of it. You should have seen the time that they didn't speak to each other for months back in our 3rd year, Harry replied with a faint smile. Remind me to tell you about it sometime. Harry, tell me about the time that Ron and Hermione wouldn't talk to each other for months back in 3rd year, Lily replied. Not now, Harry told her, smiling slightly. Oh, well, you didn't say that, she said, pretending to be offended. Harry smiled slightly. Well, I'm saying it now, he responded. Okay, I'll ask some other time then, Lily said, returning to her work, while Ron and Hermione lost track of what they were arguing about and went back to their work. Harry finished his potions essay with a smile, just as the bell rang. Meet me at the Quidditch pitch at lunchtime. Don't tell Ron and Hermione that you are coming, Lily breathed in Harry's ear as they packed up and got ready to leave. Harry turned to say something to her, but she raised a finger to her lips, already walking away. With a shrug, Harry stood up, packing his things into his bag with a swift flick of his wand, for a moment thinking back to 1st year, when this small feat would have been impossible for him. Come on, defense next, Ron said happily, and the 3 friends strode off, Ron and Hermione managing to get by without bickering at all. When they reached the classroom, Tonks was ahead of them, for once, and was seated at the front desk, nursing a foot, which she had obviously hurt by tripping over something. The class filed in and took their seats, Harry, Ron and Hermione coming quickly to the front row, while the Slytherins slunk sullenly into the back of the classroom. "Well," Tonks said brightly, "today I have to hand your assignments back. I'm going to read your marks aloud to the class." "Yes, Malfoy." She interrupted herself, glaring at Malfoy, who had his hand up in the back row. "What if we don't want our mark read out?" "Too bad," was sharp reply. "If you don't get a good mark, it's your own fault for not working hard enough. Part of the grade if effort, Malfoy, though the major part is content. As I was saying, I'm going to read out your marks from the top mark downwards," Tonks finished. The top of the class was Harry Potter, with his assignment on Tatsu Kendo. "Malfoy, what is it this time?" "You should deduct some points from him because he knows the person he's doing the assignment on," the Slytherins said, looking smug. Most of the Slytherins nodded in agreement, but the Gryffindors glared. "I don't think so, Malfoy. You were doing your assignment on Harry Potter, you know him, so would you like me to take points from you as well? A lot of the people who were the subjects of assignments are still alive and quite well known. It doesn't take that much to owl them and ask them for help with the assignment." 5 points from Slytherin for so ridiculous a question. As I was saying, Mr. Potter topped the class, getting 110%. Hermione Granger came after him, receiving 105%. She continued going through the marks, slowly winding her way down. Harry was pleased to see that most of the Gryffindors had gotten pretty good marks. In fact, the first 5 people were Gryffindors. Finally she was down in the low teens, and Malfoy's mark had not yet been read out. Grab and Goyle had been forced to leave the advanced class when it was discovered that the people who'd tested them for defense against the dark arts in the Owls had been bribed to give them high marks. Finally, Malfoy was the only person left, and all the Gryffindors were watching him with unmistakable glee. And last, and most definitely least, Mr. Malfoy, you received a 0. You didn't to follow instructions, your essay was poor and what you did right was incorrect. A further 20 points from Slytherin, Tonks finished, smirked at the furious Malfoy. "I suggest that you pay more attention to instructions in future." Tonks really didn't like Malfoy, and she even lost her cheery demeanor when she spoke to him, becoming sharp, and almost stern. Now, she bounded happily up. "Since that paper crap is out of the way, we'll be working on some more jinxes. Pair up. Harry, you with me, we'll have a duel. You know the spells that I'm going to teach, so you can demonstrate with me, then practice them." Harry groaned. He knew almost all of the spells that were being taught, since he did teach DA, and he had learnt quite a bit from Lily as well. Harry limped out of the class, looking very weary. He had been forced to spend most of the remainder of the lesson dueling with Tonks, then with Hermione, who had also picked up on the spells very quickly. Harry hadn't taught them in DA yet, because the students under 6th year lacked the knowledge to use it properly. It was lunchtime, but Harry wasn't very hungry. One of the spells that Tonks had used on him was a nauseating charm, to try and distract him. He'd countered it fast enough, but some of the effects still lingered. "I'll see you in the library later," Harry muttered to Ron and Hermione. "Can you get Unity together?" he added to Ron. "Yeah, sure," Ron replied. "Where and when?" "After all the years have finished classes, in RR, Harry replied. "Okay, see you later." Ron and Hermione nodded in farewell and went into the Great Hall while Harry headed out onto the Quidditch pitch to meet up with Lily, wondering what his new friend wanted. "I've got something really important to tell you," Lily told him, the moment he stepped onto the pitch and before he'd had enough time to even open his mouth. The 20th of October 1996. Severus rubbed sleep from his eyes with an angry motion, glaring at the simmering cauldron in front of him. "Why don't you just take an anti-sleep draft?" Lupin asked. "You need to stay awake, after all. Do my ears deceive me, or were you being almost helpful just then, Lupin?" Severus sneered in response. "I doubt that your ears did, but your mind might have," came the calm response. "Besides, if you got killed here, I probably wouldn't be able to get away from this place. Eternity here doesn't bear thinking about." "Oh, so it's entirely out of self-interest then?" Severus inquired coolly. "No, not entirely. I'm interested to see what you'll do to make sure Albus doesn't die from this," Lupin replied. "But it matters little me, since I am not of the living realm. Eventually you will all join me here. I should that it will not be for a long time," Severus said. I dread to think of spending an eternity in the realms of the dead in the company of you, Potter and Black. I would rather live and be imprisoned in this fortress. That was uncalled for. I don't think it was. You need to add the essence of Basilisk Fang, Lupin told him. Severus swore and attended to the potion. Sure you don't need that potion, Sevi. Lupin, I know. Longer mind you call me, Sev, as long as you desist in calling me, Sevi, Severus growled. Ooh, you mean I'm being annoying. Oh good. I'll keep it then, Sevi. Severus was tempted to snarl, but thought better of it, gulping down an anti-sleep draft. I knew you'd listen to me eventually, Lupin said happily. Severus growled and put the deceased werewolf out of his mind, turning his mind to the potion, stirring it with a precise hand. Lupin didn't interrupt now, he knew that a single start could ruin the potion completely. Severus left the potion for a moment, turning to consult his book. So how long until it is ready? Lupin asked now. Another 2 months, maybe 3, Severus replied. So you'd best get word to Dumbledore that he'll have to think on what's going to happen when I finish the potion. I'll get onto, Lupin assured. Good. Really important, Harry replied. What do you mean? Lily paced for a moment, looking agitated. Suddenly she grabbed Harry's arm, dragging him with surprising strength away from the Quidditch pitch. Where are we going? He asked, trying to free his arm, but having no success at all. The forest, Lily replied with quiet determination. Why? Harry asked, jogging to keep up with her. Because no one will overhear there. She walked into the forbidden forest completely without fear. Harry felt that the trees seemed to move respectfully aside as she passed, or was it him? No, it had to be her. She led him further into the forest, hardly even glancing around her. There are dangerous animals in this forest, Harry warned her, wondering if she knew. I know. They won't disturb us, Lily replied firmly, walking into a sudden clearing. There was a pool in the center of it, and a tall tree that overlooked it. With an easy, cat-like grace, Lily climbed into the tree, sitting on one of the lower boughs. Come on, come up here, she told him. Harry clambered, with some difficulty, up to her, and sat with his back against the tree. Lily was seated partway out, over the pool, perfectly balanced. Why all the secrecy? Harry asked. Because I don't want everyone hearing this, Lily replied. But you are a friend, and you deserve to know. Know what? The truth, Lily replied, bowing her head slightly. Harry blinked, wondering what was about to happen. Look, I can see it in you, you're falling for me. Slowly, certainly, so slowly that you might not be aware of it, but you are falling, Lily said. That's a bit abrupt, Harry remarked, looking a little shocked. Sure. He had been paying a little more attention to her figure lately, and sometimes found himself comparing her with favor to Cho Chang, his former crush. I have to be, she replied, standing up and pacing along the branch, looking somewhat nervous. And now I have to be again. It can't go on. It won't work. What do you mean? I mean you can't love me, and I can't love you. It's a deception. You don't really love me anyway, she cried, sounding anguished. Wah. Look, I'm a wild child, she said, looking at him suddenly, as if to try and catch his reaction. Harry was confused. Wild child? He asked. Lily sighed. I was hoping you'd know what they were, it seems not. I guess it's because we aren't in Bulgaria. I don't think you find them anywhere else. Care to explain? Harry asked, more confused than ever. You know what werewolves are, right? Of course, one of best friends and a great former teacher at this school was one. He died at the hands of Death Eaters on my birthday, Harry replied slowly. Okay. A werewolf is, as you know, a man that is sometimes a wolf, or the human ones are, anyway. A wild child is the opposite. A wolf that is sometimes a man. Harry inquired, wondering if he was following her correctly. Sort of. A beast that is sometimes a man, Lily corrected. Harry blinked in confusion. I was born a human, as werewolves are, but when I was 7 years old, I was lost in a forest while my family was on a picnic. I was completely lost, when a young boy turned up beside me suddenly. He said that he'd show me back to my parents, but at a price. I asked him what sort of price, but he just laughed and took my hand, leading me into the forest. Eventually we came upon my family. I was happy, and turned to thank the boy. He had changed, suddenly he was almost monstrous. My parents screamed, and my father leapt forwards to try and drag me away from him. He flicked a hand at my father, and father just crumpled over, he was dead. To become a wild child, you must accept the help of one of them in its native place, or fall in love with them there. I knew that I would be safe here, and would be able to help you, because this is not my native place, Lily explained. Okay, you've explained how to become a wild child, and how you became one, but I still don't understand completely what they are, Harry said, interested now. You see me as a human, do you not? Lily inquired, and Harry nodded. When a wild child takes a human form, they appear to be perfect, friendly, beautiful or handsome, great at everything. This is because we can mold our own forms, and we all want to be perfect. We want to be loved by those who were once our kind. But it cannot be. Every night, when you are all asleep, I creep from the tower and come down to the forest to take on what is now my natural form, Lily said, blinking away tears. What is that? It varies, she replied shortly. Sometimes a magical creature, sometimes one that is not. My natural form is that of a beast of some sort. Why are you telling me this? Harry asked. Because I cannot love you. If I love a human, and he loves me in this form, he will become a wild child, and if I was on my home ground, that is, the forest where I was cursed, I would become a human. As I am not on my home ground, we would both remain wild children. I would not wish my curse on you. When someone does love me, it will be someone who is not my friend. I will not allow a friend of mine to fall in love with me. She replied. What is so bad about being a wild child? Harry asked. Lily bowed her head. Wild children are shunned by everyone in Bulgaria. They possess a different sort of magic, a destructive one. That is why I had to go to Durmstrang. They teach the dark arts there. If my magic got out of control, it would not be noticed that much when Voldemort. Harry noted that she did not flinch at the name at all, and used it without fear. First Rose, the wild children, for the most part, joined him. He offered them peace, to be able to live without fear of persecution in the world that he would create. He offered them revenge for past injustices. He offered them everything that the wizarding world had deprived them of for so long. Like he did the giants, Harry murmured. Exactly like, Lily nodded. Most joined him, which is another reason that we are feared and despised. But why aren't you telling Ron this? Couldn't he fall in love with you? Harry asked, diverting her attention for a moment while he tried to sort through all this new information. No, he will not fall in love me. He and Hermione are meant to be together, I think, though they will not realize it for a long time, neither will truly love another. They may not find each other as lovers until they are 40, but they will not love anyone else, Lily replied. Harry nodded. Do you hate me now? Lily wanted to know. She seemed to think it inevitable that he say yes. Of course not. I told you one of my greatest friends was a werewolf, didn't I? I didn't care. He was a nice person, as you are, Harry replied. I don't care that most of you once supported Voldemort, and maybe do again now, but I know that you don't. Lily's eyes sheened over in unshed tears of relief. Thank you, she whispered. For what? Harry asked. Having faith, Lily replied, running lightly along the tree branch and jumping to the ground. Come on, we'd best go in before the others miss you at the library. Harry scrambled down. Don't tell anyone else, Lily warned him. Of course not. Harry agreed. It's your secret. Don't worry, I've kept other secrets, possibly even more important than that one, before. I won't ask what, but I will admit that I'm intrigued, Lily said, a faint smile tugging at her lips. Maybe one day, Harry replied, a smile forming in his own lips. Grippus? He asked silently. Yes, Grippus answered. Did you know Lily was a wild child? I knew she was different. I did not know what the different meant. I have not come across a wild child before, nor did my parents tell me of them. I can recognize a werewolf, or a vampire, straight off, and from now on, I'll be able to recognize wild children also, the Griffin replied. Oh, okay, Harry said. You okay, Harry? You look a little something, Lily asked. I'm fine, Harry assured her, smiling again. Come on, let's get up to the library, do some homework before the meeting with the team. Not much later, Harry and his team were gathered in the room of requirement, and the team was looking expectantly at Harry. Hi, he said nervously, and his team smiled slightly. Lily mouthed, don't be nervous at him. Well, as you all know, this is Quidditch team that has been entered into the school competition. We are called Unity, at the girls' insistence, and I think it's a fairly good name. After all, we are uniting most of the different groups of Hogwarts, Slytherin being the one exception, Harry continued. Yeah, Ginny grinned at him. Come on Harry, get the point and quit being nervous, you'll be a great captain. Harry and his friends and teammates laughed at that. Thanks Ginny, Harry told her. Now, the first match is in 4 weeks' time. We have to get stuck into training. We won't know who we'll be playing until a week before the game starts, and even then is unlikely that we'll know who they are. Therefore, we just have to be able to play our best, no matter what. I've booked the pitch, our time starts in half an hour. We'll see how you do, how you work together, and see what we can improve, Harry finished. The team grinned and nodded. Let's go. Together they headed out of the room of requirement and made their way at a leisurely pace down to the pitch. There was already a team there. They just kept last year's Slytherin team, and put in Durmstrang students when they needed a place to fill, Ron sneered. Most Durmstrang students are good at flying, Lily put in quietly. But those two acting as beaters are pretty thick. Bad choice, really. Their parents are probably Death Eaters, Harry muttered, and Lily nodded. They are, she said, but didn't say how she knew when the rest of the team turned enquiring looks in her direction. Hey Potter, scared? Malfoy sneered. Of what? Harry demanded with a sneer. You apes on moderately fast brooms. I don't think so. Malfoy hissed angrily, going for his wand. I wouldn't Malfoy, you might get your prefect badge suspended, Harry told him with an innocent smile. What type of broom do you have anyway? He asked Lily. Firebolt, she replied. Victor got me one for my birthday last year. Gabrielle. Same, the other said, as both she and Lily performed summoning charms too. Call their brooms to them. Ernie, Harry knew, had a Nimbus 2000, Ginny, who had been made a prefect, had gotten one a broom just like Ron's. And you Luna? Harry asked. Nimbus 2000, she replied with a dreamy smile, using her wand to unshrink it, she'd had it in her pocket. Good. Hey Malfoy, we've got the pitch now. Harry yelled up at the Slytherin team. With permission from Dumbledore. Malfoy and the Slytherin team looked angry. Harry assumed that they'd gotten their new head of house to sign a slip saying that they could use the pitch for as long as they liked. How'd you get the headmaster to sign that, Potter? Malfoy demanded. My team hasn't had as much time to practice as the others have, Harry replied. Professor Dumbledore didn't want us being at a disadvantage, he wants the tournament to be fair though if that's the case, I'm not sure why he let your team in. Malfoy snarled angrily, but knew that he couldn't do anything against Harry for the moment. I'll get you for this Potter, one day I'll get you. You just keep telling yourself that, Harry replied, not at all fazed. Malfoy suddenly whipped out his wand and yelled something. Harry froze as he saw a blaze of white light shooting straight at his forehead. The 20th of October 1996. Harry swirled in midair as Hermione hailed him from the ground. She'd come to watch Unity's first practice, and had arrived a few moments after Malfoy had tried to curse Harry. He turned his firebolt into a downward plunge, leveling off to land beside her. Yeah, he asked. Shouldn't you do something about Malfoy? She asked. We can't just leave him lying there all night. Harry turned to look at Malfoy's prone form, lying on the ground some 10 meters away. He wasn't sure what had happened. 1 second, a beam of white light was heading straight at him, the next second it had changed into a millions of tiny strands. Somehow, he didn't know exactly how, he'd moved some of those threads around, and when the beam had struck him, it had rebounded. No, Harry replied decisively. He could die, Hermione pointed out. Then it's his own fault for using the curse on someone else. The Slytherin team went running back to the school, I'm sure someone'll turn up soon. I don't know what the spell was, and I don't know what happened, Harry said coolly. Oh fine, Hermione sighed. I just wouldn't want him to die, you'd get blamed for it. They might expel you, or imprison you though that wouldn't be as bad as it used to be, since there are no Dementors anymore. Don't worry about it, there's nothing we can do that isn't already being done. Look, someone's coming now, he pointed up the grass. I think it's Dumbledore and Madame Pomfrey, he added, kicking off again to go back to hunting for the snitch, which he'd let out 5 minutes ago when they first arrived. Somewhere behind him he could faintly hear Hermione sigh, but he was more interested in the snitch than anything else at present, he didn't want to lose it. Mr. Potter, can you come down here? Dumbledore called up at him. Harry sighed and dived downwards again, at the same time seeing a glint of gold to his left. Just a second, he yelled back, swerving after the tiny golden ball. In seconds, he'd caught it, and was heading straight for the group around Malfoy. Sorry sir, I didn't want to lose the snitch in the dark, he said to Dumbledore. Quite all right, Dumbledore assured him, smiling slightly. I wouldn't want to lose such an important and expensive ball. Do you know what happened to Malfoy? No, sir, Harry replied. Can you tell me what happened? Yes, sir, Harry replied. There was silence for a moment. Malfoy was leaving the pitch with his team. He was annoyed because you'd given me permission to use the pitch. He'd thought that he'd be able to overrule us with a signed note from his head of house. Just as he was walking past me, he yelled something. I don't know what it was, but it was a curse, so some description. It was a pain curse, sir, Hermione put in, and Madame Pomfrey's eyebrows snapped together angrily. Suddenly the beam from the spell seemed to become lots of little beams, and, I don't know how, but I managed to change some of them around. I don't know what it did to the spell, but it did make it rebound on Malfoy, Harry finished his explanation. Well, Mr. Malfoy will lose his prefect badge for this, Dumbledore rumbled angrily. Using a pain curse on another student, another prefect, no less, is not allowed. Poppy, can you heal him? Yes, Albus. It will take time though. Dumbledore nodded. Do so. Alert me when he awakens and is well enough for being told off. Poppy nodded and conjured a stretcher and levitated Malfoy onto before heading in the direction of the school, muttering angrily under her breath. Harry, I'm afraid I have no idea what you have done, but I think I know one who does, Dumbledore continued, looking at Harry. And I think that you might know what you did, even if you don't know how. It's the beginnings of my modifier talent, Harry replied, knowing this instinctively. I have to talk to Tatsu, soon. He's coming up tomorrow though, so I'll wait until then. Right now, I have a Quidditch practice to attend to, if that's all right, Professor. Yes, of course. Could you ask Tatsu to come and see me when you two are finished? There is something that I wish to discuss with him and something that I wish to speak with you about also, Dumbledore said. Yes, of course, Harry nodded, mounting his broom and kicking off again. I'm going back inside. Hermione yelled at him, it's cold out here. The team waved in a cheerful, but distracted, farewell, already concentrating on their practice. Not wanting to let the snitch loose again this close to sunset, Harry threw himself into a set of moves. Loop-the-loops, barrel rolls, dropping into swift dives, then pulling out of them, moments before he crashed. Darkness fell, but Harry and his team battled on, practicing as best they could in the fading light. Everyone land, Harry called suddenly. It was fully dark now, and he'd ordered the bludgers away about an hour ago when the light had started to dim. Now practice was impossible. The team sank to the grounds, looking very weary. Well, that went on for longer than I thought it would, Lily remarked. I am worn out, Gabrielle panted, not looking quite so Vila perfect anymore, but still remarkably beautiful. I'm not going to promise that I won't do that again, Harry said, grinning widely, but I will promise that I won't do that often. But it's the first training session of the season, and I thought we may as well keep going for a while longer than normal. I should hope we don't do that often, Ginny muttered under her breath, but Harry caught it. He didn't say anything though. Clean up and let's get back up to the castle, it's nearly dinner time, he said, stepping quickly behind a screen to change into his clothes before heading up to the castle to use the prefect bathroom. It was more comfortable. And more comfortable still knowing that when he woke up, Malfoy would not have the pleasure of using it. It was a nice thought, that one. Dinner came and went, and Harry and his friends returned to the room of requirement, in a desperate attempt to stay on top of the workload. Harry was looking forward to the next day. A. He wanted to find out what Dumbledore wanted to him about, and B. He was looking forward to seeing Tatsu. Now that his ability to modify spells seemed to have come into being, he figured that his guardian would teach him. Hello Harry, it's been a while, Sirius greeted Harry, his voice low as he pretended to be a ghost or such like. It's not Halloween yet, Sirius, Harry told his godfather with a smile. No harm in practicing, Sirius replied with a shrug. But I'm right, it has been a while. Yeah, you are. That might be because I was unconscious for 2 weeks and 2 days, Harry said, shrugging his shoulders dismissively. Oh, that expel, what? I was unconscious for 2 weeks, Harry repeated calmly. Explain yourself, Sirius demanded. Harry laughed and sat down to tell Sirius all about what had happened since the last time they'd spoken. And, he said, I've now completely caught up in ancient runes. I got 90% in the last test I took. Sirius smiled proudly at his godson. Well done, he said with an encouraging smile. Harry shrugged his shoulders modestly. What did you get in that assignment on Tatsu for Tonks? Sirius inquired. 110%. Hermione only got 105, Harry replied with a proud smile. Sirius grinned. Well done, he said approvingly. And you won the court case against that Marge woman. Tell me, have you gotten what it was that she tried to get off you? No, Harry said, shaking his head. Sirius looked at him oddly. You should ask Dumbledore about it. It's probably important, he said finally, then seemed to forget the subject completely. You've got your own Quidditch team. Tell me about it, he ordered, smiling. Harry did so. As an afterthought, he also told his godfather about Lily Adams being a wild child. I've heard of those. They made a really bad name for themselves back in the last war against Voldemort. But this Lily sounds nice, from what you've said of her. She also warned you about falling for her. I think you can trust her, he said finally. Harry nodded, smiling. But I don't see how I can stop myself feeling for her, he confessed. She's perfect, in human form, just like she said. Even though my mind knows that falling for her would be fatal, my heart isn't just going to accept that, is it? No, Sirius agreed. You'll have to use a love-me-not potion, he said decisively after a few moments' thought. It'd be hard to find it in the Hogwarts library. I'm not sure what book it is in, but I'll show you how to make it, if you like, and then you can make it in secret with Lily when you wake up. Thanks, Sirius, Harry said in relief. They spent the rest of that night making the potion, Harry trying to fix everything in his mind so that he'd remember it when he woke up. Don't worry, whatever you forget, I'll remember for you, Grippus assured him. Harry started slightly. He'd forgotten that Grippus could enter the realm of dreams with him when he went to see Sirius. Most of the time, Grippus hid himself, not speaking but always there. He knew that Harry wanted to spend time with his godfather, and respected that. Thanks, Harry sent back along their link. In the early hours of the morning Harry stirred from his dream, opening sleepy eyes to face the new day. Lying on his back on his bed with the warm, comfortable and rather large form of Grippus beside him, Harry smiled. Today he would ask Dumbledore what it was that Marge had tried to take from him. The 21st of October 1996. Harry lay for a moment awake in his bed, then stood up, ready to face the new day. He wondered why he hadn't thought of asking after this before. All he'd known was that Marge was trying to take something meant for him, but never had he wondered what it was. He cursed himself now for being so stupid. Since it was still early in the morning, Harry left the Gryffindor Tower and headed to the Room of Requirement to train. He had been training harder than ever recently, as after being in a coma for 2 weeks his body had lost quite a bit of its fitness. He was intent on making up for this in the 2 remaining months before Christmas, and so far felt that he was doing fairly well. This morning he was able to continue with his vigorous training for longer than he'd thought he'd be able to. Having a shower in the obliging Room of Requirement, Harry headed downstairs and found that he was still one of the first people to enter the Great Hall. Harry wished he had a time turner. He wanted it to be afternoon, which was when he would talk to both Tatsu and Dumbledore. The day seemed to swim slowly by. So slowly. It almost felt as though nothing interesting could happen until he'd spoken with both Dumbledore and Tatsu. At lunchtime, to pass the time, Harry and Lily slipped away, going to Ning Myrtle's bathroom to begin work on the Love-Me-Not potion, which Harry had told her about earlier that day. Lily knew the potion, it was one that they'd learned in Durmstrang, which Harry was quite glad of. This way they both knew what was going on. After what seemed like weeks, the classes for the day were over and Harry was walking towards the Room of Requirement to meet up with Tatsu Kendo. He walked through the door, and jumped backwards immediately as a fist flew straight at his face. Harry dropped, twisting to the side and kicking out, purely by reflex. Good, Tatsu nodded. Come in and tell me what happened. Well used to his guardian by now, Harry walked inside and sat down, watching Tatsu warily as he explained what had been going on lately, and finally telling him of Malfoy's attack. Tatsu looked at him and smiled suddenly. "So, your talent has finally manifested itself. Now I can begin your training," he said. "So it was modification," Harry cried triumphantly. "I thought it was." Tatsu smiled slightly. "It was indeed. Now that that is decided, we will have to find a time to put aside for your lessons in this subject. But Dumbledore wished to speak with me, and with you, so we will go there first." Harry nodded eagerly. The other thing that he wanted to do today. Harry and Tatsu walked side by side through the school until they reached Dumbledore's office. Just as they arrived, the door opened and a figure swept out. Neither Harry nor Tatsu could make out who the person was, but if they had been visiting Dumbledore, it must have been all right. Harry and Tatsu slipped easily through the door and hurried up the moving staircase. Soon enough they were emerging into Dumbledore's office. The headmaster was sitting behind his large desk, blue eyes dancing happily. "Harry, Tatsu," he greeted cheerfully. Both of his visitors nodded. "Now, Tatsu, I wanted to ask you about the holidays for this year. What's going to happen with Harry on them?" "He may as well stay here," Tatsu replied coolly. "It is safer for both of us, I think. I will come to the school and stay in a room somewhere, and teach Harry what I can. I think the same can easily be said of the rest of the holidays." Dumbledore slightly. "Yes, I think that should work the best," he agreed. "And in the event of an attack during the holidays, when all of the students will be evacuated to the ministry." "Send him to my place," Tatsu replied. "He'll be safer there than anywhere else." Harry let the adults talk about him, feeling a little bit annoyed that they weren't including him in the discussion, but sure that he would be informed as to what was going on when the time came. "Now Harry, I'm sure you are wondering what's going on here," Dumbledore said a few minutes later, and Harry nodded eagerly. "Tatsu and I have been speaking together quite often in regard to your safety, and quickly came to the conclusion that neither of us trust the ministry with your life." Harry nodded. "I don't trust them either," he replied. "You would not be aware of it, yet, but the ministry is organizing evacuation points in every large magical center, Hogwarts being one of them. The evacuees will be taken to special chambers in the ministry and be watched over by Aurors," Dumbledore explained. "But who knows which Aurors are trustworthy," Harry agreed. "I wouldn't want to end up there if the Aurors had been replaced by Death Eaters." "Exactly. A ministry official will be coming to the school fairly soon to explain the new measures and set up an alarm system. If you ever hear the alarm go off, go straight to the nearest fireplace and flow to Tatsu's house. You'll be safest there, I should think," Dumbledore told Harry. Harry nodded. "I understand, sir," he said. Yes, he understood, but that didn't mean that he liked what he understood. He hated always having to have special arrangements. "That was the main thing that I wished to speak with you about," Dumbledore said. "Is there anything you'd like to ask me about? I don't speak with you as often as I should." "There is, actually," Harry said, green eyes steely. "What was it that Marge tried to take from me?" "The thing that Mum left with Petunia." Dumbledore sighed. "I knew you would ask me this eventually," he remarked. "But I cannot tell you." Anger flashed in Harry's eyes and he opened his mouth to speak. Dumbledore held up a hand, silencing Harry quickly. "I cannot tell you, because I do not know myself. But I can show you." Harry, only moments before feeling angry and a little depressed, was suddenly filled with elation. But not yet, his spirits fell again. "How does Monday sound to you?" Again, they rose, and Harry gave an internal smile at the way the headmaster was making his emotions change back so quickly. "Monday sounds fine," Harry replied, trying to keep his emotions out of his voice. "Good. Meet me here, with Tatsu, on Monday morning. The password is Canary Cream." Harry chalked back a laugh at that. He hadn't known just how aware Dumbledore had been of the Weasley twins and their joke ideas. "I thought it only proper," Dumbledore smiled. "After all, there is another tribute to them left by our Professor Flitwick." Harry smiled again, nodding. "Well Albus, I'd love to stay and chat, but me and Harry here have some work to do." Harry knew by the look on Tatsu's face that he wasn't going to be having a good time doing this. "Of course. I wouldn't want to keep you. After what happened to Mr. Malfoy the other day, I think that Mr. Potter should be getting as much training in his talent as is possible," Dumbledore replied. "We won't be able to make much of a start until Christmas," Tatsu mused. Harry has his school work for Hogwarts to consider as well. Whatever works best for you and Harry, Dumbledore replied, smiling. I will see you on Monday, if not before. He dismissed them. Why do I get the feeling that I'm not going to like this? Harry asked Tatsu. Because you know what I'm like as a teacher. Tatsu asked, smiling cheekily. Yes. Diving straight off the deep end and then teaching your student how to swim, Harry replied darkly. Tatsu laughed. Exactly. He said. Ooh, this is going to be fun. Uh-oh, Harry muttered. But I'm not going to begin your training as a modifier just yet, Tatsu added. For the next few days I'm going to make sure that you've gotten into shape properly. Double uh-oh, Harry replied. So come on, let's get back to the room of requirement and have a little spar. See how you're going, Tatsu said with a grin. Okay, Harry sighed, and followed his guardian with a resigned look on his face. Severus watched the potion he was making carefully. It was a very delicate stage and required perfect timing, if the potion was to succeed. He had spoken to the Dark Lord of this, and had been excused from all Death Eater meetings called. Severus was not so sure that this was a great thing, as he would be unable to find out what was going on with Voldemort's plans. But, of course, Lupin could always slip away and try to find out more. Thinking of that, he wondered where the annoying deceased werewolf had gone to. He hadn't said anything for almost an hour now. Severus tried to tell himself that the peace was a blessing, but he knew it was a lie. Over the months since Lupin had died, and returned, with his mind trapped in the dream catcher, he had become so used to the mental conversations that they held that without them he felt strangely empty. Severus had not desired contact with other people, nor the simple joy of a conversation with one, for many years now. It was surprising how quickly he'd become used to it again. He shrugged slightly and continued staring at the potion. The lethal brew was changing color slowly from a medium green to a deep black. He knew the exact color that it would be when he had to add the next ingredient. And he knew that if he was more than 3 seconds late or early in adding it, he was dead. Suddenly his eyes blurred. Snape swore, he should have taken another anti-sleep potion. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he hissed in fear. The potion had changed color. Swiftly, he pushed chopped mandrake root into the potion and counted slowly to 10. He sagged in relief when, after this count, the potion faded to a gray color. He gave a faint smile and turned his back on the hated potion, lying down on the hard bed that took up most of the space in his room and closing his eyes to get some much-needed sleep. In the realm of the dead, Sirius paced around a room. Things in this place were faded, everything from the ground to the occupants. It seemed to be a shadowed form of the living world. Sirius. A soft, far-away voice spoke, and he turned his head. There, sitting on a faded couch, faded red hair falling around her faded form, was Lily Potter. Yes, Lily. Sirius asked. Tell me about my son. He is brave, would risk his life for any of his friends without a thought, but dislikes his fame. He is drawn to danger, and always ends up getting even more famous out of it, Sirius replied. He looks a lot like James, but he has your eyes, and I can see you in him, as could anyone who'd known you well. He has defied Voldemort more times than anyone else alive, save Dumbledore. First, the night that you died, then in his first year, again in his second, though that was Tom Riddle, and yet again in his fourth. I have told you about all of those. Tell me again, she pleaded. Sirius smiled gently at his best friend's wife. He knew how much Lily loved the son she would never see, save in death. How terrified she was of meeting him, because it would mean that he, like the rest of her loved ones, no longer resided in the realm of the living. He was happy to oblige her with what little he knew of his godson. It wasn't until he got here that he'd realized just how little that was. Most of what he knew was second-hand from Dumbledore, Remus, the Daily Prophet, or the other Order of the Phoenix members. He, James and Lily spent much of the time that Sirius was in the realm of the dead discussing Harry, his life, his friends, his achievements. I wish Remus would spend more time here with us, Lily muttered. Remus had known her son too. He'd been able to speak about Harry to her, showing a different side to the boy. Your wish is my command, fair Lady Lily, a soft voice spoke from the doorway, and both Lily and Sirius spun around to see Remus and James standing in the doorway. The 25th of October 1996. It was Monday morning. Harry was practically quivering with excitement. He He had told his friends that he was going somewhere with Dumbledore and Tatsu today, but had told them that he would tell them when he came back where it was he was going to. He was awake early. Tatsu had been staying in the castle. Dumbledore had found an actual bedroom for him to stay in, rather than just the room of requirement, since the man came so often. Tatsu and Harry had spent almost every one of Harry's spare hours over the past 3 days training Harry's mind and body after the 2-week lapse into unconsciousness. It was only now that Harry was able to feel that he was regaining some of his old fitness. He was glad of it. He felt odd when his body didn't respond exactly as he was now used to it doing. Tatsu seemed more than happy to remain in Hogwarts, though Harry was fairly sure that his guardian had things back in Surrey that he was doing as well. "I'll be leaving on Monday morning," he told Harry. "But I'll come back next week, from Thursday to Sunday, if you like." "Why only those days?" Harry asked. "Because I've set up a dojo," Tatsu replied. "I'm running classes Monday to Wednesday now. One in the morning and one in the afternoon each day. The rest of the day it's free for anyone to come and practice, if they want to." "That's cool. This is the first time you've mentioned it," Harry replied. "It only started this week. I met up with another old friend from Japan, who has no relation to the magical world whatsoever. He wanted to set up a dojo, but he didn't have the expertise or the money to do it alone. So I said I'd help out," Tatsu replied. "I pity your students," Harry replied. "I'll let them know that they have a sympathizer," Tatsu assured him, eyes twinkling. It was their early morning training session. Kata was going smoothly, and they could easily converse and still keep their complex dance going. They finished with a quick spar, but Harry was not in the mood. It was nearly time to meet Dumbledore. Consequently, he stuffed up one too many times and ended up on his back with Tatsu standing over him. "You're distracted," Tatsu remarked softly. "You shouldn't be." Harry just blinked up at him. "How could I not? If it was a battle, you'd be dead," Tatsu pointed out. "If it was a battle, I would have concentrated harder," Harry replied. "I know you'll hurt me, and I also know that you won't kill me." "Not the same in battle." "It should be," Tatsu told him. "You should be treating this exactly as you'd be treating a battle. This is all that stands between you and death on a battlefield." "I know," Harry said, placating. "But I can't help it this morning. I want to know what Mum left me that I haven't been able to get till now. This one time I'll let it lie then," Tatsu conceded grudgingly. "But we spend extra time tonight working," he added warningly. "Yes, Tatsu," Harry replied. He headed back up the Gryffindor Tower to quickly shower and change into Muggle clothes. Dumbledore had warned him that this would be needed for today's trip. "I'll see you guys tonight," he muttered to Ron and Hermione as they left for breakfast, and he separated from them to head in the direction of Dumbledore's office. Partway there he met up with Tatsu again. "Canary creams," Harry said softly, as they reached the gargoyle. The statue came to life, leapt aside, and the door behind it opened. Harry and Tatsu walked within. "I haven't seen Griffin in some time," Tatsu remarked. "He went to the Forbidden Forest to interact with the creatures there for a while," Harry replied. "He left not long after you arrived in the school." "Ah, Tatsu." "Harry. There you are," Dumbledore smiled. Harry barely refrained from gaping. The headmaster didn't look right, wearing a t-shirt and jeans. "Well, we'd best be off. Do you mind if we go through your house, Tatsu?" Dumbledore asked. "No, of course not," Tatsu replied. "Go ahead." Dumbledore smiled and took a pinch of flow powder from a box on his hearth, and then handing it in turn to Harry and Tatsu. "Number 6 Privet Drive," he called, as he stepped into the flames. Harry followed him, and lastly Tatsu. Not even the master noticed when, just as he was leaving, the door to Dumbledore's office opened, oh so slightly, and a pair of eyes looked within. Harry stumbled into Tatsu's living room, finding Dumbledore already standing there, brushing a few flecks of soot off himself. Moments after Harry cleared the way, Tatsu came, striding easily from the fireplace. "Where to now?" he asked Dumbledore. "Do you want to borrow my car?" "No, that won't be necessary," Dumbledore assured. "It's only a short stroll." 30 minutes later Harry stood in front of a large Muggle bank in Little Whinging. "Short stroll," he repeated incredulously. While the walk hadn't worn him out as it might once have done, it was still a long way to go. Dumbledore just gave a faint smile and led the way inside the building. It wasn't very busy, the day was still young and most people would only just be getting up. Dumbledore quickly located a free booth and made for it, with Tatsu and Harry following curiously in his wake. "Hello," Dumbledore greeted politely. "Hi," said the man behind the counter, a large, false smile on his face and the name, Kevin on his name tag. "How can I help you?" "I would like to speak with Mr. Gillespie," Dumbledore replied. "Tell him Albus is here." Kevin sighed and nodded. Harry guessed that the young man was feeling bored out of his mind with the job he had. He only looked to be in his early 20s. He disappeared out to the back of the building, and then returned a short time later. "Through that door," he said, pointing. "Second door on the right." "Thank you," Dumbledore nodded courteously and led the way off, with his two companions trailing behind. Quickly, they found themselves in a large, airy office. The man that they were apparently supposed to be meeting was tall and thin. He had light brown hair and hazel eyes. His face was unremarkable. "Albus, good day to you," he greeted. His voice was low and formal. "Good day to you, Mr. Gillespie," the headmaster replied. "I have come in regard to Mr. Harry Potter. I believe you have something of his." "I do at that. You were here when was it?" "Friday. Asking about it." "That's right. He's here to pick it up now," Dumbledore agreed. "If I could just get Mr. Potter's signature," Mr. Gillespie said, ruffling through a stack of papers and then handing one of them to Harry, who signed roughly on a dotted line. "Excellent. Here you are," the man said, taking a small box out from under his desk. "I don't know what it is, but it has a lock, and I've no key." "That's all right. I know where the key is," Dumbledore assured him, and led his companions out of the back again. "Now, back to your place, Tatsu." Harry and Tatsu both pretended to groan, and Dumbledore laughed cheerily. Some time later they walked up to Tatsu's front door and into the cool confines of the living room. Dumbledore set the little box on the table, and nodded to Harry to let the boy know he could look over it. Harry took the little box up in his hands and ran his hands over it. He could see the hairline crack that separated the lid from the box's body, and the large golden lock was firmly in place. "No muggle could open that," Dumbledore said. "But that is as it was designed to be. You can open the box, Harry, as could any wizard or witch with a wand in their hand." Harry then realized what must have happened. His parents had locked the box, and gotten rid of the key. Then Lily had taken it to the bank and left it there, with the instruction that it should be given to Harry at some point in the future. Knowing their child was a wizard, Lily and James would know he could open the box on his own. Indeed, no wizard needed a key when they knew unlocking spells. Harry took his wand out and tapped it to the lock. "Alohomora," he whispered. He was rewarded with a soft ping inside the lock, and then the lid fell open. Inside, the box was filled mainly with purple velvet. Resting on it was a single tiny golden key. Harry looked at Dumbledore. "I believe that is a Gringotts key," the headmaster of Hogwarts mused. "So I would guess that what Lily actually left behind is there." Harry nodded his head in agreement. He was glad that Dumbledore had that, as he certainly hadn't seen the connection. "So, it seems we want to be going to Diagon Alley now." Harry smiled faintly. Soon he would know what his mother had left for him. "Well, what are we waiting for?" Tatsu asked with a grin. "Let's go." Harry felt very grateful for this comment. Scant minutes later the three of them were standing in the grassy courtyard outside of the Leaky Cauldron, watching the gateway form to get into Diagon Alley. Harry could see the white building that was Gringotts standing out over the rest of the street. He and his companions made straight for it, though they did have to pause on several occasions for Dumbledore to speak briefly with this or that passerby. Soon enough he was standing on the steps looking up at the impressive building, no longer at all surprised by the goblin that stood outside, bowing them inside. "Can I help you?" one of the goblins asked Dumbledore with a nasty look on its face. "You can, actually," Dumbledore replied cheerily. "We've got a key here that was left to my companion as his inheritance. We don't know what vault it is though. Can you help?" "Gimme the key," the goblin said with an exaggerated sigh. Harry handed it over. "This is for Vault 1000, the goblin said, with a look of surprise on its face. "An important key, that one. One moment, I'll call someone to take you down." He handed Harry the key back, and yelled out something that Harry didn't catch. A moment later a goblin appeared beside them. "This way, sirs," he said, heading towards one of the many doors that led of the room. The three people and the goblin managed to pile into the cart and were soon swooping down into the bowels of the earth where the Gringotts vaults were. It was a longer ride than Harry had ever been on in the past, deeper and deeper into the heart of the earth. Finally they stopped. The door that they were in front of had no lock. Harry was surprised. This was fairly high security. The Philosopher's Stone had been kept in something such as this. The goblin got out of the cart and stroked the door gently. Instead of disappearing, a keyhole appeared in the door, into which the goblin carefully inserted the key, turning it. Now the door swung open. Inside the vault was only one thing, a dark wooden box inlaid with gold. A lion was set into the top of it, red eyes seeming to follow the movement of everyone in the vault. "Well, go and get it," the goblin told Harry waspishly, and Harry quickly went to do so. The box, about 1.5 feet long, and half a foot wide, was quite heavy. Soon enough the three of them were out of Gringotts and standing in Dumbledore's office, and the box was set on Dumbledore's desk. "I think, Harry, that perhaps you'd better open this alone." Harry looked at him and nodded. He felt the same. "I'll go the room of requirement," he said, after a moment's thought. "I'll see you guys later." Tatsu and Dumbledore nodded, and Harry left the office quickly. As he hurried down the stairs, he nearly bumped into the figure dressed in black that he'd seen leaving the office a few days earlier. The figure was also leaving. "The professor has returned," Harry told the person, who nodded in thanks and turned around again. Harry continued on his way, making for the room of requirement. He met no one in the halls. It was not yet lunch time, so all of the students were in classes now, all except him, of course. In the room of requirement, Harry sank into a comfortable lounge chair and stared at the box that his mother had left him, examining it in greater detail. There was a border of gold around each edge, in what Harry recognized as a Celtic pattern. The golden lion on the top of the box was roaring, its mane flying around its head. On each side of the box was a lily flower. One was a bud, one with the petals beginning to open, one with the petals halfway open, and one that was in the prime of its short life, petals fully open. Turning the box carefully upside down, Harry saw on the bottom, carved but not inlaid with gold, the image of a stage with a wreath of lily flowers about its neck. He smiled slightly at that. Turning it back the right way up, Harry wondered how he was supposed to open it. Remembering the first box, he took out his wand and rapped it sharply against the lid. "Alohomora," he cried, but nothing happened. Then he realized that there wasn't actually a lock, so how was he supposed to undo it? Laughing at his own folly, he went back to examining it. Slipping his nails into the hairline crack that ran right about the box, he tried to lift the lid, but failed. He felt as if the lion's ruby eyes were taunting him. Not liking the feeling, he placed his hand of the lion, covering it, and its eyes, completely. Immediately he felt the box shudder slightly, then, with a slight pop, the lid lifted slightly. Harry blinked in surprise. So that was how you opened it, was it? How simple, yet so hard. Now when he slipped his fingers under the lid, it lifted up without difficulty. Inside, the first thing he saw was a note, which he lifted out and looked at carefully. It was addressed to him, in a beautiful cursive script. He opened it and read the note. "Dear Harry, if you are reading this, the worst has happened, and Peter has betrayed us. I write this the night before the Fidelius charm will be performed, because I am scared. I do not trust Peter fully, but I see the wisdom in using him as our secret keeper. After all, who would suspect we chose him? But is the bluff a little too perfect? Well, I guess I will find out in time. Dumbledore told us what the prophecy said. I think he told Mr. and Mrs. Longbottom also, for their son, Neville, was born only 2 days before you. Privately, I believe that it refers to you, for you were born as the 7th month dies. I did not tell Dumbledore that you were born at 1 minute to midnight on the 31 Street. I did not want to draw any more attention to you than I had to. But if you are reading this, I will assume that the prophecy does, as I fear, refer to you. But it means that you, my son, will live to do what we may not, destroy the Dark Lord once and for all. He killed so many people that meant so much to me and your father. My parents, James's parents, most of my school friends all dead by his hand. If I could do anything to destroy him, even if it meant dying myself, I would do it. But it seems that all I can do is live, and hope that you, the child of my flesh, will do the job for me. In this Box are several things that you might find useful if you were to fight the Dark Lord. James left his invisibility cloak with Dumbledore for you, I hope you've got it now. My gifts to you are less well known, but no less important. One is a ring, it has been handed down through my family for generations beyond count. Wear it with pride, and pass it on to your oldest child when the time comes. You will know the time instinctively, I think. The ring was made by an ancestor of mine who was a witch, though most of my family were not. You will have to discover its charms on your own. I may not help you there. Do not take it off, whatever may happen. Also, I have put my old school diary in here. It tells of my life, describes my friends, how I met your father, how much I hated him, then how I fell in love. It tells of lessons that you have either gone through, or will go through in your own time at Hogwarts. I hope reading it gives you an insight into who I am. Hidden within the box is something else that you will need later on. I will not tell you what it is, nor where. You will find it when you've a need, and can use it. There is also a crystal ball. I am something of a seer myself. I know that it is an imprecise branch of magic, and I can see little of the future. Most of what I can do is feel premonitions. I have seen some things in the orb, but nothing important enough to speak of. Last of all, I leave you my wand. I do not think that I will need it, at present at least. If Voldemort comes, I will face him with my only weapons being my love of you, my family, and my friends, and my hate of him and all he stands for. It is one of my premonitions, and I will do as I feel is right. James laughs at me as he reads my letter through. He knows of my small abilities in the field of divination, of course, and trusts them to an extent. He tells me that I should not be silly, that we'll live to see you grow up, a happy family. While I wish this could happen, something tells me it won't. Never have I hoped so much that I will prove wrong. Your loving mother, Lily Evans Potter. Harry didn't even notice the tears falling from his eyes and dropping on the parchment. The 30th of October 1996. Harry was sitting still in the center of the room of requirement, his eyes closed, his mind lurking in the center that allowed him to have control over everything. Open your eyes, Tatsu's voice murmured. Harry did so without question. Tatsu he could trust. Ron and Hermione were in the room as well, but Harry wasn't paying any attention to them at present. Look at Hermione's wand, Tatsu ordered. Harry turned his head obediently and gasped. He hadn't heard Hermione murmur, Lumos, but the effects of the spell were easy enough to see. Her wand glowed with white stands of light, each shining like 1,000 suns. Change them to blue, Tatsu told Harry. Harry smiled. This was like flying, he didn't need to be told how to do this, he could just do it. Reaching out with his mind, he manipulated the tiny threads that made up each strand of light. One by one they changed to blue. Harry blinked, left his center and smiled. Now Hermione's wand was giving off a faint blue light, as opposed to white. Well done, Tatsu smiled. I thought you mightn't need to be shown how to do things. So some modifiers do need to be shown? Harry asked. Yes, but most don't, Tatsu replied. Your talent for this is not strong. Look how worn out you are by just that simple change. But no matter, I think that in the end, just having the slight ability will be enough. Enough for what? Harry asked, curious. What must be done, Tatsu replied. Which is, you'll know when the time comes. Can't you give a straight answer? Harry demanded waspishly, but he smiled. At the same time, not when I don't know what it is. It's just a feeling I have, Tatsu replied. Harry nodded his head, accepting that there was nothing else he could get out of the man. Absently he twisted a ring around his finger. It was nice ring, silver, covered in a twisting pattern that didn't seem to start or end. At intervals a gem was studded into the pattern, one for each of the 7 colors of the rainbow, and one that was black. This was the ring that his mother had left for him. In his pocket was the note she'd written, with water and dirt repelling charms on it, so that he could keep it as a lasting reminder of her. The diary was tucked very deep into his trunk, so that no one would find it easily. He'd read some of it, and felt nothing but sympathy when his mother, at 11 years old, wrote about her sister Petunia's scathing comments. He'd laughed when she got halfway through first year, spending almost every entry telling something about James Potter and how much she hated him. She was falling for him already, Harry could sense it, somehow. Not having much experience with girls, not really wanting it, after Cho rejecting him, then Lily turning out to be forbidden to him, he wasn't sure how he knew this. he just did. Well, since that will render you too tired to do much else in the magical department, Tatsu grinned, I guess we'd better get started on your physical training. Harry sighed. Ron, Hermione, you may stay, if you like, Tatsu told Harry's friends. You haven't seen Harry and I fighting before, have you? Harry's two friends shook their heads wordlessly. Harry smiled. You'll be in for quite an experience, I'm sure. And you needn't think that I'll go easy on you just because your friends are watching, Tatsu warned. Don't worry, I know you. I wasn't expecting it, Harry assured Tatsu. Suddenly Tatsu threw a kick at Harry's head. Harry didn't even register Hermione's fearful gasp. He sank into his center so fast he didn't even really notice the transition. He let himself sway lightly backwards, before throwing himself forwards, punching towards Tatsu's stomach. Tatsu blocked him, and lashed out with the intention of tripping Harry, who leapt upwards swiftly, twisting the side and feinting a left punch to Tatsu's shoulder, then quickly driving his right hand towards Tatsu's hip. Tatsu somehow managed to avoid both and suddenly he and Harry were apart and circling one another, watching for some form of weakness. Harry suddenly bounded forwards, feinting the right, then another feint to the left before kicking at Tatsu's right leg. The kick landed, but Tatsu ignored it. Harry let a soft hiss escape his lips as Tatsu drove a hard punch into Harry's abdominal area, driving the air out of his lungs in a pained gasp. Putting this out of his mind, Harry circled backwards doing his best to regain his breath. Tatsu followed swiftly, battering at Harry's defenses at every given opportunity. As usual, Tatsu won the bout and Harry grinned up at Ron and Hermione from his position, lying flat on his back on the floor, completely out of breath and a bruise started to form on his cheek. Betcha never seen something like that before, he muttered, grinning despite his injuries. Oh my god, was all Hermione seemed able to say. Wow, Ron said, in perfect agreement. Harry levered himself off the ground, wincing slightly at every movement he made. Hermione shook her head slightly, as if clearing it, and quickly took out her wand, performing several healing charms before Harry was properly aware of what was going on. Thanks, he muttered, moving freely now. You're getting better, Tatsu remarked coolly. But you may as well go and hang out with your friends now. Harry nodded. We've got Quidditch practice, the game's on the 16th of November, not quite 3 weeks away. We have to practice as much as we can. Tatsu smiled. I'll come by and watch the game, he promised. I haven't seen a Quidditch match in many years now, not since he left the country. You'll come. Cool. Well, we'd better get training, can't lose with you watching. Harry grinned at Tatsu and sped away with Ron and Hermione following. Hermione was coming to watch the practice, as she often did. The next day was Halloween, and Harry was looking forward to the Hogsmeade trip that would take place before the feast in the evening. He had not been to Hogsmeade in some time, and he was thinking of going up to the cave where Sirius had hidden 2 years before. Hermione hadn't been sure that this would be a good idea, not knowing what Harry felt about his godfather's death anymore, but Harry had been firm. Ron, Hermione and Lily would come with him, for which he was glad. He wouldn't have wanted to go up there alone. The older Slytherins all gave Harry very dirty looks whenever they saw him these days. Everyone knew that Malfoy was in the hospital wing, unconscious, after something Harry had done. Harry didn't care. He didn't pay any attention to their taunts and sneers anymore. After all, why should he when the younger people in their house liked him for who he was? Today, Pansy Parkinson was trying to tease him about his former fear of Dementors. She was recounting the incident on the train when Harry had come to school for his 3rd year to the Slytherin Durmstrang students. Harry ignored it calmly. He was no longer in the least bit afraid of Dementors, or what they could do. Lily turned to Harry and asked, just as loudly as Pansy Parkinson was speaking, Harry, didn't you get attacked by Dementors last summer? I remember reading something about you getting in trouble for something. Harry smiled faintly. Yeah, I used a Patronus to get them away before they hurt me or my cousin, but since it was over the summer and we aren't supposed to be allowed to use magic over the summer, I got in trouble for it. The Durmstrang students had been listening to this, though Harry hadn't taken the trouble to speak loudly. He didn't think there was a reason they'd hear him if they were interested, which they obviously were. You summoned a Patronus? One of the Durmstrang students asked. He summoned a corporeal Patronus, a female voice said softly, and Harry turned to see Susan Bones walking towards him. A relation of mine was overseeing the trial, she told me all about it. Pansy Parkinson looked furious, her attempt at getting at Harry wasn't getting anywhere. In fact, the Durmstrang students had looks of respect for the feat of magic Potter had been able to use. She ground her teeth and set to trying to think of something to use to get back at Harry, that he wouldn't be able to say anything back. Harry, Ron, Hermione and Lily made their way through Hogsmeade, stopping often to speak with the students that they ran into, showing Lily the sights. Visiting Honeydukes was a great experience for all of them, and they all stocked up on sweets. Soon enough they were done in Hogsmeade, and the feast was still 2 hours away. "Come on, let's go to the cave," he said softly. As yet, he hadn't told Lily about Sirius, but he was planning to do so very soon, hadn't she entrusted him with a secret just as important. He would tell her tonight, while they worked on the Love Me Not potion in Ning Myrtle's bathroom, he thought. All Lily knew about today was that it was something very important to Harry, and that he'd promised to tell her everything as soon as possible. Making their way up to the cave was a little difficult, as it was very overgrown, but they did it eventually, and Harry looked around the place. It had been just under 2 years since Sirius had last been here, but there was very little to show his presence. There were still newspapers, mostly decomposed now, scattered over the ground, and a few hippogriff feathers. Harry stood for a long time in the entrance of the cave, then walked inside. Ron, Hermione and Lily remained outside, letting Harry walk around the cave on his own. This was a place that he met up with a close friend on occasion, Hermione explained to Lily. The friend died a while ago, and Harry hasn't completely gotten over his death yet. He's getting better though, from what we can see. He has been since the holidays, but it's a blow to lose someone you care about. Lily nodded, and the three of them waiting patiently as Harry walked around for a little longer. Then he came outside again. There was a slightly grieved look on his face, but at the same time he seemed happier than Lily remembered him being. "Come on, let's get back to the castle," he said with a smile. It wouldn't do to miss the feast, would it now? In companionable silence the four friends made their way back down the hillside and walked back to Hogwarts amid the steady stream of other students hurrying back in time for the feast. The Halloween feast was enjoyable, from Lily's point of view, but Harry seemed somewhat distracted for most of it, and she couldn't help thinking it had something to do with the person who'd stayed in the cave. When the feasting was over, Harry slipped out with Lily and together they made their way to Ning Myrtle's bathroom to work on their potion. "I want to tell you about something," Harry said softly. "Is it about the person who once lived in the cave?" Lily wanted to know. "Yes," Harry replied. "Did you hear of Sirius Black? Didn't he escape from Azkaban a few years back?" Lily asked. "Yeah, that's time," Harry replied. "He was given a life sentence there without a trial, suspected of being a Death Eater and selling my parents to Lord Voldemort." "How awful," Lily said. "I'm not sure who to feel sorry for. You, for your loss, or Sirius for not even getting a trial." As it turns out, Harry remarked coolly, not giving him a trial was the worst thing the Ministry could have done. Sirius was convicted for the murder of the one who'd actually betrayed my parents. He was innocent of all charges. Wow, but how do you know that? Then realization dawned. He was the man in the cave, wasn't it? Yes, Harry said bitterly. He was my godfather. He was killed by Death Eaters at the end of last year, when it was revealed that Voldemort had come back. Your godfather? That's harsh, Lily said, but, to Harry's surprise, she didn't seem shocked, or disbelieving, of what he was telling her. I only knew him for 2 short years, and I hardly ever saw him, but he seemed to be one of the most important people in my life, Harry said softly. At first, I hated him, then I met him and found out the truth. We were going to prove that he was innocent and I'd be able to live with him instead of the Dursleys. Then he died and everything went to pieces on me. I know how that feels, Lily said. Does the Ministry know? Of course not. The Minister isn't likely to believe me anyway. One day he'll realize the truth, or I'll find proof of it. I will prove the world that my godfather was innocent, Harry said fiercely. I don't doubt that for a second, Lily assured him. If there is anyone who could do something like that, it's you. So you believe me? Harry said, smiling. Of course, Lily replied. I know you wouldn't lie to me. Harry smiled his thanks and together they bent back over the potion. Lily was now one of the very few people in Hogwarts who knew that Sirius had been innocent, also one of the few that knew he was not at large with Voldemort's army, but dead. "Thank you for trusting me," she added softly. "You trusted me first." The 15th of November 1996. Harry paced around the Gryffindor common room, his green eyes alight with nervous energy. "Harry, stop that, you're making me tired just watching you." Hermione begged him. It was the day before Unity's first match. Anyone could see why Harry would be nervous, it was his first match as the captain of a team. He got nervous anyway, but now. "Sit down," Lily said sharply, catching hold of one of Harry's arms and unceremoniously dragging him down to a sitting position, the couch. "What if we lose?" Harry asked suddenly, and his friends sighed. Ron and Lily could identify with Harry's nerves, having played Quidditch themselves, and that was only as ordinary players. "Then you lose and there's nothing you can do," Hermione said, brutally frank. "But we won't," Ron assured Harry. "We've trained, we know what we have to do. We are the best we can at this point in time." "Yeah, and you're the best captain ever," Lily assured him. "You'll be fine. We'll be fine. If we don't win, it won't be through lack of trying." Harry smiled thankfully at his two fellow team members. "Harry, it's 10 o'clock, shouldn't you get some sleep?" Hermione suggested. "You'll need to be rested if you are going to play well tomorrow." "Right," Harry agreed. "Team, we should get some sleep now." He called out over the common room, and those on Harry's team who were Gryffindors saluted him with grins and started getting ready to get to sleep. Harry bounded up the stairs, still filled with that nervous energy. Without thinking of anything else, Harry let his body flow into the familiar rounds of kata, the dance-like activity that incorporated fighting movements he used all the time. If he couldn't pace out his energy, he'd fight it out. Ron came up to the dormitory, but stopped when he saw his friend. For a while, he watched Harry, and envied the other boy's graceful movements. Harry's movements became more and more sluggish, and eventually he stumbled over to his bed and collapsed, so tired that he couldn't even be bothered to undress. He did manage to slip beneath the covers and pull the curtain shut. "Why can't I be like that?" Ron wondered aloud. The next morning dawned, unusually for November, light and sunny with a gentle breeze. Harry smiled as he looked out from the window in his dormitory. No one else was awake yet. After all, the sun had only just risen, but Harry was awake and ready to face the match. The nerves of the night before were gone completely now. In just a few hours he'd be in the air, free. Harry smiled again, wider. He'd missed playing Quidditch. Alone, Harry walked downstairs, his firebolt in his hands, to eat his breakfast in the relative peace of the Great Hall before the students all awoke. The team that they would be playing today was composed of Durmstrang students, and called themselves Dark Flight. Lily said that the people on the team were good flyers and worked well together. Harry was the only person in the Great Hall when he started eating, and as he finished, a few students were starting to drift into the hall. Harry picked up his broom and headed out to the Quidditch pitch. When he arrived, Tatsu was doing kata in the center of the pitch. Harry smiled, and mounted his broom, kicking off from the ground and shooting up into the air. On any other day, he might have joined his guardian in kata, but not today. Today would be his first Quidditch match since early the last year, and he wanted to fly. Harry flew, rolling, diving, shooting upwards. He was ready to play Quidditch. Tatsu stopped his movements and watched his young ward darting through the air as easily as any bird. The rest of the team arrived about half an hour later for a warm-up flight, and then it was time to head for the changing rooms. Harry's nerves came back. "The school's out there," Ginny murmured, looking out of the change room door. "All the schools and all the teachers. Should have an all-right game then," Harry mused. "Wouldn't bet on it," Lily muttered darkly. "That lot don't like rules much." "Sounds a lot like Slytherins," Harry remarked. "Not to worry, we always manage to beat the Slytherins." "Slytherins don't practice flying as much as Durmstrang students do," Lily replied. "But I think we are in with a fighting chance." "Glad to hear it," Harry smiled. "Come on, let's get out there." A Hufflepuff student by the name of Nell Kellen had taken over from Lee Jordan as commentator. Harry knew her vaguely from DA, enough to know that she was quick to laugh and was rarely down. She would make an amusing commentator for matches. And here comes Unity. Captain Harry Potter of Hogwarts, youngest Seeker in a century, leads them onto the field, along with Ginny Weasley of Hogwarts, Luna Lovegood of Hogwarts, and Gabrielle Delacour of Beauxbatons as chasers, Ron Weasley of Hogwarts as keeper, Ernie Macmillan of Hogwarts and Lily Adams of Durmstrang as the beaters. Most of the crowd roared its approval of the team. Harry almost wished he had a Slytherin on the team, just to make unity complete, but oh well. And here comes Dark Flight, made completely of Durmstrang students. We have Captain and Beater Mark Sluppin, his brother Martin also playing Beater, Joel Deliski, Sam Dusk and Sam Kell as chasers, Keith Allen as keeper and Edgar Troyes as seeker. That was a really bad choice of seeker, Lily murmured in Harry's ear. He's better as a keeper, doesn't like flying too fast and not much of a diver. He's known to be a cheat and more than a little violent. I'll remember that, Harry murmured as Hooch called for the captains to shake hands. May the best team win, Harry said pleasantly, shaking hands with Mark Sluppin. Don't worry, we will, the other boys said, gripping Harry's hand almost painfully tight. Harry held onto his smile and gripped back. Mark winced, and Harry let go. Suddenly Harry was in the air. He had little recollection of anything happening after shaking Mark's hand, but now he was back home in a Quidditch game. And there goes Potter, look at him move. Last year forbidden to play Quidditch for the majority of the year, it looks like he hasn't lost his touch. He vaguely heard Nell saying into the microphone. He smiled slightly, and swerved, avoiding a bludger as he looked around the field. Luna was streaking towards the goals. Harry had been surprised to note how good a flyer she actually was. She worked well with the rest of the chasers, especially Ginny. Indeed, the red-haired girl was not far behind Luna, and was ready and waiting when Luna tossed the quaffle back. Neat pass by Lovegood to Weasley, Weasley heading for the goals, Alan looking ready to block. Weasley feints to the left, passes behind to Lovegood, who puts it neatly away into the right-hand goal. And it's 10-0 to Unity. He heard Nell calling. Turning his attention from the activities of the chasers, beaters, quaffle and bludgers, Harry concentrated on searching for the snitch and keeping an eye on Troyes. The opposing seeker was lagging behind a little. He had a Nimbus 2000, and Harry reminisced for a moment on the days when he himself had flown one of those. Lily was right, Harry could see it immediately. Troyes was not at all at home as a seeker, and Harry knew that he'd have little trouble outflying the other, but that meant she was probably right about him resorting to cheating easily. Oh well, Harry thought, nothing new after all, I've been putting up with Malfoy doing it for years. Keeping an eye on the other seeker, Harry searched the snitch, occasionally paying attention to the game. By the time half an hour was up, the score was 70-30 to Unity, and Dark Flight seemed to be getting a bit nervous. They were resorting to cheating quicker, but almost always got caught, which gave Unity more and more chances to score goals. The beaters were working mercilessly, whacking bludgers with all their might towards Unity, but Lily and Ernie easily kept them at bay. When they hit the hour mark, Harry saw the snitch. To his annoyance it was up, rather than down. He'd felt a bit like a dive, but it was a lot closer to him than it was to Troyes, and he had the faster broom anyway. As he turned his broom sharply upwards, he saw, out of the corner of his eye, a bludger streaking towards him. Ignoring this for the moment, Harry raced for the snitch, throwing himself forward, partly off his broom, and closing one fist around the little golden ball. Before he had a chance to settle himself properly on the broom again, the bludger slammed into his back, throwing him completely off balance. His fingers closed tighter around the little golden ball as he fell through the air. He wondered if this would kill him, as the wind whistled through his robes and hair, tearing his glasses from his face in a savage yank. Suddenly he was slowing down. Opening his eyes, he saw Dumbledore standing in the teacher's stand, his wand out and pointing at Harry. The boy relaxed. He should have known that Dumbledore would not allow him to fall to his death. He landed softly on the ground, and swiftly summoned his firebolt. He wasn't about to lose it the way he had his last broom. This broom was special, Sirius had given it to him. And Unity wins. Nell called out happily. Potter looks to have taken a dive there. You're supposed to have broom with you before attempting one of those, mate, but seems to be a-okay. Harry smiled. He quite liked Nell's sense of humor. With the snitch still firmly held in his hands, Harry waited for his team to land around him, as the fans swamped down from the stands to engulf the team in a rush of screaming, cheering mass. Harry smiled. He loved winning Quidditch. Somewhere some ways away, someone else was not having a good time. The bloody potion is going faster than I'd hoped it would, Severus realized. I'm sure it'll be fine, Lupin said tiredly. Even if you do finish it ahead of time, it just means that the Dark Lord will be happy, Fudge will die sooner and hopefully Dumbledore will be able to escape. I suppose you're right. But still, I would much rather this take longer than I thought it would. I don't like the idea of making a potion to kill the Minister, or Albus Dumbledore. Even if Fudge is an insufferable idiot, Severus replied. You're right there, Lupin remarked. But still, Voldemort will kill you if you fail, and will punish you if you are late. And most of the rest of the light, place your life above the Minister's, Severus. You, at least, serve a useful purpose and are not power-hungry. Still shut up Lupin and let me work, Snape said after a moment's thought. He didn't want to argue with a stubborn Remus Lupin about this, not until he was sure of what he was about for himself, at least. That's right, I was starting to get a little worried about you. You hadn't insulted me for almost 10 minutes, Lupin sounded like he was smirking or would have been, if he'd had lips to smirk with. Severus ignored this, and went back to working on the potion, trying to sort out his own complicated feelings, emotions and thoughts, and at the same time ignore Remus J. Lupin, something that was easier said than done. The deceased werewolf did not appreciate being ignored. Once more back at Hogwarts, Harry was thoroughly enjoying himself as was everyone else from Unity and their friends, companions and supporters. A party of epic proportions was going on, and the only place that they could meet up was the Room of Requirement, since they all came from different houses, different schools. But this, of course, didn't retract at all from the general party atmosphere. A large group of students were dancing at one side of the room, another group clustered around the tables laden with food. The house elves were only too happy to make sure that everything continued coming, making sure that no one would go hungry. A few more were practicing dueling under Harry's watchful, critical eye, and others were just sitting and chatting, reliving the game and praising their favorite players. Harry looked over the scene and smiled. This would never have happened if he hadn't caught that little snitch. If Troyes had caught it, everyone would be moping about the defeat of their friends. But not to think about that for now, he'd won the game of Quidditch. His first game since the year before, and he'd still managed to win. His first game as captain too. But it had happened. Now he just faced another 3 matches. One more match, then the semi-finals, the finals, and then the grand final. He sincerely hoped that he would still be in the running for the grand final, but wasn't every other captain hoping the same? Only 2 could make it. The 12th of January 1996. Harry sat quietly in the Gryffindor common room, staring silently into the fire. There was no one else nearby at the moment, most of them were catching up with last-minute homework or playing on the grounds. Lifting his head, he saw the snow falling in gentle flakes outside of the window. He wondered why he didn't go and join the activities outside. Goodness knew he'd been asked by enough people. But he didn't feel like playing in the snow. He sighed softly. The main reason for his wish to remain alone was that he and Lily had finished the Love Me Not potion the day before, and Harry had taken it, knowing that he would then lose, for life, the one girl he thought he might have been capable of loving. There was no counter for the Love Me Not potion. He shook his head slightly, trying to dislodge this one thought. He didn't want to remember that, he wanted it to go away. He didn't love Lily anymore, but he still wanted to love her. Forbidden fruit. He turned angrily to his homework, spread out around him in various piles. He smiled faintly, realizing that, in his frustration and want to do something, he'd actually been doing his homework. More startling still, he was almost finished it. They were getting more every day, it seemed, but oh well. At least he would be caught up with the weekend's load. Tomorrow would be Monday, and several of these assignments would be due in. Harry put the finishing touches on a potions essay, then read through it, using his wand to correct any small mistakes he'd made. When he was satisfied with it, he murmured, "Emendator." Immediately every word that he'd spelt wrong was underlined in red, and the correct word hovering over them. Quickly, he corrected these as well, and set the essay aside. With a muttered, "Airfacio," he dried the ink, and turned to a transfiguration essay. Half an hour later he'd completed everything that he'd been given over the week in various classes, packed it all up into his room and walked out of the Gryffindor common room, heading for the Room of Requirement. Well, if it isn't Potter the prefect," a sneering voice came from behind him. Harry didn't even have to turn around to know that it was Draco Malfoy who spoke. Well, if it's the boy who lost his prefect badge, Harry replied coolly, still without looking behind him. Malfoy had been forbidden from playing Quidditch for his unsportsmanlike attack on a captain of an opposing team, had lost 50 points from Slytherin and had had his prefect badge confiscated. He'd also been told that he was lucky to have gotten off so lightly, which compounded his annoyance. This was light. So he was naturally furious when Harry spoke out like this, and prepared to attack. You are aware, Malfoy, that if you attack me, you will be expelled. I believe the headmaster made this quite clear when he told you your punishment. Furious though he was, Malfoy knew that Harry spoke the exact truth. He could not attack the boy who lived again, now that he was back in favor with the wizarding world. Malfoy turned and stalked away. Harry smiled slightly, and continued on his way. He was learning, more and more, to control the unpredictable modifier talent that was his. It was so weak that he was often frustrated, because he could not do what he wanted to, as it required too much power. But he had learned, quickly, that it was more important to stabilize this gift, and the way to stabilize it was to practice with it. This was also the best way to get his gift to perform at its maximum capacity. As he got older, and could control it better, the modifier talent would get stronger, until stabilizing about midlife, for a wizard, this being somewhere between 75 and 100. So now Harry got to completely wear his body out, practicing martial arts and dueling with Tatsu, and then he wore out his mind working on the modifier talent. For some reason, Tatsu was insistent that Harry have as much of his modifier talent under wraps by Christmas as possible. Although he did not know the reason behind his haste and work, Harry did all that he could to keep up with the demanding pace that Tatsu set for him, as he wanted his guardian to be proud of him. And though he rarely said it, Tatsu was. The moment Harry opened the door into the room of requirement, he was moving. He knew that Tatsu would have been crouching patiently just near the door waiting for his arrival, just to make sure Harry got a surprise the moment he walked into the room. Tatsu was very firm about this. Enemies would attack like this, without warning, and Harry to be ready for it. And, thanks to Tatsu, Harry thought wryly, he would be very ready for it, should the situation ever occur. As he got better and better at being ready when he opened the door to a room, Harry found he actually liked this challenge. He never knew exactly what Tatsu would do, and it was almost fun, at least, it was when he managed to stop the attack. Today was no different. Tatsu wasn't in sight when Harry first walked warily into the room. Harry quickly sank into his center, trying to discern everything that might lead to Tatsu's location. He heard the scuff of a footfall behind him, and whipped around immediately. Sure enough, there was Tatsu, already attacking. Harry swiftly arranged his body so that he would be able to counter the coming attack, and lunged forward to meet his teacher. Half an hour of swift dodging and attacking, and the pair of them fell back, Harry worn out and Tatsu panting slightly. Neither had been the victor in this instance, though Tatsu would have been, if they'd continued. The door to the room of requirement opened and Michael McGonagall walked through the door. Tatsu, you are ready, aren't you? He asked, smiling. We are, Tatsu confirmed. Now, Harry, Michael is going to help us with your training. You have managed to alter charms and transfiguration spells. Now comes the time for something different, and perhaps more useful, curses. Harry sat up straight, green eyes glinting with delight. He had been looking forward to this for a long time. Really? He asked, sounding very happy. Really, Tatsu smiled. The first spell we work with will be Stupefy. I want you to change it to a sleeping spell. It will be cast on you still, but I want you asleep, not stunned, got it? Got it, Harry confirmed. Good, Tatsu nodded. Michael. Harry watched the curse coming towards him. From within his center, it was a set of white ropes, twisting around each other in a vicious ball, and each of the ropes was composed of threads. Somehow, he knew which threads he wanted to maneuver. He had never received a satisfactory explanation from Tatsu as to why he didn't need to be told these things. As always, he had resisted the temptation to use large amounts of power in a specific way. He wouldn't succeed. He knew that in this, his main enemy was himself, or rather, his own power levels. Carefully, he manipulated a few of the threads, weaving them together differently. The curse was bearing down on him faster and faster, and Harry slipped out of center to see what was now a flash of red burning towards him. But the red was slightly off color. He could just see the tiny threads of deep purple that were hidden within it. And then it hit him, and all he saw was black. "Harry, wake up," a cool voice commanded. Harry's eyelids fluttered, then opened. He found himself staring into the face of Tatsu Kendo, his teacher, friend and guardian. "Hello Tatsu. Did I do it?" "Yeah kid, you did it. You did well, rest now." Harry smiled faintly, and that smile remained as he dropped back into the deep, healing sleep. Apparently the sleep curse had been more powerful than he'd have liked it to be, but oh well. Sleep was good, he was tired. In Voldemort's fortress, Severus Snape knelt before the Dark Lord. "My lord, the Caduceus potion is almost ready." "Really, Severus?" the Dark Lord hissed. "Well, that was unexpected. You told me it would not be finished for another almost 3 months, wasn't it?" "Yes, my lord. I got many of the ingredients long before I had expected them. Your other servants work well. I will require another 3 weeks to completely finish it and key it to its victims," Severus replied. "I am pleased, Severus. You are working well. It will be finished 3 days before Christmas, the ideal time for a minister and a much-loved fool to die, don't you agree?" "I never did like Christmas," the Dark Lord hissed softly. "A perfect time, master," Severus breathed. "My lord, may I serve you in any other way?" "No, Severus, your part of this is to make the potion, and make sure that none suspect your purpose here. Another of my inner circle will be given the honor of taking the potion to my enemies," Voldemort told him. "But your eagerness is pleasing to me. I live to serve, my lord," Severus replied. "Quite right, and you would be ill-advised to forget that, Severus. When you have completed the potion, you will return to Hogwarts. I must know whether or not the potion is successful." "I will do as ordered, my lord, of course," Severus replied. "Oh, and Severus, with Dumbledore dead, you will strive to take on the position of deputy headmaster, under the other woman McGonagall. When the time comes, I want one of my faithful servants in command at Hogwarts." "Of course, my lord. I look forward to serving you in whatever way I can," Severus said quietly, while thinking, "Bastard. You'll never get what you want, not while I have breath in my body." "Good for you Sev," Remus agreed with him absently. "Dismissed, Severus." Severus rose thankfully and bowed before heading away. "Well, I'll be back at Hogwarts soon. I wonder what sort of trouble Potter's managed to get into while I've been away. Probably has all the teachers wrapped around his fingers now," he thought to himself. "Probably. But it's not necessarily a bad thing," Remus protested. "At least he's learning well. Or at least, from what I gather he is. He seems to have made friends with all of the students from the lower years of Slytherin, though the older ones resist his offers of friendship. He's managed to unite more than half the school, and a lot of the students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang too." Severus was a little surprised by this. He'd never really thought of Potter as a hero. Sure, everyone was always going on about him, but Severus had always assumed it was just luck and stupidity. He'd never really considered Potter going out of his way to help others. And as he thought, he realized how stupid this was. He had been letting his memories of James Potter interfere with his judgment on his old enemy's son. He'd never wanted to get to know Potter, or have anything to do with him. Maybe this had been a mistake. Severus shook his head. He didn't want to think about this. It was way too close to admitting that he might approve of the boy or like him or something like that. "You're confused," Remus pointed out wickedly. "Shut up Lupin." He heard the dead Mont's laughter echoing in his mind, and then fade away as he made his way back to his quarters. Soon he would be away from this dark fortress. Soon he would be surrounded by the people who were really on his side, not the side he pretended to be on. He was surprised at how much this mattered to him now. The 24th of December 1996. The Christmas holidays had started. Harry was glad. Malfoy had gone home, so Harry didn't have to think about running into him in the halls and having arguments. Ron and Hermione had gone home too, both of them went to the Burrow. Harry decided to stay at school. He liked it, this time of the year. It was pleasant, the snow fell outside, the fires were warm inside, and the place was nearly empty. Lily was staying as well. "Mum doesn't like having me around," she confided in Harry tiredly. "After Dad died, she did her best to keep me well and happy, but it didn't really work. She couldn't love me like she used to. Not after Dad died because of me." Harry felt sad for the other girl, and hugged her gently, safe in the knowledge that he could get close to her if he wanted to, but would never be able to love her. "Oh well, we can spend Christmas together then," he told her softly. "We'll pretty much have the castle to ourselves." This was true. Nearly all of the students, from Beauxbatons, Hogwarts and Durmstrang would be going home for Christmas. It seemed that everyone wanted to spend as much time as possible with their families, just in case it was the last they'd see them. "Yeah," Lily smiled back at him. "That could be nice. I have to go now," Harry told her. "Tatsu wants me, as usual. But I won't have to do any training tomorrow." Lily laughed. "I should hope not," she agreed. Harry smiled. "See you later," he said, heading out of the Gryffindor common room, leaving Lily gazing into the fire, which, as he left, blazed up stronger than before, though he didn't see, for his back was to it. Christmas Eve passed quickly. Harry and Tatsu fought, messed around with curses, meditated, and talked for a while. Then Harry wandered around the castle for a bit, until Filch saw him and sent him back to the common room. In the common room, Harry sat with Lily. "Lily, you said your magic was destructive, or more destructive than most wizards' magic, but I've never seen any destructive happening around you," he said. "If it's a touchy subject, ignore the question." "No, it's okay," Lily replied with a smile. "The answer to that question: I've been a wild child since I was 7, nearly 10 years now. In that time, I've managed to control most of my magic. You've never seen me get incredibly emotional, but if I did well, things would start exploding." "Oh," Harry said. "But that doesn't happen very often anymore." Lily sounded happy about this. "I'm getting it mainly under control." Harry smiled. "Good," he told her. "I probably couldn't have done half as well." "Don't underestimate yourself," Lily replied quietly. "You could do as well, if you really put your mind to it." Harry gave a half shrug, and both slipped back into their own thoughts, their own internal worlds. Christmas Day dawned clear and cold, snow lined the ground deeply, and Harry thought he could hear the forest trees creaking in protest. He smiled faintly, without opening his eyes. He was alone in the Gryffindor 6th year boys' dormitory, but that was okay. It was kind of interesting to spend a Christmas without his friends, something that hadn't happened since he'd had friends to spend Christmas with. There would be Lily though, and Tatsu. They would make the day fun, but it was nice to be without Ron and Hermione for a change. When he opened his eyes, he saw a huge pile of presents on the end of bed, so many that they were scattered over the floor because they wouldn't fit. Harry rubbed his eyes sleepily. "Wow," he breathed. "And the ones from your friends and family are in the room of requirement," Tatsu said, grinning, from the doorway. Harry blinked. "So these are from all of your admirers throughout Hogwarts and the magical world," Tatsu finished the sentence for him. "Wow," Harry repeated. Tatsu laughed. "Well, are you going to start opening them?" Most of the presents that had been at the foot of bed and scattered around the floor beside it were fairly impersonal. There were quills, parchment, book vouchers, vouchers for prank shops, sweet shops, clothes shops. A few people sent things like hats or cloaks, and quite a few just sent boxes of sweets. Harry was somewhat overwhelmed. Never had been so blatantly obvious that he was famous. When he'd finished opening the presents, Harry decided that the best thing to do would be to shrink them and then send them with Hedwig back to Grimmauld Place. He could look at them next holidays, when he was there. Harry cast the shrinking spell, then reached out with his mind to tweak the spell so that it would do exactly what he wanted it to. All of the presents shrank down, and soon there was a tiny pile, not much bigger than his fist. Another quick spell conjured a boxes for them, and Harry charmed the presents into this, to make sure that he missed none of them. That done, he set the box on his bedside table, deciding to send it later, and quickly dressed in black jeans and tight black shirt and headed downstairs. Lily was waiting for him. "Come on, I think we're supposed to be going to the room of requirement," she said happily. Lily had become good friends with Tatsu in the last few weeks, so she was looking forward to spending Christmas with Harry and his guardian. Harry led the way, bounding happily through the near-silent school. They saw no one on their trip down to the room, but then, there were so few people left in the school that the chances of meeting one of them were very slim. The pair of them burst into the room of requirement, Harry ready for an attack, just in case. But he needn't have worried. Tatsu was sitting in an armchair before an open fire, dressed in warm pants, a t-shirt, and a warm jumper. Behind him was a Christmas tree, and under it were a few more presents. "We're going over to the burrow later this afternoon," Tatsu told Harry, "or at least, that is the plan at present." "It could change?" Lily asked. "All things could change," Tatsu replied. "I'm not sure if this is likely to or not, but there is always the possibility." Harry rolled his eyes at Lily, who smiled in return. "He's like that sometimes," Harry murmured in her ear. "Just ignore it, I do." "I heard that," Tatsu pointed out. "That's all right," Harry smiled at his guardian, who shook his head and laughed. "Let's open presents," Lily suggested, before Tatsu could actually say anything about Harry's reply. "Yes, let's." Harry agreed wholeheartedly, despite the fact that he'd just received and opened an enormous amount of gifts. That didn't count. He didn't know any of the people who'd sent him those things. This next batch of presents were from those who knew him, who were his friends, the family of his heart. "This one is from the Weasley family," Tatsu addressed himself to Harry, tossing a parcel over. "Cool," Harry replied happily. "You two open your presents from me." Harry opened the present and smiled in delight when he found a wristwatch, which had, according to the letter written, Harry supposed, by Arthur Weasley, as he didn't recognize the handwriting, several different faces. One of the faces had a number of hands with names written on them: Ron, Hermione, Molly, Arthur, Fred, George, Lily and Tatsu included. Most of these pointed to Burrow. The other options included Hogwarts, headquarters meaning Grimmauld Place. It was still protected by the Fidelius charm, mortal peril, traveling, shopping, work, out of the country, lost, and in hiding. The other face was one that told time, and a third had things like, you're late, get ready to go, leave now and no rush. At the moment, the hand on this face showed, no rush. Harry smiled in absolute delight as he put it on. It was a very nice gift, he thought. Harry looked up as the other two examined their presents from him. He'd given Lily a picture of Unity, taken by Colin Creevey in their first Quidditch game, which he'd framed in silver, and a small silver model of a broomstick, with Firebolt written in minute writing on its handle. Lily was positively beaming. This would be a lasting reminder of her friends. "I cast a charm so that it won't tear or get dusty, or get dirty," Harry told her. Tatsu was gaping at his own present. Harry had spent quite a bit of time working on it. He'd given his new guardian an all-to-carry post, as Tatsu didn't have one. He had put the cage inside a box, and cast a charm that renewed the air as a breeze through the cage, so that the creature wouldn't suffocate, and would merely think that it was night time. Tatsu looked positively ecstatic, and Harry smiled, a gift appreciated. "Open mine now," Lily said, throwing him a very small package. Harry caught it easily, as Tatsu tossed Lily a present, and Lily handed him back another. "This time, let's open them one at a time," Tatsu suggested. "Sounds good," Lily replied. "You go first, Tatsu," Harry added, showing his own agreement. Tatsu unwrapped the present from Lily with quick ease, soon uncovering a box of chocolate frogs. "God, I love these things," Tatsu smiled, thanking Lily. Lily smiled back. "Good," she replied. "You go next," Harry urged her. Lily opened her present from Tatsu, smiling when she found a cloak, better suited to the English climate than the heavy one she'd needed at Durmstrang. "Thanks," she smiled at Tatsu, bounding over to give him a hug. "Now you, Harry," Lily said, sounding nervous now. Harry opened the small package to find a wooden box, beautifully crafted. "Open it," Lily urged him softly. Harry carefully lifted the latch and opened the lid. The inside of the box was lined with deep red velvet, and resting on it was a fang, threaded on a silver chain. "It's from a werewolf," Lily told him softly. "I thought it might serve as a nice reminder of the memories you have of your friend, Remus Lupin." Harry smiled gently, and lifted the chain and clipped it around his neck. "It's wonderful, thank you," he told her. Lily smiled in relief. "I hoped you'd like it." She went over to the three and lifted 3 presents, passing 2 of them to Tatsu and Harry. "You first this time, Lily," Harry told her. She nodded and opened a present from Molly Weasley. Harry smiled when he saw that she'd been given a Weasley jumper, much like one that he'd been given in the past, red, with a gold Gryffindor lion on the front. Lily put it on immediately, very happy. She'd also been given a box of Mrs. Weasley's treacle tarts. "Now you, Harry," she said eventually. Harry smiled and opened his own present from Mrs. Weasley, which was a nice jumper of black with a silver griffin on the front, as well as a Christmas cake. Harry laughed softly and quickly pulled on the jumper. Your turn, Tatsu. Lily called merrily, and Tatsu opened his present from Hermione, which was a handmade book of Japanese folk stories. Tatsu looked incredibly happy with this gift. I've been meaning to get one of these books forever, he remarked. But I never do quite get around to it. They continued opening presents for some time. Harry received a book on defense against the dark arts from Hermione, one that wasn't in the library at Sirius's place, and a beautiful box for Grippus to sleep in. It was crafted of wood, and was set on a tall pole. It was enchanted so that one could change the top from a perch to a sleeping box with a word, and in this way would appeal to Grippus in all of his forms. Harry was very happy with it. Lily was delighted with a beater's bat from Ron and a book on charms, a subject that she'd not had much practice in, from Hermione. She was reading through the introduction on the book at present. Tatsu opened his last present, which was a perch for his owl from Ron, and then turned to Harry. Well, there's one last present for you, Harry, mine. He reached over to the Christmas tree and tossed Harry a long, slim parcel, wrapped in gold. Carefully, Harry opened it, and gasped when he saw what it was. A Japanese bamboo sword. It's time to start instructing you in the ways of kendo, Tatsu said. As you would have guessed from my last name, I am rather proficient in this area. I think that you will benefit from it. Harry smiled, and as he did, a vision flashed before his eyes. He circled warily, his eyes watching a spinning silver blade. It looked familiar, and it felt so right in his hands. He spun it, fast and faster, over his head, behind his back, jumping into the air to whirl it round his feet. Suddenly his rhythm changed, though he made no conscious decision to start something new. Now he was moving as if blocking something, then parrying. Somehow, his body knew the patterns he had to make, his mind felt devoid of any thoughts, let alone those that might control his movements. His body moved in perfect sync with the sword in his hands, twisting, leaping, a dance of death that he had no control of. The 25th of December 1996. Harry, Lily and Tatsu headed downstairs soon after Harry had opened his present from Tatsu, and Harry's mind was still reeling. He had a sword, but it wasn't the one that he'd been seeing in his dreams for so long. The dream sword was made of metal, he wasn't sure what, but it looked a lot like silver, but that wasn't possible, was it? He shook his head slightly. Maybe the dream meant nothing. He didn't believe in divination anyway. Shaking his head, he walked into the Great Hall. None of the students were there yet, but Dumbledore was, and he was reading a letter with a concerned look on his face. Harry, could you come with me, please? He asked Harry softly, when he saw that the Gryffindor had entered the Great Hall. Harry nodded and excused himself from his companions, hurrying after the headmaster as Dumbledore swept from the Great Hall. No word was spoken between them until they reached the safety of the headmaster's office. Have a seat, Harry, Dumbledore bade the boy, who obeyed quickly. Something very important has occurred, the headmaster said, his expression very sad. Harry was surprised, he'd never seen Dumbledore look like this. Sir, what's happened? The letter is from Severus. It claims that he has sent me a potion which will protect me from anything that the Dark Lord might do to me. He has had to say this, otherwise Lord Voldemort would have never let the letter out of his fortress, wherever that may be. The potion he has sent is, in truth, a dark potion by the name of Caducus, which will kill slowly and very painfully. But why are you telling me this, sir, and how is that you know? I know because Sirius has been passing messages to me from Remus and Severus for the past few weeks, making sure that I know what is going on. A vial of this potion has been sent to the minister as well, in the hands of a trusted advisor, who is, in fact, a Death Eater. By 4 o'clock this afternoon, our Minister of Magic will be dead, and I will be expected to be as well, Dumbledore replied. So what are you going to do? You obviously aren't going to take the potion, Harry pointed out. Quite right, but I am going to use a spell to make it look like I have. A complicated illusion that I will create very soon, Dumbledore replied. But that means that, Harry looked at the headmaster, sincerely hoping he was wrong. That, for most of the wizarding world, I will die this afternoon, Dumbledore said gravely. The only ones who will know that I am still alive are you, Tatsu and Alistair Moody. Why Moody? Harry asked. He is my second in command in the Order of the Phoenix, Dumbledore replied. He will be giving all orders when I am dead, and therefore I will need to give him advice on what's happening. And why are you telling me? Harry asked, confused. Because otherwise Sirius will most likely tell you in your dreams, Dumbledore replied. Besides, I would like to be able to keep up with your progress in various areas of study. You are destined to be the hero of the wizarding world, Harry, and I would like to know where you are at. So you can protect me? Harry asked, eyes narrowing slightly. So I can guide you, Harry. You cannot do what you must alone, you will need the help, my help, Tatsu's help, the Order's help, and most of all, your friend's help, Dumbledore replied. Harry nodded, realizing the truth of this statement. Thanks for telling me, he said. Oh, and I've got a Christmas for you, sir. He exclaimed suddenly, remembering. He quickly fished through his pockets, and, after a moment of searching, came up with a parcel, which he handed to Dumbledore. Merry Christmas, sir, he said. Thank you, Harry, Dumbledore said. Whatever could this be? Dumbledore unwrapped the gift, and laughed long and hard when he uncovered a pair of warm, woolly socks. You said back in first year that you'd always wanted some, Harry pointed out, eyes dancing. Thank you, Harry, Dumbledore chuckled merrily. Well, you may leave now, but could you send Tatsu up when he'd finished eating? Of course, sir, Harry replied. I'll see you again soon. He left the office, and headed back down to the Great Hall. Tatsu, Dumbledore wants to talk to you, Harry murmured in his guardian's ear. Tatsu nodded and rose quickly, heading away from the Great Hall. Harry, what did Dumbledore want? Lai asked. He wanted to tell me about Voldemort's latest movements, Harry replied. This wasn't entirely a lie, but nor was it the whole truth. He wasn't sure if Dumbledore had wanted him to talk about what would take place this afternoon. Any idea what he wants Tatsu for? Lily inquired. Not really, Dumbledore and Tatsu often talk, Harry replied. I don't follow all of their conversations. Lily nodded, taking his word for it. Well, maybe he could tell them at a later point in time. A lone owl flew into the room, bearing a newspaper. Everyone looked up at it. There wasn't usually a profit release at this time of the day. The owl came to Harry, and the boy looked at the front page, seeing exactly what he expected. What does it say? Professor Flitwick asked, leaning forwards with interest. Harry cleared his throat and read. In this special early release of the Evening Prophet, it brings this reporter great sadness to report that, as of 11 o'clock this morning, the wizarding world is without its leader, for Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, passed away under suspicious circumstances. It is suspected, by this reporter and by many others, that Minister Fudge's death was no natural event, and Dolores Umbridge and Percy Weasley, the late minister's under-secretaries, assure the public that Aurors are already working on uncovering the events that led to our beloved leader's death. The election of a new minister will be held shortly, but this reporter has heard that Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, might be asked to temporarily assume this position, in the absence of anyone else. The Ministry has declared that December the 26th will be a day of mourning for our dear and departed minister. Shock had been racing around the table as Harry read, and everyone was looking scared. If this minister could be the target of assassination, McGonagall whispered. Where else could be safe? Flitwick finished her thought. Harry put the newspaper down and, along with Lily, slipped away from the table, not wanting to stay there while everyone debated what could have killed the minister. You know something? Lily asked. Yes, but I'm not sure if I'm supposed to speak of it, Harry replied. Seeing the hurt forming on Lily's face, he added, it's not my secret to tell, otherwise I would. Appeased, Lily nodded. Okay, she said. I believe you. Thanks, Harry smiled. It seems that with the Ministry in an uproar, we won't be going to the Burrow. The Order of the Phoenix will be having a meeting, and I expect that all of the Ministry members will be called in to examine everything that could have anything to do with the minister's death, Lily remarked. There won't be that many left at the Burrow, and probably no one to give us permission to go. Oh well, we'll see about that. Harry was sure that they wouldn't be able to go and visit Ron and Hermione, after all, when Dumbledore's death was announced. Sure enough, hours later, after Tatsu had joined them, this time in the Gryffindor common room, and Dumbledore had walked around the halls of Hogwarts, for everyone to see, saying what only two people knew to be his last farewell to the castle he loved so much, Albus Dumbledore was discovered, in his office, dead. Harry and Tatsu grieved with the rest, or appeared to do so, but in their minds they knew what the other occupants of Hogwarts did not. Albus Dumbledore lived just out of the limelight for the moment. Though the press was not to know it, yet, the death of the longtime Hogwarts headmaster, one of the most respected wizards in all time, would shatter the wizarding world far more than that of their illustrious leader and minister, Cornelius Fudge. That night, very late, after Lily had left the castle and gone into the forest to spend her time in beast form there, Harry joined Tatsu in the room of requirement. "What's happening?" Harry asked, thinking that Tatsu would have heard something more than he had. People would actually tell the famous Tatsu Kendo things they wouldn't tell the famous Harry Potter. After all, Harry was just a kid, or so most of the ministry people would think. "No one knows what to think or do," Tatsu replied tiredly. "With Dumbledore gone, the Order of the Phoenix is in temporary deserter. Alistair should be able to calm everyone down in the near future and get on with things, but the ministry, well, that's a different story entirely. What's happening with them? Most of the officials who aren't in the Order are running around like headless chickens, yelling things about nothing being safe and the wizarding world having no direction, nor anyone to lead it in one," Tatsu replied, rolling his eyes. Harry sighed too. "Do you think that Mad Eye is up for the job of calming them down?" "Possibly, but it's not likely that they'll listen to him," Tatsu sighed. "We'll have to find someone who hasn't got such a fixation with finding enemies." "Like?" Harry wanted to know. "If the worst comes to the worst, me," Tatsu replied with a faint sigh. "But I'd rather that I stayed out of the spotlight for a while, at least." "I can understand that," Harry agreed. "What do you think's going to happen?" "To be brutally honest, Voldemort's going to take as much advantage of this as he possibly can," Tatsu replied. "That'll be why he did this. So what can we do?" "Be ready, and try to make sure that as many people as possible are ready too," Tatsu replied. Minerva sent out most of the Olari to inform all the students that the Hogwarts Express is doing daily runs to and from Hogwarts for the rest of the holidays, for those who want to come back. "Has that ever happened before?" Harry asked, surprised. "Once or twice in the history of the school, yes, from what I've been told," Tatsu replied. "Not often, but it's not often that such things happen to the school. I'd have the rotten luck to be alive in a time when there was an emergency like this," Harry sighed darkly. "No one wants to be alive in times such as these," Tatsu replied. "But someone always must be, and this time, my young friend, it's us." Harry nodded bleakly. "Well, we can only hope that this time passes fast and Voldemort is defeated, for good." "Quite right," a voice said from behind them. Both spun around in surprise to see Dumbledore standing there, with a small bag beside him. "Albus?" Tatsu asked, confused. "I've just removed everything from various places around the castle that are precious to me, and that won't be missed," Dumbledore said. "I'll be leaving for my own home immediately. You will not see me here again until Voldemort is dust on the wind." Harry nodded. "I'll miss you," he said, though it seemed a little to say, really. Infuriating, kind, and wise, Dumbledore would indeed be missed, but only in some respects. "Minerva will do a good job here, until I may come again," Dumbledore stated. "Though I do not think that I will ever resume my place as headmaster. I may follow an entirely new calling, who knows?" "Time in the universe," Tatsu replied to the rhetorical question. Dumbledore gave a faint smile. "Well, I'll see what time in the universe have planned for me in the fullness of time, I suppose," he said. "Meanwhile, if I need to speak with you, I'll send a message under the name of Bumblebee." "Bumblebee?" Harry repeated skeptically. "Dumbledore means Bumblebee," the old wizard explained. "I doubt many will make the connection, especially since everyone believes me to be dead." Harry nodded. "Okay, whatever," he said with a faint grin. "I'll hear from you soon then, I hope." "That you will, Harry, that you will. Would you mind if I had a few last lone words with Tatsu before I left?" Dumbledore asked. "No, that's fine. I was heading for bed anyway," Harry assured him. "I hope for the sake of the wizarding world and the light that you made the right decision today, sir." "So do I, Harry, so do I." The 26th of December 1996. The shock that the entire wizarding world went through, losing both of its most important and trusted leaders and hero figures, whether or not those concerned were worthy of the trust and hero worship, in one day, would last for many weeks to come. Students were flocking back to Hogwarts from their holidays, for although Dumbledore had been killed there, it was still widely regarded as the safest place in the world. After all, the Minister of Magic had died in his own office. If these two places had both been invaded, how easy would it be for homes to be broken into? At least the parents knew that everyone in Hogwarts would be on the lookout for likely ways that an assassin could have made his or her way into the school. Ron, Hermione and Ginny were among the first back, arriving on Boxing Day evening. Harry. Oh, Harry. Hermione cried, teary-eyed, throwing herself into his arms and crying on his shoulder. Behind her was a just as grieved Ron, who was doing a slightly better job of containing herself. Oh, is Mudblood being comforted by her famous boyfriend? A drawling voice that could belong to one person only came from a little to the left. Shove off, Malfoy. Harry, Ron and Hermione snapped as one. Hit a nerve there, did I? The Slytherin smirked. You might be the wizarding world's little hero again, Potter, but the Dark Lord will triumph. For the last sentence, Malfoy leaned close to them, so no one else would overhear. You can try and stall him as long as you like, but he managed to have your precious Dumbledore killed in his own office and the Minister of Magic. He's more powerful than you could ever imagine, and there's no way that a 16-year-old boy without his greatest mentor could possibly beat him. Dumbledore may be gone, Malfoy, but I am not, Harry said steadily. Nor are many others who will defy Voldemort till they draw their final breath. I will never rest until Voldemort's mere memory is dust on the wind, and all of his supporters are behind bars, where they will cause no more trouble. Come on guys, we're wasting our time. He turned and led his friends away. Big words, Potter, big words, Draco Malfoy murmured, watching Harry walk away. The Gryffindor gave no sign that he had heard. Draco stepped back, almost melting into the shadows as he watched Potter and his friends walk away, talking quietly. They were obviously upset about Dumbledore's death, but Draco was surprised to see that they were ready to continue moving forwards, continue defying the Dark Lord. He could not bring himself to doubt Potter's words. Gryffindor's golden boy would, no doubt, spend his final breath cursing the Dark Lord if the Dark Lord was still around to bother with cursing. For the first time, Draco felt a tiny stab of doubt that this might not be the case. Potter had managed a lot in the 5 years since he had found the wizarding world. He'd managed to defy the Dark Lord a further 3 times. He had escaped after the Dark Lord and his servant Quirrell had tried to steal the Philosopher's Stone, not only alive, but triumphant, having managed to keep the Dark Lord away from the stone, almost at the cost of his own life, when he was only 11. In 4th year, he had watched the Dark Lord be reborn, an honor that Draco had not been granted, though his father had, and had, again, escaped alive, with the Triwizard Cup and the dead body of Cedric Diggory. He'd actually brought back the dead body of his rival, even though the delay might have cost him his life and nearly had, according to Lucius. Only half a year gone, he had taken some of his friends to the Ministry of Magic to do his best in preventing the Dark Lord from gaining a weapon that Draco knew little about. Certainly, he had lost his godfather. Draco had, of course, heard about that from those in his family who walked free, and supported the Dark Lord, but he had escaped again, appearing unscathed, and his friends were all also alive. Draco had, until that time, allowed himself to believe that the Dark Lord was definitely superior to Harry Bloody Potter, and that the Gryffindor boy had only managed to triumph, because, at first, the Dark Lord had been bodiless, served by a bumbling idiot, and then because the Dark Lord was only newly awoken, and therefore had made a slight mistake but that last time. The Dark Lord had been completely powerful by that stage, but still Potter had managed to survive. Was the Dark Lord as powerful as Draco had been led to believe? As his father had always claimed. And where was his father now? Imprisoned because he had served the Dark Lord. Whose side should he choose? Draco wondered. He was no longer certain which would be the victor, and no Malfoy would ever join the losing side, no matter what his or her belief stated. Draco, a soft voice purred in his ear, sounding like honey, but just a little bit too sweet. He felt lips gently touch themselves to his cheek. Pansy, he greeted coolly, shaking all those confusing thoughts from his mind. He was a Slytherin, and a plotter. He would do what he had to, when it came time to choose a side. It would be nice, having someone would mourn him when he was gone, not die some unlamented Death Eater, buried in an unmarked grave and forgotten by all. But it would not do to give up his views entirely either. It was a difficult situation, and Draco had no intention of making a choice on the matter until he was better informed, so for now, he could enjoy being the king of the pure-blooded Slytherin children who still cared for their heritage. He walked back to the castle with Pansy hanging on his arm and gushing about how wonderful he was, with Crabbe and Goyle trailing behind, as always, and wondered what it would be like to have real friends, who wouldn't desert you. That Malfoy, Ron snarled as they walked up the stairs into Hogwarts. Thinks he's so good, being a Death Eater's son, thinking that you know who was the best thing to ever happen to us. Come on, Harry interrupted quietly, not wanting to argue about Malfoy at present. He didn't feel that this was the time for anger, not quite yet. Once Dumbledore's funeral had passed, then they could turn their minds to revenge. Now was time to grieve the ending of an era, and the loss of the wizarding world's greatest leader, in Harry's mind, at least. Boxing Day passed, and life went on, but everything was overshadowed by grief. Minerva McGonagall became headmistress on the 27th of December. The Board of Governors had been quick to appoint her, not wanting the school to be without leader for long. On the 28th, Professor Severus Snape turned up after his term-long holiday, much to the disappointment of the majority of the student body. Michael McGonagall, however, ended up taking his aunt's position of Transfiguration teacher, since she would no longer have time to do this as well as being headmistress. This, everyone supposed, was better than nothing. By the morning of the 29th, the ministry was under the guiding hand of a middle-aged woman named Genevieve Maguire, a member of the Order of the Phoenix, who had formerly worked as an Auror. No one let slip that it was Alistair, Mad-Eye, Moody whom she answered to, and who really made most of the decisions, with the aid of the rest of the Order, and, though they did not know it, Albus Dumbledore. Genevieve was only acting minister, and a new minister would be chosen in due course. Frankly, Harry hoped that Genevieve remained in her position for some time to come. At least he knew that she wouldn't make stupid decisions, with the Order behind her. "Did you ever meet her?" he asked Ron and Hermione, who both shook their heads. "I've heard of her though," Hermione offered. "She rarely ever comes to meetings, because last year she was very close to Fudge in the ministry, and couldn't do anything to violate her position. No one knows that she's one of Dumbledore's closest informants." "How do you know that?" Ron demanded. Hermione had never mentioned this to him. "I snuck downstairs and listened to your parents talking," Hermione replied. "They were discussing who could act on their behalf with the ministry, and Mr. Weasley mentioned Genevieve. Mrs. Weasley didn't know who that was, so he explained it all to her. They didn't know I was listening," she added, a little smugly. "Were a bad influence on you," Ron said, though there was respect in his eyes as he said, though perhaps not a respect that she wanted. However, looking at the faint blush that stained Hermione's cheeks, Harry wondered whether it might not be that she did want it interesting. But he put that from his mind for the moment. He had more things to do than worry over the possible crush that Ron might have on Hermione, and which Hermione might have on Ron, who knew what would become of teenage crushes. His parents had lasted, but how many others did? Soon enough, school was back. Some things had changed, and others hadn't. Professor McGonagall was still teaching Transfiguration, but Professor Tonks had become head of Gryffindor House. Harry wondered what would happen if Tonks left at the end of the year, as most of the Defense Against the Dark Arts teachers did. He found himself hoping that she wouldn't. One Wednesday afternoon. Today, Tonks had paired everyone up into Gryffindor, Slytherin pairs. Harry was paired with a girl named Blaise. He vaguely remembered her from the sorting ceremony. She'd been the last one left up there, in front of the whole school, and he had remembered feeling a little sympathetic. Since then, he'd rarely ever seen her. She never really drew attention to herself in potions, which had been the only class he'd shared with her until this year, and, from what he'd heard recently, spent most of her time working in the Slytherin dungeons. She was also quite good at defense against the dark arts, which was why she was paired with Harry. Tonks usually dueled with Harry, because no one else would have lasted long. "I hope you'll go easy on me," Blaise remarked. "I doubt I'd last long if you really tried." Harry was a little surprised to note that her tone held a bit of humor, which he would never have expected from a Slytherin his own age or above. Most of his year had been in Malfoy's group, making them somewhat ill-disposed towards the Gryffindors. "I'm sure you'll do fine," Harry replied. Perhaps this young woman would end up joining DA. It would be nice to be able to befriend a Slytherin his own age. His closer friends in Slytherin were the first years. The rest of those in DA were fairly content to be taught by Harry, and to agree with his views, but they were not particularly interested in becoming close friends with him. Harry didn't mind. He wouldn't want to make friends with someone who wasn't really willing to be friends. Begin. Tonks called from the front. Today she wasn't dueling with anyone, but would be wandering around correcting the students. Harry was the only one who knew that this was because she would be grading the student ability this lesson, and he only knew because he had been keeping an eye on the progress of the class with her, and she'd ended up asking his opinion of which students would do well when paired together. Today's basic exercise was to have first one of the pair firing offensive spells, and the other blocking them to the best of his or her ability, and then swapping over. Blocking did include dodging unfriendly spells if one did not know how to block them. Harry had allowed Blaise to choose what order they would go in, and she had elected for him defending first. Privately, Harry thought this a bit of a bad idea, because it would mean that she would be tired by the time that it came to defending herself, and therefore give him a greater chance of getting past her defenses, but he kept this to himself. She had chosen Expelliarmus. She cried the moment they were given leave to begin. She nearly caught Harry off guard, as he was concentrating on the rest of the pairs around the room, but he was quick to refocus his attention on the current situation. Very fast, he cast a rather sloppy shield spell, which absorbed Blaise's. While she was in the process of casting a new curse, Harry quickly strengthened his shield, which would absorb minor curses, and got himself ready to counter stronger ones. Stupefy! Blaise cried now. Her voice was nearly drowned out by those of the pairs around them. Harry sent a reinforcing spell at his shield, knowing that it should be able to hold up, but also knowing that nothing was certain. Half an hour later, Tonks called halt, and those who had been on the offensive sat down wearily, as did most of the defenders. Harry still felt fairly fresh, but then, the rest of the class hadn't been training under Tatsu Kendo in physical defense, offense and durability. Parvati, who had been paired with Millicent Bulstrode, not a combination that Harry would have recommended, but Tonks had decided on that pairing, without consulting him, had to go the hospital wing, because the other girl had ended up punching her in annoyance. Millicent got a detention and lost 10 points, for using a physical attack rather than a magical one, and also because she was supposed to be defending, not attacking in the first place. "How's it, Harry?" She grinned at him, walking over to where he was standing, and where Blaise was sitting a little distance away. "Hi Tonks," Harry replied, smiling faintly. Since Bulstrode seems unable to restrain herself when confronted with Gryffindors, Tonks made a slight face, which Harry assumed was because she had been making something of an effort to use normal professor speak, instead of her usual slang, but still didn't like it. "I thought I'd swap Blaise around to her. You can do your offensive spells against me." "Sure," Harry replied with a shrug. It was probably for the best anyway. Blaise, already worn out, wouldn't be doing too well at deflecting Harry's curses. After a lot of training with Sirius on the magical grounds, and some extra with Tonks, plus regular training with DA, Harry would be, Tonks had often said, easily able to pass the defense against the Dark Arts Newt exam. 5 minutes, she added to the rest of the class, who took the opportunity to get a good rest and go back to sitting with their friends. Blaise remained on her own, Harry noted. Another half an hour later, Harry and the rest of the class made their way from the defense against the Dark Arts room. Harry felt that he'd done very well against Tonks, even if he'd only managed to get 2 spells past her shield, and that was only because he'd used the spells in very quick succession, which each required different blocking spells. "Harry Potter." A voice, female, came from behind him. Harry turned around to look at Blaise. "Hi Blaise," he replied slowly. What did she want? Can I talk to you?" she asked, very fast. "Well, you were already doing that," he pointed out slowly. "But I guess I can allow you to continue." She laughed nervously. "Well, I know about your group, DA, after all, who hasn't these days, and I'd kindly could join." "You'd like to join?" Harry repeated slowly, to make sure that he'd gotten it right. "Yeah," Blaise said, looking down in embarrassment. "I know you don't usually let Slytherins join. What gave you that idea?" Harry demanded. "Slytherins simply usually do not wish to join. Most of the first 3 years are members of DA, they just don't put it around, because they know that the older Slytherins will beat them up for it." "Oh, well, that's quite likely," Blaise agreed. Aren't you afraid that they'll beat you up? Harry asked. No, not really. I don't think many of them even realize that I'm in their house. I keep to myself, and they don't usually notice me. They'd take me for someone from any house, except maybe Gryffindor. Why not a Gryffindor? The Slytherins know every Gryffindor. They make a point of it, just so that they know who's the enemy, Blaise said, rolling her eyes. Well, if you want to join DA, we meet in the room of requirement every Friday, Harry finished. If you don't know where that is, just ask anyone in Gryffindor that you see. Most Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs know the way as well. Thanks. I want to learn to duel, Blaise said, a grim look on her face. Any particular reason? You know who killed my parents over Christmas, she said bitterly, unshed tears bright in her eyes. I didn't hear about that, Harry remarked. You wouldn't have, Blaise replied. My family is reclusive. I don't think we've made much of a name for ourselves in the past 200 years. As kids go to school, go home and stay there, using magic infrequently when we need something we can't get otherwise. Our ancestral home is out of the way of everything, with loads of muggle-repellent charms and things. When you're ready, you might want to tell me about how and why your parents died, Harry said. Trust me, a sympathetic ear helps a lot, but not until you're ready to share. Blaise nodded. I'll see you on Friday, she said, and walked off. She's hot, Ron remarked, walking up behind Harry, and Hermione, behind him, kicked him lightly. What? He protested. She is. She's a Slytherin, Harry replied. In our year. Ron gagged. She seems all right, Harry said, laughing at his friend's predictable response. She's joining DA. You let her. Ron sounded somewhat strangled now, and Hermione had a very disapproving look on her face. Of course, Harry replied. She wants revenge, and to get her revenge, she needs to learn to fight. Revenge for what? That's hers to disclose if and when she wants to, Harry replied. None of them noticed Blaise, hidden behind a statue, smile as she heard this. So, the Weasley boy didn't like Slytherins, Granger seemed not to care either way, and Potter could keep something private from his friends, if it wasn't his to disclose in the first place. Good. She looked forward to working with them all, for different reasons. The 1st of December 1997, hey cool. New Year. Harry sat in potions class that Friday, fervently wishing that Snape was back in Voldemort's fortress and that Michael was back as potions teacher. Snape was just as horrible as he had always been. In this lesson, he was asking them to mix the draft of the living death, and Harry remembered the humiliating set of questions that Snape had asked him in his first potions class ever. One of them had been to do with the draft, and he hardly thought it fair that they had never once covered it in class since that day. Nonetheless, Harry did what he could, thanking Michael in his mind for teaching him a lot about potions over the summer, and his godfather, who had taught him in dreams. By the lesson's end, Snape seemed somewhat surprised when Harry brought up a vial of completed potion. That should be a few shades darker, Potter, Snape informed him, quickly getting over his shock. Only 90%, I think at least you didn't blow the room up instead, so maybe I should make that 91. Harry quivered with anger as he stalked out of the room. He'd forgotten just how much he disliked Snape and just how much Snape disliked him. You should be nicer, Sev, Lupin informed Severus coolly. He's got a lot of things going on without you insulting everything that he does, just because it's him doing it. I noticed that Draco Malfoy's potion was a lot lighter than Harry's, and you gave him full marks. Leave me alone, Lupin. I am being a little bit nicer than I have been. 90% is the highest I've ever given him before. And has he ever deserved full marks, Sev, and be honest? Lupin demanded harshly. Once, maybe twice, Severus replied slowly, knowing where this was going already, but knowing that it was useless to try and lie to the dead werewolf. And did he ever get that? No. He's trying, Sev, and he's doing better than a lot of the people in the class, now. You should loosen up. Stop calling me Sev, Severus hissed angrily. Only if you start giving Harry the marks that he deserves. Not worth it, Severus decided. Sev, 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 Sev. Shut up. When you give Harry the marks he deserves. Sev, 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 Sev. Fine. I knew you'd see things my way in time. Lupin said cheerily. You do have at least one nice bone in your body, Severus. Severus Snape gave an annoyed growl and stalked out of the room, going to lunch before he had to go back to that stupid classroom and teach a bunch of idiotic first-year Hufflepuffs. "You're being not nice again," Lupin remarked. "I don't want to hear about Lupin. I've agreed to give the famous boy who lived proper marks. I will not do anything else for you, no matter what you do, and if you start calling me Sev again, I will go back on the agreement that you and I made, and return to giving Potter the dismal marks that put him in his place." There was no reply from the werewolf, and Severus was confident that he'd asserted his authority and made sure that none of this would be discussed again. "Come on," Harry said, having found his group of close friends in the library. "Let's go out and do some Quidditch practice, we've got a game soon, as you well know." "I'll find Gabrielle," Lily offered. Classes were over for the day now, and most people were settling down to do homework for the night. Gabrielle spent most of her time with the Beauxbatons students, so she wasn't present here today, the only one who wasn't. "Thanks, we'll meet you down by the pitch," Harry replied, smiling his thanks at Lily and heading out. He needed to relax after potions, and the whole team needed to practice if they wanted to be ready for the next game, which would be up in 2 weeks' time. They were all ready to practice as much as they could, working around homework, classes, DA, and personal lives. Harry felt that they were doing a rather good job, but their next opponents were to be a group of 7th-year mix of Hogwarts and Beauxbatons students, and would probably be a little difficult to beat. Blaise Zabini told Harry that the teams with Slytherins and Durmstrang students were practicing fairly hard as well, and that they were good. She didn't seem to have any qualms about betraying her house, and, when asked, informed them that she wouldn't have necessarily told them about a Slytherin house team, but this wasn't the Slytherin house alone, against all others. Harry understood this reasoning, though Ron still didn't trust her, and some of the other students didn't either. Blaise didn't seem to worry about this, since Harry trusted her, and she could win the other people's trust easily enough, in time. Now Harry walked out onto the Quidditch pitch, his firebolt in hand and his face determined. He was going to win the next match too. The rest of the team arrived quickly, and soon enough they were all up in the air and ready to practice. "Harry, what are we doing?" Ernie asked. "As normal," Harry replied. The chasers immediately went for the quaffle as Ron raced for the goal posts to try and get there before the chasers threw the quaffle home. The bludgers and snitch were both loosed, and Harry took off, reveling, as he always did, the feel of the wind screaming around him, the exhilarating knowledge that only the broomstick was keeping him from death, the easy way that he knew how to control the broomstick, and therefore his own movements. Looping gracefully, he felt the play of the wind, heard the scream of the bludgers as they cut through the gale, the dull thwacks of the beaters, Lily and Ernie, hitting the balls where they wanted them to go. The 2 weeks before the game passed quickly. Harry kept up with his studies as best as he was able, and was surprised to find himself getting moderately high marks in potions. Voldemort was moving now. He thought that Dumbledore was completely out of the way, and that the Wizarding World, without either of its leaders, would now be an easy target. But Genevieve didn't seem to think so, and neither did Alistair Moody or Minerva McGonagall. Voldemort was making easy targets of most small wizarding settlements, but the majority of the Wizarding World was holding out still. The morning before the Quidditch game, Minerva, who wanted to speak with them in the headmistress's office, called Harry and Tatsu away from their morning practice at Kendo. "Yes, Minerva?" Tatsu asked, as they arrived. "Tatsu, I need you, and possibly Harry, to do me, and the rest of the magical world, a huge favor." Minerva wasted no time in getting to the point. Tatsu didn't seem at all surprised. "What do you need?" he asked. "I need you to help me extend the Hogwarts wards," Minerva said, slowly. "To include Hogsmeade?" Quite an ask. "Why me and Harry?" Tatsu still didn't allow himself to feel shocked, and Harry wasn't sure what was going on. "Because you are modifiers," Minerva replied. "The wards must be as strong as possible, and besides, as far as I am aware, the original spells were lost not long after the making of Hogwarts." "They were, most of the pictures on the wall," agreed, nodding. "I see," Tatsu said slowly. "Well, it's not Harry that you'll be wanting to help me with the wards. Harry isn't strong enough to be able to manage something of that magnitude, and neither am I, alone." Harry wasn't offended by Tatsu's dismissal of his abilities. He knew that they weren't strong. He could hardly manage to change a stunning curse, and if Tatsu couldn't do something on his own, Harry had no chance of helping him. Professor McGonagall slumped slightly. I was hoping that you wouldn't say that there isn't enough room in Hogwarts to bring all of the people here. The magical world needs a place where they can hide from what is going on. I never said it was impossible, Tatsu said sternly. I just said that it was impossible for Harry to do, or for me to do alone. We are not the only modifiers in the world, you know. You mean you can do something? Yes, I'll have to get some friends of mine, though it may take a while. They have their own things to do. But they should be willing to help me out, Tatsu said slowly, thinking. How long could it take? At best, a few hours, at worst a month, Tatsu replied. I'll get on it straight away. If you need any help, all the resources at Hogwarts are, of course, available to you, and Genevieve will do her best to give you the ministry's support, but don't count on much from there. She's only just managing to keep them from panicking. I am aware of the situation, Tatsu assured her. Harry, you may have go about your training without me for some time. I know, Harry replied. It's more important that you do this, anyway. Knew you'd understand. Minerva, if we may take our leave. Yes, of course. Harry and Tatsu separated at the bottom of the staircase, Harry turning to head in the direction of the grounds, and Tatsu going back to the room of requirement. Harry had not seen Grippus in some time, and though he knew that the griffin was in the forest, consorting with his own kind, and the other magical creatures, he would appreciate his friend's wisdom in the face of Voldemort's increased movements. On the way past, he waved to Hagrid, who had been in and out of Hogwarts for most of the year, visiting Madame Maxine in France, and trying to convince the giants to join the light. Some of them were willing, and there seemed to be a lot of fights over leadership. As usual, Hagrid bore more than a few wounds from his association with his brother. Grawp had been moved from Hogwarts because no one could be sure if he would attack or not, but, from what Hagrid said, the giant was improving. But right now Harry didn't have time to go and chat with his friend, wanting to find Grippus and hear what he'd been up to. He waved his acknowledgement when Hagrid called out to be careful in the forest, especially if it came to centaurs, who were still not too keen on humans. Once he was surrounded by the forest trees, Harry entered his center, so as he could be sure to sense anything coming up on him. Grippus, he sent out, hoping his friend would respond. He knew that if the distance was great, it was possible that the griffin wouldn't. Faint, an answer returned not long after. Griffus, where are you? Near the edge of the forest, by Hagrid's place, Harry said, thinking of his surroundings and hoping that Grippus could read his thoughts and see it. I come, Grippus said, and Harry could feel that his voice was stronger. Come no further, the forest is not safe for humans now. When I am with you, you will be fine. I will wait, Harry assured. He sat down on a log by the path, and did just that, keeping as still as possible, and slowing his breathing so that it would not be easily detectable. While he waited, he listened to the sounds in the forest around him, and noted that there was something fairly large not too far away. He hoped that it wasn't dangerous, and if it was, that it didn't know where he was. The creature came closer with a snuffling sound, as if it was following a scent and disturbing the ground while it looked for said scent. A moment later a small canine creature came out of the bushes near where Harry was seated. It was overturning the leaf litter, apparently searching for a scent. It appeared to be no more than a puppy, and was completely white. It looked up once, and Harry caught a glimpse of gentle silvery eyes. It must be some form of magical creature. He also quickly decided that it was more of a wolf than a dog, and had traces of a thick neck ruff that it would wear when it matured. Large feet planted firmly on the ground, tail not quite wagging, the creature didn't seem to notice Harry. It kept up with following its scent around the clearing, and Harry was beginning to get worried. In his mind, he felt Grippus getting nearer, and reached out along the mental connection. Grippus, do you know what this creature is? Harry asked, showing the griffin a memory of the said creature. He could feel Grippus's surprise. That, Griffus, is one of the most light-bound creatures in the world. They are generally invisible, and only a precious few wizards have ever managed to see one. It has long been thought that they were extinct. I knew they weren't thought. Grippus sounded somewhat smug about this. That doesn't answer my question. What is it? Harry demanded impatiently. It doesn't have a name, save the name it gives itself, Grippus replied with dignity. And that is in its own language, which no one can understand, unless it lets them. Is it okay? Harry asked. I already said that it was one of the most light-bound creatures in the world, Grippus pointed out. Even more so than griffins or unicorns. No one knows what allows one person to see them, and another to not. Harry broke the contact, since the tantalizing bits of information were annoying him, just as the creature in front of him looked up, silvery eyes connecting directly with Harry's. Harry blinked, for the power in the creature's gaze was something that he could not help but fear. Then the fear drained away, and the little creature gave a soft bark, patting over to sit down in front of Harry. Harry found that he could not look away from those eyes, but at the same time, he felt no fear at all. Only peace. Finally, the creature stood up, placed its two front paws on Harry's knees and licked his forehead once, before jumping backwards and disappearing into the undergrowth, and Grippus appeared from above, in full griffin form. "I watched through your eyes," Grippus informed Harry. "You are very lucky for it to acknowledge you." "Why?" Harry asked, this time aloud. "Because by meeting your eyes, its own magic reached within you and destroyed all of your fear. You cannot fear any longer, Griffus, for yourself or for others." "I do not fully understand it. You can worry, certainly, but fear is gone, forever." "How is that possible?" Harry demanded, confused. "I don't know," the griffin replied. "It just is. The same thing happened with the last person, a witch, who saw one of these creatures. She never feared again. I do not know about the others." "Oh, is there anyone who'd know?" "No. Damn. Are you ready to come back yet?" "Yes, I am. I have been coming in this direction for several days now, but it has always been too far away for me to actually contact you," Grippus replied. "I know about what has happened though, and that Dumbledore is not dead, but gone from the wizarding world anyway." "Good," Harry replied. "That saves my explaining. Come on, let's go back up to the castle." Grippus resumed his small cat form, and jumped up to Harry's shoulder, digging small claws into the fabric. Harry winced slightly, because he wasn't wearing the leather pad that had previously protected him from Grippus's claws. "Tell as few as you can about your newly given ability, Griffus. It is not safe for all to know that you have received such a blessing, most would become envious." "Yes, Grippus, I'll be careful," Harry assured him. "You should return to mind speak," the griffin informed him sternly. "I would rather that you weren't overheard." "Of course, sorry. There is nothing to be sorry for. Just be careful." Harry nodded slightly and continued his walk to the castle, remembering something from long ago, back in his 3rd year. Remus, as Professor Lupin, had said something then. "It would appear that what you fear, is fear itself. Very wise, Harry. That was true, back then, but you relearned fear in the 2 years following. Now it is gone completely," Grippus stated. Harry Potter, the Fearless. It had a nice ring to it, Harry decided. The 27th of January 1997. The day of the match dawned, and Harry was utterly and completely ready for it. With Grippus back, and this new blessing, he was ready to face anything. Even had Voldemort appeared at the school during the course of the match, Harry felt that he would be ready to face him. "Hopefully, he will not," Grippus remarked. "I don't think that you are ready for him." "It was a manner of speech, or thought," Harry replied delicately. "I didn't actually mean it." "Good." Harry rolled his eyes. It was very early still, and he was practicing what he could with Tatsu gone. "How was your time away?" "It was well," Grippus replied calmly. "I met up with another of my kind, and many other magical creatures. I have made friends, and those friends will help you, should I ask them to." "That is good," Harry remarked. "We need more allies." "We do. And I will find more, if I leave here again. But I will not do that any time soon. I am needed here." "Harry, it's time for breakfast," Lily said from the doorway, smiling inside. "Oh, Griffin has returned. Wonderful. She is happy to see me, our little wild child," Grippus remarked. "I like her. I met others like her while I was away. Some of them are nice, but they are also reclusive and shy." "Yeah, he's back," Harry agreed. He would ask Grippus about the other wild children later. "Let's get down to the hall. We have to eat if we're going to win this game." "Everyone else is down there already," she replied. "Except you and me, and Griffin, of course." "Of course." Harry and Lily walked down to the Great Hall, with Grippus riding on Harry's shoulder, a familiar and welcome weight. Almost everyone on or around the Gryffindor table noted the return of the cat. That was Grippus, and most wanted to know where he'd been. Harry merely said that Grippus had been at his house, rather than Hogwarts, keeping Tatsu company. "Remind me to let Tatsu know about that story," Harry told Grippus, who purred agreement. Breakfast passed in a blur. Most of Harry's friends, which meant the majority of the school, including most of the other teams, came over to wish them a good game, and assure that they'd be cheering. "Come on," Harry said to his team. "It's time to get out there and get ready. We're going to win, I hope," he added, silently. "Why hope? You will go out there, you will play to the best of your ability, and you will win." Grippus said. "We'll try to win," Harry agreed. "You will not try, you will succeed. Be positive and know what you want," Grippus told Harry firmly. "Of course," Harry replied. "Go to Hermione, you aren't allowed on the pitch." "I remember," Grippus assured him, and bounded off. "Where's he going?" Lily asked. "Hermione, she can take care of him during the match," Harry replied. "Sensible," Lily murmured. In the changing room, Harry looked around at his team. "Are you ready?" he asked them, green eyes flashing in challenge. "We are," they replied as one, enthusiastic and ready to go. "Then let's go win," Harry cried, and the team cheered, and headed out onto the Quidditch pitch. Coming towards them were a group of 7 older people, male and female, led by a rather pretty Beauxbatons girl. She wasn't as pretty as Gabrielle or Lily though, Harry thought. "Captains, shake hands," Hooch ordered, and Harry strode forward, gripping the other girl's hand with a gentle, but firm, grip. "May the best team win," he said softly, and the other gave a sharp nod, stepping back to the ranks of her own team, as Harry did the same himself. "Mount your brooms." 14 players mounted grimly, ready to begin what would be a battle every bit as meaningful to those involved as the battles fought by the Aurors against the Death Eaters. "On my whistle, 3, 2, 1. The whistle shrieked and 15 brooms shot into the sky. Harry wove gracefully through the players from both teams, smiling to note that his team had the quaffle first up, and then he was above the game in the freedom of the open sky. He noted the other team seeker, a Ravenclaw 7th year, was following him closely. Harry noted the other's position and started to look around for the snitch, though for a long time he saw nothing. And it's unity with the quaffle again. Lovegood passes to Weasley, passes to Lovegood, passes to Ooh, surprise there. Feints a pass to Weasley, throws to Delacour, Delacour scores. 50-30 to Unity. Quaffle taken by Fay, passes to Stone, did you see that? Quaffle knocked out of the way by a bludger from Adams, caught by Weasley, pass to Lovegood, Lovegood shoots and misses. Quaffle back to Fay. Harry stopped paying attention to the commentary, Unity was still ahead, that was what mattered. He just wished he'd seen the snitch. Looking over the pitch, his eyes beginning to hurt from the constant surveillance, Harry again came up with nothing, and neither, it appeared, had the other seeker, Frank Evans. Something prompted Harry to look away from the pitch, down toward the forest, and there he nearly gasped, seeing the white wolf cub creature from the day before, the one which had gifted him with fearlessness. It turned suddenly and disappeared back into the forest, and Harry felt something disturb the air beside his head. Absently, he reached up a hand, to check if anything was there, and if there was, swipe it away, but his fingers closed straight around the little golden snitch. Harry turned to the ball in his hand and gaped. The crowd was cheering, had they seen him? No, Ginny had just scored. He thrust his hand into the air, and the cheering started anew, as everyone saw the golden ball in Harry's hand. As Harry's team's supporters swept onto the field, Harry somehow managed to extract himself from the crowd and head over to the place where he thought he'd seen the white wolf cub. He was wondering if it had been something he'd imagined, because it had been there or gone so fast. But no, there on the ground, just where he'd seen the creature standing, was a rapidly fading paw print, outlined in silver. As Harry watched, the silver dimmed to nothingness, and the print faded away completely. Harry blinked, then turned and slipped back into the crowd, searching for Hermione, or, more correctly, Grippus. He wanted to tell the Griffin about this, because he really didn't get it. There was a sudden patter of feet as he joined the flow of people back up to the castle, and suddenly Grippus leapt to his shoulder, landing gracefully. "I saw that dog again," Harry told Grippus. "Where? When?" Grippus demanded. Harry explained what had happened to Grippus, while graciously accepting the congratulations of his friends in the student body. "Humph. I've never heard of this happening," Grippus thought to Harry. Then again, very little is known about those creatures, or what they do. They do not speak any language that other beasts or beings can discern. Still, I'll try and find something, later tonight. "Thanks," Harry replied, breaking off the conversation as he joined the rest of Unity. "Well played," Harry smiled at his team. "Thanks Harry," everyone chorused back. So ecstatic to receive such praise from famous captain. A voice drawled, "How touching. Even your own team is in awe of you, Potter." "Shove off, Malfoy," Harry replied, angry that the Slytherin boy should chose now to try and bait him, just after he'd won a Quidditch match and didn't want to think about his rivalries with Malfoy. With an unpleasant snicker, to the surprise of everyone around, Malfoy did just that, disappearing back into the crowd. "Why did I do that?" Draco wondered to himself. Habit, he was realizing, was hard to break. He'd been trying to stay away from Potter and his friends, and if he was nearby, to try and ignore them, but he'd been surprised when he'd stumbled out of the main stream of students and just within earshot of Potter and his team. When he'd heard what they'd been saying, he hadn't been able to help jibing at them, and so he'd quickly gone away. He hated this sudden self-doubt that he was experiencing, had been experiencing, more and more, since his father had been put into Azkaban at the end of last year, and the Dark Lord hadn't managed to find what he was looking for. How could the Dark Lord fail? Again, Draco almost groaned aloud as the oft-repeated questions made their way around his head. He still had no answers, except that the Dark Lord wasn't what his father had always made him out to be. "Draco!" A now hated, purring voice came out of the crowd as Pansy Parkinson slipped up to him, weaving herself into his arms, and slipping her own around him. "Sue, well done, getting at that Potter," she spat the name, "just when he thinks he's king of the world and undefeatable. We'll show him, won't we Draco? We'll show him that the Dark Lord will always win in the end, won't we?" "Of course," Draco replied, his as firm and decided as his thoughts were the opposite. Without Dumbledore, Potter's nothing. Sometimes he wished that he could believe that, as he had the year before. But he couldn't now, he just couldn't bring himself to accept this simple fact. Managing to untangle himself from Pansy's embrace, and regretting ever getting involved with her, not matter what reasons had made her an obvious choice at the time, well, she had been a pure blood, happy to idolize him and never ask questions, from a family who had money, everything that Draco, and his father, might have wanted in a bride. Draco headed for the Slytherin common room, along with his gang of Slytherins, not hanging around to watch Potter and his friends celebrate. Friends, Draco thought. It would be nice to have a friend. Harry watched with relief as Draco disappeared down towards the dungeons with the rest of his gang, no one to spoil the fun of the evening, the joy of the win. Even the other team, named Magic Flowers by the Beauxbatons leader, were joining in, celebrating a game well played, even if they hadn't been victorious. "Look at him," Severus growled to himself, even though he knew that Lupin would hear him, "so high and mighty, just because he won a game of Quidditch. And you claim that Malfoy, if he was still on the team, wouldn't be acting twice as bad?" Lupin demanded annoyingly. "Face it Severus, you're a biased prig and wouldn't know the meaning of fair if it bit you on the nose." "I do too," Severus snapped back, cursing himself for involving himself in this argument all over again. "I'm not biased. I just make sure that no one gets too big for their boots. Unless said person happened to be from Slytherin," Lupin pointed out. "That's as much to keep up my role as a double agent as anything else," Severus replied delicately. "I am expected by my fellow Death Eaters to treat their children, not that I know who their children might be, with respect and ignore any wrongdoing. As most Death Eater children end up in Slytherin, I must show favor to all Slytherin students, so that the other Death Eaters will know that I am loyal." "You just keep deluding yourself," Lupin replied annoyingly, but didn't press the argument, and Severus made no attempt at all to continue it. Tonks, at the other end of the table, thank the powers that be, was looking rather pleased that a team with one of her students as captain had managed to win the first Quidditch match since she assumed the role of head of Gryffindor House. "She has every right. You used to act 3 times as bad whenever your students managed to win, I remember from when I was teaching here," Lupin pointed out. "Shut up Lupin. Let me sulk in private." "Oh fine. I'll find someone more interesting to talk to then. Maybe Professor Binns. He is not more interesting than I am. Even a flobberworm is more interesting than Binns, and I am a lot more interesting than a flobberworm is," Severus said, stung. "You just keep deluding yourself Severus. There you go." A reappeared of White Friend, and Sev Remus argument don't just love them, and Draco getting even more better than before. Janus. The 27th of January 1997. Draco lay on his bed in the Slytherin 6th year boys' dormitory that night, going over the arguments for and against the Dark Lord, and then for and against Harry Potter and, if he was still alive, Dumbledore. He was surprised when an owl flew through the door, obviously having come up from the common rooms. The only person who'd ever sent him an owl at this time was his father, and it was always unpleasant news or orders. But father's in jail, Draco thought. Unless he couldn't have escaped, could he? Draco shook his head. Of course his father could escape, he'd wasted a lot of money on bribes after all, and he was a servant of the Dark Lord. Somehow Lucius Malfoy would have found a way to get out of jail. With mounting dread, Draco reached out and removed the letter from the owl's leg. He didn't recognize it, but then, he didn't expect to. His father, if it were he who'd sent the letter, would not have sent it from home. After all, he wasn't stupid enough to return there just yet. The letter came away from the owl's leg, and it flew away. Draco knew then that he was not expected to reply. Then again, if his father had sent it, the letter would contain an order that was expected to be obeyed, without question, and exactly as specified within. Carefully, Draco opened the letter and began to read. Immediately he recognized the handwriting. His father was free again. Draco, in 3 weeks you will come home to the manor, your mother will be waiting for you. You are to make any necessary excuse, I don't care what it is, as long as the new temporary headmistress will buy it. Enlist Severus's aid only if you must. You are to be marked, son. This is a great honor, that the Dark Lord should choose you, so young, to serve him. You will bring honor to your blood and get your revenge on those who failed to treat you, and all of Malfoy blood, with revenge. I will meet you in the Dark Lord's fortress, your mother will bring you. Tilda Lucius. Draco blinked, tears of sudden rage and bitter disappointment from his eyes. He was glad that his father had escaped, he was. But no matter how he tried to persuade himself that this was the case, deep down he knew that it wasn't. So, he was to be marked. Right when he had realized that he wasn't sure he wanted to be, the summons came. He knew very well that he could, in no way at all, avoid this. Destiny, Draco decided grimly, was very fickle. Reading through the lines of the letter, Draco came upon another interesting point. Severus Snape's loyalty to the Dark Lord was in question. It must be, otherwise his father would have told him to consult the head of the Slytherin house immediately. Instead, he was being told to avoid bringing the man into it. This, Draco decided, was interesting, and he'd have to make a decision about what he wanted in the very near future. Otherwise he'd find himself bound for life in the Dark Lord's service, and life would probably be something he could count months, if not weeks, once he was branded. From what he'd heard of other new recruits, mostly in his father's attempts to scare him into service with the Dark Lord he had been taught to revere since his first steps. Draco shook his head. He was tired and confused. He'd think further on the subject in the morning. Even with this resolve, it took a long time for Draco to get to sleep. Harry sighed. Inside had become stuffy and warm with heat from many bodies and the fire. So hot that even the chilly January air was a welcome refresher. Mounted on his firebolt, it had been an easy trip to get to the top of the Gryffindor Tower, on the outside. Leaning back against the shingled roof, Harry relaxed, firebolt held tightly in his right hand, eyes momentarily closed. It was nice out here, under the light of the distant stars, the moon yet to rise and the air a soft, deep shade of black, blanketing him gently. He felt safe, but at the same time his senses screamed to be wary. Harry didn't completely understand, but he opened his eyes and looked around, searching for something, anything, that would make his senses go on high alert. His sharp eyes, honed from years of searching for the elusive snitch in Quidditch, quickly spotted something that shouldn't be. A group of lights, about 20 in all, making their way up towards the castle, coming from the gate. Without a thought for his own safety, he scrambled onto the firebolt and took off, dropping swiftly through the blackness of the night. The closer he got, the more the lights looked like the Lumos spell, and he could not think of any reason that a group of wizards would be coming to Hogwarts at this time of night with no warning. If the Ministry of Magic was sending anyone, surely Professor McGonagall would have mentioned something, after all, and therefore he would have to assume that these people were not here on friendly business. Which pretty much excluded everyone but Death Eaters. "Silence, fools," a voice hissed. "Do you want someone up at the school to hear us coming? We need to catch them by surprise." A faintly familiar voice was borne upwards on the wind, but Harry couldn't place it. In any case, the voice let him know immediately that they're enemies down there, as he'd suspected. If the voice was a familiar one, then he could assume that it was an enemy that he'd met before, which again pointed to Death Eaters. "You shut up," an all too familiar voice snapped waspishly. "The master has more sense than to put you in charge of anything again, so you can stop acting like he has." Now Harry could place the first speaker, Lucius Malfoy. The second was unmistakably Bellatrix Lestrange. "It's not like I'm the only one who ever got caught, Mr. Malfoy hissed. "I seem to remember that someone else has spent a considerable amount of time in Azkaban." "Shut up, both of you," a third voice interrupted. This one Harry didn't recognize at all. "What's Mr. Malfoy doing here?" Harry wondered. After all, he'd been imprisoned by the Ministry at the end of last year. Quite obviously, Harry decided, the man had managed to escape. And there was some dissension in the Death Eater ranks. That could prove useful. He dropped lower, entering the center so that he could better control his movements and thoughts. "Did you hear something?" Bellatrix demanded suddenly, and Harry froze in his creeping closer through the air. "Jumping at shadows, Lestrange," sneered Malfoy. "Good thing you weren't put in charge, we'd all have run away long ago." "Shut up, Malfoy. I'm exercising caution and good sense, which you seem to lack, getting caught in the middle of a battle like that." Bellatrix snarled angrily. "You two, cut it out." "I didn't hear anything, Lestrange, Malfoy, stop arguing. See if you can prove your worth again to the master, he doesn't like you much at the moment." Bellatrix and Malfoy fell silent again, and Harry crept closer still, his firebolt barely disturbing the air around him, his breath low and even, so low that even his own ears had difficulty in picking up the sound. There was silence from the Death Eaters for some time, and Harry continued moving towards them slowly, keeping an eye on the lights and how they moved, to make sure that Bellatrix didn't try to slip back and check that there was no one nearby. Soon he was close enough to see them by the light of their own wands. There were 15 of them, he counted, not 20 as he'd first guessed, when they'd been little more than blobs of light. "I'm sure I can hear something," Bellatrix said again suddenly, and Harry noted which figure the voice had come from. It could be useful. "Oh, shut up, Lestrange, Mr. Malfoy's voice came from the opposite side of the group, and Harry had an idea. He swooped over to hover a little ways behind Malfoy, and brought out his wand, whispering, nearly soundlessly, "Stupefy," and aiming at Bellatrix. The moment the spell left his lips, he pulled the broom up and whipped around to the other side of the group, sending a second spell from Bellatrix's direction at Malfoy. The ploy worked, and both Lucius and Bellatrix, who obviously didn't like each other, were immediately trying to get through the rest of the Death Eaters to attack each other, each thinking that the other had attacked them. Harry permitted a faint smile of amusement. Though he felt no fear now, he knew that it was folly to think that because of this, he could fight off 15 Death Eaters, who were angry but did know what they were doing when it came to spells, especially curses. With a quick movement, he turned the firebolt around and headed for the castle. Though it was getting late, he knew that the teachers were in a staff meeting, and knew that they would be able to do something more effective against the Death Eaters, hopefully with his help. Once he was within Hogwarts, he didn't bother dismounting from his broom and instead shot forwards through the passageways until he arrived outside of the staff room. He could hear the gentle murmur of voices from within, and quickly raised his hand to knock. The door flew open swiftly, and Harry saw Arabella standing the doorway, looking a little nervous. "Harry," she said in relief, stepping back. The teachers looked at Harry, and almost as one started speaking, mostly scolding him for being out of bed at this hour. "The party is still going on in the Gryffindor common room," Harry drawled when there was a slight break in the conversation. "I doubt that anyone will be getting much sleep there at present." "Then perhaps you'd like to tell us what you were doing sneaking around the school, instead of enjoying yourself with the rest of you immature little friends," Snape suggested, scowling at Harry. Harry scowled back, then turned to address McGonagall, which made Snape a little mad. "I was hot, so I went out on my firebolt to sit on the top of the Gryffindor tower for a little while," Harry explained. "I saw a group of lights down on the grounds, and since I didn't think that that was normal, I flew down to have a look." "You should have come directly to us," McGonagall admonished him. "It could have been a false alarm. Besides, I know how to defend myself if the need arises," Harry shrugged. When I got close enough, I realized that there were 15 Death Eaters on the grounds, heading for the castle, obviously with the intent of attacking while we were off guard. Please tell me you left after that, McGonagall remarked. Course he didn't, Tonks said brightly. I wouldn't have. Though you seem unaware of it, Tonks, not everyone in this world is as stupid and reckless as you are. I've no doubt Potter is one of those who is as stupid and reckless as you, though, therefore I suppose your comment is justified in some manner, Snape drawled, and everyone glared at him. He didn't seem too concerned. Tonks is quite right, I didn't come straight back. I recognized 2 of the Death Eaters, Harry said. One of them was Bellatrix Lestrange, the other Lucius Malfoy has escaped from jail. There was no surprise on any of the faces, they'd known about that, then. He looked questioningly at Tonks, knowing that she was the most likely to tell him anything. It was in the Evening Prophet, she told him. That's one of the things we're discussing before you came. Well, those 2 were arguing. I sent a stunning spell from behind Lucius towards Bellatrix, and then another from the other direction, then came up here while they tried to kill each other, Harry finished up. That was not the most intelligent course of action, Professor Flitwick remarked. So why is there any wonder that Potter went for it? Oh shut up Severus, Professor Sprout cried in exasperation. We still have the problem that there are 15 Death Eaters on the grounds. Mr. Potter, please return to Gryffindor Tower, Professor McGonagall. Make sure no one leaves there, I think we should be able to deal with the Death Eaters. Harry nodded and headed out, hiding his reluctance and his annoyance that they hadn't said he could fight if he wanted to. He flew back in through the dormitory window, and headed back down to join the party again. Hey Harry, we were just about to come and look for you. Ron called when he saw his friend. Where were you? Getting some fresh air, Harry replied with a smile, gesturing to Lily to come over to stand nearby. Don't go out for a little while tonight, he whispered to her. There's Death Eaters on the grounds, the teachers are taking care of it. She managed to control her surprise and nodded. Thanks for the warning, I was just about to slip away. Harry smiled faintly at her, and slipped off to join a group of 7th years for a quick chat, while keeping an eye on the door to make sure no one tried to slip away. He wished that they wouldn't try to coddle him, they didn't even think about telling him to leave. He was only a child, yeah right. He'd still have fight to Voldemort when the time came. It was amazing, Harry thought, the next morning when the Daily Prophet reported the attacks that they never once mentioned that he'd been the one to alert everyone to the danger in the first place. The teachers had, of course, been easily able to deal with the Death Eaters, but had unfortunately been unable to catch any of them. In an astounding moment of teamwork, those Death Eaters still conscious and standing had levitated their fallen comrades and summoned brooms, to be gone before any of the teachers could actually manage to do anything about the escape. We thought that you would rather your name stayed out of the papers. Albus always said that you had quite an aversion to fame, and I must admit that you have been on the receiving end of a lot of bad publicity, McGonagall told in a quiet aside after Transfiguration that day. But your work in alerting us to the problem was well done, so I award 50 points to Gryffindor for your bravery. Harry smiled slightly. It was much better that only his close friends and the rest of the teachers know about his involvement in the affair, he thought. This way all of those who actually mattered would know about it, and he wouldn't get teased or annoyed by those who didn't matter. Well done, Ron said when he heard about the points that Harry had won, and what for. We're way in the lead now. Harry smiled. Yeah, he agreed. We just have to stay this way for quite a while, if we want to win the House Cup at the end of the year. I'm sure we'll manage it, Hermione said firmly. And you are very brave, Harry, going down there like that, all alone when you were already sure that they were Death Eaters down there. Harry caught the slightly jealous look on Ron's face and shrugged. I couldn't let them get to the castle. I'm sure either of you would have done the same thing in my place. Ron looked slightly gratified by the comment. Griffiths, you know that one of them would probably not have done that at all. Grippus informed him. You are without fear now, my friend, but last night you were also without caution. Fear helps caution stick, so you'll have to work extra hard to be cautious, now that you don't have fear to help you with it. I know, Grippus. I realized that last night, but it seemed the best thing to do at the time, Harry replied. Next time you see something like that happening, call me and I'll tell you what you should do, until you can manage to work it out yourself. Yes, Grippus, Harry said, much as a child might say to the parent who tells them, clean your room within the hour. Don't you, Yes, Grippus, me, the griffin said, pretending to sniff. I hope that Tatsu returns soon, before you manage to let this new fearlessness of yours get you killed. Harry smiled faintly, though his friends did not really notice. He wanted Tatsu to return too. Do you have any idea when he might come back? He asked the griffin. No, I think he is still in Japan. It could be a long time, it could be a short time, Grippus replied. Harry sighed, but it was so soft that only Lily noticed, and shot him a questioning glance. Harry shrugged faintly, and she shrugged in return. If he didn't want to talk about it, that was his own business, of course. Draco lazed in the Slytherin common room. He was tired. He hadn't gotten much sleep the night before at all, and then this morning he got the news of the attack. It was said that someone had seen his father here. Had Lucius Malfoy been on the grounds last night? Draco wondered. Was he one of those who had to be levitated away from Hogwarts by people who couldn't actually care less about him? And more importantly, did he, Draco, want to be one of those people? He wanted to be on the winner's side. He had a strong survival streak, but now he had to wonder which side that actually was the side that he'd always believed it to be, or Potter's side. Not Dumbledore's anymore. No, Dumbledore was dead and gone. Draco was surprised how much he missed the somewhat odd and most definitely eccentric Hogwarts headmaster. It wasn't an, oh dear, Dumbledore's dead, I miss him, kind of thing, but rather the lack of that annoying blue-eyed twinkle the ancient man had had, and the amusing way that the former headmaster had addressed the school. Draco sighed. When you had to look for answers for yourself, when there was no one you could threaten to get them, or someone older who you trusted enough to ask, finding them could be very difficult indeed. Oh well, he'd find the answers to his questions eventually, he supposed. He just hoped it was soon enough, before he was bound in the path that he would have to follow. So, will you help? Tatsu stood in the center of a group of people, all friends of his from long ago, all modifiers. They were those who had trained him, and those who had been trained by him. You have told us of this place in England, one of them spoke out. You have described it in great detail for us. This place is called Hogwarts, and it is a school for teaching the magic that we were denied. Why should we want to help? Because there are those there who do not look down upon talents like ours. Certainly there are those who do. One of them is my own nephew, though he does not know that, but Albus Dumbledore and Harry Potter, the leaders of the teachers and the main student body, are in our favor, and accept our magic as a form of magic. Albus Dumbledore and Harry Potter, the man repeated. Both are names of legend but not our legends. The gather muttered in assent at this remark, and Tatsu cursed inwardly. They stand against Lord Voldemort, he pointed out. This means what to us? He is in Europe, and we are here, far from his reach, a woman shrugged. He hates half-bloods, muggleborns and squibs, simply because they don't have his magic. Tatsu said. What better reason is there to side against anyone? If we can get rid of him, we could become accepted by the Wizarding Society as a whole, and be able to find and train any likely youngsters. Why do we want this? We've lived fine as we are. Don't tell me you haven't wanted to show the Wizarding Society that we're just as good as they are. Tatsu demanded. Surely not. Okay, so we've all hosted dreams of that, snorted another woman. That doesn't mean that anything could ever come of it. But something can come of it. Tatsu tried desperately to sway his old friends to his side. If you join with Dumbledore and Harry. If you just stay here, you'll forget all about this idiocy, the first man said firmly. No, I've thrown my lot in with Dumbledore and Harry. Harry Potter is the son of one of those who helped me leave Britain in the first place, the godson of the other, and my ward. I will not abandon him. Your ward. Whispers broke out amongst those who surrounded Tatsu. Well, you can't abandon family, and as your ward is your family, so are you ours. We are with you, a firm, young male voice spoke out. Tatsu relaxed. They were with him. Shish. A voice hissed in Harry's ear. You shish, Ron snarled back at Hermione, who'd spoke first. Both of you, shut up, Harry growled. It had been a long time since the three of them had snuck out under the invisibility cloak after hours to visit with their friend Hagrid. They had offered to allow Lily to come with them the first time that anyone else had been invited, but Lily had declined. Harry was the only one that knew that this was because she was going to go out into the forest and do whatever it was that the wild children did. Everyone else thought that the Durmstrang girl was giving Gryffindor's golden trio a chance to be on their own, as they hadn't been for quite some time. Harry was relieved when both Ron and Hermione went quiet. Their constant chattering was annoying him, and he didn't want to be caught out. Not that Arabella was likely to do anything to them, but it was a matter of pride that they'd never actually been caught on one of these excursions. Soon enough the most arduous part of the journey was over and the little group stumbled out across the grounds, which were lit faintly by the light of a quarter moon. It was very pretty, Harry thought, staring about himself. The absence of fear was still a new feeling, but it still allowed him to realize how pretty everything was, rather than worry about being caught, or some monster coming running out of the forbidden forest to eat them, or something. A short distance away, Hagrid's windows glowed in the darkness. "Well, at least he's home, for once," Harry remarked. "Yeah, we'd feel really stupid if we got all the way down here, and then realized that Hagrid wasn't home," Ron agreed. "Oh, you too," Hermione groaned. "Do you really think I'd have come on this venture if I hadn't already checked that Hagrid was home?" "How would you know?" Ron asked. "I mean, without coming down here to look, of course." "Idiot," Hermione sighed, then continued, "I believe it's called a window. There are several of them in the Gryffindor Tower, which all look down on the grounds." "Oh," Ron said, his voice showing that he felt foolish for not having realized this before. Harry just kept quiet, as he'd found to be best when Ron and Hermione were arguing like this. Harry raised his fist and knocked a few times on the door. Hagrid opened it swiftly. "Well, it's been a fair little while since I saw you outside of classes," the half-giant smiled at them. "Come in. Would you like a rock cake? I've found a new recipe for them." Harry, Ron and Hermione looked at each other. Should they risk it? It was, in the end, Harry who broke the silence. "Yeah, sure Hagrid. I'd love to try one." The others quickly agreed as well. "We probably won't fit too many in though. Dinner wasn't all that long ago," Hermione warned, and Harry smiled faintly. Just like Hermione, make sure that there was a back way out. "Great," Hagrid beamed. "Here y'are then." He took a plate from under a tea towel and handed it to his three younger friends. A hot, sweet aroma drifted up from the cakes, and despite the fact that, as Hermione had said, dinner had not been all that long ago, the scent made Harry's mouth water. All three of them hastily bit into the warm rock cakes, and tentatively raised them to their mouths to bite carefully. To Harry's surprise, there was no resistance, and his teeth passed easily through the moist interior of what could no longer be called a rock cake. It was absolutely delicious. "Great Hagrid," Harry said enthusiastically after swallowing the first bite, and his friends were quick to agree, for the first time giving their sincere opinion on Hagrid's cooking. "Yeah, I think that the ones I've been making were a little bit stale," Hagrid said, "but this seems to be fine now. Just needed a bit of fine-tuning." "Well, it was good before," Hermione lied with a straight face. "But it's even better now," Harry said firmly. "Absolutely perfect." Ron nodded, his mouth too full to speak. Hagrid beamed delightedly, obviously pleased by the praise. "Ye can take some with you and share 'em with her friends." "Yes, we'd be delighted to, Hagrid," Hermione said, for once not lying as she said this. Despite his horrendous cooking skills, none of Hagrid's young friends had ever had the heart to tell him that nothing he cooked tasted at all good. That, however, had all changed. This new recipe was, quite frankly, divine. Ye would. "Yes, of course. Look guys, it's getting pretty late, and we've had a night attack once in the last little while. I think that ye should be getting yourselves up to the castle, really," Hagrid said. Hagrid quickly packed up a box of cakes, which he gave to Hermione and then stood back to allow his student friends to slip under the invisibility cloak and walk off into the night. The 30th of January 1997. Over the next few days, security at Hogwarts was very noticeable. As in Harry's second year, teachers were accompanying students to all classes and restrictions were made as to when students would be banned from the hallways. Harry was quietly informed by the headmistress that if he thought it was absolutely necessary, he could leave his house common room and go looking around, but only if he promised to not put himself at risk. Grippus promised her that he would not let Harry do anything stupid, and Harry assured the headmistress that the Griffin was perfectly capable of keeping him out of trouble. "That's what Dumbledore gave him to me for," Harry pointed out matter-of-factly. "To try and protect me, since it is well known that Griffins are very loyal to those they befriend, or regard as family." McGonagall nodded slowly. "Very well. If you believe it is necessary," And I trust you enough not to disabuse the privilege. You may leave the common rooms after lights out." Harry smiled. "Thank you," he replied. McGonagall nodded. "Dismissed, Potter." Harry left quickly, happy to have made this concession. Now if only Tatsu would return with his friends so that the wards around the school could be redone. Harry was very distrustful of the power that the wards had, because Death Eaters had come in several times already. Besides, he wanted his training master back. He was quickly becoming bored with simply practicing. He wanted to learn more techniques, especially with the katana. "Relax," Grippus advised, "he will return in time, and none of your wishes will bring him home faster, or with the company that is required to reinforce the wards on the castle." "I know," Harry replied quietly, "but knowing doesn't stop my hopes." "It wouldn't," Grippus agreed. "Hope is necessary, but letting hope rule your life, without giving your hopes any reason to succeed, is just plain stupid, so go and practice to take your mind off everything." "Immediately, Your Highness," Harry replied. "Good to see that you have finally realized my rank," Grippus feigned a contemptuous sniff. "Just don't go forgetting it any time soon." Harry laughed quietly as he walked. "Harry." It was Blaise Zabini, the only Slytherin above 4th year to have joined DA. "Hi Blaise," Harry greeted, because he was fairly sure that no one else was within hearing rank. If there was anyone about who wasn't from DA, there would be trouble mainly for Blaise, since none of the Slytherins were likely to try and get at Harry. "Harry, I think that Malfoy suspects something of me. He's always watching me in the common rooms in the dungeons, and he often looks as though he's going to say something to me, then doesn't. I don't understand it." Harry blinked. "Neither do I. You've been pretty careful in who you tell that you've joined DA, and none of the younger students would betray you. They all seem to like you well enough." "I don't know," Blaise shrugged, "but I thought it might be important, so I thought I'd let you know." Harry nodded. "Thanks. Maybe you should stop coming to every DA meeting, just a few of them, to try and throw Malfoy off scent." "I'm loath to give up on all this training and the friendships that I've made within DA," Blaise admitted, "but I think you're right. It's probably more important that I keep my alliance with Gryffindors a secret, especially with the build-up in Death Eater activity. I'd rather not be targeted myself." "I wouldn't want you to be hurt because of me," Harry said. "I hate it that people get hurt, or even killed, simply because they were my friends." "They chose to be your friends," Blaise informed him calmly. "Whether or not that led to their death, it was obviously a choice they were willing to make." Harry shrugged slightly. "Where were you going?" Blaise asked him. "I don't know," Harry replied, shrugging. "I'm waiting for Tatsu to come back from an errand he's on, so that we can continue with training. Practice is getting quite repetitive now." He hadn't told anyone the errand that Tatsu had been sent on, not even Ron and Hermione, or Lily, who he knew was very good at keeping a secret. "Ah, well, I'll leave you to it and head back down to the Slytherin common rooms," Blaise told him. "Absences are suspicious, and with so many people thinking of joining you-know-who, I'd rather not be suspected in regard to anything." "I wish you well," Harry remarked absently, as Blaise headed off in another direction. Harry didn't know where he was going, but eventually ended up in the room of requirement. "Grippus, do you ever wish you were back with your parents and had never met me?" Harry asked his friend. For a long while there was silence, and Harry thought that maybe he'd asked too serious a question of his friend, and had in some way offended him. Finally, however, Grippus spoke. "No, I do not wish for that," he told Harry. "We are tied together, Griffiths, in ways that I cannot explain to you now, nor will be able to explain for a long time. No matter what, we would have been drawn together, and this way was the best. All has worked out well, and though I miss my parents, I prefer to be with you. We were meant to be together, friend." Harry smiled. "I'm glad you're here, Grippus. I've never had a friend like you, and I never knew what I was missing out on. Ron and Hermione are great, but they are different. Do not try to explain it," Grippus told him. "I know what you are talking about, but you do not yet, at least. But you will know, one day." "One day." Harry spoke aloud now, smiling at his friend. "One day doesn't interest me too much now, my friend. When the day comes, it will interest you," Grippus assured him, and Harry rolled his eyes, seeming rather disgusted with the way the conversation had gone. "So, what is it that we need to take with us?" Hanako, a short, slim Japanese woman with black hair, slanted eyes and something of an attitude demanded, staring hard at Tatsu. "Easy Hanako-san," Tatsu smiled at her, a little nervously. Hanako was one of the best martial arts practitioners in the group. He wasn't sure if he could beat her, and he didn't fancy finding out, either. You won't need much, just your weapons and clothes. Everything else will be taken care of. Hanako looked at him for a moment, as if determining that he spoke the truth, and that he hadn't been in any way, shape or form condescending when he spoke to her, then nodded firmly, once, before turning and striding away. Tatsu let out a quiet breath of relief. You know, Tatsu, I think she likes you, a cool voice spoke in English behind him. Tatsu glanced over his shoulder. And what brings you to that conclusion, Samu-kun? He asked, sticking to Japanese. You can speak in English, you know, Tatsu, Sam pointed out. It would be insulting to our hosts, Tatsu replied. I will speak in Japanese, thank you. You always did take to the language more than I, Sam remarked, himself still using English. That's all well and good, but would you care to explain the reasoning behind the comment to the effect of, Hanako-san likes me? He didn't let Sam in on the fact that the woman they were discussing was standing with hearing distance, and was definitely listening. He didn't much like Sam, who had come from America only a few years before Tatsu had stopped spending all his time with the group of modifiers. Sam was often rude, most of the time refusing to speak Japanese, even in the presence of those who couldn't understand English. To Tatsu, and most of the other people in the group who had been Japanese-born, this was just about as disgusting as picking your nose in public, in meaning too. Tatsu was not sure why Sam had been allowed to stay in. Train as a modifier, probably because he had the talent, and it would be rude to turn him away. The Japanese people on a whole abhorred rudeness of any way, shape, or form. Dude, she teases you, makes you think she's gonna attack you and insults you, of course she likes you. Sam replied, only to suddenly lose his breath when Hanako kicked him hard in the small of his back, sending him to his knees with an oof of surprise. There were some notable exceptions to the not being rude rule, and Hanako was definitely one of them. For the record, Tatsu-kun, I feel no romantic attachment to you at all, Hanako told him with a slight smile, though I am honored to count you as an associate and sometimes friend. Tatsu smiled and bowed slightly to her. Your feelings echo those in my heart, he told her firmly. I look forward to seeing the land of your birth, for you have been courteous in learning our ways and customs and abiding by them, and I would like to see if there are others like you. Hanako bowed and walked off. Tatsu headed away in a different direction as well, leaving Sam to scramble, with a little difficulty, to his feet. It's really time someone did that to Samu-kun, another woman remarked. She was nicknamed Neko, which meant cat, because she was very graceful and always appeared perfectly balanced. No one knew what her real name was, any more than they knew Tatsu's own. I know, Tatsu muttered. I'm really regretting that we let him join us now. As are most of us. But he has our power, and we must train him, we are honor-bound to do so. Tatsu sighed. Well, let's hope he decides to leave one day very soon, he remarked. We all hope this. Let us hope that our combined prayers will be heard, and the gods will create some event which will take Samu-kun from our midst. Tatsu nodded. When do you think we'll be ready to leave for Hogwarts? He asked, looking around the organized chaos that surrounded them as the modifiers got everything they thought they would need. Some point in the future, and one not too distant, I would hope, Neko replied. I know you want to return to your young ward, the boy Harry Potter, but there is no use going unless we are fully prepared for what we must do. Of course, Tatsu replied. I must strive to put aside my impatience, and achieve a proper balance within my mind. He bowed in farewell to Neko, who had her own preparations to make. Tatsu-kun, do you think we should take our own food? A voice asked behind him, and he turned to see Barukani, one of the older members of the modifier group. No, Barukani-kun, Tatsu replied, with an internal sigh, for this was the fourth time he'd been asked this question today. At least it was by different people, not just the same one forgetting what he'd said. Hogwarts has house elves, who'll be able to cook just about anything you ask for. Good. Thank you, Tatsu-kun, Barukani bowed, waited for Tatsu to bow in return, and headed off himself. Tatsu stood with his back against a wall, and watched everyone milling around, all somehow managing to not get in each other's way. He was looking forward to returning to England. Much as he loved Japan, and, in all honesty, would really rather make his home there, He wanted to get back to Harry's side, because he didn't want his young friend and ward to be harmed in any way while he was away. Relax, Tatsu ordered himself, slowing his breathing to try and enter a meditative state to calm himself. Harry can take care of himself, you taught him to, remember. Tatsu slipped out of the meditative state when he realized that someone standing next to him, leaning against the wall and watching the scene below. Neko-san, he greeted, pleasantly surprised. Neko had been one of those who'd first shown Tatsu the roots of his power, and how to use it. He and she had developed a fairly close relationship ever since, for Neko was the sister that Tatsu wished his young brother could have been like, and Tatsu was a brother for Neko, who had no family outside of the modifier group. Tatsu-kun, she greeted calmly. Have you finished getting ready? He asked her. Yes, was the simple reply. The pair of them lapsed into silence as they watched the rest of their friends getting ready to move to England for a short period of time. Draco Malfoy sighed tiredly. He was sitting on his bed in the Slytherin boys' dormitory, thinking, as he often did these days, about what he wanted to do with himself, and whose side he wanted to take. He had noticed that Blaise Zabini, a quiet girl in his year, had been hanging around with Harry Potter more often than she should be, since Potter was a Gryffindor and Slytherins shouldn't associate themselves with Slytherins. He wondered if she had chosen Potter's side in the coming war. How had she made the decision? Draco realized that he didn't know much about Blaise, apart from that she was a pureblood and had a strong ambition, even though she was quite quiet about it. She was also a good witch and a quick learning, but made sure to never do too well in class, because she didn't want to draw much attention to herself. She'd never shown any real alliance to any of the Slytherins, had no true friends, though she'd been hanging out with a girl in third year for some time now, but this had soon been explained, as the girl was her cousin. Draco wished that he knew more about her. He was counted as one of the top dogs of Slytherin both because of his father's political power and wealth and because he was good at finding out information. Also, Crabbe and Goyle were perfectly ready to beat up anyone Draco told them to, and not many people wanted to mess with these two goons. Idly, Draco wondered where said goons were at the moment, probably out stuffing their faces somewhere. He'd told them where the kitchen was last year, because he was annoyed by their continual whining about being hungry, even an hour after stuffing their faces at dinner, when he was trying to study for the owls. But despite the fact that he was good at finding things out about people, Draco had to admit that Blaise Zabini was a professional when it came to keeping things about her quiet. He knew that she had done well in her owls, in the higher group of scores, definitely, but not quite anything to brag about. She'd done better than anyone had expected her to, yet not enough to draw attention to herself. He wondered what plan she had for keeping out of the spotlight so well. There had been a few times when he'd been about to ask her whether she now favored Potter above Voldemort, but had each time decided not to, because if he did accuse her, and she hadn't, then it could reflect badly on him. He sighed. How he wished life in Slytherin could be easy. The Gryffindors seemed to get on just fine, and they never had any troubles with asking questions that they probably shouldn't, though most of them avoided asking for help. What would it have been like, if I had been sorted into Gryffindor? He wondered. Would he have been like Potter? Would he have been one of Potter's friends, or fan club? He didn't think so, but anything was possible. Draco had to make his decision soon. It was only 18 days until his father took him before Lord Voldemort to have him marked a Death Eater, after all. Well, he still had a bit of time left to decide. The 2nd of March 1997. Harry, are you all right? Ron and Hermione had cornered Harry in the common room. It was early morning and Lily had already gone down to breakfast. Harry was just coming down after showering, since he still practiced early in the morning before anyone was awake. Of course, Harry seemed genuinely surprised by the question. Why do you ask? You've been a lot more reckless lately, Hermione said slowly. More reckless? Harry repeated. It's like you fear absolutely nothing. You've been very close to being rude to several professors, in Quidditch practices, some of the dives you do are just frightening, Ron took over. What's wrong with that? Harry demanded. We just don't want you to get hurt, Hermione told him. You've got to be alive for the final battle, and if you learn caution now, you'll be alive at the end of it all too. We don't want to lose you, Harry. You won't. Harry walked out of the portrait hole and down to breakfast. Did Ron and Hermione talk to you? Lily asked him. Yes, Harry replied. I told them that they didn't need to. Harry nodded quietly. I didn't mind too much, he replied. They are my friends, at least that showed it. Lily nodded quietly. Quidditch training this afternoon. Yeah, Harry smiled slightly. Grippus, remind me to take it easy and not make Ron and Hermione more suspicious, or worried. I've said that every practice, Griffiths. You just haven't been paying attention to me, Grippus pointed out. Harry made a face at the Griffin who was currently a cat, who preened slightly. You talk to him, don't you? Lily asked Harry. I can see it in your eyes. Griffin is no ordinary cat. No, Harry agreed, he's anything but ordinary. I don't suppose you're going to tell me why he's anything but ordinary. Of course not, Harry replied comfortably. It's not my secret to tell, it's his, if he wishes to. And I suppose he doesn't want to right now. Nope, Harry grinned back at her. Figures. The rest of the day passed without incident. Neither Ron nor Hermione mentioned the conversation of the morning to Harry, and Harry had no intention of bringing it up anytime soon. Harry walked down to the Quidditch pitch with only Grippus for company. The rest of the team would arrive shortly and practice could begin. But Harry wanted to see if the little white wolf creature was still around. To his surprise, the moment he walked to the fringe of the forest it turned up. Wow, I didn't think it would actually come to you a second time, Grippus remarked. Hello there, Harry said softly. The white creature turned its muzzle, meeting Harry's eyes with a brilliant silver gaze. It looked at him for a while, and then wagged its tail, walking closer to Harry. Harry dropped to a crouch, not wanting to startle it because he was so much taller than it was. He stretched out one hand, fingers extended and trembling slightly. The creature sniffed at them, then slipped forward so that its head was resting on Harry's palm, soft white fur just touching Harry's hand. Harry slowly stroked it, very gently. Suddenly, they heard the rest of the team walking toward them, and the wolf creature stepped away from Harry, then suddenly licked his hand with a warm, moist but not wet tongue. Then it was gone, bounding gracefully into the depths of the forest, its bright, white form almost immediately lost from view. I've never heard of something like that happening, Grippus remarked, voice almost subdued. Finally, something you don't know everything about, Harry teased his friend, walking over to join the Quidditch team. Why were you over by the forest? Ginny asked him suspiciously. I thought I saw something. Turns out it was nothing, Harry shrugged it off. You saw something and went to look. Not really close, just close enough to make sure it wasn't anything. And I had my wand out, Harry replied irritably. The team laughed at this tone and quickly changed, taking to the air. Harry swooped and danced through the air for a while, letting the snitch get itself well and truly lost before going to search for it. The next game wouldn't be for a little while, since the knockout matches were occurring for this round now. In another month or so, Unity would be back on the pitch in the semifinals. Harry hoped they got through those, because he really wanted to win this year. It would make up for only being able to play one match last year. Practice ended well and Harry was very happy with the work of his team. We have a really good chance of getting to the finals, he told them, grinning happily. We're gonna win, Lily added firmly, and the rest of the team cheered happily before heading up to the school. Blaise was walking through the dungeon slowly. She didn't really want to go to the Slytherin common room, because she disliked most of the people in her house. Her lip curled slightly. Slytherins were supposed to be cunning and ambitious. In her mind, neither of the traits seemed needed to keep the hem of a self-stylized Dark Lord and run around and do his bidding. And her housemates called this power. Her ambitions were quite different. She wanted power too, but didn't see Lord Voldemort as paving the way to power at all. She wanted to be Minister of Magic, or some other political figure, who could influence what went on in the magical world, and get paid heavily for it. Or to get a job which would give her lots of money, and make her again influential, like Lucius Malfoy had tried to be. But he worked for Voldemort, and had no real power. Suddenly a hand found itself over Blaise's mouth, and she felt a wand tip at her temple. She froze. She had no time to do anything that would allow her to get her opponent off her, so she went limp. She was tugged to one side, and then pushed forwards. She soon gave up on being limp and started walking, since it was a little painful sometimes. Eventually they found their way into a room. Blaise suddenly felt the wand at her temple jerk back, and the hand holding her mouth let go. She spun around, her wand coming up, to find it pointing at none other than Draco Malfoy. "You," she demanded, surprised. "I couldn't confront you in the Slytherin common room," he informed her, "and I'm not stupid enough to think that you'd come with me voluntarily to a place of my choosing. Therefore this was the only option left to me." "Confront me about what?" Blaise demanded, not lowering her wand, her heart beating fast. "You're with Potter, aren't you?" Draco demanded. Blaise hesitated for a moment, wondering if he was trying to trick her. Then she remembered that he'd been careful to get her away from the Slytherin common room before asking the question, could that mean that he wasn't an enemy? Her mind raced through various thoughts, but she eventually decided to tell the truth. After all, she could obliviate him later if she needed to, she'd learnt that spell long ago. "Yes," she said firmly. To her surprise, Draco looked relieved. She arched an eyebrow questioningly at him. "I don't think that I want to join the Dark Lord," he said quietly. Blaise was so surprised that she lowered her wand before she realized what she was doing. "No," she demanded. Ever since first year, Draco had been bragging that he would join the Dark Lord before anyone else in their year, and that he would be one of the most respected of the Dark Lord's followers. "No," he agreed. It suddenly doesn't seem so great after all. With my father being arrested and all, I suddenly realized that that's what happened to almost all of the Dark Lord followers last time around. I remember now that my father never questioned doing anything for the Dark Lord, and realize now that this wasn't because the Dark Lord had to be right, but rather, my father knew that if he didn't do as he was told, he would be tortured, or even killed. Then I look at Harry Potter. He has had the right to choose what he wants to do, and he isn't afraid to do it, no matter what the odds. He went to the Department of Mysteries last year to help someone, even though he knew that the place would probably be crawling with Death Eaters, because he wanted to help. Though I used to hate him, and everything he did, now I can't help but give him a measure of respect. He doesn't let anything get him down for long, and he always seems to do what he wants. I just do what my father tells me to." Blaise nodded slowly. "So, what brought about this sudden change of heart?" she demanded. "My father wants me to get marked in a fortnight," Draco replied. "And I have to decide now what I'm going to do about it." "You know that if you refuse, you'll never be welcome in Slytherin again," Blaise pointed out. "Your father will disown you and you'll have nothing left. All of your so-called friends will desert you." Draco nodded. "I know. That's why it's such a hard decision. You should talk to Harry," Blaise told him. Draco's mouth dropped open in surprise, and he started to protest, but she cut him off. "I'm serious, Draco. You've already pointed out that he doesn't do anything unless he wants to. Surely he can think of something that will work out best for you." "But why would he help me?" Draco asked. "We aren't friends and we never have been. I've done a lot of things to him over the years, and I won't delude myself into thinking that he's going to forgive me for them. And I don't want him to forgive me for them. He can help. He'll help you because you're doing the right thing. I was nervous about approaching him the first time I did too, but he held nothing against me, even though I'm a Slytherin." "You haven't been wronging him since the first day of school," Draco pointed out. "No, but he won't care. You two will never be friends, but Harry will help you anyway, just because you're doing right. Can you organize for him to meet me somewhere where no one will find out then?" Draco asked, voice small. "Of course," Blaise replied. "I'll tell you when, and where." Draco nodded. "Don't tell anyone else," he told her, "especially not Weasel." "Weasley," Blaise corrected. "I don't like Weasel, and I never will, even less than I like Potter," Draco informed her coolly. "So don't tell him." Fine, I won't," Blaise said. Privately she agreed with Draco, she didn't like Ron too much either. He had been the last one of DA to accept her, and she didn't think he had completely yet. She left, but Draco stayed behind the room. "So, are we ready to go?" Tatsu asked. "Yes, Tatsu-kun," Neko smiled at him. "We are now completely and utterly ready to go. We've contacted a wizard to perform a transportation spell on one of us, so that we can modify it to take us where we want to go. The biggest downside to the modifier talent, you had to have a spell to work with before you could do anything, which meant that you had to have a witch or wizard who would help you, even if they didn't realize that they were. I look forward to meeting your young ward, the famous Harry Potter," Neko remarked. "Though do not worry, I will not remark on his fame. I remember what you said, about him disliking it. Good, I look forward to introducing you," Tatsu replied, thinking that Harry would probably like the outgoing, pretty Japanese woman. Neko would also be able to help Tatsu with training Harry in the ways of the katana, for it was Neko who had taught Tatsu in the first place. So, what's the plan? Tatsu asked. He wasn't sure what the rest of the group had planned with the Hanako-san will go out to meet up with the wizard and ask him if he could perform a transportation spell on her. She's a witch's younger sister, so it makes sense that she would know about magic. Then she'll modify it so that it covers us all and takes us where we want to go, rather than just up to Tokyo. Tatsu nodded. Good. Then we'll be at Hogwarts swiftly. I'm worried that something bad will have happened since I left. The Dark Lord has been quite forward in his movements, Neko agreed, from what I've heard. But he seems to be concentrating on Muggles and Muggleborns, outside of Hogwarts. Tatsu nodded. That doesn't stop my worrying, he pointed out. I didn't think it would, Neko informed him, smiling slightly. Did they tell you what Samu-kun's nickname is? No. Tatsu invited her to share. We call him Kame Karmat, Neko replied with a rather wicked grin, though we haven't told him his new name yet. Tatsu laughed. If you do tell him, I would advise you start running as fast as you can. However fitting a name, Turtle, might be, I doubt that Samu-kun would appreciate it at all. Probably not, Neko agreed, laughing quietly, but that doesn't matter. Just as we once named Tatsu, and myself Neko, we have named Samu-kun Kame. This is how he will be known, whether he likes it or not. Despite the honor of your title, Tatsu-kun, you hated it for a long time. As I disliked mine, he will accept his name in time. There is no other way. Suddenly the world wrenched around them, and Tatsu could only assume that Hanako had done her bit, and they were on their way to Hogwarts. Sure enough, it wasn't long before his feet slammed into solid ground, and he found himself standing in front of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, with 60 modifiers accompanying him. Wow, Neko breathed in his ear, and her word was echoed by just about every member of the group. Tatsu smiled, glad that his new home had such a good impression on his friends, those he counted as family. Suddenly the door flew open and Harry, dressed very formally with Grippus perched easily on his shoulder, walked down the front steps, with Minerva McGonagall at his side, and the rest of the Hogwarts teachers, and the prefects, walking behind them. Good evening, Tatsu Kendo, and company, Minerva smiled gently around at the modifiers. Harry bowed perfectly, Japanese style, as Tatsu had taught him, and welcomed the group formally in Japanese. Tatsu had taught him the phrases long before, and he recalled them now, to make as good an impression upon the modifiers as possible. Well, at least you're polite, Hanako said coolly, bordering on the disrespectful, as she nearly always did. I am Harry Potter. Harry introduced himself politely, and then followed with the names of the teachers and prefects who accompanied him. The modifiers replied with their own names, and, once everyone was introduced, they were invited into the Great Hall for dinner. McGonagall sent the head boy down to the kitchens to order the house elves to prepare Japanese food for the guests. All of the modifiers, Harry noticed, looked quite pleased when they heard this order, and Tatsu stepped up to Harry's side, resting his hand lightly on his ward's shoulder. You did well, Harry, he said softly. They like you already, and that will make them all the more willing to help you and your friends in any way necessary. Well done. While not much, these simple words of praise had the desired effect, and Harry smiled gratefully up at his guardian and friend. I'm glad you're back. The 2nd of April 1997. When dawn broke the next morning, Harry was already some hours awake and was in the room of requirement with Tatsu. And, to his initial surprise, the woman from the day before, Neko. Good morning, he said quietly to her, hiding his inquisitive impulse to ask why she was here. It must have been easy enough to see on his face, however, since she smiled knowingly at him. Neko will be aiding me with your training in the use of the katana, Tatsu explained to his ward. She's one of the few people who are actually more proficient than I am, and she was my teacher in the first place. I'll be leaving things mostly up to her. Harry had been surprised by this, but quickly accepted it, as the young cat-like woman looked very assured in her stance, and she held a katana with a fighter's grace. He didn't mind who taught him, not really, because all he wanted was to be able to fight as well as he possibly could. Well then, let's begin, Neko stepped forward, fluently drawing her sword. Harry greatly envied her grace of movement, as he clumsily drew his own weapon. Well, he supposed it wasn't that clumsy a movement, but it was compared to Neko's flowing movements. Neko smiled slightly. "We will fight," she told Harry, "until I say we stop, whether you lose or not. I am testing your abilities with the katana. From what I hear from Tatsu, you won't let me down." Harry gulped inwardly. He was about to go up against a master of the katana, with barely intuition, and she expected him to do well. Well, he wasn't about to let Tatsu down by failing in Neko's eyes. As he raised his katana, Harry emptied his mind and slipped into his center, unconsciously shifting his body and muscles to prepare for the fight. Gracefully, Neko swung her sword up in an arch. Immediately recognizing the maneuver, Harry brought his up in an identical move to meet it with the soft clack of wood striking wood. They turned, perfectly synchronized as they disengaged the swords, moving once more to clack their swords together. Harry quickly realized that this was a pattern dance, one that he'd practiced himself, against air, but which he was now doing with a partner. With this in mind, Harry put most of his attention on the way he performed his movements, making them as graceful as possible, letting his muscles remember the pattern dance and take care of making sure sword met sword with that little clack. The pattern dance was soon over, and they swapped to another one, Harry again concentrating on his movements rather than the sword in his hands. Pattern dance to pattern dance flowed through Harry's mind, almost unheeded as he concentrated himself on his body's movements. Clack, 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 the swords cried out as one. Then the pattern dances that Harry had learned were done with, and he wondered what would happen next, but he needn't have worried, because they simply started again, moving faster. "We aren't going to stop much today," Neko told him. "We had Minerva cancel lessons for today, and tomorrow, so that we can move around and familiarize ourselves with the school, its occupants, and its wards." Harry was amazed to realize that she wasn't even the slightest bit out of breath, despite the fact that they'd been moving continuously for almost 3 hours now. He was amazed that he was still even able to stand, let alone keep his sword upright and moving in the right directions at the right time. "Neko, I think he's worn out," Tatsu remarked suddenly. "He needs food, and so do I." "HMPH, Neko remarked. "Well, he's kept on longer than I thought he would, so I suppose he's earned the break. Harry, you may go to breakfast with your friends, and spend the next hour with them, but then I want you back here ready for some more practice." Harry nodded. "Should I leave the katana here?" he inquired. "Yes," Tatsu replied before Neko had a chance to. "You may leave it here. Run along now, Harry. I'm sure your friends will be wanting to celebrate the fact that they have 2 days free of lessons." Harry smiled and nodded, setting his katana down carefully on the table, then racing off downstairs, his stomach telling him that it was well past time he ate something. "Hey Harry, where were you?" Ron asked as Harry entered the Great Hall and headed over to the Gryffindor table, where his friends were waiting for him. "Practicing with Tatsu," Harry said, deciding to leave Neko out of the equation for the moment, not sure if she'd want it know that she was a master of the katana. "Oh, you okay?" Hermione asked, concerned. She'd seen some of the bruises Harry had collected practicing with Tatsu. "I'm fine, totally worn out already, but we aren't trying to kill each other, don't worry. We're using swords," Harry told Hermione, and watched as her face fell. "Swords? Doesn't that make it more dangerous?" Hermione demanded harshly, fear in her voice and eyes. "No, because mastering the katana is more a state of mind," Harry replied. "We are working on movement, and we know how to meet each other's blows perfectly. There is no striking to deliberately injure." "That makes me feel so much comforted," Hermione remarked. "Are you sure that this is a good idea, Harry? You could get really seriously injured doing this." "I'll be fine, Hermione," Harry replied softly, looking at Hermione and trying to will her to believe in him. "How can you be so sure?" "Because Tatsu would never do anything that would actually cripple me, or cause lasting damage," Harry said with complete conviction. "How do you know that?" "I've seen some of the bruises you've gotten." "I got those because I forgot to block properly," Harry said shortly, suddenly sick of the subject. "Besides, a bruise isn't lasting, and Tatsu has never given me anything else to worry about." "But, I'm talking with this, Hermione," Harry said, a note of warning in his voice. Hermione subsided, but reluctantly. Harry heaved an internal sigh. It saddened him a little that his friends could not support him this, but he supposed that it was more because they could never understand the delicate balance that he and Tatsu fought under. The center allowed them to practice safely, even when performing the most dangerous of moves, because it gave more awareness of the body than anything else ever could. "What shall we do today?" Ron asked as breakfast ended. "I think we should use the extra time to search for more spells to learn," Hermione said briskly. "You are starting to run out, Harry," she added. "I know," Harry said, a little shame-faced, "but I've only got another half an hour before I have to go back to training." "Why must you spend so much time training?" Hermione asked. "Because it's important," Harry snapped. "If I'm going to beat Voldemort again, I'm going to need a lot more than dumb luck to keep myself, and any of my friends, alive throughout the battle. Voldemort will expect me to learn as many spells as I can. He won't expect me to use physical attacks, and there are plenty of those that will be able to distract him long enough for me to do whatever is necessary to kill him." Hermione hesitated, mouth open and ready to speak, then sighed and nodded. "I suppose you're right. I've gotten so used to magic that I can't think of another way of doing things, half the time," she said. "I suppose it's only logical that Voldemort would think the same, and I have to congratulate you for thinking of the idea. I can't claim it all, it's mostly Tatsu's credit, for agreeing to teach me, and getting me interested. I've just been thinking of practical applications of my knowledge," Harry replied, shrugging slightly. "Well, while you're learning how to use a katana," Lily winked at Harry, "we might go and corner Tonks and ask her to give us some ideas for new spells to learn, and when you're let of training, we can look them up and practice them." "Sounds like a plan," Harry said, nodding. "I wish we could learn to fight like you," Ron remarked dreamily. "It sounds so fun." "It doesn't sound fun, it sounds dangerous," Hermione shot back, "even if it may be necessary." Harry smiled slightly. "I'll see you guys later. I don't know how long this will take," he told them, and walked away, an idea beginning to form in his mind as he went. In the room of requirement, Tatsu and Neko were waiting for him, both perfectly rested, and had obviously eaten, since there was an empty tray on a table in the center of the room. "We won't be fighting now. It's a bad idea to fight on a full stomach, if it can be avoided," Neko said firmly. "Therefore, we will all three of us work on modifying magic for a little while. Will I be able to go and hang out with my friends at all today?" "We're going to try and get the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher to teach us some new spells," Harry said. "Just for an hour more," Tatsu replied. "For the moment, I want you to send a spell at either of us, and watch as the one it is directed at changes it so that it is going towards the other, and the other stops it, or nullifies its power. Watch how we do this, so that you can do your best to copy it later." Harry nodded, and readied himself for another hour's hard work. The hour passed very quickly, it seemed to Harry, and by the time that he had finished the work they were doing, he understood exactly how to change the direction of a spell, and a few better ways of stopping damage. "Thank you," he smiled at Neko, bowing slightly in Japanese style and repeating this with Tatsu, before leaving. "He is a good student, this young ward of yours," Neko remarked. "I will enjoy aiding you in training him." Tatsu smiled. "He is truly eager to learn our crafts, Neko, and that is not always something that is easy to find. He learns because he must, but he enjoys that learning." "A rare find indeed," Neko agreed. "Despite the fact that he does not have much modifying talent, he will learn enough of it to turn the tides in the final battle, I think." Tatsu had told his friend of Harry's destiny, though he did not know the prophecy which dictated it, and even if he had, would not have told her anyway. "Hey guys, I'm free for the day now," Harry called out to Ron, Hermione and Lily, who were walking towards the library, as he skidded around the corner. "Cool," Ron said, happily. "We hoped you weren't going to be kept in all day. Tonks told us a book in the restricted section of the library, one that you normally have to be a 7th year to borrow, but she gave us a slip to allow us to get it out," Hermione said excitedly. Harry nodded. "What's in it?" "Defense spells. Basically," Hermione replied. Harry nodded. "Okay then, what are we waiting for? Now you're here." "Nothing." Lily grinned at him, and the group headed into the library, the domain of Madame Pants. "What do you want?" she asked them. "Please madam, Professor Tonks gave us this." Hermione handed the note over, and Madame Pants examined it carefully, to make sure there was absolutely no trickery at work here. "Wait here," she told them, and talked off in a huff. obviously annoyed that she had to give out one of her precious books, even though she had to know that Hermione took as much care of library as she would her own children, if she had any. A moment later Madame Pants returned, carrying a huge book in her hands, obviously with the aid of a featherweight charm. "Here," the librarian said, handing the book to Hermione. "Thank you very much, Madame Pants," Hermione said, "we'll take good care of it and bring it back as soon as we can." Madame Pants nodded primly and stalked off through the shelves of books. "Come on," Hermione muttered at her companions, and the four of them hurried from the library. "Where we'll go?" "The room of requirement." "No," Harry replied, "Tatsu's there, talking with some of his friends." "Okay. We could ask Tonks if we could use the defense room," Harry remarked. "Great idea." Hermione enthused, and Ron and Lily nodded as well. It was a good idea. Tonks wouldn't care if they used her room for anything. She liked Harry, and the rest of the group, respecting them for their efforts to overcome challenges from the dark. "Sure, go ahead," she waved them off when they went to her office to ask permission. "It's unlocked, and you know where it is." The group nodded and headed off, ready to learn some new spells for teaching to DA, as Harry was beginning to run out of things to teach his friends. Blaise walked through the corridors of the school, searching for Harry. She wanted to talk to him about this change in Draco Malfoy. His newly made decision to turn from the dark seemed quite important to her, and she knew that Harry would want to hear of it, but where was he? When she'd gone to the room of requirement, the man, Tatsu Kendo, had been there, with a woman who'd come the day before. Headmistress McGonagall had said that they were here to strengthen the wards around the school after the last Death Eater attack, and had told her that Harry had left there already. They didn't know where he'd gone. Now she was roving the corridors, looking for a Gryffindor she knew, to ask if Harry was in the common room. She eventually found and asked Ginny Weasley. "Last I saw him was in the library," the younger girl said calmly, "with Lily, Hermione and Ron. I think they were getting out a book on defense spells. Have you tried the room of requirement? They might be practicing." "Yeah, I tried there already," Blaise said. "Tatsu Kendo and one of the women who arrived yesterday were there. They said he'd already left." "Well, sorry, I know they aren't in the common room. I was there a couple of minutes ago." "Where are you going now?" Blaise asked. "The Quidditch pitch, Dean's meeting me there," Ginny replied, blushing faintly. Blaise recalled that Ginny had been going out with the sixth-year Gryffindor since last year. "Okay," she said, "well, if you see Harry on your way to the pitch, could you tell him that I need to talk to him as soon as possible? It's important." Ginny looked at her for a moment, as if trying to deduce Blaise's intents. "I'll tell him," she said finally, "and I'll ask him to come without Ron. He'd probably make things harder on you." The girl smiled briefly and turned fast, jogging off down the corridor, shoulder-length red hair bouncing lightly on her shoulders. Blaise was surprised. She hadn't realized that she and Ron didn't like each other to an extent that the other students noticed. With a sigh, Blaise started off in a direction, and just wandered, hoping that luck would bring her to Harry. And as it happened, it did. Almost an hour later, as the Gryffindor trio, and Lily Adams, walked out of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, laughing and talking together, Hermione holding a huge book easily in her hands. Must have had a lightweight charm of some description on it. "Harry, could I talk to you?" Blaise asked, walking up to them. "Yeah, sure," the Gryffindor boy said easily, smiling slightly. "Shall we wait?" Lily asked. "Say no," Blaise prayed. "No, it's okay, you can go on without me. I'll meet you at the Gryffindor common room as soon as possible." "See you then," Ron said, giving Blaise a suspicious look as the threesome walked off, leaving Harry and Blaise alone. "Shall we walk?" Harry asked. Blaise nodded, and they started out, rather aimlessly as far as Blaise was concerned. "What did you want to talk to me about?" Harry asked after a while. Blaise didn't know how much time had passed. She was trying to get her thoughts in order. "Draco Malfoy," she replied. "Has he been bothering you?" Harry asked, a note of concern in his voice that made Blaise nearly smile. Someone who actually cared for her well-being, who wasn't actually related to her. That was something she hadn't come across very often in her short life. "No, that's just the thing," Blaise said, wondering how she could tell Harry Potter that Draco Malfoy, Slytherin's prince, was having second thoughts about the dark side. "I don't know where to start. The beginning, usually the best place," Harry remarked, and suddenly reached out a hand to brush over a section of the wall beside which they were currently standing. It swung back, revealing a secret room. "Come in here," Harry said, "that way we won't be overheard." "What is this place?" Blaze asked. "I don't know," Harry shrugged. "Fred and George showed it to me. As far as I know, they and Lee Jordan were the only ones who ever knew about it." He didn't mention his father, Sirius, Remus Lupin or Peter Pettigrew. "So what about Malfoy?" "Well," Blaze said, and suddenly the whole story was spilling out of her mouth, and she was powerless to stop it. When she'd finished, Harry looked surprised. "How very interesting," he murmured. The 2nd of April 1997. "Draco, meet me at that room you took me to before. I have to talk to you." Blaze. Tying the short note to the leg of her owl, Blaze told it softly who she wanted it to deliver the letter to, and watched as Storm, her dark gray owl, swooped out into the afternoon light. She didn't want to draw attention to herself by seeking Draco out, and she didn't think that he would want to have any chance at being overheard. With a faint smile, Blaze nodded her head and strode quickly from the Ollery. "Harry," Ron called from the far side of the common room as Harry stepped through the portrait hole. Smiling, Harry walked over to join his friends. "What did she want?" Ron asked. He rarely ever referred to Blaze by name, and if he did, called her Zabini, rather than Blaze. "She wanted to talk about something regarding the reactions of the Slytherins to her joining DA. She thinks they are getting suspicious of her," Harry replied. He didn't think that his friends would want to hear that Blaze thought Draco Malfoy might be turning from the dark side. Ron would only say that it proved Blaze untrustworthy, that she was probably reporting to Malfoy anyway, or that Malfoy wanted to get close to them in order to report back to his master. Harry wasn't sure what to believe. After all that had happened between himself and Malfoy, he couldn't be sure that the Slytherin boy meant what he said. Ron could be right, at least on the last accusation he'd make. But Harry knew that not all Slytherins were bad, and he knew that people's attitudes and ideas could change. After all, hadn't Snape turned his back on the dark side once? And if anyone Harry knew was made for the dark, he'd immediately have picked Snape, with Malfoy a close second. He'd talk to Malfoy, and see what happened after that. If he thought that Malfoy could actually be telling the truth, then he would have to think of some further action to take. If he thought that Malfoy was lying, then he would have to find some way to prove it, and to make sure that Blaze would not get hurt because of her involvement with DA. He didn't want anyone hurt over him. "Oh, okay. I don't think you can trust her though," Ron said. "I know, Ron, you've told me that before. But until she does something that can prove that she is untrustworthy, I'm not going to do anything. Anyone who says they want to help the light, no matter what their background, is accepted in DA, until and unless there is proof that they aren't who they say they are." Ron scowled, and Harry sighed. It was a pity that Ron couldn't be as open-minded about Slytherins as Harry was becoming, after meeting and talking to the younger Slytherins, but Harry knew that he couldn't change Ron, no matter how much he wanted to sometimes. "Did you sort something out?" Hermione asked. "Not yet," Harry sighed. "We'll have to think about it some more. Hopefully we'll think of something soon though. I don't want anyone else getting hurt because of me." Ron, Hermione and Lily all winced, but Harry smiled, to show that he wasn't going to be in a bad mood over it. "Don't worry, I've gotten over blaming myself," he told them, at least for the most part. "Good," Hermione said. Harry had been talking to Sirius less often lately in his dreams, but he found that he didn't mind. He was beginning to be able to cope with Sirius's loss of life now, and the lack of Sirius in his life so often. Knowing that he could still sometimes talk to his godfather helped a lot, but he knew that Sirius wouldn't always be around in his dreams, as he had found out the night before. Flashback. "Harry, there's something I need to talk to you about," Sirius said to his godson, as they stood in the boys' dormitory in the Gryffindor Tower. "What?" Harry asked. Sirius was rarely serious, but when he was, you knew that there was something major going on. He hoped it wasn't anything bad. "This time that we can spend in the realm of dreams. It won't last forever," Sirius told him. "What do you mean?" "I mean that I will fade from here eventually. I think I might have another 10 years of time as it is in this realm to spend with you. Then the magic that has allowed me come here because it doesn't believe I'm dead yet will wear thin, and I won't be able to come through anymore." "Why not? I thought you said that while you were in the realms of the dead, because you aren't dead yet you can come here. You didn't mention a limit then." I didn't think that there would be one, Sirius said sadly, but it turns out there is. The magic that governs the realms is ancient, and rarely takes form in the realm of the living, but in the other realms, sometimes you can see it, in forms that you can communicate with. Is that where religion came from? Harry asked. Yes, in a way. There are godlike beings, but they are impervious to mortals and their troubles. They govern the realms as they were created to do, and do what must be done. Nothing else enters into it. Not prayer, not anything. But people need hope, and that is how religion started, to give hope. Are there wizarding religions? Harry asked. A wizard or witch can choose to be part of any religion they chose to be, Sirius replied, but it is magic that is our religion. We pray through our spells, as muggles pray in church, but there is nothing to say that a wizard cannot worship the Christian God, or Buddha, or any of the other religions of the muggle world. I don't think that there are any real religions like that are solely for wizards though. But to get back to what I was saying, one of these beings, these governing bodies of the realms actually spoke to me a few days ago, and told me that I had only a little time left. They have no explanation of why, it just is, that is how they are. There is what must be, and nothing else, as far as they are concerned. Oh, Harry said softly. How much time has passed in the realms of dream and the dead since you first started talking to me? Some 10 years, Sirius replied with a shrug. I told you that time passes differently, it changes all the time, and we don't really think about its passing, because it does not affect us in the least. 10 years. Harry said slowly, so you've aged 10 years in the space of less than one. I can't age, Sirius reminded him with a lopsided grin, but 10 years here have passed, yes. So you won't be able to talk to me for much longer at all? Harry asked, sadly. No, not much longer now, my godson, but the reason for me to talk to you has passed now. You have accepted my death, which was what I had been worried about, that you would blame yourself all of your life for something that I had done. I have greatly enjoyed being able to get to know you properly, and spending time with you, teaching you, doing all the things I'd hoped to be able to do when I escaped from Azkaban. I've enjoyed it too, Sirius, more than you could ever know, Harry whispered, though he knew that Sirius had heard him. End flashback. What did you want to talk to me about? Draco asked Blaise, after checking that no one had followed them and was listening. I talked to Harry today, Blaise said, keeping her voice low anyway, just in case. Draco looked at her intently with his gray eyes. What did he say? He asked, also very quiet. He wants to talk to you about it, Blaise replied. I don't think he fully trusts you, but I told him that I thought you were speaking from the heart, and he's willing to give you a chance. Really? Draco was totally amazed. He'd never thought, when Blaise told him she would talk to Potter, that the Gryffindor boy would do any more than laugh. One of the reasons that he'd allowed her to do so, actually. He didn't particularly relish the idea of going to his longtime rival for help. Really? Blaise replied, smiling slightly. If it works for you, he said you could meet him tomorrow, at a place of his choosing. I'll take you there, I know where. Why does he want to choose the place? Draco demanded. Because one of you has to, Blaise said, sounding a little exasperated, and he told me where. It's nowhere dangerous, I promise. How do you know that Potter won't make it dangerous? Draco inquired. Because you know as well as I do that he doesn't think that way, Blaise said, but he knows that you do think that way, and therefore is taking precautions. You could almost think he belongs in Slytherin, sometimes, Draco remarked, rarely, of course, but sometimes. Blaise remembered Harry once telling her that he'd nearly been sorted into Slytherin, but decided not to say anything about that to Draco. It was Harry's business. I suppose, she said, he's too trusting though, and rushes into things without thinking quite a lot, but I suppose in some ways that's a blessing. HMPH, was Draco's only response. What time tomorrow? Midday, Blaise replied promptly. Meet me at the suit of armor on the 4th floor, and I'll take you to the meeting place. Can you go and examine it first? In case of any tricks. Blaise nodded. She knew that there would be no tricks, but she understood that Draco wouldn't be comfortable if she didn't, and she understood why. Sure, she told him. Thanks, Blaise. Draco sounded as if the words did not come naturally to him, and she knew very well that they didn't. In all her time at Hogwarts, she'd never heard him thank another student for anything. Teachers, yes, but no one else. You're welcome, Draco, Blaise assured him, a slight smile playing at her lips. Have you studied for that test for potions? She asked, on a whim. No, Draco admitted, the test would be on Friday. Want to study with me? She suggested, wondering if she was overstepping the bounds. Draco did seem to need a friend, a real friend, not someone who liked him for his connections. Draco looked startled, but before Blaze could take back the invitation, he smiled, a very small, true smile. Yeah, okay, he replied. Good morning, Harry. Nako smiled at the boy. It was 4:30 in the morning, and so far Harry was failing to see anything good about it, though he returned the greeting politely. Get your katana, she told him, grinning wickedly. Harry groaned softly. Though he was used to waking early, and practicing some, Neko's workouts were strenuous, because he wasn't used to wielding the wooden sword that was his weapon for this morning's combat. What's the matter, tired? She teased him. Don't worry, Tatsu drawled from an armchair which he was draped across. She does this to all of her students, including me, when I trained with her. That makes me feel so much better, Harry drawled sarcastically, picking up his weapon and going to the center of a suddenly clear room. So it should, Tatsu said. Wake me when you've finished, he added, and closed his eyes, evidently intending to go to sleep. Let him, we can wake him with cold water later, Nako advised Harry, and drew her own sword. Just the same as yesterday, she told him quietly, firmly. I'm teaching you speed and grace, you picked that up well yesterday, by the way. Thank you, Harry replied. Let's begin, she said, bring her katana up into a starting position. Harry quickly followed her, and the pattern dance began. 2.5 hours later, Harry was very relieved to set down his weapon, letting aching arms fall to his sides, and now harsh breathing began to ease. He eased himself slowly into a chair which obligingly appeared. He loved the room of requirement. Tired, Nako grinned wickedly. She wasn't in the least bit out of breath, and held her katana in her hand, perfectly balanced, not seeming to need to rest her arms at all. Harry admired this, and he nodded in agreement with her question. Totally worn out, he remarked. Only to be expected, Tatsu said, opening one eye. Harry hadn't realized that the man was awake at all. It'll pass, Nako assured him. Just like your initial difficulties with the martial arts Tatsu has been teaching you passed with time. You are dismissed for the day now, but come tomorrow night, if you have finished most of your homework. Harry bowed calmly. I'll see it to it, sensei, he assured her. I have only an assignment for Tonks, and I've already done the written part of it. Presuming that no one gives me any more work due in tomorrow, I'll be fine to come tomorrow night. Good, Nako said. I'll see you then. Harry nodded and left silently, heading downstairs for breakfast. Ari, you look tired, Gabrielle remarked, meeting up with him at the Gryffindor table. I feel tired, Harry said, I've been up since 4:30. Gabrielle smiled prettily. I don't think I could manage that, she admitted. Her accent had been improving a lot since she had come to England, and there was now only the barest traces of French when she spoke. Well, it seems that I must. I think I'd rather not, Harry remarked. Tatsu is training me to fight, and he wanted me up at 4:30 this morning. Poor thing, Gabrielle remarked pityingly. Then a group of her friends called her and she waved goodbye to Harry, hurriedly going over to join them. Hard time? Lily asked sympathetically as Harry joined his friends at the Gryffindor Tower. Yup, Harry replied wearily, dropping into his seat and piling food onto his plate, digging in with a vengeance. Maybe you shouldn't talk to him until he's finished eating, Hermione remarked wisely, and Harry grinned faintly around a mouthful of toast. Indeed, once he'd finished eating, he was much more interactive and happy to be so. You don't have to do this, you know, Hermione pointed out. I know I don't, but it's important, and despite the occasional grumble, I like the training, Harry replied. Hermione nodded and subsided immediately. Harry wondered why she didn't approve of this method of fighting, when it had been her idea, the year before, to start DA. Well, maybe he'd find out sometime. It probably wasn't the best time to ask her, now. What we'll do this morning? Lily asked the little group. Maybe we should go and visit Hagrid. Hermione suggested. After all, we don't go to see him much. Care of magical creatures classes had been subdued for some time, since the hippocampi had gotten a disease before Christmas, and most of them were now dead. Classes were usually spent trying to take care of them, but it didn't work the best. Yeah, I suppose, Ron agreed. Let's, Harry and Lily said almost simultaneously. Together the group walked out of the great hall and down the sloping grounds to Hagrid's house. "Well, hello there," Hagrid said, opening the door and peering out at them. "You'd best come in, I suppose. How are the hippocampi?" Harry asked, though he didn't really want to talk about them. There was a look of momentary enthusiasm on Hagrid's face, which quickly turned to sadness. "They don't seem to be getting any better," he remarked sadly. "Oh, Hagrid," Lily said, patting forward to lay a hand on the half-giant's arm. "Down to only 3 now," he remarked, with a heavy sigh. "Still not sure what's wrong with them in the first place though. Maybe you just have to let them go," Lily said quietly. "I know you love them, and I'm sure that they love you, and it's very sad that they are all dying, but maybe it's meant to be." "You aren't going to start sounding like Trelawney, are you?" Ron asked Lily, looking worried. "No, that bat is a lot more morbid than our Lily," Hagrid told Ron, smiling, his depressed expression lifting slightly. Harry checked his watch. "I'll have to leave in an hour," he told his friends. "I'm going to talk to Blaise, and see what can be worked out." Not completely a lie, he told himself virtuously. "Very close," Grippus remarked, "but not a lie, no. Hee, I'm having fun waylaying the talk with Malfoy. I know that's what you're all waiting for." Grins, "just like I did with Tatsu's identity, remember? Boy, that was a long time ago. The 2nd of May 1997. Where is he?" Blaise muttered, prowling up and down the floor of the room of requirement. Draco was waiting a few corridors away, waiting for Blaise to come and tell him all was well and that he could come to speak with Harry. If Harry decided to turn up, what if he did change his mind? Blaise wondered suddenly, her stomach churning with sudden worry. Though she knew that Draco would rather speak with someone who wasn't Harry Potter, she knew also that the Slytherin boy had allowed his hopes to rise, with the idea that just perhaps, Harry Potter would be able to come up with something to alter the life his father had long ago planned out for him. Blaise. Harry strode through the door so quietly that she started violently. "Sorry," he told her with a light grin. "Where's Malfoy?" "Waiting a couple of corridors away. He wants me to make sure it isn't a trap," Blaise replied. Harry's eyes shadowed slightly. "It did occur to me that a trap could be a good idea, however, it would have been a breach of trust. I said I would meet with Malfoy, to speak with him, and so I will. I'm trusting that you are not his trap, leading me into something I won't like, as Ron would have me believe. It's no trap I'm aware of," Blaise said, still for some reason hurt that Ron did not trust her. "If Malfoy agrees, why don't you stay for the meeting?" Harry suggested, "since I trust you," and apparently he does. Blaise wasn't at all sure why the knowledge that Harry trusted her, or rather, him saying he trusted her, was so important to her, but it was. "I'll ask him," she assured Harry, and hurried off to find Draco. "Well, the bee-owned, blue-eyed Slytherin boy demanded. "He's there," Blaise confirmed, "and it's no trap. He suggested that I stay for the meeting though, if that was all right with you." Draco looked relieved, apparently having wanted to ask it, but being unsure whether he should. "Yeah, that would be fine," he said, coolly. Blaise sighed internally. Draco had already thanked her once in the last 2 days, she couldn't hope for him to do so again anytime soon. "Let's go then," she suggested, and saw a spasm of doubt ripple over Draco's face, before it was smoothed away, and the pair of them were strolling down the corridor, Draco managing to look like he was completely in control and calm, despite the fact that Blaise was sure he was feeling very nervous about this. "I've been here before," Draco remarked suddenly, seeing the door that led to the room of requirement. "Harry told me about that," Blaise remarked. "Really? He tell you much about himself?" "No, not really. I don't ask about his past very often, and he usually chooses not to speak of it. He'd rather forget most of it, I suppose." "Why? He isn't interested in fame," Blaise shrugged. "I'm not sure why, but that's just the case." Draco was processing this information when Harry swung the door open. "Hello," Harry Potter said, standing easily in the doorway. Draco saw that the Gryffindor's wand was up his sleeve, easily reached, though the boy didn't hold it in his hands, which was a little reassuring. "Come in," Harry said coolly, stepping aside. As he walked into the room, Draco examined the room, and realized immediately that it was very different from the last time he'd seen it. There was a merry little blaze crackling in a fireplace, with lounges and chairs filling a fairly small room, and a table just before the fire, upon which were set 3 mugs of foaming hot butterbeer. "You mean you actually made an effort for this meeting, Potter?" Draco asked before he could help himself. "It pays to have friends amongst the house elves," Harry said evenly, but there was a touch of dislike in his voice now, stronger than before. Draco cursed. If he was going to get anywhere with this talk, he would have to watch his tongue. "Sorry, habit dies hard," he apologized, hardly believing that he was lowering himself to apologize to a Gryffindor, let alone Potter. Harry nodded coolly. There was something absent about his features, as if he was not wholly there, and though Malfoy did not know it, this was exactly the case. "Please, sit," Harry said, waving at the lounges, seating himself in an armchair, close to the fire. Draco sat, with Blaise beside him, on one of the lounges facing Harry. "So, Malfoy, what is you wanted to talk to me about?" Harry asked, pretending to have no idea. I want to join your side," Draco said slowly. "My side? I wasn't aware I had one," Harry remarked, "but I know what you mean. You mean that you wish to change sides from the dark, and join the light side." "Yes," Draco said. Harry nodded slowly. "I see why." Draco took a deep breath. "After seeing what happened to my father last year, I started to wonder," he said slowly, "wonder if all people on the dark side would end up that way. I put it out of my mind, because I thought that being a Malfoy and supporting the Dark Lord were synonymous. Then earlier this year, I saw you and your little group of friends help with stalling a full Death Eater attack, and I started to wonder even more. As this school year has progressed, I've seen more and more signs that supporting the Dark Lord means ending up a prisoner, stripped of everything, or dead. I don't want that to happen to me." Harry nodded slowly. "I see what you mean. There have been plenty of successful Death Eater raids, of course, but that's just against helpless muggles. Whenever Death Eaters come up against competition, they invariably fare the worst from the encounters." It was Draco's turn to nod. "So, you've told me why you wish to change sides. Now how about you tell me why you chose now to do so?" Harry said, again knowing full well the answer. "Because my father wants me to go and be marked by the Dark Lord in 12 days' time," Draco said. "I've been having all these doubts, but now I have been forced to act, unless I wish to have my destiny once more decided for me by my father." "So you've come to talk to me again, why?" "Because despite the bad feelings that have been between us pretty much since we first met, I know that you are worthy of trust. You seem to be fairly good at finding your way into danger, and taking your friends with you, but you always support your friends, and no one I've heard of has had any real reason to doubt your trustworthiness. Would you have gone to Dumbledore, had he been here?" "No, I don't know much about him, and I've seen him make plenty of mistakes, despite the fact that he is supposed to be the greatest wizard of our time," Draco replied. Harry nodded. "So, what can you do about your decision?" he asked, sounding for all the world like some sort of counselor. "Your father is free, and you are surrounded by many students who are either Death Eaters, or headed that way. Do you really think that they will hesitate to harm you if you turned from your father's path?" "No, I don't. I'm not stupid," Draco replied. "That's another reason I wanted to talk to you. I need to find a way of changing sides which won't result in my being hurt by my former allies throughout the year, and then most likely killed the moment I return home in summer. I have only one possible solution to that particular trouble," Harry said thoughtfully after a moment, "but I need to talk to someone else about it before I can say what it is. You have, however, convinced me that you are sincere in your resolve, so I will do anything possible to help out." "Okay. Meet me here again tomorrow afternoon, in study time," Harry said. "I should have completed everything I need to by then." Draco nodded, hardly daring to trust that Harry had actually found a solution so quickly. He didn't question it though. There would be time for that tomorrow, if Harry didn't have anything to tell him. "I'll see you then," he told the Gryffindor briefly, then stood and left. "Are you going to tell me the solution?" Blaise asked. "Not yet," Harry said with a grin. "But you're invited to that meeting too, if you want to come and Malfoy is willing." Blaise nodded, then she too stood and left. The moment the door closed behind Blaise, Harry stood up and the room changed around him. He tossed down the last of his butterbeer in a single gulp, and scooped up his invisibility cloak, draping it over his shoulders before he strode from the room. Invisible to the eyes of the castle's inhabitants, Harry prowled down into the dungeons, heading for Snape's office, words already flashing through his mind to begin his talk with the potions professor. Really Severus, that deserves more than a D, Remus spoke, as he always seemed to be doing. Severus was attempting to mark the work of the fifth-year Gryffindor. Students. Pray tell, why? Severus wanted to know. The facts are majority correct, the setting out is acceptable and the spelling is near perfect, Remus replied. I'll accept that she doesn't know exactly what she is talking about, but at the same time, I think it deserves an acceptable. But she had this fact here wrong, Severus pointed out. You gave that girl from Slytherin an E, and she had the same mistake, Remus pointed out. Oh fine, Severus scrawled an angry A on the top of the assignment and moved on to the next one. Remus abated his protests, happy to have helped yet another one of Severus Snape's victims out. Everyone had noticed that since his return from holiday, Severus had become more and more fair with his marking, a fact which no one could understand, but which everyone who wasn't in Slytherin was happy about. However, Severus was fated not to get time to mark this new essay when a rap sounded on the door. Severus glanced at his detentions book, but there wasn't anyone written on it. How strange. There was, voluntarily, some student knocking on his door. He knew that it wasn't a teacher because the rest of them were all busy showing people around, and had already been to the dungeons. Enter. He called out. The door opened and the last person he expected to see strolled in. Potter. Professor. What are you doing here? Severus demanded, eyes narrowed. His eyes flickered towards the pensieve on the opposite of the room, and he had to forcibly keep himself in his seat, rather than rush over and hide it from view. I wanted to talk to you, Harry replied. Severus felt a little faint. Not only was Potter apparently voluntarily in his office, the Gryffindor boy claimed he had come only to talk. Impossible. Then you may leave. The door is behind you. No, Potter replied. Excuse me. I said, no. This is important. I'd hardly bother to come if it wasn't, Potter pointed out. Fine. Sit down, and don't touch anything then, Severus said, now deciding that he was interested and wanted to hear what the boy claimed to be important. Without protest, Potter obeyed. Well, Severus demanded when Potter didn't start talking, I do have other better things to be doing, you know. Malfoy seems to want to change sides, Harry said, staring at a point on the opposite wall, rather than look at Severus. What do you mean? I mean, he has decided that living in his father's shadow isn't the way he wants to exist, and he wants to join our side, Professor. And why do you think that? I was just talking to him. He said that his father has summoned him to be marked by Voldemort, and he isn't sure that that's the way he wants to go. Really, and this concerns me. Why? Well, he obviously can't just refuse, Voldemort would order him killed immediately. So he needs a way out. Again, why come to me? Isn't it obvious? Potter demanded coolly, he can't not join the Death Eaters, or he'll be killed, but he can't join them either, or he'd be turning his back on his right to choose his own life. So, Potter sighed in exasperation, the only option left to him is to become a spy, the boy said. Severus nearly hit himself over the head, feeling stupid that he hadn't seen it before. It had been rather glaringly obvious. Potter knew he himself was a spy for the Order, so who better to come to? So that probably means he should talk to you, since you are also a spy in the Death Eater ranks, you can tell him what to expect, and help him stay alive through it, Potter summed up. You haven't told Malfoy about my being a spy, have you? Severus asked, his voice sharp and stern, though within his walled mind he was nearly gibbering with worry. Potter gave him a look. Of course not. What do you take me for, an idiot? Mind your language, Potter, Severus said, happy to be back on firm ground. What is it, then, that you want me to do for Mr. Malfoy? Talk to him. Tell him what's necessary, perhaps share your memories with him. You've been through a similar experience to what he's going through now, I'm sure he'll appreciate your advice, Potter shrugged. I am in a similar situation to Malfoy, I was born on the side of the light and have been raised to remain on it. Unlike Malfoy, I do not have reason to doubt my loyalty, so I cannot really give him much advice. Very well, Potter. I'll help Mr. Malfoy, bring him here sometime. Will tomorrow afternoon suit? I told him I'd meet with him again then and tell him if my plan would work. Tomorrow afternoon will be fine, Severus replied. Now kindly remove yourself from my office. Gladly, Potter assured him, and did just that. See, he isn't that bad at all, Remus pointed out. Will you just shut up? Severus asked. I'm not interested in revising my opinion of Mr. Potter any further than I have. I am helping only because Draco is involved. Whatever you say. But you wouldn't have known that you needed to help Draco if Harry hadn't come to you. He's a forgiving child, you should give him a chance. I'm not interested. You're lost then, I suppose. The 2nd of May 1997. How was your meeting with Blaise? Hermione asked when Harry walked through the portrait hole and into the Gryffindor common room where his friends were waiting for him. Fine, Harry replied, we may have the beginnings of a plan to help her out in Slytherin. I'll tell you about it if it gets any further. Okay, Hermione replied. Where's Ron? Playing chess with Lily over there, Hermione pointed, and Harry found his other two friends in a circle of enthusiastic housemates, who were all supporting one side or the other, and giving advice, whether it was wanted or not. Have they been playing long? This is their third match, they've decided for best of 3. They each won one of the other 2 matches, Hermione replied, smiling faintly. Ron won the first, narrowly, and then Lily won the second. Harry nodded. I might go over and watch. It'll be interesting, watching Ron play against someone who actually stands a chance. Hermione smiled slightly. I'll just finish this extra credit assignment for Professor Flitwick, she said, and then maybe I'll join you. It's not like you need extra credit, Harry pointed out. I know, but I liked studying, Hermione replied, and we've had a 2-day break from homework, so it's not like I had anything else to do. Harry smiled slightly and walked away. Hermione had become a lot looser in some respects, but she still loved to study. The one thing that he thought she would retain for the rest of her life. Who's winning? Harry asked as he joined the crowd around his friends. At the moment it's a tie, Seamus replied from beside him. They've lost equal number of players, and neither has gotten into a checkmate yet. Harry looked at chess board, and immediately noted that it didn't seem to have changed amazingly from the original setup for a game. There were a few pawns, a bishop and queen on the center field, but that was about it. How long have they been playing this game? He asked. 20 minutes, I guess, Seamus shrugged. They've each moved maybe 5 times now. It's Lily's move, he added. Harry nodded. A little over an hour later, Lily won the game. They'd ended up with Ron having a king and 1 castle, or rook, and Lily having her king and a bishop left, and Lily had managed to corner Ron to emerge the victor of the tournament, much to Ron's disgust. Well, you won the last time you two played, Hermione pointed out, to try and soothe Ron's injured ego. Chess was one of the few things at which he excelled, and Harry thought it was probably a good thing that he had some competition. Good game, Lily said, grinning at Ron. I haven't met as good a player as you in quite a while. You've actually beaten my in 2 of 3 best of 3 matches. Ron cheered up a little now, realizing this for the truth. It was okay for Lily to win once in a while, he still held the chess champion's title. Finished that extra credit? Lily asked Hermione, rolling her eyes at Ron and Harry. Yes, Hermione replied, delicately scribing in the last word on a 3 feet long parchment. Just finished. What shall we do now? It's not even dark yet, Lily asked. Well, Harry and Ron, you two could certainly use some extra credit work in charms and transfiguration, Hermione pointed out. No, Ron protested immediately. Ron, you've had 3 days practically free of work, it won't kill you to do something now, Hermione pointed out in exasperation. Harry was thinking. He was very good at the practical part of charms now, and fairly good at transfiguration too, but he was still quite behind on theory, as Sirius usually couldn't be bothered to cover much of it in their dreaming lessons. If you will I will, he offered Ron. You can choose the subject. Ron sighed. I suppose you're right, he admitted grudgingly to Hermione. May as well do some work on charms. You've already done an essay though, so what are you going to do? Some background reading on the founding of the Ministry of Magic, Hermione replied promptly. I got interested in it last year, wondering how someone like Fudge got into power. Harry smiled slightly. Have fun, he said doubtfully. Oh, I will, Hermione assured him. We only covered it briefly in History of Magic, and it's really quite interesting. Did you know that the ministry was first founded by Merlin as a means of controlling the rising numbers of wizards turning to the dark side? So Aurors are the oldest ministry subdivision, around which everything else formed. Whatever, Harry smiled slightly. What about you, Lily? I should probably do some extra credit potions work, Lily admitted tiredly. I'm still not very good at the theory of potions. I get all the practical stuff, it seems second nature when I see the ingredients, but if you just ask me what I need to get something, I just don't know. I totally screwed up on my last test though. I really need to do some extra credit. Okay then, we three are doing extra credit work, and Hermione's reading. Let's go, Ron said wearily. Harry reflected that it was good thing that all of their professors had posted lists of extra credit assignments they could do to catch up if they fell behind. Hermione, being Hermione, was calmly working her way through all of these, plus all of their class work, so it would come as no surprise when she got the highest in their year, a fact of which there was absolutely no doubt. I can't believe that Potter could come up with an answer to my problem in all of 10 minutes, Draco remarked as he and Blaise walked down to the dungeons together. I don't know. Maybe he was already thinking of something. I told him a little bit about what you were going through before the meeting, because he wanted to know if I thought you were sincere, Blaise replied. Then why did he ask to hear it all from me again? Probably to make double sure that you were sincere, Blaise shrugged. He's a pretty smart guy, Harry. I think he was testing you. You hear about those people who can read lies in people's eyes, maybe he was doing something like that to you. Yeah, maybe, Draco agreed. They went by way of the entrance hall and Blaise glanced over at the notice board. Hogsmeade weekend in 2 weeks, she remarked. You going? Draco asked. Yeah, Blaise replied, I need to buy some supplies, plus a present for a cousin's birthday. Would you like some company? Draco asked. Depends on who's offering, Blaise smiled back. Me, Draco said simply. Then company could be nice. It's a date then, Draco said with a smile, and Blaise was surprised that her insides were quivering slightly when he said it. She'd gotten over her 2-year-long crush on Draco by the end of 3rd year. Not trusting her voice to speak, Blaise just nodded. Lucius. Yes my lord. You have failed me again, the Dark Lord hissed angrily, baleful red eyes glaring down at his kneeling servant. I cannot apologize for that failure enough, my lord, Lucius Malfoy said, knowing that there was no chance of avoiding torture. Hopefully, however, he could escape this experience with his life. Yet you failed along with many of my servants, so the failure is not completely your fault. I suppose still, all who fail must be punished, so Crucio. Lucius Malfoy fell to the ground, writhing in agony, his tortured screams music to the Dark Lord's ears. But in some deep, well-hidden corner of his brain, Malfoy Sr. was glad that he still had his life. Suddenly the agony disappeared, and Lucius raised his trembling body to his knees. Thank you my lord, you are merciful, whispered the man. I am rarely merciful, but you as yet serve a purpose for me, and therefore I will let you live for now. You had better hope that your son is more promising than you, Lucius. He will be, my lord. And will be here to be marked in but a few weeks. I hope so Lucius, for your sake, as well as his. Yes, my lord. Get out of my sight. Lucius scrambled to obey, stumbling from the chamber on quivering legs. How do you like England? Headmistress McGonagall asked of Naco, as the two women stood, looking out over the serene lake in front of Hogwarts. I really like it, Naco said, staring into the still waters, not looking at her companion. I know a lot of my companions look forward to returning home to Japan, but I feel like I've just arrived home, here in England. Would you consider staying here? McGonagall inquired, if you like it here so much. You know, perhaps I will. I know Tatsu would like to have one of his old friends around, and I've missed him. He was the closest thing I had to a brother for many years. When he came back to England last June, I really felt that I'd lost someone, Naco replied. Harry's a nice kid, and if I stayed here, I'd be living with them, most likely. I'm sure they would be happy to have you. If you do decide to stay, I hope you know that you, like Tatsu, will always be welcome here at Hogwarts, Minerva said. Thank you, replied Naco, and meant it. Minerva smiled in return, you're welcome. I hope that you will make use of the invitation. I hope so too, Naco smiled. I think most of us will be leaving in a couple more days, after we've done the Shields. There are some that I won't be missing at all, Minerva remarked. That American, Sam, for one. We don't much like him either, but we swore that we would train any who had the modifying talent, and he is one like that. We are bound. Harry put the last sentences on his charms extra credit assignment, and then handed it over to Hermione to read through it one last time, make absolutely sure there were no spelling errors or the like. "Perfect, Harry," she told him with a slight smile. "You're done. How about me?" Ron handed over his work, which he had just copied onto a fresh piece of parchment, as Harry had been doing not long before. Hermione skimmed over it. "Yes, that's done," she said. "Finally." Ron threw down his quill and looked at Harry. "Why did I do that?" "Because you needed the extra marks," replied Hermione sternly. "You've been handing in several of your assignments late, you only got 70% on that last test. This should get your marks up again." Yeah, Ron replied dully. "Now how about you do some transfiguration extra credit?" Hermione suggested, grinning wickedly. "No way," was the response from both of her friends. "Well, why don't we go down to the kitchens and have a midnight snack?" Lily suggested. "At 10:30, Hermione asked dubiously. "Why not? We'll probably be asleep by midnight, so we won't be able to then," Lily said practically. "No," Hermione replied. "It's not fair on the house elves." The rest of the group sighed in exasperation. "May as well stay then, I suppose," was the eventual decision they reached, mostly because they didn't want to get a lecture on house elf rights from Hermione. On the next day, classes went on with the normal dull monotony that was school work, occasionally given flair by performing new spells. All through the day, something in Harry's head itched, and he knew that it was the modifiers working with wizards from the Ministry of Magic setting up the new, never-seen-before warding spells. Despite the fact that he would lose Naco as a teacher when the modifiers left, Harry half hoped that the job would be over soon. It was very hard to concentrate in classes, and as Hermione was reminding them far too often, the exams were coming up in just 1.5 months' time. He was glad when the school day finished, and he went down to the Great Hall to eat lunch with his friends. During the meal, he made eye contact with Draco and nodded slightly. He wanted to see the Slytherin boy after lunch. "Well?" Draco asked, as he and Harry met up in an out-of-the-way corridor on 3rd floor, where they had agreed to meet the day before. "We can help you," Harry replied. "Who's we?" Draco asked suspiciously. "Go to Professor Snape's office, he's expecting you," Harry replied. "Snape," Draco hissed, "he's a Death Eater. He is that, but he is no longer loyal to that cause. Go and talk to him, he'll help you out." "Thanks," Draco said unwilling. "Don't mention it," Harry shrugged. "And look, Potter, just because you helped me, and I've changed sides, doesn't make us friends, just to be perfectly clear," Draco warned. "I know," Harry replied, "my becoming friends with you would be more than Ron could bear anyway, we'd have to send him gibbering to St. Mungo's mental ward. We don't have to like each other, Malfoy, just be able to work together on the rare occasion. I'll be acting the same as I always have," Draco added. "I know that too. You'd jeopardize your position if you did otherwise," Harry agreed. "I'm fine with keeping going the way we are. I know you don't mean things completely anymore, and besides, we've been acting this way for nearly 6 years, it'd be weird to stop." "Good luck, Malfoy, you're going to need it." Draco nodded, and watched the Gryffindor boy stride away down the corridor, heading, no doubt, for the library. Then, with a little shake, he turned and walked down towards the dungeons, and the office of one Severus Snape. The 2nd of September 1997. "Well, Tatsu, it would seem that this is, again, goodbye," Hanako smiled slightly at the Englishman. "For a short time only," Tatsu replied, bowing. The modifiers had finished their work now, and would be returning to Japan in half an hour's time. Tatsu would miss them, somewhat, but it would not be long till the week-long Easter holiday, when Naco had promised to visit again. Hanako bowed. "Don't stay away too long," she ordered him, smiling slightly. "You might learn bad habits." "I doubt it," Tatsu assured her. "But I will return to Japan whenever I can. That I can promise, though how long I will stay will remain unknown." Hanako nodded and walked away. Tatsu had already farewelled most of his friends among the modifiers, now only Naco remained. "Well, Tatsu, there's no need for sad goodbyes, I'll be coming back soon enough, perhaps for good." They'd talked about this over the last few days. Naco had enjoyed being in England, and hanging with Tatsu and Harry. Now she was thinking of moving in with them on Privet Drive during the summer holidays. "Perhaps, and I hope so," Tatsu agreed with a smile. "Take care of yourself, Naco, until our next meeting." Don't let Harry fall behind on the katana, Tatsu, or I'll have to re-teach him when I return, Neko warned, smiling. Of course not, Tatsu pretended to be furious with the very idea of this, and they both laughed and embraced. Till we next meet, Tatsu said softly. Neko only nodded, not speaking. Tatsu saw the traces of tears in her eyes, and completely understood her silence. He stood to one side of the steps of Hogwarts, as the students came milling out of the school, all in full uniform, and formed ranks in front of the castle, first years at front, going back to 7th years. Tatsu could see Harry standing, a few ranks ahead, eyes to the front, appearing calm, but he knew that if he were to attack the young boy, he would be in for a challenge, no matter how unprepared he was. On cue, the whole school spoke out together, thanking the modifiers for their efforts, and saying that they were welcome back again. After that, the modifiers took their leave by portkey, and the school students disintegrated, and the teachers wandered off to finish whatever it was that they had to do, most likely marking endless rounds of tests and assignments that they insisted on giving for homework. Harry, could I talk to you? Tatsu stopped his young ward before the boy could go very far. Of course, I'll see you at the library in a minute guys, Harry said to his friends, who nodded and headed on inside. Harry, I think I'll be going back to the Little Whinging tomorrow. I need to get back home and find a job and that sort of thing. I understand, Harry assured him. I knew you wouldn't be staying long after the modifiers went. You have your own life, I know that. I'll be able to keep practicing unarmed and with the katana while you are gone, and you can always come back one day a week and teach me a few new things. So I can, Tatsu smiled, so I can. In that case, I think I'd better go and pack my bags and head back to Privet Drive. I'll see you sometime then, Harry said, and the two of them embraced, before Harry headed on his way to meet up with his friends, and Tatsu returned to his rooms to grab what he needed before flowing home. As a squib, his house was allowed to be on the network, for which he was grateful. To modify a spell to get himself home, he needed to find a spellcaster willing to cast the spell first. It was much easier this way. What did Tatsu want? Lily asked. Just telling me that he's going home, Harry replied. Oh, you'll miss him, won't you? Yes, but I can deal with it, Harry said, a little irritably. I've got things that I can do in the way of the training, and he'll come back once a week to go over things and that sort of thing. We're doing our transfiguration reports, Hermione told Harry, the ones about the best way in which to transfigure an inanimate object into an animate one. I remember, he replied. They'd only gotten the assignment that day, and it was due in a week's time, and they had a potions assignment, a care of magical creatures report an extra credit to. Try and catch up with grades in all subjects. Without another word, the group settled down to their work, quietly doing as much as they could, all of them occasionally breaking the silence of the library by asking Hermione to clarify on some point or another, either on the work itself or grammar. Professor. Draco Malfoy called quietly from the doorway to Professor Snape's office. Come in, Draco, Severus called out. It was their second meeting. Draco had come the day that Harry Potter had told him that Severus could help him out in his problem. Severus had told Draco all about being a spy and working for Dumbledore in the Order of the Phoenix. Draco had recognized this as his only option now, if he wanted to take his future into his own hands, which he certainly did. Draco had been at first amazed that his father's longtime associate, and almost friend, who he had thought to be a loyal Death Eater, was a spy. But as Severus had talked, he had realized that it did make sense, in some ways. Also, in their last meeting they had spoken a little of what went on in Death Eater meetings. In this meeting, there would be a little of that, but not much. Severus wanted to teach Draco occlumency to a higher degree than Draco had been schooled in by his father. This, Draco knew, would be very important in Death Eater meetings, because he would have to be able to perfectly conceal the fact that he was a spy for the other side, or he would die. It's a dangerous game, double-siding, Severus had told him, and far too many spies meet their fate alone in an enemy's camp. It takes a lot of courage to be a spy, more than the average soldier would have. A soldier has his friends around him, and attacks with them, with someone always there to watch his back. A spy has nothing but his or her own intelligence and what few resources they might find. Draco had nodded his head, and had thought about those words for a long time over the week. He could certainly see where Severus was coming from, and it made him feel obscurely proud to be doing something so selfless and brave. He admitted that this was a little egotistic, but at the same time couldn't help the feeling. The 2nd of October 1997. Well, Blaze, shall we go? Draco asked his friend at the Slytherin table as breakfast ended and people started heading out towards Hogsmeade for a day of freedom. Yes, Blaze replied, standing up. Draco noticed she looked a little nervous, and wondered why. Well, it was her business, really. Aren't you going to walk me to Hogsmeade, Draco? Pansy Parkinson demanded, stalking up to the pair of them. No, Draco replied simply, I'm walking with Blaze today. You can't. Pansy informed, eyes flashing coldly, you're my boyfriend, and you're going to walk with me. Blaze wished she could sink into the floor. All of the Slytherin, and most of the rest of the school, were turning to look at the scene with interest. I don't want to, Draco informed Pansy. Too bad, snarled the pug-faced girl. You're my boyfriend and you're coming with me. That's final, got it? You don't own me, Parkinson. Draco's voice was suddenly harsh and cold, and one could almost swear that the temperature had dropped by a few degrees. I make my own choices, independently of you, but if you are going to insist that while I remain your boyfriend, I do what you tell me to, well, I think perhaps it's time you found a new boyfriend. Because I'm not interested. Come, Blaze. With that, Draco turned away from a gaping Pansy Parkinson, and slipped his arm through Blaze's, striding from the Great Hall, gray eyes a storm of fury. The moment they were gone, a storm of noise broke out in the Great Hall, and several Slytherin girls strode straight past Pansy, who still looked shocked, without even glancing at her, girls that had been her friends this morning. I guess now that she isn't Malfoy's favorite, no one wants to be her friend anymore, Hermione observed, no pity in her voice. After some of the things that Pansy had done to Hermione in the past, no one could blame this approaching. Probably, Harry agreed. What's the bet? Blaze has a lot more friends in a few hours. This is part of your plan, isn't it? To keep Blaze safe in Slytherin. Hermione said, eyes widening as inspiration struck. In a way, Harry replied. Of course, there was no such thing as the plan he'd been mentioning to his friends, but oh well, it worked out well either way. Blaze was safe and Malfoy got to choose his own life for once. Well, are we heading for Hogsmeade now? Let's, Ron said immediately, standing up. Lily, Hermione and Harry laughed, getting to their feet and heading for the doorway that led to the grounds. Pansy sure looked upset, Blaze remarked, realizing this was not a very diplomatic way to begin a conversation. Her own problem. No one owns a Malfoy, Draco snarled, obviously still angry. She's had it coming for a while now, getting all clingy and possessive. She'll lose most of her support within Slytherin, you know, Blaze said slowly. I mean, most of the older students jump when you say to, so now all the girls will try and become friends with whoever they think will give them standing in your eyes. In other words, anger was receding, and Draco smiled slightly. Blaze was slightly baffled. Why mo, of course. Because I'm the one you walked out with. She answered her question before she could even finish voicing it. Exactly, Draco agreed. I hope you're ready for that. I'll just have to be, Blaze sighed, though it might make it hard for me to meet with DA sometimes. Yes, that could be a problem, Draco remarked. Blaze had told him all about DA recently, because he'd seemed so interested and was being so nice, and Harry trusted him now. I'll work something out, she sighed, not feeling hugely hopeful about this. I'll help, if I can, since this is partly my fault, Draco told her. Thanks, Blaze smiled up at him, only now full realizing that he was about 5 inches taller than she was. She'd never really been close enough, or thinking of such things, to notice this before. She really was going to enjoy today. In Every Darkness. Chapter 89. The 17th of February 1997. It was very early morning. Draco had made his excuses to the school, or had pretended to, saying that this mother was sickly and he had to return home to visit her for a couple of days. Headmistress McGonagall and Severus Snape were the only ones of Hogwarts staff who knew the truth about his departure, Potter and Blaze the only ones among the students. Thinking of Blaze made Draco's lips curl up in a smile, a true smile, as thinking of Pansy never had. He looked forward to returning from this visit home, so that he could see her again. Draco shook his head. He'd never thought about anyone like this before. Why was he starting now? Of all times, this was one of the worst. He was about to walk, virtually unarmed, straight into an enemy's stronghold, and he was thinking about a girl. Draco sighed, not totally unarmed. Every afternoon since he'd had his second meeting with Severus, he'd been practicing occlumency, so he was armed after a fashion, he supposed. Slowly, Draco raised his bed in the Slytherin boys' dormitory, and unwilling strode down the hallway to the common room. The room seemed empty, but for that Draco was grateful. "You're up early," a soft, female voice spoke from behind him. Draco turned around, already knowing who he would find. "Hello Blaze," he said softly. "Hi," she replied, stepped over to stand beside him in front of the fire. It might be February, but it was by no means warm yet. Despite the closeness of the fire, she was shivering slightly, so Draco put an arm around her shoulders. "How are you coping?" he asked her. Blaze made a face. "I'm still alive, so I suppose that's a good thing. Pansy hates me and she's trying to regather her friends, but it doesn't seem to be working. I think this is being harder on her than it is on me." "I don't know," Draco replied. "You're used to be alone. Pansy's used to having people fawning on her all the time. Now you've swapped places. It will be hard for both of you, but I don't care how hard it is on Pansy. She shouldn't have been happy with having support because of me. Isn't that a little hard on her? I mean, I don't particularly like her, but didn't you, once?" "Not really. Our family has been friends for ages, and our parents wanted us to marry, but I'm not interested anymore," Draco replied. "Oh," Blaze replied, leaning tiredly against Draco's side. The boy's heart began to beat faster, but he forced himself to think of other things. "Aren't you up early?" "I wanted to say goodbye," Blaze replied. Draco blinked. She'd gotten up early, in the cold, just to say goodbye to him. No one but his mother had ever done that before his father got up too, but that was mainly to make sure Draco remembered to uphold the family name proudly. "And to wish you luck." Draco smiled slightly. "Thank you," he said softly. "You're welcome," Blaze replied. "When do you have to leave?" "In a couple of minutes," Draco replied, no more loath than ever to leave Hogwarts, or even the Slytherin common room. "Well then, I'd better hurry up, I suppose." Blaze smiled gently at him. "Goodbye Draco, and good luck." She twisted under his arm so she was standing in front of him, and slipped her arms around his waist. Draco responded immediately, hugging her back tightly. "Goodbye Blaze," he said, entangling himself from the embrace. "I'll be back soon enough." "I hope so," she replied, and her eyes betrayed the worry she clearly felt. Wishing he didn't have to even more than ever, Draco walked from the Slytherin common room and slowly headed across to Professor Snape's office, from where he would flow, home, to Malfoy Manor. It had never felt less like home than now. "Darling, you're here." His mother was sitting by the fireplace, neatly poised and carefully dressed for the occasion. Her pale face held little emotion, but Draco knew that she was glad to see him. "Good morning mother," he said formally, stepping forward. They embraced stiffly. The Malfoys were never ones to express emotions greatly, and Draco knew that his father did not like shows of emotion at all. "Oh, you've grown since I saw you last," Narcissa Malfoy said, smiling slightly. "Have you been learning lots at school?" "Yes, mother," Draco replied. "How have you been doing in tests?" "Nearly always in the top 5 of the class. I suppose that mudblood upstart from Gryffindor is still beating you." Lucius Malfoy drawled from the doorway, just on the threshold of the room. "I'm afraid so, father." "You should study harder, show her that the purebloods are always the best," Lucius said sternly. Draco immediately realized that his father had been in pain recently. The Dark Lord must not have liked something he'd done. "I'll do my best to when I return to school," Draco said hurriedly, knowing that his father would be in a very bad mood for some time. No Malfoy liked being told they'd failed, and being punished for failure was worse. "Do better than that. You may rest here until tonight, then we go to the Dark Lord's fortress," Lucius said. Coldly, "You may speak with your mother, but after lunch come to my study. I have many things to instruct you on." "Yes father." Draco resigned himself to a formal day, put a step out of line when father was in a mood and it could end painfully. He knew that his father loved him as much as he could love anything. Draco was his heir, after all, but a Malfoy's love did not have much to say for it. Draco vowed silently that he would change that. When his own child was born, it would be into a world where that child could become whatever it wanted to become. Draco thought back to when he'd been young, only 5 or so, When his passion in life had been to become a painter, a Malfoy was tutored in all things, and young Draco had had a talent for painting, and a love of it. When he unwisely told his father of this ambition, the painting lessons abruptly stopped, and he was informed that painting was not a career that he could choose. Draco was a Malfoy and would become a politician, someone with power, to bring the Malfoy name more fame and recognition and to bring the family more money to fund dark ventures. So, what have you been learning recently? Draco walked slowly to his father's study. He'd only recently finished eating lunch and didn't really want to join his father to learn what it was that his father had to instruct. He knew it would be something about joining the Death Eaters that night, but didn't know what. The study door loomed before him, and Draco raised his hand to knock softly 3 times upon the ancient wood. It was immediately pulled open and his father looked down upon him. "Come in, son," he said, stepping aside. Draco walked quickly into the room. "Sit," Lucius said expansively, gesturing. Draco blinked. His father had been in a bad mood this morning, but now it seemed to have disappeared. He sat before his father changed his mind. "You wished to see me, father." Draco resolved that even if his father seemed to be in a good mood, he should remain formal just in case. "Yes. Tonight you will begin your true life. Your life is an ally of the Dark Lord. After tonight you will be permitted to speak his name in the company of his other followers and do his bidding as he orders you to, rather than through me. Tonight you will make me prouder of you than I ever have been before." Draco sighed inwardly. He felt almost as if he was betraying his father, since he knew that he would not be joining the Dark Lord through reverence but rather through his desire to rule his own life, which meant he was turning his back on all that his father was now telling him he could have. He didn't want it anyway. Draco knew he didn't want it, but it was still hard, seeing the fanatical gleam in his father's eye. At that moment he knew without doubt that his own father would kill him in a second if he found out what Draco had done. The Dark Lord was more important to Lucius than his own son was. Night came too quickly, in Draco's opinion, and every minute seemed to flash past in a second as he willed time to slow. His father spent most of the afternoon telling him how to behave in the Dark Lord's presence, from bowing and key, dotting robe hems to the nuances of where he should stand and how to speak when he was addressed by the Lord. Draco did not eat that night, on his father's recommendation. "It will hurt, and you don't want to go vomiting in front of everyone," his father had told him. Then they were flowing from the manor, his mother watching them sadly, and Draco could see she thought she'd lost both of her men to the Dark Lord. Narcissa had never been a Death Eater, never joined the Dark Lord, nor had she ever wanted to. She'd had a delicate upbringing and was not the sort of person that would join the Death Eaters. She did not have her sister's sadistic streak. Draco shivered as he and his father, who was now dressed in a Death Eater's robes, walked into the stone fortress of the Dark Lord. There were other figures in anonymous silver masks and black robes standing in the entranceway, wands on the fire, making sure that none entered who were not permitted to do so. "The Lord awaits you," one of them addressed Lucius, not looking at Draco at all. "Come," his father told him, and together they walked onwards. Draco felt hugely out of place, as he was only wearing normal robes, not the black Death Eater robes, or the silver masks. Draco and his father did not speak again as they walked through the seamless halls of unadorned black stone. Draco wondered how his father found his way, but didn't want to break the oppressive silence to ask. Finally they stopped in front of an ornate door. Draco's father raised his hand and knocked softly. It was immediately opened by a short, cringing man with a silver hand. Draco knew this must be Wormtail, a man his father despised, but didn't know any more than that. He had a feeling that the man was somehow important, but not why or how. "The master is expecting you, Lucius," Wormtail informed them, "and your son." There was some contempt in the man's tone, which put Draco's teeth on edge, but he could also hear the hints of cowardice, so he decided that the best option would be to ignore this individual. Nothing could have prepared Draco fully for the sight of the Dark Lord. This being was more demon than human, with glaring red eyes, deathly pale skin, slitted, snake-like nostrils and an almost lipless mouth. He wanted to run and run and run and then hide under something, where those red eyes could never find him. Doing his best to control his disgust of this so-called Dark Lord, Draco thanked his father for the fact that he had been taught to hide all of his emotions behind a still face. At least his master-to-be would not know his revulsion. Overcoming his initial horror at the sight of the Dark Lord, Draco turned his eyes upon the other people here. There were a lot more than he had expected, rank upon rank of silent black-clad silver-masked anonymous figures. Lucius dropped to his knees, and Draco immediately copied him, shuffling forward a little behind his father as they approached the Dark Lord. Lucius key. Ed the Lord's hems, and Draco was about to follow suit when the Dark Lord spoke, his voice hissing like a snake's. Draco was reminded of the time that Harry Potter had used Parseltongue back in first year at Hogwarts. Draco Malfoy rise, stiffly Draco did so, and his father backed away on hands and knees, then rose to his feet and slipped into the ranks of his fellows. Draco immediately lost sight of him. "My lord," he said softly, bowing deeply, keeping his eyes on the floor, pretending awe and hiding his reluctance to look again upon the features of the thing before him. "Will you serve me, Draco?" "Always, my lord. My life, my soul and my wand are yours," Draco said, the silvery phrases dripping easily from his tongue. His father had not prepared him for this happening, he would have to depend upon his wits to keep him alive. "Good, good," the Dark Lord breathed softly. "Will you bear my mark with pride and do my bidding? It is all I wish for, Lord. Then hold out your arm, and prepare to enter my service for the rest of your life," the Dark Lord commanded. Draco held out his arm and rolled up his sleeve, exposing the pale white skin of his arm, and closed his eyes, rather than watch the symbol of everything he now stood against be engraved upon his arm. He didn't realize it would hurt so much. The time before the Easter holidays passed in a blur of going to classes, doing homework and studying for tests. Hermione was in her element, but everyone else in their year walked around with bemused expressions most of the time. There had been a brief period of excitement, for Harry at least, the day that Draco Malfoy had returned from his trip home, when the two of them met and Malfoy had told him what had happened at the all-important meeting with the Death Eaters. He'd been accepted, and was now the undisputed king of the Slytherin house. Everyone jumped to do what they were told when Malfoy spoke. It turned out that the main reason Voldemort had wanted Malfoy to be marked was because he wanted to make sure that he had as many of the students at Hogwarts ready to join him the moment they graduated. Another fleeting moment of excitement had come 2 weeks later, when Blaise confessed to Harry that she and Draco were now officially a couple between themselves. Of course, the whole school had thought them to be a couple since that fateful Hogsmeade weekend some time beforehand, but now they had decided to give the rumors fruit. Blaise seemed to have new life after this. She certainly seemed to like Draco, who seemed to honestly like her back. They were often seen walked slowly around the school, arm in arm, in silence, something Pansy had never done. She had called Draco hers, but that had been far from the truth, no matter what she had thought. Draco had rarely spent more time in her company than he had to. Despite the fact that Blaise held more of Draco's attention than she'd ever been able to do, Pansy refused to give him up easily, and was always trying to impress him, or steal supporters to gain her own reputation in Slytherin, which she was under the impression would bring Draco back to her. But everyone in Slytherin knew that this was an impossible feat now. Draco had been chosen by the Dark Lord, and Pansy would never stand a chance in Slytherin without his support. So Blaise was installed as Slytherin's queen, with a court of 5th, 6th and 7th year students. The younger students, who were still friends with Harry, were hanging out more with their own house again now, and making alliances with the older students. But they didn't forget their friends in the other houses either, Harry noticed as he watched them all over the next little while. Then the holidays arrived, and with them came Nako. Tatsu and she stayed in Hogwarts for the holiday period and spent what little spare time Harry had teaching him new things. Nako was impressed that Harry had managed to maintain most of his skills with the katana while she had been away, despite the business of his school life. Despite the workload, Harry spent an enjoyable 2-week holiday with his friends and those he considered to be his family, i.e. Tatsu and Nako. On the last day of the holidays, Nako announced that she was going to move to England to coincide with the breakup of Hogwarts over summer, and would be staying for some time. She hadn't decided how long yet. Harry was totally delighted with the news, as it would mean that he would have his 2 trainers in one house over the entire summer, and he'd be in the house too. It would be very hard work, but very useful overall. DA continued to work hard to learn to fight, and Unity advanced to the last round of the semifinals. Harry would later wonder how in the world he'd managed to stay sane through this period, in general deducted that he wouldn't have without the support of his friends, particularly Hermione, without whom he would have gotten AD in every one of his assignments, or so he thought. Then suddenly the exams were upon them, and Harry felt he'd never be ready. The theory part of the exam came first, in all subjects, which was a little scary, in Harry's opinion, as theory was the stuff he didn't get the most. To his surprise, in the first test, which was charms and a 2-hour-long exam, he knew the answers, basically, to just about every question there. Harry now blessed the time that Hermione had spent pestering him and Ron to do all of the extra credit and studying that they could for each exam. The next day they had Transfiguration, which went a little worse than charms, but still a lot better than Harry had expected he'd do. The third day was Potions, which Harry was certain he was going to fail, and was up until midnight trying to cram knowledge into his skull, before falling into an exhausted sleep, using his textbook for a pillow as Hermione had often done back in third year. He jolted awake when people started coming downstairs for breakfast, did a quick skim read of his textbook one last time and headed down to eat himself. Again, the test surprised him by covering things that he had actually studied, though there were a lot more answers on this test paper that he felt a bit iffy about. How did it go? Lily asked them when they met her outside the school once the exam was over. Ron and Harry both simply groaned and Hermione smiled good-naturedly. I think I did quite well, though one of the long answer questions was on a very odd subject. I think I did okay, Harry said slowly. There were lots of places that I really didn't think I did well, but I know I passed. Ron just shrugged. I don't know, he said. I think I got a lot of it, but I'm not sure. Well, you're never sure until you get the results, are you? Lily pointed out. So there really isn't that much use fretting over it now. The next day was Defense Against the Dark Arts, which Harry breezed through, answering every question and sure that he got all of them right. Then he and Ron had a free day while Hermione took her history test, and that week was over. The next Monday was Ancient Ruins, then Care of Magical Creatures, Divination, and Arithmancy. Friday was test-free as they got ready for the practical exams that would start the next week. Every waking moment was spent doing something towards a practical in some subject over that Friday and the following weekend. Monday's exams started with Defense Against the Dark Arts, which was a relief for Harry, since he knew that had everything for this year totally covered, and he therefore had time to practice potions instead. As he expected, he aced the test the next day, and watched in slight amusement as the other students in his year, particularly those who had not been interested in DA, stammered and stalled and tried to remember. Well lad, his examiner said to him, you may as well go and start studying for your next test. Well done. Thank you, Harry replied and quickly left the hall, ignoring the wistful stares that followed him. He was the first one finished. Defense Against the Dark Arts must be the only class in which Harry was better than Hermione. Something to be proud of. He'd put his time before dinner working on charms and potions. Potions wouldn't be until the next week, but Harry was quite sure that he needed to get all the help he could for the exam. His friends tried to tell him he was fine, but 5 years of being hopeless at potions made him a little freaked out about the coming exam. Not that he was any different from any of the other Hogwarts students in 5th year or above. All of them had tests going on at the moment, and so they were all to be seen sitting around and studying various things most of the time. Practical examinations faded from Harry's mind. Each night Sirius came to visit him sometime, and they went over everything they could together, which Harry was grateful for. Despite his fears, he thought that he did quite well in the potions practical, and thanked Michael McGonagall and Sirius for their help at the beginning of the year, and throughout the rest of it. Without that, he doubted he would have gotten anywhere. Perhaps now he would deserve his marks in potions. Then the 2 weeks of exams were over. It was now the second last week of term, before the summer holidays would let them rest. Unity was busy. In 5 days, on the last Saturday of school, they would be playing the final Quidditch match of the year, against a group of Beauxbatons girls who Gabrielle said were very good. They practiced together a lot. She told Unity on Monday afternoon in their training session, the Seeker is fast and has good eyes. Not quite as good as you, but if she had a firebolt Harry, I'd be getting worried. Harry nodded. The team flew on Nimbus 2000s, all of them. This would be tough against a few of his players, but he was sure that they would do fine overall. What about their chasers? He inquired. Well, 2 of them work very well together, but the third might be a weak spot. She only joined them this year, when one of their other members graduated. She doesn't know the team quite so well, but then again, I'm sure our chasers can read each other's minds. If we practice well, we'll get through, Gabrielle said after a bit of thought. Their beaters aren't the best, not nearly as good as ours, she added. Well, you heard her. Harry smiled at his team. Chasers, practice throwing and catching moves up and down the pitch. Beaters, your aim, keeper, easy, try to keep our girls from scoring, and I'll just practice flying for the minute. Everyone nodded, grabbed their brooms and jogged onto the pitch. They practiced until it was far too dark to see, then headed up to the castle for dinner. Hard as this training was, all of them enjoyed it after being bound inside by the exams for the majority of the past 3 months. They were finally outside, and Harry, Ron, Ginny, Luna and Ernie spent most of their time in the air, joined whenever possible by their 2 teammates from other schools. Then the day of the game came. This was the 4th last day of school, and no one was not going to enjoy it. Harry led his team onto the field, looking around the huge stadium that surrounded him, full of cheering and booing students and teachers. His eyes quickly picked out DA, who were all cheering as loud as they could. He saw Blaise, sitting next to Malfoy, with a slight smile on her face as she watched them walk out. Harry knew that she supported him in this match, but also knew that she could not show that she did so. She was a Slytherin today, surrounded by those who had befriended her when she and Draco had gotten together. Harry blinked, turned his face from the audience and looked to the opposite side of the pitch, where the opposing team were just now walking onto the field. They were all girls, as Gabrielle had said, very pretty and moving with graceful, flowing movements. Harry smiled slightly. He knew that they were good, but he knew that his team was better. He would enjoy the challenge, and hopefully the victory afterwards. Madame Hooch stood in the center of the field. All right, this is the final match of this year's Quidditch tournament. The winner of this match will be the winner of the tournament and will receive the cup, as well as each member gaining their house, if at Hogwarts, 100 points, and a gift to the team of 10 galleons to spend at Honeydukes in the excursion to Hogsmeade tomorrow. There was a roar of approval from the crowd, and Harry smiled again. There was no trace of fear in him, no fear of defeat, but there was anxiety, because he wanted to do well. It was amazing how alike fear and anxiety were. Mount your brooms. Harry swung onto the broom, and the sound of the crowd seemed to fade in his ears. Beyond the boundary of the pitch was a blurred sea of faces, and he tuned it out. The whistle blast echoed in his ears, the loudest sound around him, and immediately he kicked off. He had already taken refuge in his center, and his mind was now totally focused on the game. He was fully aware of the girl coming up behind him, the seeker for the other team. She was pretty, he noted with detachment as he searched for the snitch, but she was uninteresting to him except as his major opponent in this game. The sound made by the bludgers whistling through the air was loud enough for him to dodge them with ease as he cruised around the pitch, noting most of what went on. The opposing seeker would not make a move without him being aware of it, but he did not bother to properly mark her. She flew behind him, following him, clearly thinking that he would lead her to the snitch. He was uninterested in a position such as this. He would use his own eyes to search things out. There was a flash of gold, reflecting from the wristwatch of a spectator in the bottom row of the stands. Harry gave a triumphant smile and dived for it. Inside he laughed with glee. The other seeker had seen the flash of gold, and thought that this was the snitch. He did nothing to let her think this was not the case, though he blocked her view of it. They hurtled down. Dimly, Harry heard Nellie yelling out the commentary, something about snitches. The ground was rushing up to meet him, the other seeker closing in from above. He waited and waited as the ground came so close he could pick out a tiny ant crawling over a blade of grass. At the last possible second, he swerved sideways and up, feet brushing the ground gently. The other seeker plowed straight into the ground, and Harry wondered, briefly, if she had hit the ant he'd seen. Madame Pomfrey came stalking onto the pitch to see the Beauxbatons girl. Harry could hear her crying loudly, but didn't look down. He imagined that she was trying to induce him to pity her, so he would not do that again. Too bad for her. He had other ideas. Harry heard Nellie say something about a broken wrist, which would be quick to mend. He turned his attention on the pitch, searching for the telltale flash of gold that would lead him to victory. By the time the other girl had made it to the air again, he had seen nothing of the elusive golden ball, but his team had managed to score 7 times, and the points now went 80-50 to Unity. Proud of the fact that his team was so far winning, Harry knew that it was not nearly enough to win them the game, should the other girl catch the snitch before he did. So he would have to catch the snitch first. After flying for a little while, Harry dove again, and she followed him. Again, he headed for the ground, then pulled out and headed up again, and again she hit the ground head-on. Once more he did this, and the 4th time he dived, she did not follow him. Perfect. He searched for the snitch, as both teams scored goals. The game progressed well into the day. By about 3 o'clock, Harry was beginning to tire, but would not admit it to anyone. His opponent lagged behind him, obviously weary. The score was now 200 to Unity. Both keepers were tiring and making more mistakes. It would be time to end the game soon, Harry thought, as he had for the past several hours. And then he saw it. The golden snitch was hovering just over the ground straight below him. He smiled slightly, and as he had dived randomly downwards several times over the game, the other seeker did not follow him immediately. Then she saw the snitch. And hurtled downward too. But she had given Harry the time he needed with her hesitation. His hand closed around the tiny ball, and its white wings were beating hopelessly against his fingers. The sound of the crowd once more became reality, and smiled in triumph. Then a bludger, hit before he'd caught the snitch, crashed into the small of his back, and he was knocked from his broom, unconscious, onto the ground. His fingers, however, remained locked in their grip on the ball, even though the darkness of unconsciousness had overtaken his brain. The 6th of March 1997. For 3 days Harry lay in the hospital wing, his eyes closed, breathing natural, but he was sleeping. Coma. Harry was in a coma. The bludger had broken his back when it had crashed into him, and he'd hit his head hard on something when he fell. "It's a good thing that we aren't in the Muggle world," Hermione remarked softly. She, Unity and several members from DA were sitting around Harry's still, sleeping form. "Why do you say that?" Ron, knowing very little of the Muggle world, inquired. "They can't do anything about broken backs," Hermione replied. "If a person did what Harry just did, it would be quite likely that they would never move again." "What, you mean he'd wake up and not be able to move?" "Yes," Hermione replied patiently. "He'd be in a wheelchair for the rest of his life and possibly not be able to speak. At least in the wizarding world, with all these spells to aid him, he will recover completely within the space of a couple of months." "He'll have to wake up first," Ginny pointed out sadly, looking down on the boy she'd once thought she loved. She now had boys lining up to go out with her, and her feelings for Harry had changed. He was her brother, just as Ron was. As annoying, and as lovable, as any one of her family. How can he not? The best medical minds from St. Mungo's have been sent to make sure he makes a full recovery, Ernie Macmillan pointed out, a little pompously. Even in St. Mungo's there have been those who have never woken from a coma, or so I'd heard, Gabrielle said slowly, but Harry will not be one of them. He needs to live. And live he will. Tatsu Kendo, who had been at Hogwarts for the match, walked slowly into the room. There are things that he must yet do before he can pass from this world to the next. It is not yet his time to die. Ron and Hermione, knowing something of what he was talking about, nodded in agreement. Voldemort was the only one who could bring about Harry's death, so Harry would not die now, but would he wake? The only constant companion that Harry was allowed to have was the orange-golden cat named Griffin, who had been Harry's near-constant companion throughout the year. At times all but the medicinal staff were shooed from the hospital wing, as they tried spell upon spell to attempt to wake Harry. His hurts had been completely repaired, but he would need to flex the muscles of his back or they would become stiff easily. He would never completely recover from the accident, but he would recover enough that no one would know he still bore the internal scars of it. The last day of the year was approaching, but there was none of the usual celebration. On the morning of the 4th day, visitors were lining up to enter the hospital wing when the staff opened the doors, to once more surround Harry's bed with quiet talk and worried eyes. There was a sudden shriek of surprise from within, and everyone took a jolting step towards the door. Had Harry died? Then a male voice they recognized spoke out, "I told you I could help you wake him. Go and let my ward's friends in." "But sir, Mr. Potter has only just awoken, it would not be a good idea to." "You will allow me to decide what is a good idea concerning my ward." I am sure that he will appreciate his friends around him. The door swung open, and Tatsu Kendo stood in the doorway. Ron, Hermione, just you two for now. The rest of you can come in later, but it's not a good idea to completely swamp Harry just yet. Rest assured, however, that he is now awake. The danger is past. There was a soft cheer from the gathering, and Ron and Hermione slipped into the hospital wing and hurried towards their friend's bed. Harry. Hermione smiled in relief, seeing her friend sitting upright in bed, supported by the pillows. His eyes were once more shielded with glasses, but wide open and emerald green again. Hi guys, Harry said softly. How are you? I've been better, Harry replied drolly. My back aches, and I feel stiff but I'm told that with movement and stretches, that will all pass. Thank God you're all right, Hermione said, dropping into a seat. Harry smiled slightly and held out his hands. Ron and Hermione each took one, and the three of them sat together quietly, just holding hands, utterly peaceful. 10 minutes later Madame Pomfrey came in to check on them, after having sent her helpers back street. Mungos, and found all of them sleeping deeply. Ron and Hermione haven't been sleeping much for worrying over Harry, Tatsu remarked when he saw them. Let them stay together for now. They'll be fine. Yes, of course, Poppy replied with a faint smile. They deserve the rest after the shock they've had. The little cat was lying over Harry's stomach, its golden eyes open and alert, watching all that was going on, protecting its friend with any possible attack. That afternoon Harry was released from the hospital wing to attend the end-of-year feast. Ron and Hermione kept close to either of his sides, just in case he should lose his balance, or stiffen up and not be able to move properly. The great hall burst into spontaneous, thunderous applause when the doors were opened and the school's hero, Harry Potter, walked into the room. Even several of the Slytherins clapped, though not as enthusiastically as the rest of the school, in case the Death Eater students took exception to this and tried to hurt them. Harry smiled slightly at his welcome, obviously pleased, though a little overwhelmed, and was helped by his two friends across the hall to the Gryffindor's table, where he sat down. Everyone was watching his every move, as if afraid that he would collapse and die or something. He kept nodding and smiling and reassuring everyone who came forward to ask how he was. Headmistress McGonagall rose from her position at the center of the head table, and Harry realized that this would be the first end-of-year feast without Dumbledore there to give the speech. Settle down, she said severely, sending off a few clouds of purple sparks to get everyone to pay attention to her. Talk very quickly died down. I'm sure that you'll find Mr. Potter to be perfectly well, she informed everyone. I have it on the word of our world's most respected medical practitioners that all danger is now completely over. There is no need to crowd the lad. Now, to other announcements. This year has not been the best one, for Hogwarts, or for the magical world as a whole. The Dark Lord has returned, and he is gathering strength, ready to attack at any moment. Our own beloved headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, has departed from us, and the other schools of Britain have been attacked, and brought here seeking refuge. There is little that can be done, yet, about the first problem we face. As a whole, the Wizarding Society must relearn defensive and offensive spells, and make ready to fight back. For the second, the dead are now dead and must be left to rest in peace. Nothing can be done. About the loss of Albus Dumbledore, he will be sorely missed by all. But in better news, something is being done about Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. All of the European ministries have banded together to get workers and spellcasters, and the schools are being rebuilt. Hopefully by the end of the summer you will be able to return to your own schools in your own countries. They will not be completed, but you will be able to be taught in them, and live in them. McGonagall stopped there, to let the applause from the Beauxbatons and the Durmstrang students die out. Madame Maxine rose before she could continue, and McGonagall nodded for the other woman to speak. I would like to thank Hogwarts for hosting air, she said, her voice booming forth. Your hospitality has been great, and will not be forgotten. She nodded firmly and sat. Durmstrang's headmaster did the same, and then McGonagall returned to her speech. Tomorrow you will be returning to your homes. I urge you all to proceed with utmost caution. We do not know the Death Eater's movements, and we do not want you, our future, to be placed at risk. It is with this in mind that I will give the following announcement. The Ministry of Magic has decided that from now on all underage wizards and witches will be allowed to use magic. This is for your own protection, but it is a privilege, not a right. Should anyone be found misusing their magic, they will be severely punished, and the privilege will be removed. Very few people really heard the last message, they were too busy celebrating. Harry smiled with his friends and didn't mention that this rule had been lifted for him the year before. "How's that for a get-well present?" Ron asked with a grin. "Pretty cool." Harry agreed calmly, thinking of the giant pile of presents that had been sent to him while he was out in the hospital wing. There were more cards than he'd seen in his life before. Soon enough the feast was over, and Harry was helped up to the hospital wing, which was where he'd be staying that night, just to be sure that he was totally fine in every way. Tatsu told him that he would pack away Harry's things and take them to his house by flow, since this would be easier than Harry taking it with him on the train. Harry fell asleep that night very readily, as he was worn out by the afternoon's activities. Madame Pomfrey assured him that he would tire easily for the first week or so, and then he'd be fine again. Harry looked forward to the week's end. He was shaken quietly awake by Tatsu in the early hours of the morning. "What's going on?" Harry asked quietly. "Headmistress wants to see you," Tatsu muttered back, "something about the train ride tomorrow. I don't want to wake Poppy, she'll make a fuss." Harry nodded and rose, dressing quickly and following his guardian from the room. They made their way quickly and silently from the hospital wing to the headmistress's office, where Tatsu gave the password. Up in the office they found Headmistress McGonagall sitting behind her desk, with Draco Malfoy and Severus Snape in front of her, looking nervous and still dressed in Death Eater robes. Harry raised an eyebrow slightly, surprised by their appearance, and by the summoning, though fairly sure that he knew what it would be about. "Mr. Malfoy and Professor Snape have just returned from a Death Eater meeting," Headmistress McGonagall informed Harry. "I gathered as much," Harry replied. "I'll let them speak for themselves," she said. "I have already heard the report." Harry nodded and Malfoy spoke up before Snape could. "The Dark Lord plans on sending Death Eaters to attack the train tomorrow," he said. "They are to capture you and take you to him in his fortress, so that he can kill you." "Ah," Harry said softly, "I wondered if he would think of doing that." "How can you be so calm?" Snape demanded harshly. "Obviously, you'll have to go home with Mr. Kendo via the Flow network now." He stopped, because Harry had held up a hand. "I will be doing no such thing," he said firmly, green eyes flashing. "Potter," McGonagall said slowly. "Hear me out," Harry said, as close to an order as he could get. "I have no intention of running away and leaving the train to the Death Eaters. They will not hear that I am not aboard it until after they've attacked. I refuse to leave the other students on the train to face this attack alone and unprotected. I will be aboard that train when it leaves Hogsmeade tomorrow morning, and I will see to it that all of the students dismount it alive at King's Cross in the afternoon." "Mr. Potter, you have only just recovered from a broken back, there is not all that much you can do," McGonagall told him. "Ah, but my recent recovery gives us the perfect reason to bring someone else important aboard the train. If he agrees, I would like Tatsu to accompany me. The official story could be that he worried for my back, and decided to come with me on the train, to make sure that there were no accidents. It is well known that he trusts few people. Together, with DA to help, we should be able to fight off the Death Eaters." Draco watched Harry in amazement. When he and Professor Snape had returned from the Death Eater meeting not half an hour earlier, they had rushed to find the headmistress and let her know about that threat to Potter's life. Draco had fully expected that Potter would be all too glad to run home the easy way, and he was struck again by Potter's quiet bravery in the way that he refused to run away and leave others to bear the brunt of his departure. "I agree," Tatsu Kendo spoke out immediately after Potter finished outlining his plan. "It shouldn't be too hard, with Harry, DA and I on the job." "It's against my better judgment," McGonagall said slowly, "but there is little I can do to stop it now. I suppose that won't put someone in danger of losing their life." Potter nodded. "Exactly. I assure you, Headmistress, I have no intention of dying, or being taken captive tomorrow, any more than I intend to allow any other student to be hurt by my actions. Your house traits show strongly in your Harry. I hope you aren't boasting. If you are to do this on the morrow, I suggest you return to your bed and get some rest. Mr. Malfoy, I suggest the same for you." Both students nodded and left. Neither spoke as they separated at the bottom of the stairs, each going to their own beds. Harry slipped easily into his bed in the hospital wing and fell asleep the moment his head touched the pillow, not to awaken again until 8 o'clock the next morning, when the sunlight shone on his face. Madame Pomfrey gave him one last check-up, then sent him on his way. "I'll see you next year," she told him. "Try not to arrive on the first day of term." Harry grinned back at her. "I'll try. I don't know how successful I'll be, but I'll try." "Away with you," Madame Pomfrey smiled, shooing Harry out of the door and off towards breakfast in the great hall. When Harry arrived, less stiff than he had been the day before thanks to some exercises he'd done the day before, he looked absolutely composed, and even those who knew of the attack on the train that would occur that day wondered if perhaps he'd forgotten about their late-night meeting. He went through breakfast without once showing trace of nerves, as he chattered with his friends, reassured his well-wishers and generally enjoyed the last day before the summer holidays began. Tatsu dined at the head table, and came down to join Harry just as the meal ended. "Tatsu is coming on the train with me," Harry explained to his friends as they walked from hall. "He will be making sure that I don't hurt my back, since it is still quite weak." "That's a good idea," Hermione remarked. "I'm glad you'll be coming." Tatsu smiled back at her. "I will be keeping my ward safe. His care was entrusted to me and I will not fail in my duty." "With you on the job, I'm sure nothing will ever give you cause to fail in your duty," Lily remarked. She was walking with her group of friends from Hogwarts School, as well as with Gabrielle. "Well, my friends, this is the last that we will see each other in some time, I think," she said, as they stopped by the door with all of their luggage and waited for the carriages to arrive. "I return to Durmstrang, and Gabrielle returns to Beauxbatons, by our own means of transport." "Yes," Harry said sadly, knowing that he would miss the girls. "Well, we'll always be friends," Hermione said. "Always," the whole group repeated firmly, grasping each other's hands. "If you ever need our help, don't hesitate to call us," Gabrielle added. "Nor us you," Harry replied, sadly. "I will miss you here. But I'm sure you look forward to seeing your family again." "Yes, we do," Gabrielle replied. "But we will meet again. Goodbye," everyone said to everyone else, exchanging hugs as the carriages borne by the Thestrals trundled to a halt before the doors of Hogwarts. Harry, Ron, Hermione and Ginny quickly chose a carriage and hopped into it with Tatsu following behind. The journey to the station was fairly brief, and the four students were feeling a little down after saying goodbye to their foreign friends. Tatsu helped everyone else get their stuff out of the carriage and they boarded the Hogwarts Express, Harry insisting that they find a compartment in the middle of the train, rather than at the end of it, which was what they usually did. Members of DA wandered through the train, sitting for a while around Harry and his friends, and then filling up the compartments on either side of that, with the doors slid wide open so that they could talk easily. Though to the casual observer Harry looked calm and relaxed, Tatsu, practiced at such things, could see touches of stress and wariness about his young ward. He silently applauded Harry's acting abilities, even as he himself watched constantly for signs of danger. Neither Harry nor Tatsu let their guards down as the day wore longer and longer, knowing that the Death Eaters would attack meant that they were not lulled into a false sense of security. Finally, just before they reached habited lands, the attack came. 10 or so masked figures on brooms suddenly flew from the thinning forest straight at the middle compartment. "Stun them!" Harry barked, his wand already in his hands, swinging to aim at the Death Eaters, stupefy. He snarled, and the red light shattered the window as it hurtled towards its target. "Tatsu, keep their spells away from us, if you can," Harry muttered to his guardian, who nodded. Screaming echoed from down the train. Obviously people had seen the Death Eaters, or perhaps there were more of them. Harry cursed, wondering where they would attack from. "DA. Divide into groups of 10 and go down through the train, help anyone who needs it." "I'll stay in this compartment," Harry ordered. There were nods as the group quickly moved to do what he said. "Ron, Hermione, go with them. They'll need your help more than I will," Harry added. "Send the first years to me, if it's safe to." He was totally calm, and his friends obeyed him without thinking. It would not be until much later that they wondered just why he could be so calm in the midst of a Death Eater attack. Harry and Tatsu were left alone in the compartment, but the two of them were all that was needed in order to fight off the Death Eater attacking. Harry tried to incapacitate anyone that he could, but he knew that he could not take a life, and he also knew that it would be unlikely that anyone would arrive in time to arrest the felled Death Eaters. Oh well, they'd be caught eventually, What was important for now was to keep everyone on the train alive and as unharmed as possible. There was a knock on the door and a group of 7 first-years slithered into the room. "Keep to the ground," Harry ordered them. "There isn't all that much you can do." They all nodded, and silently did as they were bid. Harry could see spells flying from the train in every direction, keeping the black-robed figures at bay. He smiled proudly. Last year only a very few of the students would have been able to do anything in this situation. This year, anything was possible. The train hurtled on towards London, leaving unconscious Death Eaters behind, while those who were still standing did their best to keep up with the train and try to find Harry Potter. There was little hope for them, Harry knew, but he also had to be careful not to become overconfident now that the fight's end was in sight. The fight itself did not last long. 10 Death Eaters were a formidable force, in some ways, but Tatsu could stop most of the destructive spells from working properly, and there were several hundred students who knew what they were doing with their wands. Harry was glad that there hadn't been more Death Eaters. If many more of them had attacked at once, he did not think that his friends could have fought them back. Tatsu would not have been able to handle modifying so many spells. "We were lucky," Tatsu remarked, as they left the last of their pursuers behind. "They were not expecting us to be so prepared. Had they been expecting a proper fight, we would not have lasted." Harry nodded. "I expect that they did not want to hurt their own children, who could easily have been on the train, and therefore didn't attack until they knew who they were aiming at, also," he added. "Probably," Tatsu agreed, as they slid past a farm. London was on the horizon. There was only the one ambush set up for the train, which Harry regarded as rather poor planning, and so they arrived in King's Cross Station without any other difficulties. No one, he learnt quickly, had been hurt, save for 3 first-years and third-year who'd been stunned by curses that should by rights have killed them. Harry thought that this was a very good job, and was glad that he'd put so much effort into training his schoolmates in the arts of dueling. "Well, it's not the worst end to a school year," he remarked to his friends, as they stepped off the train. Family were exclaiming over their children, seeing the somewhat bashed-up appearance that the train now sported. "Not the best thought," Hermione replied. "Well, Harry, we'll see you later, when you come to Grimmauld Place. I expect that we'll be summering there again, just to be safe." "I expect so," Harry agreed. "You'll have to come and visit on Privet Drive sometime. I finally have family who'll welcome you." His friends smiled at him, and others came to take their places, farewelling Harry and thanking him for everything that he'd done. Harry smiled and waved as he and Tatsu made their way towards the border, which would take them out into the station proper, where Neko would be waiting to drive them home. The end. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.